Chapter 1. The Beginning of Supreme Talent and the Demon Lord System. On October 28, 2007, at 9 p.m. in Los Angeles at the Staples Center, Liu Xing, clad in a Lakers jersey bearing the number 30, sat at the far end of the bench with a dazed expression, bewilderedly observing his surroundings. The arena was alive with the fervor of a match as the Lakers faced off against the Rockets, filled to the brim with passionate fans. The game was fiercely contested, with both teams exchanging blows in a titanic struggle. What is happening? In the midst of his confusion, Liu Xing pondered for a moment, grappling with the surreal nature of his situation. "Have I traversed through time?" he exclaimed in astonishment. Before he could fully process this revelation, a deluge of memories surged into his mind, forcefully embedding themselves within his consciousness and swirling rapidly. The body he now inhabited was also named Liu Xing. He was an 18-year-old orphan of Chinese descent, abandoned by his parents due to his voracious appetite, and raised in an orphanage. He had one non-biological sister, whom he cherished dearly. Liu Xing served as a mere water boy for the Lakers, and even that was a stretch, as the team had only signed him to a short tendery contract, which was set to expire today, leaving him on the brink of unemployment. He could not afford to lose this opportunity. His beloved younger sister was in critical condition, fighting for her life. The hospital had sent him a notification stating that she required urgent surgery within 3 days. The cost of the surgery was a staggering $100,000, and Liu Xing was short by $99,000. To save his sister, he needed to procure $100,000 within 3 days. What kind of misfortune is this? Is there such a tragic time traveler? Liu Xing lamented, his frustration palpable. In his past life, he had graduated and effortlessly passed the civil service examination, securing a stable government job that allowed him to enjoy a leisurely existence of sipping tea, reading newspapers, and indulging in basketball games. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that he had a father who was financially well off. Life was indeed delightful for him. How did this fellow end up playing basketball? This job is so unstable. Is playing ball even a viable career? Liu Xing struggled to digest the memories flooding his mind. He began to comprehend that the original owner of this body had been lured by an agent with promises of lucrative earnings in basketball. Remarkably, he possessed undeniable talent, standing at 2.17 meters tall with a wingspan of 2.34 meters. His physical attributes were extraordinary even by NBA standards. He was a rare find. With commendable speed and strength for a center, he had spent a year playing basketball, which had led him to the position of a water boy in the NBA. However, he appeared somewhat frail, resembling a malnourished stick, having endured a difficult upbringing. This young man was undeniably resilient, having raised a non-biological sister while ensuring she received an education, providing her with the best of everything. Most of the time, he juggled basketball, training, and part-time jobs, hoping to improve his circumstances as he approached the fringes of the NBA. Just a day ago, my youngest sister, merely 6 years old, was struck by a vehicle and is currently in critical condition. The driver fled the scene, leaving us with no leads, and she is now in urgent medical care. What in the world is happening? Liu Xing lamented, feeling a profound ache in his heart. Liu Xing had taken over this body, and it was imperative to save his sister. But what means did he possess to effect her rescue? 3 days, 1 million. He had traversed time, yet the knowledge and resources from his past life were utterly useless. How could he possibly manage this? At present, the most expeditious means to secure funds appeared to be through a contract from the Lakers. To obtain a contract, one must exhibit performance to showcase performance. One must have the opportunity to play. Liu Xing had signed a 10-day short contract with the Lakers, but had yet to step onto the court for even a second. That I do not believe he can adapt to the level of competition in the NBA. The Lakers head coach, Phil Jackson, stated during a media interview. Liu Xing felt an urge to retort against Jackson. After all, even Zhuge Liang was once merely a rustic villager before Liu Bei granted him an opportunity. How could one ascertain his capabilities without affording him even a minute of playtime? This is rather troublesome, Liu Xing thought, a shiver running down his spine, when suddenly an idea struck him. System? His peculiar reaction drew the curious glances of his teammates nearby. What was this Eastern fellow up to? But what did it matter? After tonight, he would be just another face in the crowd. Disregarding his teammates, Liu Xing implored, "System, oh dear system, please reveal yourself." His voice was laced with urgency. Yet, in the end, the system did not manifest. How could this be? As a member of the younger generation profoundly influenced by online literature, Liu Xing was certain that a system must exist. Without it, this predicament was insurmountable. Chun Rin stared blankly. Meanwhile, on the court, the game was fervently underway, with the score tightly contested and both teams exchanging leads. Within 3 minutes, The score had been tied 6 times, with a margin never exceeding 3 points. The Lakers fans erupted in thunderous cheers, their enthusiasm resonating throughout the arena. The match was indeed captivating, yet it did not bode well for Liu Xing's current circumstances. As a mere water cooler attendant, his only chance to play would come during garbage time. Yet this game showed no signs of such a lull. The competition remained fierce. The situation was quite precarious as the second half commenced. Yao Ming executed a deft little hook shot beneath the basket, scoring effortlessly and displaying an unstoppable form. Lakers center, Zhu, was left in tears, having succumbed to a foul. Within less than a minute into the third quarter, Zhu had accumulated 5 fouls. Phil Jackson was troubled. The Lakers already had a scarcity of centers, and now, with Zhu's 5 fouls, his options were severely limited. If the Lakers were to lose, it would be due to their inability to contain Yao Ming's scoring. After 3 quarters, Yao appeared as if he had descended from the heavens, boasting an impressive stat line of 29 points, 13 rebounds, 8 assists, 1 steal, 5 blocks, and 0 turnovers, filling the statistics sheet to the brim. The Lakers lacked a suitable center to match up against him, with Zhu in foul trouble. Only Kwame Brown and Liu Xing remained. Liu Xing's eyes brightened as he quickly stood up, sprinting towards Phil Jackson, eagerly observing him while stretching his ankles. Zen Master did not substitute Liu Xing for Kwame Brown, proclaiming, "Let Kwame take the lead." Kwame Brown, historically the first disappointing first overall pick, found himself intimidated by the intense scenario, confessing, "Coach, I fear I cannot withstand Yao." Liu Xing, filled with exasperation, longed to intervene. "Let me take his place." Yet the Zen Master encouraged, "Have faith in yourself, you can do it." Liu Xing, with a furrowed brow, mentally berated the Zen Master 1,000 times for his misplaced confidence. Kwame Brown's defense was as flimsy as paper, and under the basket, Yao executed a series of dazzling moves, leaving Kwame disoriented and utterly outsmarted. Yao easily scored 2 points. Defensively, Kwame faltered. Offensively, he was non-existent. When Kobe faced a triple team, he passed the unguarded Kwame under the basket. Yet Kwame hesitated, missing an opportunity for a powerful dunk, resulting in a turnover. The Rockets seized the moment, widening the gap to a maximum difference of 7 points during the game. As the commentators lamented, "This is absurd. Can he not play?" The arena reverberated with the boos of disgruntled fans. Kobe stormed over, incredulous. "What are you doing?" With a quivering voice, Kwame replied, "Don't pass to me. I can't make the shot." Kobe, at a loss for words, contemplated throwing his shoes at him. In less than 3 minutes on the court, Kwame accrued 2 fouls and 2 turnovers, and due to these glaring deficiencies, the Lakers found themselves trailing by as much as 12 points. Kobe, livid, felt the urge to strangle Kwame right then and there. The Zen Master, shaking his head in resignation, glanced toward Liu Xing on the bench, hesitating yet again to make a substitution. Liu Xing, feeling desperate, thought, "I must find a way. I cannot simply fade away." He rose from his seat, approaching the Zen Master. Taking a deep breath, the Zen Master regarded Liu Xing with a puzzled expression. "Is there something you need?" "Coach, please let me play," Liu Xing implored, yearning for a chance. If he did not seize this moment, he might never have another. "You?" the Zen Master questioned, doubt evident in his gaze, echoing his earlier media statements. "I do not believe Liu Xing can handle the intensity of the NBA." "Indeed," Liu Xing affirmed. The Zen Master pondered a sarcastic retort, but Kwame's performance was simply too dismal to ignore. In a surprising turn, Kwame himself requested to be substituted, exclaiming, "Coach, I need a break." The Zen Master, wishing he could reprimand Kwame, waved his hand and commanded, "Liu, you're in." Before the Zen Master could finish his sentence, Liu Xing was already at the scorer's table, ready to enter the game. The Zen Master appreciated Liu Xing's proactive attitude, which was a stark contrast to Kwame's lackluster effort. However, he held no high expectations for Liu Xing. Could a mere bamboo pole truly compete? He only hoped Liu Xing could endure for a minute or two without suffering too greatly. Liu Xing was substituted into the game. As Liu Xing stepped onto the court, his feet meeting the textured wooden floor, a resonant ding echoed, momentarily startling him. Almost instantaneously, a mechanical voice reverberated in his mind. "Check-in at the Staples Center successful. The Demon King system has been activated. Rewards have been issued. Please check host." Liu Xing was taken aback for a moment. Then elation surged within him. "I knew it." Though the system arrived later than expected, he was eager to issue commands to unlock the system's rewards. Check-in successful. Reward 1, maximum physical fitness. Reward 2, top-tier individual defense. Liu Xing wished to delve deeper into the mechanics of these rewards, but the referee urged him, "Hurry up." He could only jog to his designated half of the court. Chapter 002. Is this the feeling of having maximum talent? The lanky Liu Xing was substituted onto the court, instantly met with a chorus of boos and waves of skepticism from the Staples Center crowd. A disappointing adjustment indeed. I thought Kwame Brown was the worst, but now I realize I was mistaken. The Lakers are about to be dominated. Will he be torn apart? The Lakers are forcing Kobe to transfer. I fear he might be dismantled by Yao. The Lakers medical team should be on standby. It's dangerous. Seeing the lanky Liu Xing on the court, Kobe was speechless. He looked up at the championship banners hanging in the Staples Center, questioning himself. Was it the right choice to stay with the Lakers this summer? Kobe did not spare a glance at Liu Xing. Perhaps, in his eyes, Liu Xing did not warrant such attention. With a sharp whistle, the referee signaled for the game to resume. The game continued, with 6 minutes and 36 seconds left in the third quarter, the Lakers trailing by 13 points. 6,073. Lakers possession. Liu Xing positioned himself well in the half-court. Fisher brought the ball past half-court, and Kobe immediately moved to demand the ball. At the three-point arc, facing Battier's defense, who was renowned as a defensive specialist and often referred to as the Cope stopper, Kobe found the situation far from easy. Moreover, Rockets coach Adelman seemed to harbor a grudge against Kobe whenever the Lakers clashed with the Rockets. A double-team strategy was always employed against him. With Battier in front and a looming presence from the side in the form of Big Baby, the defensive pressure was omnipresent. Seeing this, Liu Xing, embracing his role as a center, instinctively moved to set a screen for Kobe. However, Kobe waved him off, signaling Liu Xing to step aside. Kobe seemed agitated, his dissatisfaction directed either at Liu Xing or the Lakers management. Understanding the situation, Liu Xing respectfully withdrew. All the attention of the Rockets' defense remained fixated on Kobe as he moved. Their defensive line shifted accordingly. At the free throw line, Yao Ming advanced as well. Within a 3-meter radius of Liu Xing, there was no one. He remained under the basket. Liu Xing's surprise, Kobe opted not to pass, but instead took a contested shot despite being surrounded by 3 defenders. A person whom Kobe did not trust would never receive the ball. The basketball clanged off the front of the rim. Underneath the basket, Liu Xing was unreserved. With merely a subtle push of his toes, he soared into the air as if his legs were. Equipped with springs, his body remarkably buoyant. Even Liu Xing was startled by his own prowess. Could this be possible? Like an agile primate, his arms reached out in midair, lightly tapping the ball, which swished through the net. Ah, there is something to behold. Liu Xing rejoiced inwardly. This was not merely a simple point scored. He distinctly felt a surge of power within him, as if it were about to burst forth, transcending the confines of his body. That sensation was truly exhilarating. Liu Xing found himself amazed. This is what it feels like to possess innate talent. He could feel every cell in his body screaming with exhilaration. However, on the court, few paid him any heed. The attention of fans, experts, and coaches was predominantly focused on the likes of Kobe and Yao Ming. Those few fans who did notice Liu Xing merely chuckled, attributing his success to luck. 62-73. The Rockets had possession. The Rockets essentially employed a singular strategy. Others spread out while Yao Ming positioned himself in the low post, ready to dominate on and on. With a scorching touch, today the Rockets adhered to this sole tactic, leaving the Lakers utterly defenseless. The strategy bore fruit as the Rockets executed it relentlessly. Yao Ming, with his back to Liu Xing, sought the ball in the low post, standing 10 centimeters taller than Liu Xing. The difference was negligible, yet Yao's formidable bulk could withstand the likes of Anil. In terms of physique, Liu Xing paled in comparison to Yao Ming. On the sidelines, Zen Master silently sighed. Acutely aware of Liu Xing's vulnerabilities, there were few who could exploit them. What could be done? Lakers fans on the sidelines averted their eyes. The disparity was simply too great. Rockets point guard, the big fundamental, fed the ball to Yao Ming, who was met with exuberant shouts. Yao, dominate him. Dismantle him. Such is the ruthless nature of competitive sports, where the weak are devoured by the strong, and victors reign supreme. Adversaries will exploit your weaknesses mercilessly. Yao Ming, with the ball, sought to overpower Liu Xing. Facing Liu Xing, who was smaller in stature, he established his position with his back to him. Witnessing Yao Ming backing down Liu Xing for the ball, Kobe erupted. What nonsense! He immediately rushed to assist, fully aware that if the ball was passed to Yao Ming, letting him take the shot would be tantamount to handing over points. However, as Kobe approached to assist, he was taken aback. He could hardly believe his eyes, questioning whether Yao Ming was intentionally easing up. This was far too conspicuous. Oscar does not belong to you. Yao Ming, astonishingly, could not budge Liu Xing, who was 2 sizes smaller than him. This seemed implausible. Fans on the sidelines even shouted, Yao, your acting deserves a 0. The big fundamental was perplexed. Yao Ming treated basketball with utmost seriousness. He would never intentionally ease up Yao. What are you doing? Overpower him. Yao Ming bore the weight of unspoken frustration despite Liu Xing's slender frame. He found it impossible to assert his dominance. Initially, Yao Ming suspected his strength was lacking, adjusting his force and intensifying his efforts for a second attempt. Liu Xing, undeterred, stood firm, refusing to retreat in a clash of strength. Liu Xing stood resolute as a rock, unwavering in his stance. In that instant, Yao lost his rhythm and was surprisingly called for a traveling violation. Big Brother Fu, perplexed, rushed over to Yao, inquiring, Yao, what are you doing? Such a splendid opportunity. Big Brother Fu chided the Yao incessantly. There won't be another chance, the Yao lamented over his blunder. Yet he was acutely aware that his previous attack had been earnest, with the technical execution flawless. Logically, he should have overpowered Liu Xing, who was 2 circles smaller, but he did not at IT, was rather uncanny. Liu Xing had succeeded. This time, he had successfully defended. Kobe's mouth formed an O shape, incredulous. How did this kid manage that? From his vantage point beside Yao and Liu Xing, Kobe observed everything clearly. Aside from suspecting that Yao had intentionally let up, he could find no other explanation. Kobe glanced at Liu Xing, however. He said nothing, his expression remaining as cold as ever. The Zen master harbored no expectations for Liu Xing. In fact, upon witnessing Dayo receiving the ball in the low post to confront Liu Xing, he instinctively covered his face, bracing for an impending thrashing. This was his initial thought. However, contrary to his anticipation, Liu Xing managed to defend impressively. Splendid. To his surprise, the usually unperturbed master found himself applauding Liu Xing's performance. Liu Xing's defensive prowess in this round left a profound impression on others. However, he himself did not perceive this as a true reflection of his abilities. Achieving such a feat, even once in a game, was commendable, and he dared not hope for more. The Lakers retained possession, and once again, it was Kobe attempting a solitary play, yet the outcome was a missed shot. All eyes were fixed on Kobe, leaving Liu Xing unnoticed. Thus, he seized the opportunity to score with a rebound under the basket. With Liu Xing's 2 offensive and 1 defensive play, the Lakers had narrowed the deficit to single digits, all thanks to his efforts. Yet, the spectators attributed the success to mere luck. Onlookers commented on his fortunate circumstances, while the coach acknowledged Liu Xing's performance with a nod, recognizing his contribution. Finally, Kobe regarded Liu Xing with a more favorable gaze, displaying a positive attitude, albeit only to a limited extent. After 2 minutes of exploration, Liu Xing began to comprehend his own strengths. His impressive height of 2.17 meters surpassed that of most, while his wingspan of 2.34 meters was almost otherworldly. His physical attributes were exceptional, with elite jumping ability and speed, combined with his height and wingspan, rendering him extraordinarily gifted. Yet, he faced a notable shortcoming: his lack of specialized offensive skills. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient to secure a contract valued at over $1 million. Now, Liu Xing's sole objective was to fully unleash his innate talent. This time, Liu Xing experienced an explosive performance. The Rockets executed their tactical rhythm to perfection, with Yuming dominating the play. Positioned with his back to the basket, Liu Xing prepared to defend, while Yao received the ball and initiated a play against him. Yao, backing in, seemed intent on asserting his dominance once more, as Liu Xing had previously questioned whether his initial impression was a mere illusion. This time, Yao charged directly at Liu Xing, determined to overpower him. The spectators glanced at Liu Xing with sympathetic eyes, anticipating he might be overwhelmed. The scene of Liu Xing being torn apart did not unfold as anticipated. Yao Ming sat upon Liu Xing, remaining steadfast and immovable, like an unyielding mountain. Astonishingly, he withstood the pressure. The fans at Staples Center were left in utter shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? How is this possible? This cannot be real. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Even Yao Ming could scarcely believe that he had not overwhelmed Liu Xing. Was this truly happening? With renewed effort, he exerted force, and with a powerful thrust, he pressed against Liu Xing. Liu Xing stood unwavering. Boom. The ball exploded, with a playful twist. Liu Xing stood steadfast. Boom. The ball exploded, as he bent over and thrust his backside. Liu Xing stood resolutely, while Yao Ming, in a state of urgency, was drenched in beads of sweat upon his forehead. The scene was quite amusing. Yao, unable to score against a center 2 sizes smaller than himself, was destined to be immortalized as a painting, marked with the label of a softy. However, Yao was no ordinary center. He embodied a blend of height and skill, possessing a distinctly European style in the paint. The struggle to assert himself was disheartening, yet he immediately responded with a powerful move towards the rim, leveraging his height advantage. Liu Xing fell short by 10 centimeters compared to Yao Ming. Positioned at the baseline, should Yao be allowed to shoot from there? It would be akin to handing him points on a silver platter. Witnessing this scene, the spectators erupted in cheers of beautiful, only to be followed by a collective sigh. In the next instant, Yao, with the ball in hand, released his shot, an execution of his craft that has reached sublime perfection. The interior defenders of the NBA in the 90s became mere victims to this technique, utterly defenseless. The outcome of the shot depended solely on Yao's own feel for the game. With the towering height of the NBA's finest, he elevated and struck. What could one possibly do? There was no recourse. Could one truly hope to contest his shot? Liu Xing, indeed. In basketball, at the very moment when the ball slipped from Yao Ming's fingertips, Liu Xing sprang forth, his legs seemingly equipped with springs, propelling him through the air with the swiftness of lightning, directly executing a spectacular block. The motion flowed seamlessly, akin to water coursing through a stream. A collective gasp filled the arena, leaving spectators in disbelief as they repeatedly scrutinized the instant replay on the screens. Once clarity dawned upon them, they could not contain their astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "What have I just witnessed? This is utterly unbelievable." The DJ on site, brimming with excitement, echoed their sentiments. Kobe Bryant, standing in close proximity to Liu Xing, was ignited by the fervor of Liu Xing's remarkable block. Overwhelmed with emotion, he approached Liu Xing, exchanging a high five and playfully giving him a pat on the backside, exclaiming, "Well done. I crave more." It was rare for Kobe to openly praise anyone, particularly after Shaquille O'Neal's departure to Miami, as he was often discontented with those around him. To receive such commendation from him, especially directed towards a rookie, was nothing short of extraordinary. On the sidelines, Phil Jackson was equally taken aback. Did Liu Xing truly just block Yao Ming's shot? This was preposterous. Yet, the replay on the big screen confirmed the reality of the moment. Previously, Phil had scarcely regarded Liu Xing, considering him an insignificant presence unworthy of attention. However, now he removed his tinted glasses and meticulously examined Liu Xing. With his towering height, impressive wingspan, and astonishing vertical leap, Phil, as a seasoned NBA coach, understood the implications of such attributes. Phil's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. The focal point of attention was Liu Xing in the grand scheme of the game. Identifying promising talent was far more significant than mere victory or defeat. Meanwhile, Yao Ming, in a fit of determination, sought to assert himself against Liu Xing. Eager to prove his prowess, he attempted to overpower Liu Xing in the paint, yet found himself thwarted, his shot firmly blocked by Liu Xing. In a back-to-the-basket maneuver, Yao attempted a small hook shot, only to be met with Liu Xing's aerial volleyball-style rejection, sending the basketball soaring 5 meters beyond the court. A female fan on the sidelines suffered a bump on her forehead as a result. Frustration consumed Yao. Undeterred, he charged again, refusing to accept defeat. This was not his usual style of play, and he was quickly stripped of the ball. Yao began to question his very existence. Who was this extraordinary young man? Seemingly so formidable? He could not fathom it. After all, he was a renowned NBA center, and this humiliation was intolerable. He was determined to reclaim his dignity, especially with so many friends and family watching from across the Pacific. This face is one that cannot afford to lose. Once more, he attempts beneath the basket, stepping just a pace inside the free throw line, as Yao has secured his position. This is his sweet spot, a realm where he reigns supreme. This is his domain. Die. In the very moment Yao releases the shot, he exuberantly exclaims that word. Let it be death. Liu Xing resembled a soaring spider, leaping gracefully into the air. With a swift motion of his right hand, he traced a semicircle backward, causing the basketball that had rolled from Yao's grasp to appear as though it had slowed its flight through the air. Liu Xing unleashed a colossal hand that overshadowed all, akin to a mosquito encountering a fly swatter mid-flight. The basketball was sent soaring away with a powerful swat. Liu Xing dominated the game on the defensive end, leaving the Rockets utterly devastated. The momentum of the match shifted entirely due to Liu Xing's influence. The Staples Center erupted with excitement. The fans could hardly remain seated, with nearly 18,000 spectators standing to witness the spectacle. They raised their arms, vociferously cheering for Liu Xing. Even Kobe, unable to contain his emotions, repeatedly came over to exchange high fives with Liu Xing, exclaiming, "You are the teammate I need." Phil Jackson, a maestro with 9 championship rings and 3 consecutive titles, had once coached the basketball legend Michael Jordan. Having witnessed countless high-stakes moments throughout his illustrious career, he had cultivated a demeanor of calmness. However, after so many years, he rarely displayed excitement for any single event or individual. Yet, upon witnessing Liu Xing's performance, he could no longer remain composed. He sprang to his feet, whistled, and applauded Liu Xing with abandon. He envisioned the championship puzzle coming together and regretted his earlier superficial judgment, nearly missing out on the rare talent of such a gifted basketball player. Liu Xing was born to play the game. The way Phil Jackson looked at Liu Xing mirrored a mother-in-law's satisfaction with her son-in-law, immense pride and approval. There was simply no comparison to Zhu on the bench. Despite his moniker of Little Shark, Phil Jackson knew the disparity was vast. With Liu Xing around, there was no reason to worry about achieving greatness. Phil Jackson began to dream of the future. Meanwhile, Rockets coach Rick Adelman was furious, pacing the sidelines in a fit of rage, stomping his feet and shouting, "Yao, can you toughen up? What is happening here? How are we playing?" He refrained from calling a timeout, refusing to believe that a mere rookie could dismantle his entire core strategy. After Liu Xing's second block against Yao Ming, he should have recognized the need for adjustments. Yet, he remained obstinate, convinced that Liu Xing could not undermine his tactics. Ultimately, he paid a heavy price for his disbelief as the point difference dwindled to just 3. Faced with this reality, he reluctantly called for a timeout. Chapter 004. A stunning performance. The Rockets altered their strategy. Adelman was filled with intense frustration towards Liu Xing. Had it not been for him, he could have dealt a significant blow to Phil Jackson. He was confident that by the end of 3 quarters, he would have Jackson eating humble pie in the season opener. Yet, all of this crumbled due to Liu Xing's extraordinary presence. His defensive prowess was mainly focused on the paint, while Francis and Yao executed pick-and-rolls, leading Adelman to strategize with his clipboard. After solidifying their defensive plan, Yao even remarked, "Coach, Liu Xing poses a significant threat under the basket. Shouldn't we address that?" Adelman scoffed dismissively, "There's no need." The coach's words lingered, yet Yao remained apprehensive. The whistle blew, and the game resumed. The Rockets had possession. The big fundamental and Yao positioned themselves for a high screen and roll. The execution was commendable. The synergy between the two yielded a favorable outcome. The big fundamental found himself with a clear opportunity. The shot was successful, 70-75. The Rockets had finally ended their scoring drought. Adelman reveled in the tactical arrangement, feeling a sense of triumph, thinking, "Now what will you do?" The Lakers attempted a shot but failed. It was evident that the Rockets were poised to extend their lead. The big fundamental and Yao executed another screen and roll, with Yu rolling outward and the big fundamental distributing the ball. Liu Xing positioned himself beneath the basket, while Yao Ming maintained a distance of 2 meters from him. With an air of calm confidence, Yao took his shot. Adelman let out a hearty laugh, reveling in the brilliance of Yao's prowess. There was no way to counter this. The words of strategy had not even formed when he was abruptly silenced, as if something lodged in his throat. His mouth fell open in disbelief, eyes wide. His expression one of utter incredulity. Is this truly possible? From the top of the free throw line, Yao's attempt was astonishingly blocked. Liu Xing's defense was formidable, and he immediately initiated a fast break. The score stood at 72-75, and even Yao could hardly believe it. He felt quite confident as he took the shot. Yet, as the ball left his hands, a shadow loomed over him, obstructing his view like an overwhelming force. Blocked. The sound echoed Duong. Yao was taken aback. Such defensive coverage? Was this akin to the legendary 2K's invincible mode? When did the Lakers acquire such a robust interior defense? This was not the beginning of the match. Was this a guise of innocence concealing a fierce predator? How could one survive under such pressure? Beside him, Kobe was equally astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. The speed, the wingspan, the sheer scope of the defense? Kobe felt a surge of excitement. Could this be the exceptional assistance that old Bus promised to deliver? Overwhelmed with joy, he rushed over to Liu Xing, colliding chest to chest. However, Kobe instinctively hesitated to exert too much force, fearing he might topple Liu Xing. Yet, in a twist of fate, it was Kobe who fell. Though he had not applied much strength, the exuberant Liu Xing, unable to rein in his momentum, sent Kobe sprawling to the ground. It was a moment of embarrassment for Kobe, yet his excitement remained palpable. Phil Jackson was left speechless, his applause unwavering. This was a gem in the rough. Most importantly, he was amidst the Lakers. The roar of the Lakers fans was thunderous. Adelman, his expression darkened, had just called a timeout, and within a minute, he had exhausted all his third-quarter timeouts. All of this was due to Liu Xing. With a scowl, Adelman clutched his clipboard on the bench, nearly roaring, "Steve, charge at him. Go after that Eastern player. I refuse to believe you can defy the odds." This strategy was devised for the great Francis. The tactical options for Francis and Yao were fourfold. First, Francis would shoot. Second, Yao would take an outside shot. Third, they would both charge. With McGrady absent, Francis seized his opportunities. Known as the Little Steel Cannon, Francis excelled at driving into the paint, creating havoc within. Many interior defenders trembled at his approach. Francis confidently declared, "Coach, I shall teach him a lesson." Standing nearby, Yao thought it prudent to temper such bravado. This young man was rather unpredictable. But at that moment, the whistle blew, signaling the continuation of the game. The battle raged on. With the Rockets now in possession of the ball, Francis and Yao prepared for a pick and roll. Liu Xing positioned himself before the venerable Mr. Fu, who, in response to Liu Xing's incessant banter, exclaimed, "Rookie, welcome to the NBA." Liu Xing did not indulge in unnecessary chatter. After Big Brother Fu finished speaking, he suddenly made a sharp turn, attempting to utilize his speed to penetrate the paint and create an opportunity for damage. Big Brother Fu was exceedingly confident in his own velocity. However, one might say he somewhat underestimated Liu Xing's swiftness. Liu Xing kept pace, not losing his position, leaving the great player in astonishment. Is this the speed one would expect from a towering figure? It seems implausible. Unable to penetrate. A mere guard is unable to surpass the opposing center? The great player found himself too deep in the paint. With no other option, he hastily executed a mid-range shot. The release was swift, yet Liu Xing was swifter. The basketball was eclipsed by his enormous hand, and the great player's attempt was promptly thwarted by Liu Xing's block. The Lakers launched a fast break, completing it in just 2 seconds, narrowing the gap to 74-75, trailing by only 1 point. The great player felt a moment of despair. How could he continue under such circumstances? Yet, his defiance surged. He was determined to challenge Liu Xing once more. This time, he aimed to confront Liu Xing head-on, utilizing his physicality to overpower him. With all his strength, he charged forward like a bulldozer, declaring, "I will tear you apart. You bamboo pole." Liu Xing did not indulge the little giant this time. With a chuckle, he pondered what was on his mind. The diminutive figure found himself completely overshadowed by Liu Xing, rendering any attempt at a layup utterly impossible. He could hardly even see the hoop. The prospect of scoring was beyond him. Liu Xing delivered yet another resounding spike, leaving his opponent, the venerable Big Shaq, utterly bewildered. He reigned supreme in the paint. Kobe stood frozen, his mouth agape in astonishment, as if he had witnessed something truly extraordinary. The Zen master could no longer maintain his composure. He understood the significance of having a player like Liu Xing within the team. Perhaps, the possibility of a third consecutive championship loomed ahead. The fans of the Lakers were ablaze with fervor. Their ecstatic cheers echoed throughout the arena. The momentum of the Lakers was unstoppable, a force that could not be contained. Adelman sought to call a timeout, only to realize that his options had been exhausted. All he could do was stare in disbelief. With Liu Xing safeguarding the interior, the Rockets found it impossible to penetrate. In a desperate move, Adelman substituted in Alston, a swift street ball virtuoso, to challenge Liu Xing. This was a last resort. Alston, with his street ball finesse, attempted to outmaneuver Liu Xing. His moves were fierce, yet upon closer inspection, Liu Xing stood firm, arms outstretched, his center of gravity unwavering. Alston found himself at a loss, driving forward with speed, but his opponent was none other than the indomitable Liu Xing, a titan of the paint, a muscular colossus. "No," he shouted in vain as Liu Xing swatted his layup attempt, pinning Alston's shot firmly against the backboard. Chapter 005, The Battle That Sealed His Legend. Liu Xing under siege. The Rockets were utterly demoralized. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 90-78, with the Rockets unable to break their scoring drought. Fans yearned for the presence of Tracy McGrady. During the third quarter, Rockets head coach Adelman sat despondently on the bench, having exhausted every strategy and option at his disposal. The Rockets were not a team known for their three-point prowess, and with Liu Xing anchoring the Lakers' defense, the coverage was remarkably extensive. The only area where the Rockets could effectively attack was beyond the arc, but with a shooting percentage below 25 from that distance. Overcoming the Lakers proved to be a formidable challenge. Halfway through the fourth quarter, the Rockets pulled their starters, conceding defeat early. The long, languid sound of the final buzzer echoed, marking the end of the contest. The scoreboard settled at 115-92, with the Lakers achieving a resounding 23-point victory over the Houston Rockets in their season opener. Undoubtedly, Liu Xing emerged as the focal point of the match, contributing 18 points, not a staggering figure, but with 16 rebounds, 11 blocks, 6 steals, and 0 turnovers, he was pivotal in determining the outcome of the game. After the match, when questioned by reporters about the key to the victory, Kobe stated, "Liu Xing, remember his name. He altered the course of the game." The Lakers' head coach, the Zen master, unequivocally affirmed, "It was Liu. He was extraordinary. He completely dominated the paint. His defensive prowess is precisely what we currently require." Journalists possess a remarkable talent for resurrecting past statements. As far as I am aware, during a previous interview, your sentiments were rather different. I distinctly recall you asserting that he could not adapt to the NBA. The Zen master chuckled awkwardly, a hint of embarrassment evident. What manner of interviewing is this? However, he quickly regained his composure, and this is precisely the point I wish to address. Here, I solemnly extend my apologies to Liu, seeking his forgiveness. I acknowledge my narrow-mindedness. The Zen master's words ignited a frenzy on social media today. In an instant, Liu Xing became a trending topic. Breaking news. The 18-year-old prodigy Liu Xing decisively defeated Yao Ming, scoring an astonishing 121 points as the Lakers triumphed over the Rockets. Truly extraordinary. Yao was left flabbergasted. The Zen master was astounded, and Kobe could hardly believe his eyes. Who was this individual? A legendary ascent. The Lakers' temporary player delivered a godlike performance, enough to move even Yao Ming to tears. The iconic coach Phil Jackson humbly sought this individual's forgiveness, stating, "I was mistaken. The formidable force has arrived. Do not dare to close your eyes." News regarding Liu Xing soared to the top of trending topics. A legendary ascent. After the game, reporters also sought to interview Liu Xing. Reporter, could you please introduce yourself? Liu Xing, my name is Liu Xing. I am 18 years old and a basketball player. Reporter, what are your feelings about tonight's game? You left Yao Ming speechless, and Adelman appeared quite displeased. Liu Xing, please refrain from excessive flattery. I seek to be left alone. It is merely coincidental. Reporter, with such talent, why do you not participate in talent competitions? Liu Xing, I am devoid of funds. Reporter, what is your foremost desire at this moment? Liu Xing, currently in a state of unemployment, urgently in need of funds, actively seeking the next contract. Reporter, I believe that after tonight, you will no longer need to worry about your employment situation. Liu Xing, I sincerely hope so. Liu Xing's final words were directed towards the Lakers management, naturally implying a desire to elevate his own status. The moment this interview was released, it sparked an immediate sensation. Upon learning of this matter, Kobe promptly sent a text message to Lakers general manager Jerry West, "Secure Liu Xing, or trade me." After dispatching the message, Kobe could hardly part with his phone, frequently glancing at it, visibly distracted. 5 minutes later, he made a call, and upon West answering, Kobe's voice came through urgently, insisting that Liu Xing be acquired at all costs. West, having not watched the Lakers season opener that evening, was momentarily perplexed. He simply replied, "I will do my utmost to make it happen." Liu Xing? Who is Liu Xing? As soon as Kobe ended the call, the Zen master immediately dialed in. The Zen master is not one for many words, yet his message resonates with the essence of Kobe's. To secure Liu Xing currently unemployed. Duong. A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Liu Xing, having achieved legendary status in a single battle, found himself at the crossroads of his contract's expiration on the final day. Within the league, the managers of the other 29 teams felt a surge of excitement. Did this not imply that anyone could seize the opportunity? Mark Cuban, the owner and de facto general manager of the Mavericks, promptly hinted, "The check is ready. You may fill in the figures. Come to Dallas. The Mavericks need you." The Warriors general manager chimed in, "Join us in Golden State. We are in need of your talents." The financial arrangements are easily negotiable. Coach Greg Popovich of the Spurs was taken aback by the unfolding scenario, is discerning I immediately stating, "The terms are flexible. As long as you can come to San Antonio." Danny Ainge, the general manager of the Boston Celtics, though already possessing a trio of stars, could not overlook Liu Xing's evident giftedness. He too sent out a message, declaring, "I would be willing to part with anyone, even the big three, for a talent like him." The New York general manager exclaimed, "His charisma is perfectly suited for New York. Come to the city that never sleeps. It is your ultimate destination." While these declarations may have contained elements of exaggeration, they stirred a sense of urgency within Jerry West. It was he who initially signed Liu Xing, captivated by his static talent, overlooking his slender physique in favor of offering him a contract, a brief 10-day deal. At that time, he had approached it with a casual, experimental mindset, but subsequently he had neglected Liu Xing. Little did he anticipate that this would result in a meteoric rise to fame. Now, as Liu Xing faced frenzied pursuits from other teams, he would be compelled to pay a steep price, not only financially, but also risking the inability to secure a renewal. West was in a state of quandary, particularly as he struggled to reach Liu Xing by phone, his anxiety mounting. The thought of losing such a promising talent would tarnish his reputation as the godfather of the Lakers. He endeavored to contact Liu Xing over 30 times, yet none were answered. After leaving the arena, Liu Xing made a visit to the hospital. The attending physician urged immediate payment for the surgical procedure, emphasizing the urgency of the patient's condition. Surgery was necessary without delay, or there could be peril to life. Prior to proceeding with the operation, the payment needed to be settled. Liu Xing remarked, "The money will be gathered by tomorrow. Let us proceed with the surgery." Clearly, the physician, addressing this young boy who had just reached puberty, regarded him with skepticism, his gaze laced with doubt. "Do not make grandiose claims. This is $1,000,000 yuan, not a mere 100. Without the funds, there will be no surgery." The doctor stated bluntly, "Let us proceed with the surgery. I shall transfer the money to you immediately." Chapter 006. The wagering contract. In the hospital, the Lakers patriarch, Jerry West, came to Liu Xing's aid, alleviating the burden of the medical expenses. The doctor's demeanor shifted dramatically, transforming into one of utmost deference. Liu Xing, now in a position of power, was treated like royalty, with the physician assuring him of their utmost effort. Liu Xing has lived two lives as a human, a type of individual one encounters frequently. He paid no heed to it. Addressing matters directly, the godfather stated, "We wish to sign you for a 4-year contract worth 12.8 million, fully guaranteed." Such an offer is remarkably generous for a player who has only showcased his talent in a single game as an undrafted rookie. Had it been the Liu Xing from before his extraordinary journey, he would have likely accepted without hesitation, as such a sum could indeed transform his life. However, the current Liu Xing firmly rejected the proposition. Jerry West felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering, "Alas, I have arrived too late. Has someone else beaten me to it? If only I had known sooner." He ceased his internal turmoil and instead focused on making a concerted effort. After all, financial terms could still be negotiated. Liu Xing was about to speak when West interjected, "Our offer of 12.8 million over 4 years is quite generous. Moreover, you must be aware that we are in Los Angeles, a city that is nestled against Hollywood, the epicenter of global entertainment. Earning 12.8 million here is fundamentally different from earning the same amount elsewhere. Mr. Liu Xing, this matter pertains to your future. I urge you to contemplate the situation with the Lakers carefully." Mr. West is not mistaken. A 4-year contract worth 12.8 million, with 3 years fully guaranteed, would allow Liu Xing to receive approximately 3.2 million annually before tax. This could be regarded as a signing that not only saves his sister, but also facilitates a significant elevation in his social standing. According to incomplete statistics, the majority of Wall Street's elite earn a mere $800,000 per year. Securing Liu Xing would grant immediate financial freedom. The allure is undeniably substantial. Moreover, Liu Xing has the pressing obligation to assist his sister. Prior to arriving here, Mr. West had already resolved to sign Liu Xing, thus foregoing any negotiations and presenting the maximum contract the Lakers could offer right from the outset, reflecting his earnest intentions. Now that Liu Xing has declined, Mr. West's spirits have plummeted. Has someone else seized the opportunity? Mr. West feels a sense of urgency. Should such a promising talent be snatched away, it could spell disaster for his illustrious career. Liu Xing is in dire need of this sum of money. He is grateful to West for alleviating his immediate concerns. However, business is business. Why settle for 3.2 million when he could secure 10 million in a year? He is no fool and thus will not agree to such terms. Times have changed. He is no longer the obscure figure he once was. His meteoric rise to fame has transformed him. With the powerful system at his disposal, he feels invincible. While 3.2 million may seem substantial, Liu Xing perceives it as insufficient. He understands that with the system in hand, dominating the NBA is merely a matter of time. Although a 4-year deal worth 12.8 million appears lucrative, Liu Xing knows it is, in fact, a grave loss. Liu Xing consumes everything, yet he never suffers losses. A 4-year contract worth 8 million appears substantial, but in the grand scheme of his burgeoning value, it is merely a bargain. Furthermore, from the perspective of someone with experience, the forthcoming years will witness soaring prices, with player salaries escalating exponentially. What may be considered a top salary of 25 million for Kobe today could, in 3 years, merely represent the standard rate for a proficient player. A 4-year commitment is indeed a considerable risk. Additionally, the 1-year offer of 3.2 million still seems insufficient to Liu Xing. Mr. Jerry, your assertions are undeniably accurate, and I am grateful for your assistance in my time of need. However, I must respectfully disagree. If your intent is genuinely to collaborate with me, I urge you to review the wager agreement I have prepared. This agreement serves as a formal understanding between the player and the team regarding the uncertainties of the future. Liu Xing had anticipated the need for renegotiation, and thus the contract was already prepared. The wager agreement? Jerry West took the manuscript Liu Xing handed him and began to scrutinize it with earnestness. A guaranteed contract of 1 million for 1 year. Reward clauses included 1 to 10, 000 for being named Rookie of the Week once, 2 to 100, 000 for being named Rookie of the Month once, 3 to 50, 000 for being named Player of the Week once, 4 to 500, 000 for being named Player of the Month once, 5 to 1 million for being named Rookie of the Year, 6 to 600, 000 for being selected to the Rookie All-Star, 7 to 2 million for being selected to the All-Star, 8 to 2 million for being named to the All-Defensive Team, 9 to 1 million for being named to the Third Team All-NBA, 10 to 2 million for being named to the Second Team All-NBA, 11 to 3 million for being named to the First Team All-NBA, 12 to 500, 000 for being the Rebounding Champion, 13 to 800, 000 for being the Scoring Champion, 14 to 5 million for achieving a certain performance metric. Jerry West examined the manuscript Liu Xing provided, perplexed. Are you certain you wish to sign this? He inquired. I comprehend your confidence in your abilities, but such a contract is not equitable for you. Los Angeles will not shortchange any player who contributes to our success. You may want to reconsider. However, West was astute enough to recognize that this contract was undeniably advantageous for the Lakers. Essentially, it was a wager agreement. If Liu Xing succeeded, the Lakers would have no recourse to dispute the increased payments. Conversely, if Liu Xing faltered, they would only be obligated to the guaranteed amount of 1 million for the year. The Lakers were assured victory. West had no reason not to sign. Yet he felt it was unjust for Liu Xing. What if Liu Xing failed to perform? Of course, such considerations were not on West's mind as a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. Are you truly unwilling to reconsider? I have made my decision, Liu Xing asserted with conviction. Then, may our collaboration be fruitful. West, ever the shrewd operator, feigned reluctance while his demeanor suggested otherwise. To a successful partnership, Liu Xing. At the moment Liu Xing signed, a resplendent smile blossomed on West's face, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum, as he pondered how the owner would commend his business acumen. How naive was this young man to propose such terms? In all his years, West had never encountered such a request. While Liu Xing possessed considerable talent, his judgment appeared lacking. Typically, individuals negotiate contracts that are extensive and long-term. Yet here was Liu Xing opting for brevity and modesty. As for the wager clauses, West hardly paid them any mind. What was this performance metric? What of the All-NBA First Team? Rookie of the Week? Rookie of the Month? Were these the aspirations of a rookie? Achieving a place in a regular rotation should be the goal. Some individuals fancied themselves to be more ambitious than warranted. Nonetheless, it worked to West's advantage as it spared him considerable effort. This time, I struck gold. Little did the Lakers' patriarch, West, know that he was leaping into a colossal pit meticulously crafted by Liu Xing years later, during Liu Xing's induction speech into the Hall of Fame. West would confess that he had been deceived. He had dug a vast chasm for me, and at the time, I believed I had stumbled upon an incredible bargain. However, I could never have anticipated that I was being duped, all the while counting out money for others. Liu Xing couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, the old fox has ultimately fallen for the trap. After all, he still harbors doubts about my abilities. Indeed, I am but one person. Hee. Yet I possess the Great Demon King system. Eagerly, Liu Xing summoned the Great Demon King system. As the system activated, a chime resonated, and the interface materialized in his mind. Height 2. 16 meters, outstanding. Wingspan 2. 34 meters, outstanding. Hand length 3. Exceptional. Jumping ability 100. Speed 100. explosive power 100, balance 100, agility 100. Liu Xing could not have been more pleased with this attribute's display. While hard work in basketball holds significance, talent is paramount. Undoubtedly, talent reigns supreme. Without it, one cannot even begin to enter the realm of the sport. To speak of diligence without considering talent is nothing short of folly. As for the skills section, offensive skills, dribbling 30, spot up 2-pointer 30, spot up 3-pointer 10, post moves 20, layup 60, hook shot 10. Defensive skills, block 80, steal 50. Help defense 70, one-on-one defense 90. Skill, top-tier one-on-one defense. And then, there was nothing more to follow. In summary, Liu Xing now stood as a talent-laden prodigy, akin to the character Sakuragi Hanamichi from Slam Dunk, severely lacking in offensive prowess. Liu Xing felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, fervently contemplating the enhancement of his offensive skills. This was not merely an essential step for his aspirations in the NBA, it was also driven by financial motives. His contract with the Lakers was a gamble, and West had already advanced him a salary of $1 million. Should he fail to fulfill the stipulations of the contract, he would remain in a state of financial destitution, a fate he was determined to avoid. Suddenly, the notification from the system chimed again. Defeating the Rockets rewards await your acknowledgement. Chapter 007. New skills. Does the winning system truly offer rewards? Liu Xing inquired. Indeed. The system replied. In the course of an official match, whenever the team of the host emerges victorious, the system will grant rewards based on the contributions made on the court. Liu Xing eagerly anticipates the upcoming match against the Rockets, pondering the rewards that await him. 10 gold coins, he muses. What exactly are these gold coins? The system responds, they are a form of currency within the system's marketplace. You may consider them as such. And what purpose do these gold coins serve? Liu Xing inquires. They can be utilized to acquire skills that you require, the system explains. That sounds promising, Liu Xing acknowledges. Aside from purchasing skills with gold coins, are there alternative methods to obtain them? Indeed, the system replies. You may also acquire skills by completing side quests. Chunrun is eager to improve his abilities. What aspect should I focus on enhancing? Mid-range shooting. This conclusion comes after much contemplation. To achieve success, one must first stand out in the team. His competitors include Nju, Kwame Brown, Turieff, and Walton. Nju is a key player being nurtured by the Lakers. And for now, his position remains secure. Last year, Kobe had urged the management to trade Nju for a reliable partner, but the management had steadfastly disagreed. Naturally, they would not consider disrupting Nju's position for Liu Xing's sake either. Thus, Liu Xing must devise a strategy to excel in the power forward position, where Turieff and Walton stand as his rivals. He possesses a distinct advantage in talent and comprehension of the triangle offense. However, he still lacks proficiency in mid-range shooting. After all, it was Pau Gasol's solid foundational skills that enabled him to seamlessly integrate into the Lakers. Consequently, Chunrin accepted a task from the system. Task: achieve 1,000 successful 2-point shots. Task reward: increase 2-point shooting accuracy to 60. Task deadline: 4 hours. Liu Xing's heart began to stir with excitement. Within a mere 4 hours, he accomplished an impressive feat of 1,000 shots, elevating his 2-point shooting accuracy to an impressive 60. This already marks him as an elite mid-range shooter. Just imagine, with his height and wingspan, combined with a 60 success rate on 2-point shots, doesn't that resemble an indiscriminate one-on-one play? From now on, please refer to me as the mid-range sharpshooter, thank you. Although it is merely a positioning jump shot, Liu Xing is well aware of its significance. Coupled with his understanding of 3-point offensive angles, he could very well be considered a more formidable version of Gasol. Dear mentor, do keep a close eye on your wallet. Emerging from the hospital, it was already 3 in the morning. Liu Xing, in a fit of spontaneity, decided against returning home and made his way directly to the gym. At 3:50 a.m., he arrived at the training facility where the security guard was still dozing off. After a prolonged period of knocking, he finally roused the guard from his slumber. Hello. I'm here for training. The guard, awakened from his deep sleep, appeared quite irritable. As he blinked his bleary eyes in the dim light, he recognized Liu Xing. In an instant, he sprang up from his seat, his irritation evaporating, replaced by an expression of delight. Liu Xing, you are Liu Xing. I know all your stories. They are incredibly inspirational. You were phenomenal last night, blocking Yao 3 times. I admire you greatly, and my daughter is an ardent fan as well. Could I possibly have your autograph? The guard, leaning through the window and grasping Liu Xing's shoulder, spoke animatedly, as if fearing that this moment would slip away. Being regarded as an idol was a novel experience for him, in this life or any other. Liu Xing was unexpectedly a bit excited and, of course, he cheerfully acquiesced to the security guard's request. However, the guard had no paper, only a pen. Where could one find a pen at this late hour? The security guard felt a surge of urgency within him. He unbuttoned his uniform to reveal the new t-shirt his wife had purchased for him just yesterday. Should he sign it? He feared that if his wife discovered this decision, it might lead to a quarrel over divorce. Ultimately, Liu Xing did sign his name. Upon receiving Liu Xing's signature, the security guard beamed with delight, as if he had acquired a precious treasure. Then, glancing at the computer screen, he noted the time was not yet 4 o'clock. Are you up this early? He inquired. Liu Xing is not a slothful individual, in both past and present lives. He remains diligent. Whenever there is a task at hand, he cannot find peace of mind until he has committed to it, often leading him to train instead of seeking rest. Am I the only one here? Has Kobe not arrived? Do not heed their boasts. Kobe hardly comes this early. He only appears occasionally at 4 in the morning, as the security guard lamented. Liu Xing suddenly realized that advertisements, colloquially known as bovine skin, indeed have their reasons. Idle. Come here for a moment. I have a secret to share with you. Typically, at this hour, one would refrain from turning on the air conditioning. But what about you? I have decided to make an exception. No. It's all right. Then thank you. A splendid beginning. Liu Xing found it quite perplexing. In other literary works, the male protagonists often portray security guards as characters with a condescending attitude, yet in his case, he unexpectedly became the idol of the security guard, a beloved figure in the eyes of the entire family. Liu Xing, brimming with enthusiasm, is determined not only by financial gain, but also by the desire to avoid disappointing those who hold expectations for him. Liu Xing arrived at the arena and switched on the lights. The first sight that captured his attention was the 14 resplendent oblong trophies adorning the wall opposite him. These trophies served as a testament to the illustrious history of the Lakers, symbolizing a legacy that Liu Xing yearned to be a part of, an indelible mark in the annals of history that everyone aspires to leave behind. Liu Xing also contemplates what once seemed unattainable may now be within reach. No. He is currently becoming a part of history. Liu Xing donned his gear and activated the shooting machine. With the ball in hand, he released it. Swish, swish, swish. As Liu Xing scored, a corresponding data appeared in his mind. Task completion, 11,000. Remaining time, 3 hours and 59 minutes. What are the benefits of the system? Everything is transparently displayed. Though it may seem simple, the reality is quite challenging. For mid-range shots, the system stipulates that one must not enter the restricted area to shoot, but rather remain on the perimeter. With each attempt, there were misses, and half an hour slipped by. Liu Xing glanced at his completion score. Task completion, 891,000. Remaining time, 3 hours and 55 minutes. This was barely a tenth of the target. Frowning, he shook his head and pressed on. The morning team training commenced at 8 a.m., lasting 4 hours, with not a moment to spare. Should he fail to complete the task within this time frame, it would not merely mean wasted efforts. The system's punishment, 2 gold coins. Furthermore, for the next time he attempted this skill, Liu Xing would need a task completion of 01000, with a remaining time of 2 hours and 30 minutes. In other words, a task must be completed in one go. Failure to do so would only complicate matters as time progressed. Given the system's 4-hour deadline, Liu Xing prudently allocated himself 3 hours and 40 minutes, allowing a margin of 20 minutes for errors. The situation was indeed urgent. Despite its seemingly straightforward nature, the task was deceptively complex. The initial 100 shots were manageable, but after 200, 300, and then 400 repetitions, the muscles began to fatigue, accompanied by the buildup of lactic acid. It was akin to sitting for an extended period. Even if one did nothing, the back would still ache. The same held true for shooting. At first, it was a symphony of swishes, but upon reaching 600 shots, the sounds morphed into dull thuds echoing in the vast gym, especially grating and fostering self-doubt. In just 2 hours, Liu Xing's training attire was completely soaked, leaving him feeling as though he had just emerged from water, steam rising from his head. Even with his exceptional physical prowess, he began to gasp for air. Yet, he dared not pause, not even for a moment, due to that damned red countdown. This red timer loomed over him like a gun to his head. Should he fail to complete the task within the allotted time, it would pull the trigger itself. Chapter 008. Is this truly difficult? Liu Xing was uncertain about how long he had been practicing. He glanced at the task progress in his mind. Task progress. 661. 000 remaining time. 1 hour and 33 minutes. With this pace, Liu Xing was certain to complete the task. At that moment, the training facility door swung open. A tall, muscular figure entered. It was Kobe. Kobe was somewhat surprised to see Liu Xing. At this hour, very few players arrived so early aside from him. He had a fairly vivid impression of Liu Xing, yet offered no further acknowledgement, merely nodding in greeting. Kobe possessed a rather peculiar penchant for competition. Driven by an obsessive need to win, he aimed for nothing less than first place, a quintessential representation of a Virgo. This morning, he was not the first, which greatly irritated him. In order to avoid wasting time, he immersed himself in training, precisely what Liu Xing needed. At 7:30, the Lakers players began to arrive. At this point, the task progress bar read 9:081:000 with a remaining time of 32 minutes. As time progressed, the difficulty escalated. 1,000 shots over 4 continuous hours posed a tremendous challenge to muscular endurance. The head coach, Phil Jackson, had yet to arrive. But he had arranged for an assistant coach to come. Training was scheduled for 8 o'clock, and it was only 7:40 when assistant coach Tom approached Liu Xing. Tom's first words were, "You are Liu Xing. Practicing this is futile. Today's training content is to familiarize yourself with the triangle offense. You have 1 month." Disruptions to training were always quite irksome. Liu Xing's progress coincidentally stands at 9,761,000 with a task duration of 20 minutes. At this moment, Liu Xing's elbows have grown numb and weakened from the continuous hammering. Bang, bang, bang. This is quite detrimental to his confidence. Liu Xing felt a tinge of irritation. The interruption by assistant coach Tom only heightened his agitation. Nevertheless, fostering a good rapport with the coaching staff remained paramount. Liu Xing chose to disregard the taunts from the assistant coach, responding calmly, "Oh, understood. Please grant me just 5 more minutes." With a polite demeanor, he continued, "What do you mean by that?" Tom, noticing Liu Xing's amiable attitude, immediately inquired, "Are you questioning the team's arrangements?" Liu Xing was both infuriated and amused. "What did I mean? What significance could I possibly hold? It was merely a literal interpretation." As he spoke, he immersed himself in his practice, dismissing the foolishness of the assistant coach. You are being polite, yet he truly believes himself to be of great importance. What sort of attitude is this? Is he attempting to play the diva? Why does a mere water cooler speak so loudly? What makes an Eastern person so formidable? The assistant coach was immediately incensed, as if he had ingested gunpowder. Such remarks verge on personal attacks. What is wrong with being Eastern? Did an Eastern person grow up on your family as provisions? Mind your attitude. Liu Xing, feeling disgruntled, retorted sharply. What attitude do you speak of? Was I not instructing you on the triangle offense tactics? Am I in the wrong? Assistant coach Tom replied, "Get lost, do not bother me. I already understand the triangle offense and have no need for it." Liu Xing was displeased by the earlier remarks tinged with racial discrimination. What is wrong with being Eastern? Easterners can also dominate you. Initially intending to speak politely, he now felt that it was unnecessary. If they cannot even learn to respect others, further discussion is futile. The assistant coach, feeling irked, reminded himself that he was an assistant to the legendary coach Phil Jackson. What makes you, an Eastern person, so remarkable? It is my first day teaching you to adapt to new tactics, and you present this attitude? Who do you think you are? After Liu Xing's explosive performance, which solidified his legendary status, Phil Jackson had indeed inquired about Tom's opinion on Liu Xing. At that time, Tom believed that an Eastern individual could never adapt to the NBA. It was merely one game. Now, Liu Xing still refuses to submit to his guidance. This infuriated Tom. He glared at Liu Xing, who was intently focused on shooting practice. What is the use of your practice? You will never get the chance anyway. The assistant coach scoffed coldly. Liu Xing continued to practice, engrossed in his own world. Task progress, 991 out of 1,000. Time remaining, 13 minutes and 24 seconds. Liu Xing appeared oblivious to Tom's words, engrossed in his own practice. Had it not been for that fool, he would have already completed the task. Task progress, 992,1000 remaining time, 13 minutes 15 seconds. Task progress, 996,1000 remaining time, 11 minutes 24 seconds. Task progress, 998,1000 remaining time, 11 minutes 14 seconds. Liu Xing seemed to disregard him entirely. Tom, infuriated, slammed the basketball in his hands and stormed over to Liu Xing. "Hey, I'm talking to you. You need to practice the triangle offense. What are you doing on your own? Do you think this is your home? This is a training camp, a place for drills. Task progress, 999-1000 remaining time. 10 minutes 44 seconds with the last shot. Liu Xing took a deep breath, aimed at the hoop, and elevated himself, channeling power from the ground up. With a fluid motion, he released the ball, and it swished through the net. Task progress, 1000 ding. The system notification chimed, congratulating the host on acquiring the mid-range skill of pinpoint scoring. Skill package received. Liu Xing, who had previously felt a slight weakness in his arms, now found that the sensation of soreness had completely vanished. Are you even listening to me? Assistant coach Tom exclaimed in anger. No, Liu Xing. You need to learn the triangle offense. Tom's voice boomed, drawing the attention of nearly all the Lakers players who had gathered nearby. The shift in atmosphere prompted the players to converge around them. I don't need to, Liu Xing replied confidently. Upon hearing his words, not only Tom but even Kobe wore expressions of incredulity, and one could only imagine the reactions of the others. You don't need to learn the triangle offense? Such a statement seemed utterly audacious. It was one thing for a seasoned veteran to take time to grasp the intricacies of the triangle offense, but for a rookie like him to make such a claim was simply laughable. Tom, infuriated yet amused, retorted, so you mean to say you already understand everything? Liu Xing remained silent, yet he could effortlessly articulate the intricacies of the triangle offense, even with his eyes closed. Very well. Today I shall grant you an opportunity to showcase your understanding, Tom declared with a sardonic smile, subsequently arranging a scrimmage and placing Liu Xing in the starting lineup. Although Kwame Brown was resistant to this decision, he dared not oppose Tom. As the situation unfolded, many began to question Liu Xing's capabilities. Undeniably, Liu Xing possessed remarkable physical talent, yet the triangle offense was not easily comprehended by just anyone. Who could argue otherwise? Even Zhu had yet to grasp its complexities. Such arrogance was unfounded. His boasting had reached astronomical levels. It was time for Tom to rectify this. Kobe, witnessing the scene, undoubtedly held Liu Xing's earnest demeanor in high regard. Nevertheless, even with his prodigious basketball skills, it had taken Kobe an extensive period to fully comprehend the triangle offense when he first encountered it. His ability to grasp concepts was among the elite in the league. Liu Xing, however, was merely a novice. Kobe wished to spare Liu Xing from disappointment, promptly asserting that this was beyond the reach of a newcomer and unnecessary. Tom was equally convinced that Liu Xing would falter. Ignorance was ignorance, and there was no need for arrogance. Did he truly believe himself invincible? Such notions were misguided. The world was in constant flux, and nothing remained unchanged. He was merely a rookie. A touch of humility would serve him well. Yet, did Liu Xing exhibit any? He did not. Instead, he pondered whether it was truly necessary for the teammates to treat him this way. Observing Liu Xing's demeanor, Tom mockingly remarked, I would eat feces upside down if you truly understood. The moment the words left his mouth, the Lakers players on the sidelines were momentarily stunned before erupting into a chorus of derisive laughter. No one believed Liu Xing could accomplish it. Kwame Brown, feeling threatened by the loss of his position, proclaimed to his teammates, I assure you, if Liu Xing can indeed comprehend the triangle offense, I will also defecate upside down. Kwame's declaration elevated the atmosphere to a peak of tension and amusement. Just then, the doors of the training camp swung open. It was the Zen Master. Chapter 009. Is he truly just a rookie? Tom embellished the situation to the Zen Master, hoping for his support. However, the Zen Master simply replied, What are you waiting for? Let us begin. Seeing the Zen Master's lack of response, Tom shot Liu Xing a glare, thinking to himself, Let the Oriental prepare for embarrassment. Starting lineup: Fisher, Kobe, Odom, Liu Xing, and Zhu. Bench players: Farmar, Vujasic, Walton, Turieff, and Kwame Brown. The starters are in for a surprise. Tom eagerly awaits Liu Xing's splendor, and Kwame Brown shares the sentiment. However, Liu Xing ultimately disappoints them. In truth, the triangle offense is quite comprehensible. Its essence lies in creating mismatches for one-on-one situations, allowing superstars to take on defenders individually. Without a singular star capable of dominating the game, such an approach becomes ineffective. Coincidentally, under Phil Jackson's guidance, players like Jordan, Kobe, and Shaquille thrived, leading to success. Liu Xing, however, is not Shaquille O'Neal. Yet, he possesses the potential to emulate Pau Gasol, who serves as a pivotal player. Liu Xing's vision, wingspan, and awareness are more than sufficient to support his potential as an exceptional pivot. Moreover, Liu Xing possesses a pinpoint shooting ability, disregarding environmental factors, which Gasol lacks. The game commences. The starting team controls the ball. Zhu and Liu Xing position themselves in a high-low setup. Fisher passes the ball to Kobe. Kobe, along with Zhu and Gasol, forms a triangle. Vujasic is certainly unable to contain him, and Walton, tasked with defending Liu Xing, must advance to confront Kobe. With a swift flick, Kobe sends the ball to Liu Xing, positioned at the free throw line's elbow, an open shot. Without hesitation, he releases the ball. This is the first opportunity. Swish. The ball goes in. The Zen master nods in satisfaction, as this is precisely what he requires. Why is it that currently, whether it's Walton, Turieff, or Kwame Brown, none of them can effectively play alongside Zhu? The core remains these individuals, all possessing rudimentary skills. When they receive the ball, they merely charge forward. Zhu is stationed in the paint, while the opponents lie in wait. If you attempt to drive in with the ball, unless your prowess is truly exceptional, this would only lead to demise. Liu Xing's pass deftly resolved the issue at hand, akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a mouse. Reluctantly, Tom noted a 2-point score for Liu Xing on the scoreboard. Liu Xing returned the slap to him, being left in the lurch. Yet he still persisted and made his way back. Such extraordinary luck. Tom, viewing the world through tinted lenses, remarked with palpable jealousy. Liu Xing has returned. If the opponent dares to allow it, he will seize the opportunity. He single-handedly secured the initial 6 points. Modesty is key. Being able to shoot does not equate to mastering the triangle offense, Tom murmured. Conversely, Zen Master remained silent, instead watching Liu Xing with fervent enthusiasm, even offering rare applause. On the court, Kobe, too, exhibited an unusual display of camaraderie by high-fiving Liu Xing and giving him a playful pat on the backside, exclaiming, "Well done. I need more of this from you." Kobe understood the significance of Liu Xing's mid-range shot, recognizing that it would alleviate much of the defensive pressure he faced, making the game considerably easier. Liu Xing's skillful shot has revealed its true value. This development has made Walton hesitant to double-team Kobe. With no double-team on Kobe, he disregards the defensive circumstances and engages in indiscriminate one-on-one play, rendering Vujasic inadequate. Kwame Brown is also reluctant to step up, as behind him stands the eager Zhu, who is keen to prove himself in the new season and is vying for a lucrative contract with the essence of an all-star. Each point of this triangle must be meticulously guarded. Liu Xing's presence has transformed the defensive dynamics. The bench team is compelled to allocate additional resources to counter these formidable strengths and provide assistance in defense. Once they undertake such measures, Liu Xing, as the central figure, first orchestrates a play that allows Odom to cut through the defense, leading to a thunderous dunk beneath the basket. He hangs effortlessly on the rim, savoring the moment, and, craving for more, performs a pull-up on the rim with both hands. As a pivotal figure, Liu Xing has liberated Odom's offensive prowess. Furthermore, Odom is often referred to as the Little Magician, complementing Liu Xing perfectly. Having just been invigorated by Liu Xing, Odom, with the ball in hand, received a celestial signal from Liu Xing, who pointed skyward. Instantly understanding, Odom launched the ball high into the air. The throw reached an impressive altitude, prompting Tom to exclaim in disbelief, "This kind of play is outrageous." Yet, to Liu Xing, it was still insufficient. With a wingspan of 2.34 meters, it is not merely for show, but rather, it resonated with a thunderous crash. Liu Xing found himself suspended in the air, resembling a spider hanging from the rim as he effortlessly caught the ball with one hand. "Liu, I adore you," exclaimed Odom, who promptly approached Liu Xing to engage in a chest bump, exuberantly howling towards the heavens. Over the past 2 years, both Kobe and Odom had felt discontent during their time with the Lakers, but now, at last, a player had emerged who could liberate Odom as potential, allowing him to play with ease. In every Lakers game, Fisher's presence was often overlooked, for his talents were undeniably limited, leaving only his clutch shooting ability to be remembered. However, with Liu Xing on the court, Fisher found himself with 5 opportunities beyond the arc elated. He took 5 shots and made 4, reveling in the joy of his performance. In that moment, he felt like an offensive guard, triumphantly declaring, "Who else can do this?" "Stay for dinner tonight." Liu. Fisher, usually so stingy, generously invited Liu Xing, who had effortlessly integrated himself into the team. The Zen master merely applauded at first, but as the game progressed into the second quarter, his excitement bubbled over as he began to dance, performing a tango with glee. His pinkies raised to his lips as he whistled joyfully, his face alight with delight. Isn't Liu Xing precisely the person he has been longing for? The assistant coach, Tom, with a furrowed brow, was diligently recording statistics in the data column. Remarkably, in just the second quarter, Liu Xing had already amassed 12 points, 10 assists, 9 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block. The Lakers' starting lineup dominated the game, while the bench displayed no semblance of resistance, managing a mere 12 points by halftime. In stark contrast, the Lakers' primary squad unleashed a staggering 62 points, completely overpowering their opponents in both offense and defense. The bench players were utterly demoralized. As the game commenced, Kwame Brown still had a bit of bounce in his step. He hoped to witness Liu Xing emulate his own performance. Despite the Zen Master's 6 months of instruction on the triangle offense, he still grasped it only superficially, secretly wishing to see Liu Xing reprimanded. Yet, he was mistaken in his expectations. Liu Xing and the triangle offense are perfectly harmonious, and nothing surpasses this perfection. Their connection is seamless. Liu Xing seems as though he was destined for this tactical system. Kwame Brown was left utterly astounded by Liu Xing's performance, exclaiming in disbelief, "How is this possible? The disparity between individuals is astonishing. His physical gifts surpass even mine, and his intelligence is unparalleled." Walton's initial impression of Liu Xing was that of an Eastern individual. Yet he still wished to compete for the starting power forward position. Given his astuteness, he quickly discerned the situation and refrained from further pursuit. With explosive physical attributes and a profound understanding of tactics, Liu Xing operates on a different plane altogether. Coupled with his commendable shooting skills and impressive height and wingspan, if afforded time, he could very well become another unstoppable force for the Lakers, a veritable monster in one-on-one situations. Chapter 010, Kobe's arch-nemesis, the Suns. Assistant coach Tom could only bow in submission. Liu Xing exhibited a profound understanding of the triangle offense on the court. Some aspects were within his grasp, while others remained elusive yet still made sense. Indeed, there was nothing erroneous in their execution. In just half a game, Liu Xing delivered an impressive 15 assists, which speaks volumes. Observing Liu Xing's dexterous maneuvers, akin to a masterful chef skillfully carving meat, Tom's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression increasingly incredulous. Even the esteemed Zen Master, a legendary coach who had skillfully employed this strategy to secure 9 championship titles, found certain elements of Liu Xing's play perplexing. Nevertheless, Liu Xing consistently left audiences in awe after executing the tactics, prompting gasps of disbelief. Could this truly be possible? The Zen Master was thoroughly impressed. As the long-anticipated final whistle blew, the starters triumphed over the substitutes with a resounding score of 102-30. In this match, Kobe Bryant amassed 32 points, 5 assists, 3 rebounds, 1 steal, and 2 blocks, an admirable performance. Yet, the true impact was made by Liu Xing, boasting a remarkable plus-minus of 30, in contrast to Kobe's 20. By the end of the game, Liu Xing had tallied 18 points, 23 assists, 15 rebounds, 6 blocks, and 1 steal, effectively winning over the season's main players. As the game concluded, Kobe was the first to approach Liu Xing, exclaiming, "You were phenomenal. You are truly born for the triangle offense." Lamar Odom joined in, playfully thumping Liu Xing on the chest, declaring, "From this day forth, you are my brother." Derek Fisher chimed in, suggesting, "Let's not rush off after training camp. Dinner's on me." It seemed Fisher had also enjoyed a stellar performance. Kwame Brown, eager to join the accolades, approached Liu Xing to congratulate him. "Well done, Liu." However, Liu Xing's previously cheerful demeanor suddenly darkened. "Good spirits are reserved for the right people," he retorted, "and you, Kwame Brown, are not one of them. I recall you just mentioned something about eating excrement while inverted. Coincidentally, Tom suggested you two would make a fine pair. I eagerly anticipate your performance." He offered no reprieve, leaving Kwame Brown visibly vexed. Assistant coach Tom, awakening from his astonishment, sincerely apologized to Liu Xing, acknowledging, "I was narrow-minded in my earlier judgment. You have indeed mastered the triangle offense." His demeanor was earnest, and he even bowed in respect to Liu Xing. Liu Xing, harboring a small heart, was reluctant to grant forgiveness. However, one must consider the master when dealing with a dog. Nevertheless, Tom yielded. Liu Xing paid no heed to the trivialities surrounding him, deliberately lingering on Kwame Brown for a moment. At that juncture, Kwame Brown had his head bowed, his complexion obscured, making it impossible to discern whether he was blushing. Nonetheless, it was evident that he felt quite embarrassed. To exacerbate matters, Anjou had also joined in the fray, proclaiming with bravado that a man should face challenges head-on. Walton, ever the opportunist, promptly aligned himself with the prevailing sentiment, making it clear whose side he was on. Although Kwame Brown was his friend, he preferred to avoid being the subject of ridicule. Indeed, Kwame's words carried weight. In response, Liu Xing refrained from engaging in further banter. Instead, gathering his belongings in preparation to depart, he would never genuinely demand that Kwame Brown endure such indignity. It was simply too repugnant. Liu Xing was also retained by the Zen master for a private discussion. Do you hold the triangle offense in high regard? How long have you been studying it? The Zen master, brimming with pride, acknowledged that while the triangle offense was not an original strategy of his own, he had certainly elevated it to new heights. There was a hint of self-aggrandizement in his words. Liu Xing found it difficult to express his true feelings. Should he claim a sudden enlightenment? You are quite impressive. I have decided that you will be a starter in the next game, so prepare yourself. Of course, do not place too much pressure on yourself, the Zen master advised. Liu Xing expressed that he felt no pressure whatsoever. He simply did not anticipate the rapid pace of events. Of course, coach, he affirmed. Let us give it our all. The second game of the regular season was set to take place at the Staples Center, home of the Los Angeles Lakers, where they would face the Phoenix Suns. Although both team captains, Nash and Kobe, had amiably proclaimed that this was merely an ordinary regular season match, their bodies told a different story. At 8 p.m., they were set to compete against the Suns. Liu Xing arrived at the gym 3 hours early, while the team's requirement was to arrive 2 hours in advance for warm-ups. He initially thought he had arrived too soon. However, this time, he notably realized that he was the last to arrive. From Kobe to Walton, every player, including the less combative Kwame Brown, exhibited a fiery intensity in their eyes. After the warm-up, Liu Xing entered the locker room, where the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the usual lively ambience. It was eerily quiet. Within that silence, even the sound of a falling pin would be distinctly audible. The atmosphere was decidedly off. Liu Xing contemplated. Indeed, after the Zen master's tactical arrangements, it was Kobe's turn to speak. He gathered everyone close, uttering but a few words. Revenge. Let us crush those scoundrels. The eyes of the crowd blazed with an intense fire, resembling a hunger for blood. Was this truly meant to be an ordinary regular season match? Liu Xing is also capable of comprehension. Over the past 2 years, the Lakers have faced the Suns in the first round of the playoffs, suffering elimination twice, once with a score of 4-1 and another time trailing 3-1 before being overturned. Beyond the stark statistics, Liu Xing, as a devoted fan, is acutely aware of the depth of animosity between the Lakers and the Suns. He has witnessed those 2 playoff series through videos, where the exchanges escalated from verbal confrontations on the court to physical altercations. The brawls between the two teams became a common occurrence, most notably when Raja Bell infamously executed a chokehold on Kobe Bryant, leaving the latter with a bloody lip that required 14 stitches. Such incidents were far too numerous to count on one's fingers, reaching a severity that even the usually composed Zen master found it necessary to confront Steve Nash directly. The gravity of the situation is evident. As the new season dawns, the Suns arrive at the Staples Center with trepidation, wary of the hostile reception from the fans. From the very moment the Suns supporters enter the arena, the jeers from the Lakers faithful resonate with an intensity capable of shaking the rafters, piercing through eardrums. In such an environment, it is no small feat for players to maintain their composure, let alone perform. However, for the Suns, who have emerged victorious for the past 2 years, they approach the challenge with a sense of calm, sharing laughter among themselves. This nonchalance infuriates the Lakers supporters, who seethe with resentment, eager to see their rivals torn asunder. The atmosphere reaches a fever pitch. In the 10 minutes leading up to the game, both coaches reveal their starting lineups, with Kwame Brown being replaced by Liu Xing, a move that raises eyebrows. Esteemed ESPN basketball commentator Stephen A. Smith, known as the American version of Yang E, questions the rationale behind Phil's decision, pondering whether it was a lapse in judgment. He argues that allowing an Eastern player to start in such a critical game is a considerable risk, suggesting that Liu Xing's slender frame would be no match for Amare Stoudemire. Chapter 011, Taking Down the Little Overlord Who Could Disagree? His partner echoes this sentiment, expressing disdain for Liu Xing's seemingly timid demeanor, yet asserting that he is a preferable option over the Eastern player. Yang Yi continues his critique. In the live studio, host Ko Fan begins, exclaiming his surprise at Liu Xing's ascension to the Lakers' starting power forward position, a development he did not anticipate. Teacher Yang Yi, what are your thoughts on this? He inquires, genuinely pleased for Liu Xing's achievement. It is indeed thrilling to witness an Eastern player, apart from Yao Ming, stepping onto the NBA stage in such a manner. Naturally, I share in Liu Xing's joy, as he finds himself in the starting power forward role in just his second professional game. Nevertheless, to be frank, given his current capabilities, it remains questionable whether he is suited for such a position. Yang Yi expressed a distinctive perspective. While he possesses many admirable qualities, his tendency to show off is truly beyond words. How should one articulate this? Teacher Yang, Kufan inquired. Let us set aside the distant issue of becoming a target for the moment. In this particular match against the Suns, Liu Xing faced off against Stoudemire. Leaving aside the proficiency in tactics and physical conditioning, let us focus solely on the aspect of weight. Liu Xing weighs 101 kilograms, while Stoudemire weighs 125 kilograms. This creates a staggering difference of approximately 25 kilograms. We are aware that Stoudemire's style of play is explosive, with a weight advantage of 25 kilograms. When he charges at you, one can only imagine the implications. Yang Yi speaks truthfully. However, in the previous match, he successfully defended against Yao Ming. Kufan remarked that Yao is a technical player, while Stoudemire embodies a more ferocious style. These are entirely different concepts. Furthermore, the long-standing rivalry between the Lakers and the Suns is palpable. While both teams may claim that this is merely an ordinary regular season game, do not be deceived. It is bound to be intensely competitive, as evidenced by their historical encounters. Yang Yi remains quite professional, at the very least. He accurately points out that both teams will commence the match with full force rather than engaging in a period of mutual probing. The Lakers' starting lineup includes Fisher, Kobe, Odom, Liu Xing, and Bynum. The Suns' starting lineup features Nash, Bell, Marion, Stoudemire, and Darko Milicic. From the outset, the atmosphere is charged with tension. Bynum wins the tip-off. Fisher advances the ball past half-court. Kobe calls for the ball, facing Bell's defense. They are old adversaries, and as they clash, the crowd erupts with a chorus of boos directed at Bell. Tear him apart, crush him. In this charged environment, Kobe becomes invigorated, displaying his triple threat stance, dribbling, and swiftly slipping past. Bell, despite his attempts at defense, finds it futile. Consequently, as Kobe brushes past his shoulder, Bell resorts to a foul, tackling Kobe to the ground. Such a blatant foul at the start of the game, especially in the Lakers' home court, takes audacity. The crowd's jeers resound, engulfing Bell, yet he remains unfazed. Having grown accustomed to such scrutiny, it was precisely this sort of underhanded tactics that allowed the Suns to overturn a 1-3 deficit against the Lakers in the past. Kobe, ignited with fury, is ready to retaliate. His eyes widen, and his right index finger points accusingly at Bell, challenging him. You want to fight? Bring it on. I'm not afraid. Bell, intentionally provoking, remains unfazed. Should the situation escalate to ejection, he has little to lose in facing Kobe. Sensing the escalating tension, Liu Xing rushes in to intervene, while Kobe, fueled by past disappointments of a 3-1 lead against the Suns that ended in reversal, is understandably incensed. If he had been ejected just once less, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Liu Xing promptly steps in to shield Kobe, urging him to calm down. Bell's actions, indeed, crossed the line, prompting the referee to issue a technical foul. Strictly speaking, this should have warranted an ejection for malicious conduct. However, the referee refrains from taking such action. Kobe remains dissatisfied, ready to engage in confrontation at any moment. A rather juvenile response. Ultimately, basketball is still a game of the ball. Liu Xing remained remarkably composed throughout. When Bell was assessed a technical foul and Kobe stepped up to the free throw line, it was evident that his mindset had been affected. He astonishingly missed the free throw, indicating a significant shift in his mental state. Subsequently, during his next offensive play, he unexpectedly recorded a rare air ball. Meanwhile, the Suns seized this opportunity to execute a splendid offensive display. The pick and roll between Nash and Stoudemire was executed with breathtaking precision, as Nash delivered a perfectly timed pass through a narrow opening directly to Stoudemire. The sheer physicality of Stoudemire, a player known for his raw athleticism, relished such moments, as a simple pick and roll granted him a clear path to the basket, igniting his exhilaration to unprecedented heights. Charging toward the rim, he was an unstoppable force. Who could stand in his way? His intensity was unmatched. He soared, hanging on the rim in sheer jubilation, and in the presence of a maestro like Nash, his pride was momentarily diminished. The thrill was palpable. As American commentator Yang Yi remarked, "Did you see that? What did I tell you?" He asserted that if he deemed something impossible, it was indeed so. However, In the next possession, Liu Xing deciphered the strategy, alleviating Kobe's predicament and creating an opportunity for the unassuming Zhu, who received the ball at the three-point line in Fischer's hands. Such an opportunity was one Fischer could hardly afford to miss, and with a swish, the ball found its mark. Liu Xing provided an assist to Fischer, who successfully made a three-point shot, initiating a counterattack. However, Liu Xing remained unnoticed. The Suns took possession of the ball. Nash and Stoudemire executed a pick-and-roll, a combination that was, frankly, quite formidable. Nash could shoot at will, his range extending both within and beyond the three-point arc. As for Stoudemire, when he charged in from the free-throw line, he was virtually unstoppable. This was the tactic the Suns employed, with D'Antoni aiming to unleash a powerful strategy right from the outset to overpower the Lakers. After the pick, Fischer was not quick enough in his defense against Nash, leaving him with an open shot. Fischer, burdened by age, was genuinely no match for Nash. Liu Xing was already aware of this characteristic, so he swiftly moved to provide assistance. However, he was unable to intercept. Once any stance on the field becomes predictable, it becomes exceedingly easy to be countered. Liu Xing was acutely aware of this. The moment Nash saw Liu Xing lunging forward, he reacted instantly, delivering a precise pass. Stoudemire found himself unguarded, receiving a bounce pass that set him face-to-face with the basket. With the ball in hand, he charged towards the hoop, his speed reaching its zenith. As Stoudemire propelled himself forward, he appeared formidable. Although the Lakers center, Bynum, possessed size, he was no match for Stoudemire's explosive approach, and his limited athleticism was glaringly insufficient. Stoudemire, with the ball, spread his wings like a great eagle, poised to execute his signature gliding dunk. The moment Nash released the ball, Liu Xing responded with remarkable timing. Few could manage such a feat, but Liu Xing's physical prowess and agility were extraordinary. Stoudemire felt a surge of delight, relishing the prospect of dominating his opponent in this manner. He had even envisioned how he would celebrate in response to the jeers from the Lakers' home crowd. Yet Liu Xing interrupted his thoughts, reminding him that it was still too early. Just as Stoudemire was about to wreak havoc upon the basket, Liu Xing emerged from the side, executing a thunderous block that took Stoudemire completely by surprise, leaving him in a state of disbelief. His face reflected incredulity. Surely, this was too unbelievable. The fans at Staples Center were equally astounded, struggling to comprehend the reality of the moment. Could such a play truly exist? Over 18,000 spectators simultaneously turned their heads, seeking confirmation of the astonishing event. Once assured, the arena's DJ was overwhelmed by the tidal wave of their exuberant cheers. In the live broadcast room, host Kafan could barely contain his excitement, exclaiming, "What have I just witnessed?" Stoudemire was denied by Liu Xing. It is utterly shocking. This display was nothing short of extraordinary. Yang Yi's eyes nearly bulged out of his head, his expression one of disbelief. In the ESPN studio, the commentators echoed the sentiment, questioning, "Is this for real? Can this Eastern player possess such athletic prowess?" Yang Yi from the United States marveled, yet he lamented, "What a pity. If only he could gain some weight in the latter stages of his career, he might evolve into a commendable blue-collar player." He remained skeptical about Liu Xing, particularly due to the label of being an Oriental that is attached to him. This sentiment is especially pronounced when Stoudemire was blocked and sought to reason with the referee. He was met with indifference and, due to his agitated remarks, was promptly assessed a technical foul. This only served to inflame his anger further. Directing his ire towards Liu Xing, his expression suggested a desire to devour Liu Xing whole. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, the score reflected a ball movement to the front court where Odom easily netted 2 points after a misstep. Possession shifted to the Suns. This time, Stoudemire opted against the pick and roll, instead positioning himself in the low post, backing into Liu Xing, intent on overpowering him. Nash, recognizing the opportunity, swiftly crossed half-court and delivered a long pass to exploit this defensive lapse. In the live broadcast, I assert that Nash is the finest guard in the league today, owing to his exceptional ability to identify and exploit weaknesses. Whenever even the slightest gap appears on the court, Nash is adept at seizing it. Liu Xing, tasked with contending against Stoudemire's formidable physique, finds himself in a challenging predicament, as noted by Yang Yi. In another broadcast, American commentator Yang Yi echoed similar sentiments, though with a more extreme perspective, suggesting that Stoudemire might fracture Liu Xing's ribs. Perhaps Coach Zen should consider substituting in a more robust player, such as Kwame Brown. On the court, Stoudemire, with his back to the basket, prepared to assert his dominance over Liu Xing. Nash's passing was, without a doubt, impeccable. The precision and length of his delivery were remarkable. If his coaching prowess were to match even a fraction of his passing technique, then owner Tsai would not have suffered such significant losses. Liu Xing pondered silently. However, what perplexed him was why Nash was so confident that this rough player, Stoudemire, could contend with him. Stoudemire, with his back to the basket, held the ball, facing Liu Xing. Liu Xing was aware that Xiaoxi lacked the ability to turn his back. Thus, it would not be as simple as it seemed for him to take a seat. Indeed, Xiaoxi wished to sit beside Liu Xing, but he merely perceived Liu Xing's physique as slender and fragile, desiring to occupy the space next to him. Liu Xing cleverly turned the tables. Xiaoxi exerted all his strength in an attempt to overpower Liu Xing, his determination seemingly fierce enough to break Liu Xing's ribs. Liu Xing chose not to endure this time, although he certainly could have. Retreating was, without a doubt, the wisest choice. He withdrew. Little S found himself without support and tumbled ungracefully, his fall akin to a dog-esque misstep. The referee, with a sharp whistle, ruled it a traveling violation. In the ESPN livestream, the commentator from America remarked on Little S's overly rudimentary skills, noting that this time, the Eastern player was fortunate to evade disaster. In the XL livestream, the analysis continued, acknowledging that this approach could indeed be effective. However, Little S was no fool. He could not rely on this tactic repeatedly. As Yang Yi astutely pointed out, as expected, in the next play, Nash sought out Little S once again, who positioned himself with his back to Liu Xing. This time, Little S had learned. His movements were not overly pronounced, exerting merely 70% of his strength. Though it was only 70%, Little S was confident it would suffice to overpower Liu Xing. Yet, he underestimated Liu Xing. It was true that Liu Xing's physique was slender, but his strength was fully realized. With Little S pressing down, Liu Xing remained resolute and unmoving. As Little S intensified his efforts, Liu Xing still stood firm. Frustration mounted for Little S, his dark complexion tinged with a hint of red as he summoned all his strength to push down, yet Liu Xing remained unyielding. This Eastern player possessed something remarkable. With time slipping away, Little S attempted a hasty pivot, releasing the ball in a rush. He aimed to shoot, but it was futile. In a swift motion, Liu Xing sprang into action as if his legs were equipped with springs, executing a magnificent volleyball-style block. Little S found himself at the mercy of Liu Xing. Liu Xing's performance sent waves of exhilaration coursing through the audience, especially when facing an infuriating opponent like the Suns. The fervent cheers of Lakers fans engulfed the arena completely. The atmosphere was electric. Surprisingly, even the formidable Stoudemire found himself unable to withstand Liu Xing's prowess. Host Kafan, overwhelmed with excitement, struggled to articulate his thoughts, while Yang Yi expressed his astonishment, exclaiming about the immense core strength on display. It was impossible not to be impressed. Meanwhile, in the ESPN broadcast, questions arose regarding Stoudemire's lackluster performance. His back-to-basket game was not his forte, as he needed to attack head-on. Once he initiated that charge, it seemed the Eastern players would be torn asunder. Meanwhile, Yang Yi from the United States began to strategize. Stoudemire, visibly infuriated, had flames of fury flickering in his eyes, as if he longed to devour Liu Xing. What nonsense! Liu Xing, bemused by the antics of this towering figure, couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Liu Xing exclaimed something in Chinese that the bewildered Big C could not comprehend. "You truly are amusing," he remarked. Confused, Big C inquired, "What did you say?" Liu Xing replied with a smile, "I was praising you." Feeling a sense of offense, Big C's anger flared, yet Liu Xing remained unfazed, effortlessly highlighting the disparity between them. Those insufferable Easterners. Big C clenched his fists in frustration, muttering indignantly. Liu Xing exhibited formidable defense as the Lakers commenced the match with remarkable vigor, launching an impressive 6-0 run. The Suns, however, remained unperturbed. As an offensive powerhouse, such a deficit was hardly daunting. Nash orchestrated the tempo of the game, maintaining his faith in Stoudemire, despite 2 consecutive turnovers. He opted to isolate Stoudemire against Liu Xing. Nash pondered the curious nature of Liu Xing's vulnerability. Was it not evident to all? The disparity in physique was stark. Clearly, Nash aimed to exploit Liu Xing's weaknesses. Yet, to his surprise, none of the Lakers players offered assistance. Instead, they observed with keen interest as Stoudemire engaged Liu Xing in a one-on-one confrontation. What was the rationale behind their confidence in the Eastern player? Was it a reflection of disdain for Stoudemire? After all, Stoudemire was an all-star caliber player. Given the opportunity presented, it was only logical for him to seize the moment. Once more, Stoudemire initiated his assault on Liu Xing, this time backing him down before pivoting to face him, a maneuver in which Stoudemire excelled. Liu Xing is aware of this. In a low position, one-on-one, it truly propels him forward, making it exceptionally difficult to defend against. However, that applies to the average individual. Liu Xing is no ordinary individual. At this moment, Stoudemire is seething with rage, eager to confront Liu Xing in order to validate his prowess. He thinks to himself, if I can't rely on my back-to-basket game, surely I can utilize my face-up skills. However, Liu Xing counters his assumptions. In Chapter 013, the Lakers' godfather prepares to strike. West is poised to take action. Liu Xing has Stoudemire completely under his control. When it comes to speed, who can rival Liu Xing at his height? In terms of strength, Liu Xing is at peak capacity. Stoudemire should not even attempt to showcase his abilities. In the moment Stoudemire attempts to dribble, Liu Xing seizes the ball with astonishing swiftness, initiating a Lakers fast break. Stoudemire is on the verge of despair. Is this Eastern player a demon? He finds himself utterly at a loss. Against Liu Xing, he lacks the technical skill for back-to-the-basket plays. If he were to truly face Liu Xing, he would realize that despite Liu Xing's slender physique, his core strength is remarkably formidable, rendering Stoudemire incapable of overpowering him. Rushing to the basket proves fruitless. Liu Xing's monkey-like wingspan envelopes him completely. After 3 attempts, Stoudemire has 2 turnovers and 1 shot blocked. He is completely outmatched. His offensive efforts yield no results, and defensively, he is equally ineffective. Liu Xing's height and reach surpass his own, and his speed outstrips Stoudemire's. What kind of monster is this? How has he never heard of him before? If someone were to inform Stoudemire that Liu Xing is merely a rookie, he would never believe it. In the XL Live broadcast, commentator Yang Yi is left in awe, exclaiming, "Incredible, truly remarkable. Is he truly a newcomer?" Stoudemire is utterly dominated. In the ESPN live room, an agitated Yang Yi demands to know who is responsible for selecting Stoudemire as an all-star. Who can tell me? He is nothing. At the Staples Center, in a VIP box, an elderly gentleman with silver hair, garbed in a Lakers Kobe Bryant jersey number 8, is clearly a Lakers fan. Yet, due to Liu Xing's relentless fast breaks, the Lakers are soaring, starting the game with a 12-0 lead, forcing their arch-rivals, the Suns, to call a timeout within just 3 minutes. The atmosphere in the arena is electric, with Lakers fans standing in rapt attention, creating a splendid ambience. Let us go. The cheers resonate through the rafters. In stark contrast to this exuberance, the elderly man is slapping his thigh, sighing heavily, and clutching his wallet tightly. I feel deceived. Yet I have no evidence. He mutters to himself. If this continues, how much will the Lakers have to pay him by the end of the season? 20 million? 30 million? 100 million? The elderly gentleman's thoughts wandered aimlessly. Currently, the highest salary on the Lakers belongs to Kobe, amounting to a mere 25 million. Should Liu Xing be awarded a staggering 100 million, owner Jerry Buss would undoubtedly be driven to madness. The old man's heart trembled, his hand clutching a cigarette quivering incessantly. This man is not merely the Lakers' general manager, he is the legendary figure, Jerry West. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Kevin Durant of the Supersonics and Greg Oden of the Trailblazers are also exceptional newcomers, with Oden, in particular, possessing far greater prowess than Liu. West continued to reassure himself. After all, it is implausible for his performance to remain consistently stellar. Perhaps I am indeed overthinking it. The Lakers commenced the game with remarkable fluidity, effectively halting the Suns' momentum. The Suns called for a timeout to make necessary adjustments. Mike D'Antoni replaced center Dwayne Thomas with the versatile Prince Dia. Thomas played a pivotal role in the Suns' defensive strategy. With him on the court, the Suns allowed 102 points. Without him, that number surged to 108. The disparity is significant. Now, with Dia, who is more agile and possesses superior shooting capabilities, the Suns' strategy became apparent. The Suns, an unconventional team in the NBA, rank first in offense yet near the bottom in defense. D'Antoni's tactics are unequivocal, an all-out offensive approach. One cannot deny that D'Antoni possesses remarkable acumen. With Thomas off the court, the Suns' pace accelerated dramatically, a strategy that undoubtedly challenged the Lakers. Liu Xing is rather inconsequential. His speed is entirely adequate. However, N'Ju is not on the same level. The Suns, under the relentless sun, have elevated their pace to unprecedented heights. Initially, N'Ju managed to keep up, but after a few back and forths in this relentless sprint, he became a prime target. Frequently, Just as Zhu reached the three-point arc, the Suns had already executed an offensive play. Before the Lakers could even establish their defense, the Suns had completed their attack. Nash, positioned at the free throw line, executed a jump shot successfully. Kobe's mid-range attempt went unanswered. Nash assisted Marion, who sank a three-pointer. Following the adjustment, the Suns' performance was unexpectedly effective, scoring 5 consecutive points. Liu Xing took a shot from the free throw line. Swish! The ball went in. 5-14. Nash executed a breakthrough, penetrating the Lakers' inner zone with a delicate floater. He aimed at Liu Xing, intending to score, yet ultimately underestimated him. A volleyball-style block ensued, but alas, the ball was seized by Diop. This hefty Frenchman, with the ball in hand, positioned himself at the corner for a three-pointer, launching it directly. This was his favorite spot. 8-14. Kobe, controlling the ball, engaged in a one-on-one with Bell. Bell's incessant little maneuvers irritated Kobe. The shot missed. Underneath the basket, Liu Xing swiftly leaped to execute a putback dunk, securing the points. 8-16. Nash responded vigorously, standing at the top of the arc, targeting the aging Fisher, who struggled to keep pace, and sank a shot. The score read 11-16. As the Suns pressed tenaciously in pursuit of points. After several laps of back and forth, the impatient Zhu failed to receive the ball. When he attempted to set a screen for Kobe, his actions were somewhat excessive, resulting in an offensive foul for the Lakers. Zhu's behavior left Kobe quite frustrated. Turning back, Nash sought out Zhu, exploiting his inability to break free, and launched a three-pointer. 14-16, the Suns were on a scoring spree, swiftly narrowing the gap to just 2 points. Kobe began to feel the pressure. Under the basket, Zhu held a physical advantage but did not capitalize, opting to isolate Bell. According to Kobe's strategy, the one-on-one would not cease until successful. Unfortunately, the mid-range shot fell short. Fortunately, Liu Xing was there to support. Liu Xing emerged swiftly from the throng, launching himself with remarkable agility. He forcefully propelled the ball into the hoop, leaving Shaoxi as a mere backdrop. The score stands at 14-18. Liu Xing stabilizes the situation. The Suns are relentlessly pursuing, having found their rhythm, while the Lakers are burdened by the significant weakness of Zhu, a point that Kobe vehemently criticized. This time, Zhu attempted to defend but was overly aggressive, allowing Marion to capitalize. Marion took a step into the paint and executed a mid-range shot, a sweet spot for him, akin to an easy score. With the score at 16-18, the Suns' offense flowed smoothly, proving insurmountable for the Lakers. The Lakers' attack faltered. Kobe attempted to break through, but to no avail. Under the basket, Liu Xing was firmly boxed out, while Stoudemire was overwhelmed by Liu Xing's force. This time, securing the rebound was imperative, otherwise their value would diminish. Yet, Liu Xing remained undeterred. With a swift move, he soared above to seize the rebound and seamlessly converted it into a basket. The score stood at 16-20. Without pause, the Suns surged forward again. Nash assisted the Frenchman Diop, who appeared to be on fire today, his shooting touch exquisite. A three-pointer from the baseline followed. The score was now 19-20 as the Suns displayed formidable offensive prowess. The Lakers struggled to keep pace, with only a 1-point deficit. Phil Jackson refrained from calling a timeout, allowing his players to resolve the matter themselves. Kobe continued to indulge in solo plays. Finally, he executed a turnaround jumper reminiscent of Jordan. The score was now 19-22. As the Suns became increasingly difficult to contain, Nash initiated a pick and roll, switching his defender to Liu Xing. Utilizing his speed, Nash attempted to exploit the mismatch, but Liu Xing, with his long, monkey-like arms, remained a constant presence. Nash was thwarted. As time dwindled, he passed the ball to Diop, who displayed remarkable clutch ability. In the final second, he caught the ball and released a shot, hitting it just in time. The touch was searing. There was no one left to rely on. Both teams found themselves tied, 22-22, yet the Zen master refrained from calling a timeout. The players adjusted on their own. The Lakers' strategy revolved around Kobe's isolation plays. When in form, Kobe proved to be virtually uncontainable, executing his signature fadeaways. Consequently, in the first quarter, the teams exchanged blows, with the score oscillating back and forth. There were 5 lead changes, with the largest margin being no more than 3 points. The first quarter concluded at a stalemate of 35-35. The second quarter mirrored the first. The score stood at 60-60 when the formidable adversary stood resolutely against any opposition. However, as the second half commenced, the tide shifted dramatically. The Suns erupted. launching a staggering 12-0 run at the beginning of the third quarter, indicating a potential runaway trend in the game. While the point differential appeared modest, the implications were significant. The Lakers were not known for their traditional offensive intensity. Their attack and defense were relatively balanced. Being behind at halftime indicated that the Lakers were genuinely struggling to defend against the Suns. Yet, when the Suns accelerated their pace, they became exceedingly difficult to restrain unless they faltered in their shooting. Trailing by 12 points posed a daunting challenge. For the Lakers to close the gap, they needed to score while simultaneously fortifying their defense against their opponents. This was essential for any chance of recovery. However, with the liability of the sieve-like defense, it proved to be a formidable task. Their transition defense was alarmingly sluggish. The Zen master, having endured the entire first half, could no longer tolerate the situation. He substituted out the struggling player, bringing in Liu Xing for 5 minutes, and Walton stepped onto the court. With Stoudemire lacking shooting capability, he required little attention, while others were urged to focus on three-point attempts, leaving no stone unturned in their efforts. Liu, the penalty area is entrusted to your guardianship. Do you have any concerns? D'Antoni is quite eccentric, and so is the Zen master. The defense was already lacking, and now with the addition of a player like him, such a strategy appears rather audacious in this era. However, to keep pace with the speed of the Suns, this is indeed the most effective approach. Yet, this places a significant demand on the interior players, as they must not only possess speed, but also be capable of providing supplementary defense at the rim. The task is undeniably monumental. Nevertheless, in order to match the velocity of the opponents, there is no alternative. All right. Liu Xing nodded, signaling approval. The interruption concluded, and the match resumed. Zen Master DNP and Zhu's strategy sparked controversy. What was he thinking? It was utterly incomprehensible. With only Liu Xing in the paint, could that suffice? In the live broadcast, Yang Yi voiced his skepticism, questioning Phil Jackson's tactics. What on earth is he doing? I simply cannot fathom it. With Zhu off and Walton on, Liu Xing was left alone in the interior. Wouldn't he be overwhelmed by the opposing team? This posed a significant challenge for Liu Xing. What was Phil Jackson contemplating? It's not that he lacks faith in Liu Xing, but this task seems nearly insurmountable. Host Kafan also remarked, suggesting the removal of nearly, asserting that it is indeed an impossible endeavor. Yang Yi chimed in, Teacher Yang, you've been proven wrong more than once in this match. Do you think there is even a glimmer of possibility this time? Absolutely impossible, Yang Yi responded with confidence. In the ESPN broadcast, American Yang Yi mused, has Phil Jackson lost his mind? The Lakers are doomed. Suns coach Mike D'Antoni, upon witnessing Zen Master's adjustments, quickly grasped the underlying strategy. It was merely an attempt to match his team's pace. Even if they managed to keep up with his tempo and defend against fast breaks, he thought, what can you do against my attacks in the paint? Do you really believe a player from the East can thwart all my assaults at the rim? Such folly. However, in the next moment, D'Antoni was met with a resounding slap of reality. The Lakers regained possession. After a halftime respite and a stern admonition from the Zen Master, Kobe was instructed to trust his teammates. No longer fixated on isolation plays, he sought Liu Xing, who was positioned at the pivot point. Kobe passed the ball to Liu Xing. Stoudemire, clearly wary of Liu Xing's physical prowess, retreated under the basket, refusing to step out. He dismissed Liu Xing's shooting ability from that position, thinking, with such explosive athleticism, his skills must be lacking. Stoudemire envisioned Liu Xing as a mere reflection of himself. Liu Xing, as beautiful as a painting, positioned himself with precision. Suddenly, Little C's gaze froze. An expert can discern the subtleties. Liu Xing's shooting form, coupled with his resolute execution and the confidence that accompanied it, revealed to him that Liu Xing possessed remarkable skill. In the case of Liu Xing's positioning and shooting style, D'Antoni can certainly accommodate. There is no rush. He does not anticipate completely neutralizing the Lakers. What he requires is for the Suns' offensive prowess to overwhelm them. When the Lakers defend with their feet firmly planted on the three-point line, the Suns find themselves with scant opportunities for three-point shots. Observing the Lakers' aggressive positioning, Nash decisively takes control of the ball, penetrating inward to create scoring opportunities. As he approaches Liu Xing, he prepares to unleash a floater. Liu Xing swiftly sprang into action, executing a powerful volleyball spike. The ball fortuitously landed in Bell's hands, and Bell responded with precision. Liu Xing awaited his moment, and with a swift motion, he leaped once more, executing another magnificent block. At that moment, when the ball reached Marion at the free throw line, only 1 second remained on the shot clock. necessitating an immediate release. Liu Xing was a mere 2 meters away, thinking to himself, surely, you have no escape this time. However, who would have imagined that Liu Xing was like a demon, soaring up again? In midair, he delivered yet another spectacular block. Marion was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets in disbelief. It was a flawless defensive maneuver. The Lakers seized possession and swiftly counterattacked, garnering an easy 2 points. After being suppressed for 3 minutes, the Staples Center finally erupted with renewed energy. The deafening cheers filled the arena, as if they might bring the roof down. Zen Master, typically composed, could not help but spring from his seat, exclaiming in delight, "Beautiful." The Lakers bench was in a frenzy. On the court, Kobe, unable to contain his excitement, approached Liu Xing and gave him a chest bump, exclaiming, "Well done, brother." He even playfully patted Liu Xing's rear. Liu Xing was not fond of such antics. He preferred words of encouragement without the unwelcome touch. The Suns players, including Nash, were ensnared by the fear instilled by Liu Xing's prowess. Nash was momentarily stunned. Though he had faced blocks before, especially as a player of his stature, the recent rejection of his signature shot shook his confidence. He had adjusted the angle and quickened his release, yet still fell victim to Liu Xing's defense. This rattled his mindset. Bell shared a similar sentiment. He feared not Kobe, but was intimidated by Liu Xing's extraordinary talent. The latter had no qualms about blocking shots, leaving opponents helpless. On the bench, D'Antoni was equally astonished, leaning forward with wide eyes. The sheer physicality of Liu Xing's abilities was terrifying. His vertical leap, rapid ascent, combined with his height and wingspan, was unparalleled. When had the Lakers produced such a phenomenon? Was this some form of cheating? A complaint? I wish to voice my grievance. In the live broadcast, the host, Kofan, was left utterly speechless. Liu Xing had dominated the Suns' paint with 3 consecutive blocks. I find myself at a loss for words. I cannot think of more fitting vocabulary to describe him. My previous narrow-mindedness has been shattered. To be so humbled is worthwhile. Unassailable. The phrase comes to mind. His defense is impeccable, truly flawless. Should he maintain this level of performance, I would undoubtedly cast my vote for him as the best defensive player. The commentator Yang Yi was utterly subdued. In the ESPN live broadcast, he sat there, speechless, his eyes wide open. He wished to voice his thoughts. Yet the barrage of comments from fans urged him to be silent, declaring, "Enough already. The Phoenix Suns have been ruined by your predictions." The defensive prowess displayed was monumental. An extraordinary performance from the Eastern players. The more the comments persisted, the more Yang Yi felt compelled to assert that this was merely an isolated incident. He believed the Suns had significant opportunities ahead. The moment of reckoning arrived swiftly. The Suns adhered to their prior strategy. Nash, undeterred, sought to challenge Liu Xing once more. He called for a pick and roll, with Stoudemire stepping out, drawing Liu Xing away, and Nash proceeded to engage Liu Xing in a one-on-one confrontation. With the ball in hand, he executed a series of deft maneuvers, only to find himself momentarily frozen in place. Liu Xing's center of gravity remains unchanged. Nash is truly intimidated by Liu Xing's formidable wingspan. His sudden, explosive drives are executed with remarkable speed, rendering typical interior defenders utterly incapable of matching Nash's abrupt and powerful bursts. Although Nash may not appear exceptionally fast, his explosive power is undoubtedly the cornerstone of his prowess, setting him apart from other guards. As Liu Xing was left behind, Nash swiftly charged towards the basket. The Lakers' interior defense was solely manned by Liu Xing, presenting Nash with an open opportunity for an easy layup. Overjoyed, Nash thought to himself, "Is that all there is?" Ultimately, speed reigns supreme in the realm of martial arts. What does your height and wingspan amount to? Yet, at the very moment Nash released the ball, a dark, looming figure surged in from behind. Clang! A resounding rejection. Liu Xing resembled a colossal spider, mercilessly swatting Nash's shot, pinning it firmly against the backboard. Upon hearing the commotion, Nash turned to behold Liu Xing, whose serene smile remained etched upon his face. A look of astonishment washed over him, accompanied by a sharp intake of breath, soon followed by an expression of sheer terror. How could this be? Just moments ago, he had seemingly outmaneuvered him. Cursed be it. The dread instilled by Liu Xing loomed heavily in his heart. Throughout the ensuing offensive play, Nash was perpetually on the lookout for Liu Xing's presence, feeling the need to vigilantly monitor his movements. To him, Liu Xing appeared as a devil, omnipresent and inescapable. With the demon residing within, Nash's confidence waned significantly. In the ESPN broadcast room, American commentator He was far from pleased. Was this Oriental individual even human? He had just delivered a face-slapping response, and without any delay. In his many years of commentary, this was a first for Liu. Liu Xing struck him, leaving his face resembling that of a pig. Nash serves as the engine of the Suns. When the engine is restrained, the offensive prowess of the Suns diminishes significantly. It is crucial to note that D'Antoni's system heavily relies on an exceptional engine, one that can both score independently and orchestrate the play for teammates. When Nash is limited, the Suns encounter considerable difficulties. In contrast, on the Lakers' side, Kobe's willingness to share the ball proves beneficial for both himself and the team, yielding nothing but advantages. Liu Xing received the ball at the center. Little S was hesitant to let him go, for Liu had repeatedly demonstrated his lethal shooting ability from this spot. With 7 attempts, he had succeeded 6 times, boasting an extraordinarily high shooting percentage. Once Little S stepped in, it signified the complete abandonment of the Suns' backcourt. Odom took advantage, soaring for powerful dunks, while Walton joined in, showcasing his finesse with a crafty left-to-right layup. All of this brilliance stemmed from Liu Xing's astute assists. D'Antoni wore a grim expression. According to the pregame strategy and the players' shooting rhythm that evening, the Lakers were expected to secure victory. The beginning of the third quarter appeared promising, but as the period progressed, events unfolded in a manner he had not anticipated, spiraling into utter chaos. The catalyst for this upheaval was none other than Liu Xing, an Eastern rookie, a development that caught D'Antoni completely off guard. Yet, there was little he could do. The Lakers were striking at the Suns' vulnerable points, relying on a barrage of offensive firepower and their superior pace. Now, the Lakers' speed could match their opponents. With fast breaks thwarted, they were relegated to shooting three-pointers, a task at which they excelled, while the Suns were forced to penetrate and create opportunities. This should have aligned with D'Antoni's favorite strategy, aimed at dominating the Lakers' paint. However, Liu Xing's formidable presence and defensive prowess had rendered the Suns' interior utterly dominated. D'Antoni's approach, akin to a relentless bombardment and the principles of modern basketball, completely disregarded the mid-range game, focusing solely on the paint and three-point shots. With three-pointers failing to connect and the paint heavily guarded, the Suns' efficiency plummeted. Conversely, the Lakers unleashed an offensive onslaught reminiscent of the Suns' own style, a barrage that was challenging to defend against. Yet, the triangle offense posed its own complexities, particularly with a playmaker of Liu Xing's caliber on the Lakers roster. His presence at the center revitalized the team's dynamics, leaving the Suns' defense as porous as a sieve. Liu Xing receives the ball at the free-throw line. Should Xiaoxi come up or not? If he does, the Garden will be left unguarded. If he doesn't Liu Xing will take the shot directly. Either choice presents a perilous dilemma. Consuming either option leads to certain demise. Furthermore, with Kobe exerting his influence, the situation becomes even more complex. As the Suns inevitably leave one player unmarked, D'Antoni is at his wit's end. The Lakers narrow the gap to a single point and even manage to take the lead. D'Antoni appears utterly powerless, with no solutions at hand. During this turmoil, he calls for 2 timeouts, yet they yield no effect whatsoever. Ultimately, D'Antoni has no choice but to send in Dakota Thomas. However, this decision proves ineffective. As Dakota enters, the Suns' offensive efficiency plummets, allowing the Lakers' defense to breathe easier. The Suns secure their paint, but aside from the unremarkable Nju, the Lakers possess several sharpshooters. Fisher can shoot. Kobe can shoot. Odom can shoot. Liu Xing is capable of scoring. By the end of the third quarter, the Lakers had widened their lead to 87-70, a 17-point advantage. They decisively outperformed the Suns in that quarter. In the fourth quarter, D'Antoni merely struggled momentarily before conceding defeat. It became evident that they were simply outmatched. This game truly weighed heavily on D'Antoni's psyche. The Lakers had been his old teammates for the past 2 seasons. In 2006, they overcame a 1-3 deficit to achieve a remarkable comeback. This year, they found themselves facing each other once more in the first round of the playoffs. The Suns treated the Lakers as if they were nothing more than a soft fruit, eliminating them with an emphatic 4-1 sweep. The Suns nearly dismantled the Lakers, causing even Kobe to contemplate a trade. This summer, the Lakers did not make any significant moves to bolster their roster. The main lineup remained largely unchanged from last summer's playoffs, with the only addition being Liu Xing. Yet, it was this singular addition that caused D'Antoni considerable distress. The Suns were unexpectedly overwhelmed, as the league's top offense found itself unable to penetrate their defense, driving D'Antoni to the brink of exasperation. Beyond his anger, D'Antoni recognized that the Lakers were no longer the same team as before. They had become formidable. To contend for the championship, the Lakers could not afford to be underestimated. Ironically, they did not even make it into the top 20 of the championship rankings. Liu Xing has risen to prominence, prompting D'Antoni to reflect. Phil Jackson is truly fortunate. Having a player like Kobe on the team is an incredible stroke of luck. And now, with Liu Xing, a defensive cornerstone, it feels akin to assembling a team alongside Kobe and Duncan. Admittedly, while Liu Xing's offensive skills may not yet match those of Duncan, the greatest power forward of all time, one must remember that he is merely a rookie who has just celebrated his 18th birthday, showcasing remarkable physical prowess. Given time, if he elevates his offensive game, how will others contend with him? In 3 years, or at most 5, the league could witness yet another dominant super duo reigning over the NBA. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret for fostering a bitter rivalry between the Suns and the Lakers. In the aftermath, amidst D'Antoni's tumultuous thoughts, the prolonged sound of the final whistle reverberated. The Lakers triumphed over the Suns with a resounding score of 112-89, marking a splendid start to the new season with 2 consecutive victories on home turf. Beyond the streak of wins, what exhilarated the Lakers fans was the display of dominance exhibited by the team. Their offense and defense were seamlessly integrated. They could trade blows with the Suns offensively without faltering, while also effectively neutralizing the league's top-ranked offense. It is noteworthy that the Suns boasted the highest offensive efficiency last season, and their roster had been further fortified during the offseason, ensuring their offensive prowess remained formidable. In their season opener against the strong Nuggets, they still managed to score 122 points, decisively overpowering the capable Denver team. However, in this encounter, the Lakers restricted the Suns to a mere 89 points, preventing them from surpassing the century mark, a rarity indeed. The Suns, despite their decent shooting performance, were undeniably stifled by the Lakers' defense. This exceptional feat can be attributed to the presence of Liu Xing on the team. Throughout the match, the highest scorer for the Lakers was Kobe, with 32 points, complemented by 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, achieving a plus-minus of 10. Nevertheless, both the contribution and plus-minus ratings were highest for Liu Xing. Liu Xing played for 32 minutes throughout the match, achieving an impressive tally of 19 points, 12 rebounds, 12 assists, 10 blocks, and 2 steals. With a staggering plus-minus rating of 31, which is indeed remarkable, it can be described as extraordinary. According to the data provided by the NBA, although the sample size is limited to just 2 games, he has consistently been the standout performer for the Lakers. Liu Xing is not merely a member of the Lakers. Rather, he is an indispensable element within the offensive system orchestrated by the Zen Master. Liu Xing's remarkable performance is indeed a result of Jerry West's astute signing. However, the Lakers' patriarch, Jerry West, now finds himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. There is certainly a sense of joy. He has secured Liu Xing, and the combination of Liu Xing and Kobe is explosive, reminiscent of the legendary duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant. Observing the games, one can discern an offense that is nearly insurmountable and a defense that is equally formidable. As for the renowned ESPN commentator, E.E. from America, who asserts that Eastern players cannot reach prominence, such statements are merely the musings of a commentator lacking insight. Jerry West scoffs at Ye's remarks. It is not Liu Xing who lacks potential, but rather those who underestimate him. He is confident that should a player of Liu Xing's caliber enter the free market, even after just 2 games, teams would eagerly offer him lucrative contracts amounting to millions. This sentiment is merely a manifestation of sour grapes from those who cannot attain the same talent. Nonetheless, there is a tinge of disappointment. Granting Liu Xing such a contract might lead to his dismissal. His unilateral decision regarding the gamble agreement could result in substantial losses. The ramifications could be severe. Even with just 1 game played, West is already filled with regret upon witnessing Liu Xing's prowess. His defensive range covers the entire 3-point line, and despite his slender physique, he possesses remarkable core strength that most cannot withstand. In consecutive matchups against the 1st and 2nd overall picks of the 2002 draft, Liu Xing not only held his own but also asserted his dominance, delivering a performance that was undeniably compelling. While West acknowledges the exceptional talents of Kevin Durant from the Supersonics and Greg Oden from the Trailblazers, he harbors an inexplicable feeling that perhaps Liu Xing could be the Rookie of the Year. This sensation, though inexplicable, becomes more tangible after witnessing Liu Xing's gameplay, leading West to the unsettling realization of its possibility. With this thought, the Lakers patriarch, Jerry West, finds himself gripped by apprehension. Liu Xing is indeed formidable, yet he has only participated in 2 regular season games thus far. It is premature to make any definitive statements. The regular season comprises 82 games, including home and away matches. There remains a multitude of matters awaiting Liu Xing's demonstration of his abilities. Jerry West, who has experienced the game as a player, scout, and general manager, has encountered many exceptionally gifted individuals who began their careers promisingly, showcasing remarkable talent. However, most of them are like fleeting meteors, with only a few evolving into enduring stars. Behind the competition lies a wealth of challenges. Extensive travel, numerous games, and back-to-back matchups necessitate vigilant care of one's physical condition, overcoming various obstacles, and resisting numerous temptations to achieve success. Moreover, Liu Xing faces a critical flaw. His skills are rather rudimentary, making him susceptible to targeted strategies by opponents. It is indeed too early to draw conclusions. Perhaps I am overthinking this. The patriarch of the Lakers comforts himself, advising to remain patient. Liu Xing possesses notable potential, yet has not reached that pinnacle. What could 100 million possibly mean to me? As one ages, thoughts tend to wander. The Lakers patriarch muses humorously. Inside the Staples Center, in the merchandise area, a portly, balding middle-aged man rushed in with his 2 sons after the game. Upon entering, he brandished $300 bills and told the clerk, "I want everything related to the Lakers number 12. The clerk was perplexed. Who exactly is this number 12? Why the sudden surge of fans specifically seeking his merchandise? Typically, fans are solely interested in Kobe's memorabilia. So why is this number 12's jersey also flying off the shelves? She vividly recalled that just a week prior, a conceptual display of that jersey languished in the corner, unwanted, even when offered at a discount. Now, it was inexplicably in high demand. Alas, the store had no stock available. The clerk could only shake her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, we do not have the number 12 jersey." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man grew anxious as his children began to cry. He questioned, "How can there be none? Isn't he the one who dominated the game defensively tonight?" "Lou, I need his jersey." The clerk reiterated her sincere apologies. "I'm truly sorry. We have none in stock." The middle-aged man, displeased, started to make a scene. Ultimately, after a half-hour negotiation, they agreed to exchange contact information and payment, and the store promised to reserve stock for him. Satisfied, the man left with his sons. Once he departed, the clerk immediately called the store manager. "Manager, we have a crisis. The Lakers number 12, Liu Xing's jersey is sold out." Following their match against Phoenix, as a regular rotation player for the Lakers, Liu Xing flew to Golden State to challenge the Warriors. Chunrin was assigned to the starting position. When he stood on the court of the Warriors' Oracle Arena, he was thoroughly defeated, with a free throw score of 65,510. Liu Xing's free throw performance is abysmal, falling below 50%, a feat even more dismal than Shaquille O'Neal's. This unfortunate statistic coincidentally alleviated Liu Xing's pressing concerns as he received a reward for his efforts. Fortunately for him, the Suns did not target his free throw shooting. Had they employed the hack-a-Shaq strategy, Liu Xing's deficiencies would have been laid bare. This is a pivotal moment for his ascent, and such vulnerabilities must be avoided at all costs. With a score of 65,510, while not excessive, it is certainly adequate, coupled with his exceptional athleticism, understanding of the triangle offense, and mid-range shooting. Liu Xing's performance in the NBA, while not necessarily leading to fame or all-star recognition, positions him as one of the few promising talents in his draft class, aside from Kevin Durant. Facing the Golden State Warriors, their starting lineup featured Baron Davis, Monta Ellis, Jackson, Ellington, and Biedrins. The Lakers' starting 5 consisted of Fisher, Kobe, Odom, Liu Xing, and Nju. The Warriors, the creators of this year's remarkable 8-seed upset, may have faltered in the second round, yet they earned the respect of the basketball world. Although the departure of forward Richardson was significant, the overall stability of the team remained intact. The Warriors commenced the game with an impressive 3-1 record, carrying their postseason momentum into this season. In their matchup against the Lakers, they established an early lead through their backcourt shooting, outscoring the Lakers 8-0. Nju attempted 2 low-post shots to no avail, while Kobe missed 2 attempts from beyond the arc. The Lakers found themselves in a dire situation, prompting a timeout from Coach Zen. During this pause, adjustments were made. Coach Zen reminded Kobe of his role as a leader. He advised Kobe to refrain from rushing to score the moment the ball reached his hands, emphasizing the importance of involving his teammates. He instructed that the ball should first be passed to Chun at the high post, allowing Chun to orchestrate the play. Kobe, understanding the strategy, remained silent. Although Liu Xing is a newcomer, Chun Ren has demonstrated remarkable physical attributes, defensive prowess, and offensive organization in past matches, earning the respect of Kobe. Kobe has no reservations. The qualities Liu Xing has exhibited have convinced him, and Zhu feels somewhat discontented, initially believing that the Lakers management had signed Liu Xing to support him. However, it has now become evident that Liu Xing has taken on a pivotal role in controlling the game, gaining the trust of the Zen master. The existence of Liu Xing indeed creates opportunities for him. However, as Liu Xing is primarily responsible for ball distribution rather than playing a supportive role, it is inevitable that the possession of the ball in his hands will diminish to some extent. His agent relayed a message to him last night, vividly recalling Zhu's remarks. The Lakers seem intent on nurturing that individual from the East, so he ought to remain vigilant. This year marks the final year of his contract. Ultimately, Zhu and Liu Xing are still in competition with one another. Nevertheless, Zhu also suspects that he may be overthinking the situation. Liu Xing is merely a newcomer. The inherent instability of newcomers is a significant flaw. Whether such excellence can be sustained remains to be seen. He does not believe that Liu Xing can consistently perform at such a high level. This may lead to disappointment for Zhu. Liu Xing does not merely act independently. Rather, he has seamlessly integrated with the Lakers. Liu Xing played with remarkable intensity. Holding the ball at the free throw line, he confronted Ellington, who remained rooted in the paint, granting Liu Xing a generous distance of over 2 meters. This somewhat reflects a dismissive attitude. Ellington, facing the lanky Liu Xing, didn't even deign to glance at him, as if his nostrils were elevated higher than Ellington himself. Liu Xing has always harbored disdain for those who possess an air of superiority, relying on their height and wingspan to assert dominance. In front of Ellington, he took a direct shot. Ellington, caught off guard, could hardly anticipate that such a towering presence would attempt a shot from this position while in possession of the ball. What audacity! How could a rough character like Ellington possibly comprehend Liu Xing's skills? Ellington, not having ventured into the paint area, would not dare to act recklessly. Liu Xing's smooth two-point shot was a marvel to behold. His touch was so delicate it seemed almost incongruous with his height. Yet, he truly possessed that finesse. Swish! Ellington's gaze momentarily faltered, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor, clearly astonished by the gentle touch exhibited by Chun Ren. He understood all too well the significance of Liu Xing's ability to shoot from such a position at his height, a veritable weapon, with a wingspan that most could not contest. Combined with his soft shooting touch, it was indeed a formidable asset. The usually composed coach Zen master rose to his feet, applauding Liu Xing's mid-range jumper. A rarity in itself. It was easy to comprehend the tactical value of having such a tall player capable of making shots from that location. As Liu Xing sank the three-pointer, the Warriors' coaching staff, particularly Coach Nelson, felt a tightening in their stomachs, silently praying this was merely a stroke of luck. Yet, one could hardly rely on mere coincidences in the game. Seizing the moment as the Warriors' offensive efficiency waned, the Lakers continued to exploit Liu Xing's prowess. With Ellington still on the court, they deliberately sought to provoke him. The ball found its way to Liu Xing, and he engaged in a psychological tactic, turning his back and shouting, "Rebound." However, as soon as he finished his shout, swish, Liu Xing scored again. Ellington's complexion paled. He truly had it. Casting a glance at Coach Nelson, Ellington noticed the expression of the mad scientist was grim, filled with frustration. Nelson's anger was palpable, and the consequences could be severe. Ellington steeled himself, determined to reassert his presence on the defensive end. He sought to reclaim his standing on the offensive front, positioning himself in the low post against Liu Xing. His teammates quickly understood, spreading out to allow for a one-on-one confrontation between Ellington and Liu Xing. Byron Davis, a near all-star caliber guard, missed 2 attempts from the perimeter but keenly observed the mismatch between Ellington and Liu Xing. While Ellington's height did not match Liu Xing's, he possessed a significant weight advantage, which he intended to exploit. The moment arrived. Initially, Ellington brimmed with excitement. However, as he attempted to establish his position, he found himself unable to do so, his forehead beaded with sweat. He passed the ball back to Byron Davis, who assumed Ellington needed to recalibrate and, thus, returned the pass. Yet, Ellington felt the ball was akin to a hot potato. To mask his inner trepidation, he held the ball beneath the basket, attempting a clumsy turnaround fadeaway shot. Was this the legendary fadeaway jump shot? Yet the trajectory of his attempt seemed wildly off. Where was Ellington even aiming? Liu Xing is utterly bewildered. The trajectory of the shot deviated from the hoop by at least 1 meter. The Warriors fans at the Oracle Arena could not restrain themselves and collectively booed Ellington. What is Al doing? Is he here to perform efficiently? Why not simply take a seat against that slender Eastern player? What do you call that move? Liu Xing perceived that Ellington's technique was rather peculiar, prompting him to inquire. According to the conventional trajectory of a shot, Ellington should undoubtedly be unable to evade his block, as Liu Xing had been anticipating him for quite some time. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he posed the question. However, to Ellington, it sounded as though this Eastern individual was mocking him. Do not take pride too soon, Eastern man. The match has only just commenced. I shall make you regret your derision. The game is dominated, with the second quarter underway. Liu Xing was perplexed. How could someone be so petty? It was merely a question, yet the anger displayed was excessive. Such a small-minded attitude. Did he not realize he was provoking me? Although Ellington's shot veered off the rim by nearly a meter, Chen Rin soared through the air like a monkey. His impressive wingspan coupled with remarkable jumping ability allowed him to seize the rebound with astonishing speed. His physical prowess was nothing to be underestimated. On Nju's side, just as he formulated a plan and prepared to leap, the ball had already found its way into Liu Xing's grasp. Nju was taken aback. Was this truly how the Lakers intended to assist me? Could the management be so blindly overestimating their own capabilities? The Lakers launched an attack. This time, Ellington dared not leave Liu Xing unguarded, positioning himself directly in front of Chen Rin, denying him any opportunity for a shot. Let us see how this unfolds. Liu Xing desired precisely this outcome, as Ellington unveiled the backyard, a sight beyond compare. Odom made a swift cut, heading directly towards the Warriors' hoop. Beneath the basket, Biedrins found himself in a quandary. Whether to assist or not was a dilemma. Just as he was deliberating, Odom soared before him, executing a thunderous one-handed dunk. Odom was exhilarated, experiencing an explosion of joy, a stark contrast to his time spent on the court with Kwame Brown. The sensations were worlds apart, one dry, the other smooth. The experience was a chasm between heaven and earth. After triumphantly scoring, Odom did not forget to approach Liu Xing, giving him a hearty chest bump. Liu Xing's value is vividly highlighted as the Lakers narrow the score. His significance extends beyond mere numbers. It lies at the core of defense. The Warriors aimed to exploit mismatches against the Lakers, prompting Davis to set a pick while Ellington drifted to the top of the three-point arc. And Liu Xing adeptly switched onto him. Byron Davis, emboldened by an unknown source of courage, sought to challenge Liu Xing, a seemingly slender figure with distinctly Eastern features. The sight of Liu Xing ignited a predatory gleam in Davis's eyes, reminiscent of a famished wolf spotting its prey. The art of exploiting size mismatches is a specialty of guards like Byron Davis. With the ball in hand, he smirked, propelled himself forward with a powerful stride. Determined to bypass Liu Xing undoubtedly, Byron Davis's explosive agility is remarkable. Typically, a larger opponent would be easily outmaneuvered. However, Liu Xing, despite the initial advantage of Davis, managed to keep pace. Such talent embodies a certain defiance. Spectators in the front rows of the Oracle Arena gasped in astonishment at Liu Xing's reaction, marveling at the extraordinary prowess of this unexpected talent the Lakers had unearthed. The speed displayed was simply astonishing. Liu Xing's explosive power, combined with his towering height, created an electrifying visual spectacle that left the Oracle Arena fans in awe. Byron Davis, unable to bypass him with a single step, attempted a behind-the-back maneuver, trying to use his body to force his way past Liu Xing, known as the Little Cannon. He typically dominates in confrontations against larger opponents. Yet here stood Liu Xing, with his slender physique, seemingly ready to engage physically. However, to his astonishment, he found himself utterly unable to budge Liu Xing, who stood firm like an immovable mountain. In that moment of shock and bewilderment, he lost his rhythm and took a desperate shot. But Liu Xing would not allow it. With a thunderous shout, he snatched the ball away from Byron Davis. The arena fell silent, and Warriors fans gazed at Liu Xing as if he were a mythical creature. This was simply extraordinary. Liu Xing excelled in both offense and defense, demonstrating remarkable strength in both aspects. With his assistance, the Lakers managed to pull ahead on the scoreboard before the official timeout in the first quarter. As the Warriors struggled with their outside shooting, the venerable Nelson waved his hand, urging an assault on the Lakers' interior defense. Yet the Lakers were unperturbed by such advances. They feared not the onslaught. For with the formidable rim protector Liu Xing on their side, they felt secure. The Warriors soon capitulated. By the end of the second quarter, their spirit was shattered. The Lakers, having clocked in their performance, took control of the game, while the Warriors surrendered any semblance of resistance in the third quarter. Ultimately, as the final whistle blew, the Lakers emerged victorious with a modest 12-point triumph over the Golden State Warriors. Throughout the match, Kobe of the Lakers shone as the top scorer, playing for 24 minutes and amassing 26 points, the highest tally of the game. Liu Xing may have scored a modest 6 points, yet he boasted the highest plus-minus rating of the game, an impressive 23. While his scoring was limited, he excelled in rebounding, securing a remarkable 12 boards, complemented by 6 assists that invigorated the Lakers' triangle offense. The Lakers' victory can largely be attributed to Liu Xing's defensive prowess. Beyond his rebounding, he recorded 5 blocks throughout the match. Among these was a standout defensive play of the day. As the first quarter drew to a close, the Warriors found themselves utterly deflated. Within the Lakers' paint, the Warriors struggled repeatedly, with Monta Ellis being rejected twice and Baron Davis also thwarted on 2 occasions. Monta Ellis, recognizing the futility of his efforts, relinquished his resistance. However, Baron Davis remained undeterred. From the baseline, he deftly maneuvered past a lunging Fisher, charging directly into the Lakers' interior with unparalleled speed. In his rapid advance, he spotted Liu Xing in the paint, igniting a spark of inspiration reminiscent of last season's miraculous Black 8 upset, where he soared from the baseline to execute a thunderous dunk over AK-47, a moment immortalized as one of the greatest dunks in Warriors history. This dunk was transformed into a poster, gaining worldwide acclaim. Liu Xing's attempt to retaliate fell short, as he forgot that he is not an AK-47. Baron Davis faced a disheartening fate. Instead of executing a dunk, he was met with a thunderous volley of rejection from Liu Xing, a truly spicy dish. Baron Davis found himself utterly lost. The fans in the Oracle Arena couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Warriors head coach Don Nelson appeared somewhat despondent, gazing at Liu Xing's formidable presence guarding the Lakers' paint. This moment proved to be a pivotal turning point in the game. In the aftermath, Baron Davis reflected on his failed dunk, lamenting his naivety, how foolishly innocent it was. He advised others not to challenge Liu Xing with overconfidence, declaring him a devil. The him he referred to as none other than Liu Xing. Coach Nelson of the Warriors commented that the Lakers had indeed struck gold. They were cheating, for he hardly perceived Liu Xing as a rookie. Observing Liu Xing in the Lakers lineup, Nelson felt a twinge of envy. As a renowned coach in the NBA, he fully understood Liu Xing's immense value. His defensive range encompassed the entire three-point line. He could hold his ground in the post, keep pace with guards, orchestrate plays, and dominate the rim, a rarity in the league. Thus, he remarked that should the Lakers be willing, the Warriors would match any offer to acquire him. The Lakers, however, firmly replied, "No, not a chance. A heap of scrap metal cannot exchange for a statue of Buddha. What nonsense." Following their victory over the Warriors, the Lakers celebrated a remarkable 4-game winning streak. This triumph also marked the beginning of their arduous journey. Over the next 7 days, the Lakers faced 5 matches, including 2 back-to-backs. During this time, they would traverse a staggering 41,000 kilometers, equivalent to a week around the equator. Such a schedule was far from friendly for the Lakers, presenting numerous challenges. However, Liu Xing remained unfazed by the trials ahead. Prior to their expedition, he was spotted at the Lakers' headquarters, joyfully relishing breakfast that he had asked the front desk assistant, Susan, to procure. It must be said that the Lakers organization undoubtedly provides excellence. Susan, the assistant, was quite the charming figure herself. Liu Xing expressed his delight for the breakfast, proclaiming his fondness for the fried dough sticks, soy milk, and egg pancakes. As a player, one might assume that discipline and nutritional meals are essential. Yet, given his remarkable metabolism, such concerns seemed unnecessary for him. To foster good relations, Liu Xing generously provided Susan with breakfast in advance. Upon hearing his words, Susan joyfully responded, "Really? Then I shall try it tomorrow." Liu Xing's forehead was adorned with dark lines, feeling akin to a laboratory mouse. Susan, while indulging in a sandwich and sipping milk, playfully licked the cream from the corner of her mouth, exclaiming, "Liu Xing, you are remarkable. In less than half a month, you've already secured a starting position. After 3 years with the Los Angeles Lakers, you are the first to achieve this." Liu Xing initially intended to solemnly declare, "Do you not see who I am? I am naturally cloaked in the halo of a protagonist." However, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he realized that such a statement did not align with his persona. glancing at his reflection in the mirror on Susan's desk. He allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips and responded with a discernible smile. Perhaps, grant me 2 or 3 more months, and I shall ascend to the status of a leader. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Kobe, adored by the fans of Los Angeles, and even surpassing Kobe's prowess, I shall become the face of the Los Angeles Lakers. As Liu Xing savored his delightful breakfast, he indulged in self-praise, boasting as one often does. The receptionist, Susan, persistently cast sidelong glances at Liu Xing, leaving him utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the meaning behind her gestures. Who was she attempting to catch the attention of with such antics? Liu Xing, in a state of confusion, spoke out. At that moment, Susan pointed behind Liu Xing. He turned around and was startled to find that Kobe had silently appeared behind Chunrun without him noticing. "Kobe, how do you walk without making a sound?" Liu Xing exclaimed in surprise. Kobe did not respond. He merely patted Liu Xing on the shoulder and proceeded straight into the depths of the company. Susan buried her head under the table, covering her mouth, stifling her laughter. This delighted her immensely. Liu Xing feigned a desire to reprimand Susan in an effort to mask his own embarrassment. As the clock approached 9, the finance department commenced work. Initially, Liu Xing believed his eagerness was unwarranted, merely anticipating his salary. However, he soon realized he was mistaken. Kobe was also present to collect his wages. The Los Angeles Lakers disburse salaries bi-monthly, although elite players like Kobe have the privilege to receive their entirety in one go at the start of the season. This privilege, however, is exclusive to Kobe. For the rest, including players like Odom and Fisher, the routine remains a bi-monthly collection. Liu Xing finds himself in dire financial straits. His sister has squandered $1 million, leaving him with less than $10,000 to his name. This predicament weighs heavily on him, as the absence of a substantial sum makes him feel as vulnerable as if he were stepping outside without any undergarments. Just last week, Liu Xing participated in 3 matches, averaging 15, 3 points, 14 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, and 4 blocks, with an impressive plus-minus of 80. As an undrafted player, he outperformed the highly regarded number 1 draft pick, Greg Oden of the Trailblazers, and the 2nd overall pick, Kevin Durant of the Supersonics, earning the title of Western Conference Rookie of the Week. This astonishing achievement captured the attention of the public. Who was this unknown player? How could he accomplish such a feat? This was the immediate reaction of many. It is important to note that both Oden and Durant are celebrated talents, hailed by the media as once-in-a-century prodigies. Prior to the draft, the media described Oden as a towering center, faster than Nick Young and possessing remarkable leaping ability. With the strength of Shaquille O'Neal and the speed of a guard, he was depicted as a prehistoric giant in the paint. As for Durant, he was characterized as a formidable forward with the stature of a center, yet possessing the finesse of a guard. At the onset of the new season, Oden was heavily favored to win the Rookie of the Year award, with an 80 probability according to media predictions. Durant's chances were similarly high at 70. Betting companies also offered odds on this accolade, placing Oden at 1.08 and Durant at 1.1. As for Liu Xing, he was met with an indifferent response. Liu Xing? Who is he? Liu Xing is absent from this list. However, the new season has commenced, and after a week, Oden has been sidelined for the entire season, thus losing his eligibility completely. What of Durant? In college, he performed admirably, seemingly invincible. Yet upon entering the NBA, Durant appeared out of sorts. The Supersonics granted him unfettered freedom to shoot, providing him with every conceivable resource and opportunity. Averaging 38. For minutes on the court, he recorded 14, 5 points, 5 rebounds. For assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks per game, with a plus-minus of -12. While his performance was commendable among rookies, a comparison with Chin Rin reveals a significant disparity. This is precisely why, after merely 3 games, Lakers patriarch Jerry West found his phone inundated with inquiries from fans regarding Liu Xing's potential trade. The general managers across the league are astute, fully aware of Liu Xing's worth. Yet, Jerry West is no stranger to this knowledge either. He methodically hung up each call, asserting that Liu Xing is not for sale. He understands Liu Xing's value all too well. Can a mere Rookie of the Week title truly encapsulate his worth? Certainly not. In the West, had it not been for the likes of Yao Ming from the Rockets, Duncan from the Spurs, and Kobe from the Lakers, Liu Xing's selection as Rookie of the Week would not have raised eyebrows. Having been a general manager for many years, West has yet to encounter a rookie quite like Liu Xing. In truth, fame holds little significance for Liu Xing. It merely pertains to his salary. earning a pre-tax salary of only $50,000, which translates to a weekly income of $25,000, is rather paltry in contrast to his peers. Observing Kobe and others signing lucrative contracts, often in double digits, Liu Xing feels a pang of dissatisfaction. He resolves to secure a Rookie of the Week title for himself, determined not to be overshadowed by his contemporaries. On the Lakers' flight, Odom and Fisher organized a card game, a pastime Liu Xing typically enjoys. Yet, his enthusiasm waned as he pondered how to attain the Rookie of the Week title, or even aspire to Rookie of the Month accolades. He cannot allow himself to be outshone by others. While Liu Xing was lost in thought, Lakers leader Kobe dismissed the player seated beside Liu Xing, Mims, and took his place. Liu Xing was taken aback as well. What could Kobe possibly want from him? In the monumental clash between the Lakers and the Celtics, could it be that Kobe, having overheard his desire to take his place, was incensed? Might he resort to extreme measures to silence him? Given Kobe's notoriously aloof demeanor, one could hardly dismiss such a notion. But what was he thinking? Murder is a crime, after all. With utmost seriousness, Kobe conveyed to Liu Xing, "You possess remarkable talent." Liu Xing was praised by Kobe, yet he did not revel in the compliment. He understood these individuals all too well. Their words are often delivered in two parts, and typically, one only needs to heed the first half. However, it is the latter half that holds the crux of the message. Indeed, the NBA is not lacking in talent. Kobe continued, stating, "You still have a long way to go to make a name for yourself. Nevertheless, you possess considerable talent. If you train diligently and adhere to certain methods, it is entirely possible to establish yourself and achieve a measure of success." On Liu Xing's forehead, dark lines crisscrossed, provoking a question: "Is it possible for you to speak ill of me behind my back? Would it not be better to confront me directly? Am I so shameless? After all, I am a man with a system. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Kobe, you are out of the picture. In just 3 months, I will surpass you in 5. I am a prodigious basketball talent, destined to ascend to greatness. Do not underestimate me." However, despite his thoughts, Liu Xing refrained from speaking his mind. Yes, Kobe, you are right. Therefore, for the sake of your dreams, strive hard. It is essential to frequently review one's performances and contemplate areas for improvement, addressing one's shortcomings. This is of utmost importance. Kobe spoke earnestly, yet his words were primarily aimed at Chunren. It is worth noting that Kobe had little regard for anyone on his team, considering them all inadequate and overly confident. With the exception of Chunren, the Lakers' inaugural opponent was the Boston Celtics, their long-standing rivals. This summer, the Celtics made remarkable acquisitions. They exchanged small assets for significant ones, essentially paying the price of nearly their entire roster to acquire Garnett from the Timberwolves, while also luring free agent Ray Allen to join them. Thus, they formed a fearsome trio that sent shockwaves throughout the league. In a matter of moments, the Celtics transformed from last year's underperformers into this year's elite powerhouse, poised to dominate the entire league. On the official lottery website, the Celtics consistently held the top position in championship odds. In the United States, numerous media outlets even proclaimed that the NBA season had concluded, suggesting that Stern could simply award the championship trophy directly to the Celtics. The trade for Garnett proved to be a monumental success for them, with the team as sole, Pierce, alongside Garnett, and the enticing addition of Ray Allen. They supported the gradually emerging second-year player, Rondo, who was now developing into a top-tier guard. Aside from his shooting struggles, he possessed all the qualities of a championship-caliber supporting player. Moreover, within their roster, they boasted a highly capable defensive shooting guard in Tony Allen, providing sufficient depth. Yet the Celtics were not merely content with this. They used it as a foundation to attract several seasoned veterans seeking to bask in their glory, including notable names such as Worthy, House, Castle, and P.J. Brown, all seasoned veterans. Contrary to the summer predictions that suggested they would struggle to attract quality supporting players after investing heavily in superstars, the Celtics defied expectations. The composition is distorted, making it difficult to achieve a cohesive presence. In stark contrast, numerous exceptional players have willingly accepted reduced salaries to join, all of whom are undoubtedly drawn by the Celtics' championship potential. This has culminated in an extraordinarily formidable season for the Celtics. From the very outset, they exhibited an impressive synergy, demonstrating a sweeping momentum throughout the league. Thus far in the new season, the Celtics have competed in 8 matches, suffering not a single defeat. Over these past 8 games, they have achieved an average margin of victory of 15.6 points, placing them at the pinnacle of the league. Their defensive efficiency is unparalleled, with a remarkable figure of 89.8. They have limited opponents to under 90 points per 100 possessions. Following their match against the Rockets, star player Tracy McGrady remarked that their defense was suffocating and that he felt exceedingly unaccustomed to it. In that game, McGrady struggled significantly, failing to display the prowess of a scoring champion. Averaging 32 for points this season, he managed only 9 points against the Celtics, falling short of double digits, with a dismal shooting performance of 2 for 24 from the field. Of his total, 5 points were accrued from free throws. On the defensive front, the Celtics have showcased an astonishingly terrifying level of defense. Behind them lies a significant gap, as the Spurs, ranked second in the league, cannot even catch a glimpse of the Celtics' taillights. The Spurs, with a defensive efficiency of 103, are commendably proficient, and in other years, this would have secured them the top spot. Alas, their adversaries are the Celtics. Beyond their suffocating defense, the Celtics possess an equally formidable offense, ranking third in the league. It is merely the overwhelming strength of their defense that leads many to underestimate their attacking prowess. To assert that the team, bolstered by the trio of superstars, has a weak offense is simply unfounded. Their offensive efficiency, standing at third in the league, is a testament to their capabilities, achieved even while executing an elite-level defense. Perhaps such statistics may seem abstract, yet consider their performance against last year's champion, the Spurs. The well-equipped Spurs were nearly dismantled, suffering a humiliating defeat by 31 points, leaving coach Greg Popovich fuming with indignation. Helpless, he could only watch as his team was repeatedly ravaged by their opponents. The Celtics are so powerful that it borders on the extraordinary. In their inaugural clash against the Lakers, the challenge they face is precisely this formidable opponent, and they must contend with it on the road. The Celtics' home court, TD Garden, is a venue familiar to any NBA enthusiast, with the most championships in the league. Their banners hang proudly above the court, marking it as a sacred and solemn shrine to the sport, not to be desecrated by anyone. The last to do so was Michael Jordan, and since then, few have managed to achieve such feats. Sports have become interwoven with the very fabric of Boston's identity, fostering an incredibly loyal fan base. Thus, when Liu Xing appeared alongside his team at TD Garden, a tidal wave of boos engulfed them instantly. Although the game was set to commence at 8, the arena was filled with fans by 7:30, as they prepared to face their arch-rivals, the Lakers, with fervent anticipation. The resounding cheer for the slogan echoed through the arena even with 10 minutes remaining before the match commenced. Garnett, witnessing this, could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Playing at TD Garden as a member of the home team was indeed a privilege. The fervor of the fans was palpable, with waves of sound rising and falling. However, for the opposing team, the experience was far less enjoyable, especially for the Lakers, a team burdened with a deep-rooted rivalry against the Celtics, from Phil Jackson to Kobe, and including Chen Rin among others. Every Lakers player faced a barrage of jeers and boos. The Celtics fans seemed to wish to devour the Lakers whole. Amidst the cacophony of cheers and jeers from the Celtics supporters, the impending clash felt imminent. The Lakers' starting lineup: Fisher, Kobe, Odom, Liu Xing, and Nju. The Celtics' starting lineup: Rondo, Ray Allen, Pierce, Garnett, and Big Baby. As Liu Xing stepped onto the polished wooden floor of the court, a chime resonated from the depths of his being, followed by the abrupt voice of the system. Congratulations, host. Successfully checked in at TD Garden. Reward: instant skill, last-second game-winning shot. Activation conditions: 0, 2 to 2 seconds remaining in the game with a 1-point deficit. Notes: 1. Instant skill is a one-time ability, usable only once. 2. Activation requires meeting the specified conditions. In that moment, Liu Xing's expression soured. His initial check-in had granted him top-tier basketball talent, providing him with the means to establish himself in the NBA. The second check-in had imparted an understanding of the triangle offense, solidifying his position as a starter. This led Liu Xing to mistakenly believe that the check-in system would allow him to act with impunity in the NBA, boldly proclaiming to all present, "Excuse me. It's not you I'm targeting. I'm referring to the rest of you as trash." Reflecting now, he felt fortunate not to have confronted Kobe on the plane, as that would have been a monumental embarrassment. While the instant skill possessed some utility, Liu Xing perceived it as largely a superficial ability, not a reflection of genuine talent. Aside from its ostentatious nature, it seemed to hold little real value. Once one attempted to flaunt it without possessing true skill, exposure was inevitable. The distinction between having the skill and not having it was present, yet its significance was minimal. Instant skills, in Liu Xing's view, were not particularly practical. As Liu Xing was lost in his thoughts, the lengthy whistle signaling the start of the game pierced the air. The starting lineups for both teams lined up, taking their positions for the jump ball. The jump ball was contested between Big Baby and Inju, who appeared momentarily distracted by the raucous atmosphere, resulting in an unfavorable start as he lost the jump to Big Baby. Big Baby tipped the ball to Rondo, and the Celtics initiated their first attack. Although the clash between the Lakers and the Celtics is a storied rivalry, characterized by fierce competition between two prestigious franchises, the attention it garners from fans is undeniably high. However, if we delve into the specifics, the Celtics stand as the frontrunners in championship odds, truly embodying the essence of a title contender. Despite the Lakers' aggressive start to the season, they remain largely underestimated, merely regarded as a playoff team based on their odds. This summer, despite the tumultuous situation with Kobe and the management, which seemed irreparable, the Lakers did not bolster their roster and continued with their existing lineup. The only notable addition was the newcomer Liu Xing. As the renowned commentator Yang E aptly noted in a live broadcast, while the Lakers and Celtics may be seen as titans clashing, the current Lakers can hardly be classified as a powerhouse. In stark contrast, the Celtics underwent a significant transformation this summer, acquiring formidable reinforcements and assembling a trio of superstars, thereby achieving a remarkable qualitative leap. If it comes to a showdown, the Lakers would indeed find themselves outmatched. Yang E's incisive commentary highlights the Celtics' undeniable prowess, explaining why they approach the Lakers with an air of superiority, showing no exceptions to this attitude. As the game commenced, the Celtics initiated their strategy by attacking the interior, spreading the floor to create opportunities for Garnett. Garnett, with his back to the basket, engaged Liu Xing in a low-post isolation scenario. Liu Xing was still preoccupied with the act of clocking in, yielding only fleeting skills. Just as he was lost in thought, Garnett charged forward, eyeing Chun Ren's slender physique. Without hesitation, he utilized his body to overpower him right from the outset. It was evident that Liu Xing was unprepared for the initial encounter. As Garnett thrust forward, Chun Ren was caught off guard, resulting in a momentary loss of balance as he stumbled back a step and a half. Simultaneously, Garnett pivoted, finding the basket unguarded. And with a swift bend of his knees and a powerful push from the ground, he unleashed a ferocious dunk. The fans at the TD North Bank Garden erupted with a fervor akin to that of a middle-aged woman reaching the peak of her passion. The atmosphere intensified from the very beginning. The crowd erupted in a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a tidal wave. Garnett, too, was engulfed in the fervor of the moment. With his right fist raised, he pounded against his chest, continuing the tradition of his thunderous roars from his days with the Timberwolves. Liu Xing is perplexed. He can shout as he pleases, and that is his personal affair. He refrains from passing judgment, but why does Garnett glare at him? Is he unwell? Liu Xing found himself in a state of confusion. At that moment, Kobe approached him, believing that Liu Xing had suffered a setback. He gently patted Liu Xing on the shoulder and reassured him, "Do not take it to heart. It is entirely normal to struggle against Kevin Garnett. Just try to avoid being overwhelmed by him." He continued, "He is an all-star caliber player. Being outplayed by him is nothing to be ashamed of. As for the notion that Liu Xing lacks popularity, that is indeed a perplexing assertion." Kobe, with his candid nature, seemed to suggest, "Could you not keep your lips sealed for a moment? It truly stinks." Liu Xing resolutely declared, "I will not be defeated by him." Liu Xing's words were not mere bluster. He had merely been momentarily distracted. Once his focus is fully engaged, his exceptional physical prowess combined with relentless determination makes it evident that while he may not boast of many things, he can certainly assure that for Garnett to score effortlessly over him would be no simple task. At the very least, it would require considerable effort. Clearly, Kobe remained skeptical of Liu Xing's assertions, offering no verbal retort but merely a dismissive laugh, which carried an undertone of mockery towards Liu Xing. Liu Xing remained silent. For words are often feeble compared to actions. The Lakers held possession. As the ball reached Kobe, Ray Allen closely guarded him, applying relentless pressure. With the ball in hand, Fisher crossed half court and immediately spotted Liu Xing at the free throw line. He intended to pass to Liu Xing as per their strategy. But upon noticing Garnett looming behind him, he hesitated and instead opted to pass to the closely guarded Kobe. Kobe, with the ball, attempted a three-pointer, but it fell short. The rebound was seized by Big Baby, granting possession to the Celtics. Renowned for their defensive prowess, the Celtics played at a deliberate pace, favoring a methodical approach. Rondo advanced with the ball, seeking vulnerabilities, aiming once again for Garnett, the player who had just scored. Exploiting the opponent's weaknesses, they aimed to strike relentlessly until adjustments were made, a typical tactical strategy employed by NBA teams. The Celtics focused on the matchup of Garnett versus Liu Xing, intent on breaking through this confrontation. Liu Xing is currently troubled by how to regain his position. He never anticipated that Garnett would so quickly present himself. Haha. 0-22 The mismanaged Garnett. Liu Xing, a novice, found himself pitted against the illustrious all-star Kevin Garnett. Just moments ago, Garnett had made a basket, slightly underestimating Liu Xing, who was still a rookie. Welcome to the NBA, Garnett quipped, his mastery of banter evident. As he turned his back to the basket, he began to assert his dominance. In the live broadcast from China, host Ko Fan exclaimed, "Oh no, the Celtics have matched Garnett against Liu Xing, and it looks like trouble for Liu." The commentator lamented. This matchup could spell disaster for the Lakers. However, contrary to their expectations, Liu Xing did not falter under Garnett's aggressive play. Instead, he stood his ground like an immovable mountain, leaving Garnett struggling to push him back. Liu Xing shot back, "Veteran, have you not eaten? Put in some effort." Initially taken aback, Garnett realized Liu Xing possessed surprising strength. But upon hearing Liu's taunt, Garnett's fury ignited. His eyes blazed with intensity, the temperature around them seemingly rising. "Rookie, I will tear you apart," he declared, attempting once more to overpower Liu Xing. With all his might, Garnett charged again, determined to break Liu's ribs. Some timid fans in the front row turned away, fearing the brutality of the scene. On the sidelines, Coach Sin was anxious, having finally discovered a promising talent. He hoped Liu would not be prematurely overwhelmed. Ko Fan gasped, "Goodness. Garnett looks intent on annihilating." Yang Yi interjected, "Get out of the way." A hit like that could easily fracture a couple of ribs. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Garnett's formidable assault collided with Liu Xing, only to come to a sudden halt. Liu remained steadfast, unyielding. Beads of sweat formed on Garnett's brow. He was incredulous that this young player could withstand his fierce onslaught. Nearby, Paul Pierce, equally baffled, shouted at the bewildered Garnett, "Kevin, what are you doing? Tear him apart." To Pierce, battling a rookie like Liu Xing should have been as simple as eating or drinking. The only challenge was choosing the right approach. Yet Garnett found himself at a loss. Caught in a moment of disbelief, Garnett was confronted once more by Liu Xing's taunt. "Veteran, if you're so weak, how do you expect to tear me apart? How naive." In 1997, Garnett entered the NBA as a high school student, earning a reputation as a tenacious warrior. Even during his rookie season, no one dared to label him as soft. However, today, he finds himself in an unexpected predicament. Astonishingly, a rookie has the audacity to insult him, calling him a weakling. My heavens. "Rookie, your time is up." As the third wave approached, Liu Xing did not afford him the opportunity to strike. In a moment of swift reflex, he evaded Garnett's advance, not out of incapacity to withstand the assault, but rather out of sheer necessity. Caught off guard, Garnett could not anticipate Liu Xing's sudden retreat, resulting in a forceful impact that sent him staggering to the ground. Landing in a most undignified manner, Garnett suffered a significant blow to his pride, feeling utterly humiliated to be outmaneuvered by a rookie. In that moment, as he lay on the floor, he longed for a crevice to vanish into. Silence enveloped the North Shore TD Garden, where Celtics fans could scarcely believe their eyes. Is this real? It cannot be. The fans gaped in disbelief, their jaws practically touching their ears, as if witnessing an inconceivable spectacle. Pierce was stunned. Ray Allen was taken aback. Rondo was equally astonished. On the sidelines, Celtics coach Rivers' mouth formed an O, mirrored by the expressions of the other substitutes. It was not just them. Lakers players, both on and off the court, led by Kobe, wore similarly astonished expressions. In the live broadcast, host Ko Fan leaned forward, his jaw agape in disbelief, exclaiming that Liu Xing had successfully defended against Garnett. Yang Yi echoed the sentiment, marveling at the cleverness of Liu Xing's play. The cameras captured a furious Garnett, his mind racing as he contemplated how to regain his image as the indomitable warrior without losing face. He sprang to his feet, eyes wide with ferocity, charging towards Liu Xing, raising his right index finger, demanding, "Who are you calling soft? Say it again." While others might quail in the face of Garnett's intimidating presence, Liu Xing remained unfazed. Scared? Hardly. I have faced far greater challenges than this. Having traversed the harrowing experience of reincarnation, I am hardly intimidated by a mere Garnett. If you truly wish to strike me, go ahead, I shall fall. But fear not, there are authorities present, What is there to worry about? Garnett's expectation that Liu Xing would cower in fear proved misguided. Instead, Liu Xing met Garnett's menacing gaze head-on, declaring, "I am speaking to you, veteran." Garnett, filled with exasperation, swung his fist, the size of a sandbag, intending to confront Liu Xing. The force of his swing was fierce enough to intimidate most. However, Liu Xing remained undaunted. "If you wish to strike, then raise your head and give it a try." Garnett's posture was menacing, yet it was merely a display of bravado, much noise but little action, as he hesitated to bring his fist down. He was not foolish. One punch could cost him 25,000. And whether he would face suspension or not was uncertain, but expulsion was a certainty. "Pull me back. Hurry and pull me back," he urged, as no one stepped in to intervene. His fist lingered in the air for approximately 3 seconds, and unable to contain his impatience, he turned to glance back, revealing his inner turmoil. It seemed the Celtics players, having discerned Garnett's intentions, finally rushed in to intervene. The referee also approached to separate the two. In an effort to assert his dominance, Garnett muttered curses as he retreated. "Rookie, just wait. Today is your lucky day?" Liu Xing exhibited a hint of impatience, proving to be ineffective in all endeavors yet remarkably adept at fleeing, earning the title of the foremost escape artist. An indomitable interior defense. Such an audacious newcomer is a rarity to behold. Not engaging in the game, he truly cannot bear the weight of humiliation. "Do not hinder me. Please, do not obstruct my path. I implore you, Paul. Do not stand in my way. I am determined to tear him apart." Pierce, with a furrowed brow, pondered to himself. "I am not the one obstructing you. Haven't you been retreating all on your own?" The farcical scene was ultimately quelled by the referee, who issued a technical foul to Garnett. Liu Xing stands at the free throw line, with the Lakers possessing one final opportunity to score. In this moment, Liu Xing and the Lakers have reaped immense rewards. The referee's decision immediately sparked discontent among the Celtics fans at the TD Garden, resulting in a chorus of boos. However, the officials remained unmoved, steadfastly upholding their original ruling. Liu Xing stands at the free throw line. As the instigator, he inevitably faces a cacophony of boos from the Celtics fans. The Celtics' home court is notorious for its daunting atmosphere, and rightly so. Beyond boasting the most championship banners in the entire NBA, the arena is adorned with division championship flags that barely fit, but the essence lies in their fiercely loyal supporters. The jeers are relentless, filled with curses and derision. One might think Liu Xing owes them an astronomical sum. Unfazed, Liu Xing confidently sinks his first free throw. For the second shot, he remains resolute. Instantly, the sound within the North Shore TD Garden diminishes significantly. However, after making both free throws, Liu Xing provocatively places his right hand to his ear, which incites the Celtics fans to a furious uproar once again. The arena, which had calmed momentarily, erupts as if a drop of water had been cast into a boiling pot of oil, the tumult nearly overwhelming. It is quite ferocious. On the Lakers bench, the psychologically fragile rookie Kwame Brown pales and trembles. Lakers superstar Kobe Bryant furrows his brow tightly, knowing all too well the repercussions of angering Celtics fans, given their long-standing rivalry. Yet, Liu Xing remains unperturbed, treating the chaos as if it were inconsequential, continuing with his play as if nothing were amiss. The referee's whistle pierces the air. The Celtics call for a timeout. Liu Xing's assertive start has compelled the Celtics to request a pause less than 3 minutes into the game, a rarity indeed. In the live broadcast, commentator Yang Yi remarks, "This young man is truly brimming with confidence." However, he quickly shifts his tone, cautioning that such bravado may not bode well for a newcomer. Liu Xing has incited the ire of the Celtics fans, and what awaits him is an unending barrage of animosity, which is not favorable. I believe Liu Xing, as a young player, should temper his exuberance, cultivate his skills discreetly, and grow robustly. That is the true path. Yang Yi continues. Yet, host Kafan interjects, "But Mr. Yang, may I ask, if not for his audacity, what makes him a young man? I see no fault in Liu Xing's actions. He did not provoke them first. If they are throwing insults, he has the right to respond, for basketball is a game of merit." You make a valid point. However, what awaits him is the relentless retaliation of the Celtics' 4 stars, which is concerning. I fear he might be left with psychological scars. Questioning his purpose, Yang Yi counters. What is there to fear? He is young. Why be afraid? The two hosts engaged in a debate, with no definitive conclusion on right or wrong. However, one point articulated by Yang Yi held merit. On the Celtics bench, Rivers, with his signature gravelly voice, expressed, "In our home territory, We've been provoked. Someone aims to kick us down. What should we do? Rivers, often criticized for his shortcomings, emerged as the champion of motivational rhetoric. His words resonated deeply with the entire Celtics roster. During the off-season, the Celtics acquired Garnett and Ray Allen, along with a cadre of seasoned veterans, instantly transforming the previously lackluster team into formidable contenders, significantly enhancing their competitiveness and creating waves throughout the NBA. Some media outlets even suggested that the championship trophy could be directly awarded to the Celtics, with other teams merely vying for second place. Such was their dominance. With external expectations high and their own strength undeniable, they had yet to suffer a defeat this season. Yet, on their home court, they found themselves mocked by a rookie. The uncle could endure, but the aunt could not. Kick back. Overwhelm them. Garnett roared, each word articulated with intensity, as if squeezed from between his teeth. Kick back. Overwhelm them. The fervor ignited the other Celtics players, who echoed his rallying cry. The prolonged whistle of the game resumed, and the fervent fans at the TD Garden reached a crescendo, creating an atmosphere akin to the playoffs, though it was merely a regular season match. Upon returning from a timeout, the Celtics unleashed a suffocating defensive display, igniting a 12-0 scoring run that forced the Lakers to call a halt. The Celtics' reputation as the frontrunners for this season's championship was not unfounded. Their defense was relentless and stifling. Historically, the Celtics have maintained their status as the league's top defense, with superstars like Pierce, Allen, and Garnett willing to bend their knees for victory in a regular season game. One could only imagine the immense energy they could unleash. The Lakers were left reeling. Even Kobe, a prolific scorer, struggled, attempting to force attacks in 6 consecutive plays, yet only succeeded once, going 1 for 4. Conversely, the Celtics, capitalizing on counterattacks, left the Lakers disoriented. The Celtics were surging, and Garnett, brimming with enthusiasm, exchanged a proud glance with Liu Xing as he passed, declaring, "Victory is mine." Liu Xing remained silent, walking back to his position in solitude. He understood well that although he had gained the upper hand in that particular exchange, it was merely a single round in a game that could consist of over 200 rapid exchanges or at least 100 in a slower tempo. This was insignificant. To truly diminish Garnett's imposing presence, victory in the game was paramount. However, defeating the current Celtics posed an extraordinary challenge, particularly as they were now facing a team that was not only serious but also eager to overpower the young Lakers. The North Shore TD Garden resonated with an age-old chant. B. Rivers, with a hint of pride, noted, this newcomer possesses some skill. He felt a sense of triumph upon forcing the Lakers into a timeout, a satisfaction evident on his face. He cast a smug glance towards the Lakers bench, specifically at Phil Jackson. The Zen master wore a furrowed brow. Rivers reveled in his delight, thinking to himself, "Phil, in the past, you had Jordan and Pippen, or perhaps Kobe and Shaquille. I couldn't compete. But now, you have but Kobe, while I possess Paul, Kevin, Ray, and Rondo, 3 twos and 1 ace. Furthermore, I hold a straight, with not a single wild card in sight. How will you contend with me this time?" Although Liu Xing had managed to humiliate Garnett in their previous encounter, Rivers dismissed him as a mere newcomer. What storm could a young man with decent physical attributes possibly stir? Merely avoiding mistakes would be a commendable feat in Rivers' eyes. Thus, during the timeout, he addressed his players, "Gentlemen, precisely like this. The Lakers are solely Kobe's team. If we can neutralize him, the rest are no threat to us." Garnett felt compelled to caution Rivers that this Eastern talent was not to be underestimated, yet he swallowed his words. To voice such a thought in front of others would be an immense embarrassment. He resolutely chose silence, yet the Celtics paid a hefty price for it. On the Lakers bench, the Zen master maintained a stern expression, advising, "Kobe, you are relying too heavily on isolation plays. You must trust your teammates." Indeed, Kobe was somewhat overzealous in this match. He contemplated a retort, but caught sight of Liu Xing ultimately. He swallowed his words. Had his teammate been Kwame Brown, Kobe might have dismissed the advice, adhering to his own strategy, irrespective of what the Zen master suggested, prioritizing victory above all. But could Kwame Brown truly compete? However, Liu Xing remains a figure of trust for Kobe. This trust bestowed upon Kobe by Liu Xing has ushered in a new spring for him. The protracted contest continues with the sound of the referee's whistle. Following a brief intermission, the game resumes. The Lakers find themselves trailing 12-2. A 10-point deficit that necessitates an immediate counterattack. Otherwise, it is plausible to assert that the Celtics could decisively overwhelm the Lakers from the outset. The Celtics possess the capability to do so, boasting a trio of superstars and the league's foremost defense. Should the Lakers fail to match their intensity, they risk being thoroughly outmatched, as evidenced in numerous previous encounters. Just yesterday, the Cavaliers, the second-ranked team in the East, found themselves utterly dismantled in the first quarter against the Celtics, unable to regain their footing. The Lakers urgently require a player to emerge and alleviate their scoring drought. However, Kobe is being stifled by the Celtics defense, struggling to find his rhythm, having missed his first 6 attempts, which makes it exceedingly difficult for him to step up. In a live broadcast, host Kufan remarked on the striking resemblance between this game and the previous match where the Celtics faced the Cavaliers. The Cavaliers, too, were initially bewildered by the Celtics' defense, unable to establish their rhythm, leading to a collapse in the first quarter, driven by the Celtics' defensive prowess and quick transitions. Today, the Lakers seem to be teetering on a similar precipice. Kobe's performance is far from optimal. So, Mr. Yang, what do you believe the Lakers must do to orchestrate a comeback? Yang sighed and responded, "Let me clarify. While the Lakers do have Kobe, they are fundamentally not on the same competitive tier as the Celtics. One is a playoff team, while the other is a leading championship contender. The Lakers may have Kobe, but he is their sole star. Now, consider the players surrounding Kobe: Odom, Fisher, Walton, and Kwame Brown. Can any of them be deemed reliable? Certainly not. One cannot reasonably expect the rookie Liu Xing to be the one to break the deadlock. Liu Xing possesses remarkable talent, a fact evident to all. However, he is ultimately a newcomer. Expecting a rookie to break through is either the folly of a madman or the naivety of a fool. Thus, if the Celtics are truly resolved to secure victory in this match, the Lakers stand no chance. Yet, just as Yang finished speaking, Liu Xing delivered a resounding rebuttal. A newcomer? What of it? Kobe has abandoned reckless endeavors, drawing the attention of 3 Celtics defenders to the right. He opted not to take the shot himself, but instead passed the ball to Liu Xing at the free throw line. At that moment, Liu Xing found himself unmarked within a 2-meter radius. Dabao Bay was preoccupied with guarding Nju, while Garnett remained focused on providing help defense against Kobe. Who do you underestimate? Liu Xing pondered, and without hesitation, he activated his skills. With a swift motion, the basketball soared through the air, striking true. The ball went in. Liu Xing waved his arm toward the air and exclaimed, "No one can stop me. No one." Although Liu Xing managed to hit a wide-open shot, it failed to capture Rivers' attention. In Rivers' perspective, a player of Liu Xing's stature, in such a position and with that degree of openness, was simply a concession. To put it plainly, Rivers did not believe that Liu Xing could consistently score from that spot. Ultimately, Rivers harbored a profound bias against tall players, associating their physical prowess with a lack of technical refinement in shooting. Who says that possessing superior physical attributes necessarily equates to a deficiency in skill? Liu Xing delivered a resounding slap to his opponent. In the corner, Ray Allen of the Celtics attempted a shot, but missed. Liu Xing, with a swift motion akin to a rocket, leapt and seized the rebound with authority. His dominance was palpable. He glanced at the Zen master, who nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that this was precisely what the Lakers needed. Kobe cast an appreciative gaze his way. Turning back, Liu Xing found himself unguarded once more. Without hesitation, he unleashed a precise shot that effortlessly found its way into the basket. The score was now 6-14, yet Rivers remained unfazed, merely casting a skeptical glance at Liu Xing. Thinking to himself, "I don't believe this giant can keep scoring." In truth, Rivers underestimated Liu Xing, who retaliated fiercely. The Celtics failed to score in 2 consecutive possessions. Rondo realized it was time for him to step up and penetrate Fisher's defensive line, disregarding the Lakers' towering presence as he charged towards the basket. The slightly elevated position of the sluggish Nju did little to deter him. Rondo expertly maneuvered into the Lakers' territory for his signature layup. However, before he could finish his thought about the Celtics' defense, an ominous shadow surged beside him. Liu Xing, with his seemingly harmless visage, had appeared out of nowhere. "So fast," Rondo exclaimed, his jaw dropping in disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers. Despite Rondo's quick pace and superior anticipation, he had misjudged the threat Liu Xing posed. To his astonishment, Rondo's shot was emphatically swatted against the backboard by Liu Xing. The North Shore TD Gardens crowd was left in stunned silence, as if Liu Xing had muted the venue. In the Chinese XL live broadcast, host Ko Fan exclaimed, "What a play! That help defense is unbelievable." Yang echoed the sentiment, marveling at the spectacle. "It's hard to believe. If I hadn't seen Liu Xing, I would never have thought an Eastern player could perform like this. Indeed, it was utterly astounding. Even Kevin Garnett, at a distance, was taken aback. The Celtics' current dominance, being the frontrunners for the championship with an undefeated season thus far, was intrinsically linked to Garnett's presence. As the defensive linchpin, his existence enabled the Celtics' defensive framework to thrive. He was a strong contender for this year's Defensive Player of the Year. Yet even he, witnessing Liu Xing's help defense, could not help but admire his astonishing speed. He pondered within himself whether he could attain such a level, ultimately concluding with a negative response. Kobe, filled with exhilaration, felt a profound sense of camaraderie, and despite his usual reluctance to praise his teammates, he jogged over to Liu Xing, exchanging a high five and playfully bumping his head against Liu Xing's, a splendid display of sportsmanship. Kobe's excitement was palpable, his words punctuated by the spray of enthusiasm. This unexpected gesture from Kobe left Yang Yi astonished, remarking that it was indeed a rare sight. The once dominating Kobe, affectionately known as the Living Yama, was now extending goodwill towards the newcomer Liu Xing, a sight not witnessed in many years. The other Lakers were equally taken aback by Kobe's behavior. While Liu Xing was oblivious to their thoughts, the head bump was one thing, but the proximity of Kobe's mouth, spewing excitement, struck Liu Xing as rather unhygienic. Despite the absence of malice in Kobe's actions, Rivers cast a disdainful glance at Liu Xing, the rookie who had disrupted his tactical plans, yet remained steadfast in his strategy. However, in the subsequent two possessions, Liu Xing once again executed a mid-range jumper, bringing the score to 8-14. Following that, effective defensive coverage thwarted Rondo's layup attempt, causing considerable discomfort for the Celtics. The most disconcerting aspect for the Celtics was the dawning realization that they were struggling to contain the Lakers. Renowned for their defensive prowess, the Celtics boasted the best defense in the league. On the offensive end, they might score fewer than 20 points in a quarter. Yet if they managed to score 20 themselves, they would assuredly restrict their opponents to under 20 points. This was their core strategy for victory. Now, however, their defense was encountering significant challenges. Liu Xing seized the opportunities presented by the Celtics time and again, successfully sinking mid-range shots. Even as Garnett lunged towards him, he remained unfazed, unaffected in his execution. Liu Xing possesses an exceptional height and wingspan, and when he raises his arms to shoot, it resembles the Grim Reaper brandishing a scythe, rendering him nearly impervious to interference from others. Ignoring Garnett's desperate leap, the basketball glides smoothly from the tip of Liu Xing's index finger, as if guided by a precision targeting system, and crashes into the hoop. With a swish, the ball finds its mark. 10-14, Liu Xing achieved a flawless 4 out of 4, scoring 8 consecutive points, unleashing an 8-0 barrage that compelled the Celtics to call for yet another timeout. Liu Xing, with remarkable precision, single-handedly secured the first 10 points for the Lakers, compelling the Celtics to reckon with their underestimation of him. Rivers, feeling the pressure, was compelled to reevaluate this newcomer, opting to utilize the final timeout of the first quarter. Even though it had not yet reached the official stoppage in play, the urgency in Rivers' demeanor was palpable, spurred by Liu Xing's explosive performance. Ultimately, it became evident that Rivers had not accorded Liu Xing the level of attention he warranted. Despite calling for a timeout, Rivers' assessment of Liu Xing's threat level remained insufficient. During this timeout, Rivers aimed to strategize the Celtics' defense against Liu Xing's shooting, yet he still underestimated the young talent. Liu Xing's prowess at the free throw line is indeed remarkable, yet this facet does not encapsulate his entire skill set. For the Lakers, Liu Xing's most significant tactical contribution lies in his ability to alter the opponent's defense. With his height, he renders any adversary diminutive in comparison, possessing a keen vision that allows him to oversee every position on the court. Additionally, he takes pleasure in passing the ball and excels at it. Coupled with his comprehension of the Zen Master-esque triangle offense, he dares to claim the second spot, while none would dare assert the first. Doc Rivers' timeout was aimed at countering Liu Xing's shooting, yet it inadvertently activated Liu Xing's playmaking abilities to their fullest extent. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed with the Celtics in possession. Struggling to defend effectively, the Celtics' offense floundered, continuing in a state of disarray. Pierce attempted a mid-range shot, only to be thwarted by Odom's interference. The Lakers regained possession, once again targeting Liu Xing, as he had previously gone 4 for 4. Garnett, unwilling to concede any ground, charged at him aggressively. With an imposing demeanor, Garnett taunted, "Rookie, you want to score another?" His incessant chatter seemed to suggest that without his verbal jabs, he might not know how to play the game at all. Liu Xing, indifferent to such banter, let Garnett prattle on. As Garnett advanced, Liu Xing expertly seized the opportunity presented by the mismatch between the agile Zhu and the larger big baby. At the very moment when Garnett elevated his center of gravity, Liu Xing made a decisive move. As Garnett unleashed a barrage of trash talk, Liu Xing's pass had already reached Zhu beneath the basket. Despite Zhu being frequently ridiculed by Kobe for his lack of focus and incessant preoccupation with his hair, he was among the few players whom Kobe personally called to emphasize the importance of training. Additionally, Zhu earned the moniker Little Shark. His reputation was not unfounded. As the ball reached Zhu, he engaged in a powerful maneuver, turning with the ball and soaring upwards to dominate the rim. In a burst of excitement, Zhu performed a pull-up on the hoop. Overjoyed, he approached Liu Xing for a high five, exclaiming, "Well done, brother." The Lakers head coach, Phil Jackson, observed Liu Xing's performance with a nod of approval, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as he felt he had discovered the key to reviving the Lakers. What had once been a source of pride, their defense, was now akin to a sieve, and Rivers was visibly unsettled. He still underestimated Liu Xing, repeatedly convincing himself that he was merely a rookie, an inexperienced player who knew nothing of the triangle offense. Surely, it was just luck, right? However, Liu Xing's performance belied such dismissals. Rivers harbored a disdain for the Lakers, despite the media portraying their matchup against the Celtics as a fierce rivalry. Those who understood the dynamics knew that the Lakers and Celtics were not of the same caliber. That summer, with the trio of Celtics superstars coming together, they transformed into the most formidable contender for the NBA championship, leading numerous media outlets to declare the end of the NBA season, prophesying that the championship belonged to the Celtics, with everyone else merely vying for second place. In a preseason prediction by 17 esteemed ESPN analysts, every single one forecasted the Celtics as the champions for the 2007 to 2008 season. Among them, Stephen A. Smith, a prominent expert with a reputation akin to that of a seasoned player, asserted that the Celtics would establish a dynasty. His words carried significant weight in the basketball community. As for the Lakers, they had been unceremoniously eliminated by the Suns in the playoffs for 2 consecutive years. In 2006, they held a 3-1 lead only to suffer a devastating comeback and be ousted. In 2007, they faced near sweep, losing 4-1. Consequently, their star player, Kobe, was utterly disillusioned with the management, unwilling to squander his prime. Thus, that summer, Kobe confronted the Lakers management, declaring, "If I do not receive adequate support, I will leave." Kobe even donned the Bulls' number 24 jersey, parading through the streets. Although the chaotic situation surrounding the Lakers was ultimately mediated by the team's owner, the venerable Jerry Buss, the Lakers failed to secure any capable players throughout the summer. Oh, wait, they did acquire the former Jazz player, Derek Fisher, a guard barely meeting the threshold of adequacy. And then, there was nothing further. Oh, they also signed Sun Yu, only to release him shortly thereafter. They even extended a 10-day contract to the lanky Liu Xing. ESPN rated the Lakers as merely a first-round playoff team. The rivalry between the Lakers and the Celtics, while renowned, is not comparable. The two teams do not belong to the same echelon. Doc Rivers' dismissive attitude towards the Lakers is not without justification. Even if you witnessed it firsthand, it would be hard to believe that the Lakers, due to a rookie, a marginal player, someone who had nearly been without a team just 10 days prior, could contend with the formidable Celtics. It is astonishing to even speak of it. Yet, this is precisely what transpired. The Lakers underwent a transformative leap, thanks to Liu Xing. Liu Xing appears to have been born solely for the Lakers. Seamlessly integrating into the team, he has become an indispensable presence in less than 5 games. Moreover, he has emerged as the central pillar for the playoff-struggling Lakers in their confrontation against the dynasty team, the Celtics. In the match against the Celtics, he scored 10 consecutive points at the outset, assisting the Lakers in breaking the ice. This contribution is undeniably invaluable. Furthermore, Liu Xing's presence compelled the Celtics to alter their defensive strategy. With Garnett stepping up, the Celtics' interior defense turned into a one-on-one showdown with the formidable Zhu. Zhu, with finesse, outmaneuvered his opponent, relishing the opportunity. His ability to engage in one-on-one situations instilled caution in the Celtics, preventing them from diverting excessive attention away from Kobe. Should they refrain from double-teaming Kobe, a one-on-one scenario is precisely what he craves. Given Kobe's current form, It is hard to imagine anyone on Earth who could truly contain him in such a situation. As Kobe thrives in one-on-one matchups, the Celtics' defense is compromised, making it increasingly challenging to restrict the Lakers' scoring. Additionally, with Fisher's three-point shooting prowess, the spacing widens significantly. While Odom's three-point shooting may be unreliable, he excels in mid-range shots, and with his impressive physique, he can be quite formidable when driving to the basket. As the first quarter concluded, the Lakers held a rare 2-point lead at 31-29. Renowned commentator Yang Yi expressed his astonishment, noting that the Lakers' unexpected start, bolstered by Liu Xing, was engaging in a competitive back-and-forth with the Celtics, far exceeding his expectations. It is worth recalling that this summer, the Lakers were on the brink of disbandment. Host Kofan concurred, questioning who could have foreseen such a turnaround. Meanwhile, Yang Yi expressed uncertainty about how long the Lakers could maintain this momentum, acknowledging that the Celtics' status as the leading championship contender this season was not without justification. As Yang Yi aptly noted, the Celtics' position as championship favorites is indeed warranted. The second quarter's rotation phase commenced. As Liu Xing took the court, the presence of Kobe and Odom seemed insufficient to hold the momentum. The Celtics surged with an 8-0 run, yet the Zen master refrained from calling a timeout, raising questions about his situational acumen. The Lakers, unwilling to halt the game, found themselves at the mercy of Ray Allen, who struck another three-pointer, extending the run to 11-0, with a score of 31-40. During this rotation phase, the Lakers' attempts at offense faltered, and their defense proved inadequate. Reluctantly, the Zen master summoned Kobe. However, expecting him to be off his game was implausible. A player of his caliber would not remain inaccurate throughout. While his individual scoring was unchallenged, the team's cohesion presented a vulnerability for Kobe. He scored 6 consecutive points with 3 exquisite mid-range shots. Yet, the gap widened, with the score reaching 37-48. An 11-point deficit against a team like the Celtics is significant. When facing such a defensively formidable opponent, falling behind by more than 15 points often signals the premature conclusion of the contest. As noted by the commentator Yang Yi during the livestream, the Celtics are indeed formidable. Exposing any weaknesses can lead to relentless exploitation by them. The Lakers appeared on the verge of collapse, and the rhythm of the game suggested as much. Host Kofan echoed this sentiment, emphasizing that against a team of the Celtics' defensive caliber, allowing a lead of over 15 points could prove fatal, as previously demonstrated by the Cavaliers. The issues were evident even in the livestream. How could the legendary coach, the Zen master, be unaware? He felt the weight of the situation and turned his attention to Liu Xing, whom he had come to rely upon. As a rookie, averaging 36 minutes of playtime was akin to being treated like a star. With only 3 minutes gone in the second quarter, it was Liu Xing's customary rest period. With no other options, the Zen master waved his hand, signaling for Liu Xing to enter. In the livestream, host Kofan announced, with Walton off, Liu Xing steps in. Yang Yi pondered the Lakers' adjustment, acknowledging the undeniable synergy between Liu Xing and the team. However, he cautioned against placing hopes for a comeback solely on a newcomer, reminding everyone that this was only Liu Xing's 6th game. Just as Yang Yi's words concluded, Liu Xing made his presence felt upon his return. Garnett, wary of Liu Xing, applied tight defensive pressure, knowing Liu Xing had previously shot 4 for 4 in the first quarter, leaving a lasting impression. The intensity of the defense was palpable. Liu Xing quickly discerned Garnett's vulnerability. Due to his apprehension of Liu Xing's shooting prowess, Garnett adopted a heightened defensive stance. Despite his formidable reputation, he was compelled to exert utmost vigilance, refraining from perceiving Liu Xing as merely a novice who had yet to complete 7 games in the NBA. The door was wide open behind him. Liu Xing seized the opportunity, feigning a shot, while Garnett, like a startled bird, shifted his weight in response. Liu Xing smiled slyly, then swiftly turned his body, executing a powerful jump shot with a grand stride. Garnett realized he had been deceived, his gaze momentarily frozen in disbelief. He never anticipated that Liu Xing possessed such a skill. By the time he attempted to pursue, it was already too late. Turning to look, he saw Liu Xing holding the ball aloft, exuding an overwhelming force as he charged towards the hoop. Liu Xing, standing at a height of 2.17 meters, complemented by an impressive wingspan of 2.34 meters, moves with an agility reminiscent of a grand spider. In the paint, he initially contemplates defensive assistance. However, with his keen intellect, a mere glance is all it takes for him to disregard the idea entirely. Liu Xing soared like a comet, an unstoppable force. leaping into the air with a commanding presence as he gazed down upon the hoop just within reach. With a resounding thud, he emphatically smashed the ball into the basket, causing the entire structure to reverberate as he hung suspended above it. The sheer visual impact of his play left the Celtics fans in awe, plunging the North Shore TD Garden into an eerie silence. In the Tianchao XL live broadcast studio, host Ko Fan leaned forward, his jaw dropping in disbelief, eyes wide as saucers, unable to contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "My goodness! What have I just witnessed? I can hardly believe my eyes. This play is undoubtedly destined for the highlight reel." Yang Yi, equally astounded, remarked on Liu Xing's remarkable athleticism, stating, "At such an elevation, with such extraordinary physical prowess, it is truly a rarity. In my years of commentary, he is the only player I have encountered capable of such a breathtaking dunk at this altitude, and he is the singular representative from the East." Kobe, too, was invigorated by Liu Xing's astounding dunk, eagerly approaching him for a celebratory chest bump. His enthusiasm ignited. He couldn't help but shout, "Well done. This is exactly what we need." Liu Xing's slam dunk left Rivers utterly astonished. Liu Xing has continuously created a plethora of troubles for him, leaving a profound impression. The usually calm and unperturbed Zen master also stood up to applaud Liu Xing. Liu Xing's performance on the court significantly boosts morale. 39-48. As soon as Liu Xing arrived, the situation immediately transformed for the better. Liu Xing's play has officially sounded the clarion call for the Lakers' resurgence. Liu Xing's return has visibly elevated the performance of the Lakers. His impressive mobility allows him to sweep through the paint with remarkable defensive prowess. The Lakers already boast the formidable presence of Anthony Davis to protect the rim. The Celtics, in their attempts to penetrate the paint, must tread carefully. Left with little choice, they resort to taking more shots from beyond the arc. Paul Pierce's step-back three-pointer was a strained effort, falling short of the mark. With a swift motion, Liu Xing leaped into the air, his athletic prowess effortlessly surpassing the positioned Bao, seizing the rebound from above his head. With keen eyes, Liu Xing grabbed the ball and executed a long pass that sliced through the entire court. Odom received the pass and, with a powerful three-step approach, delivered an emphatic dunk. The Celtics continued to linger at the perimeter, with Pierce opting for a long two-pointer. However, under Odom's imposing defense, his shot fell short. Liu Xing. And once again, Liu Xing's palms seemed to possess an inherent magnetism. Once the ball was released, he consistently discerned its trajectory with remarkable clarity, effortlessly capturing it at its descent. With his exceptional physical prowess, he would ascend above others to seize the rebound. This prowess had, at times, rendered the Celtics' prized player utterly disheartened. "This kid's physicality is simply astounding," he lamented, having been outmaneuvered by Liu Xing for the second consecutive time. Liu Xing's team member and Zhu felt envious of his remarkable physical prowess, which surpassed even his own. He recalled the first time he laid eyes on Liu Xing, a lanky figure, and amusingly thought that Liu Xing was there to serve as his substitute. He couldn't help but shake his head, realizing how comical that notion was. With such extraordinary talent, how could anyone willingly settle for mediocrity? In the Tianchao XL live broadcast, host Ko Fan expressed his astonishment, exclaiming that Liu Xing's physique was truly exceptional. Upon his return, Liu Xing instantly transformed the course of the game. He was indeed the savior of the Lakers. Yang Yi was left in awe, his jaw dropping in disbelief, as he had never encountered a newcomer capable of such feats. Liu Xing was akin to a nuclear weapon in the hands of the Zen master. With a mere push of a button, the results were immediate and spectacular. Liu Xing seized the rebound, swiftly passing the ball to Kobe. With the ball in hand, Kobe accelerated, catching the Celtics off guard. He penetrated the enemy's territory, deftly maneuvering through the crowd. In a sudden flourish, he extended his arm, scoring with an elegant layup while provoking a foul from Ray Allen. Amidst the chorus of boos from the crowd, Kobe successfully converted the free throw. The Lakers launched a formidable 7-0 counterattack, narrowing the score to 47-48. Just a single point behind. Remarkably, all 7 points were either directly or indirectly attributed to Liu Xing. Rivers was at his wits' end. He had once believed that placing the Celtics' finest player, Garnett, in front of Liu Xing was a strategic advantage, an overestimation of Liu Xing's abilities. Yet now, he realized he had underestimated Liu Xing profoundly. Liu Xing now not only possesses a mid-range shot, but also contributes a formidable defensive presence, rendering the Lakers' paint impenetrable. Most importantly, Liu Xing's presence has revitalized the Zen Master's triangle offense. This is where Rivers finds himself at a loss. He could never have anticipated that the key to unlocking the Lakers' potential would lie in the hands of a rookie who has yet to play even 7 games in the NBA. A player who merely half a month ago was on the brink of losing his opportunity in the league. How did the Lakers manage to uncover such a gem? Rivers made further adjustments, yet regardless of his efforts, Liu Xing remained an unavoidable conundrum for them. Unless this issue is addressed, the Celtics will find it exceedingly challenging to conquer the Lakers. Subsequently, both teams entered a tug-of-war. As the first half concluded, the score was tied at 60-60. The third quarter continued from the latter half of the second, with both sides exchanging blows in a fierce back-and-forth struggle. By the end of the third quarter, the score was once again tied at 80. Throughout the entire third quarter, there were 10 lead changes, with the margin never exceeding 3 points. The contest was extraordinarily intense. As the fourth quarter commenced, Liu Xing was substituted for merely 1 minute, and during that brief interlude, the Lakers found themselves trailing at 86-80. The Zen master, feeling the pressure, made a decisive gesture and called Liu Xing back onto the court. By the conclusion of the fourth quarter, Liu Xing had played for 32 minutes, surpassing Kobe by an additional 2 minutes. Liu Xing's entrance had an immediate and profound impact. He seized 2 offensive rebounds and successfully scored on a putback, aiding the Lakers in narrowing the gap to 84-86, trailing by a mere 2 points. The Lakers were fiercely competitive, prompting Rivers to shorten his rotation, bringing back the Celtics trio of stars 3 minutes early for a crucial showdown. Subsequently, both teams engaged in a tug-of-war, exchanging leads in a back-and-forth scoring battle that lasted until just 1 minute and 6 seconds remained. Ray Allen sank a three-pointer from the corner, making it 103-100. Following this, Kobe Bryant faced off against Paul Pierce. Prior to this moment, Kobe had already contributed 4 consecutive points, keeping the score close. However, this time, his efforts faltered. With the ball in hand, Kobe attempted to back down Pierce, pushing and shoving, but suddenly pivoted for a shot that lacked rhythm and was taken under duress. Pierce held his ground and did not yield. Kobe was met with a rejection. The play did not end there. After successfully blocking Kobe's shot, Pierce quickly passed the ball to Ray Allen, who pushed the ball forward. In a moment of reckless choice, Allen, who had just hit a three-pointer, opted for another 3 instead of a 2, launching a fast-break three-pointer. Following this, Yang Yi exclaimed that it was a game-defining shot. Liu Xing had saved Kobe, as Ray Allen's trailing three-pointer found its mark. The North Shore TD Garden erupted. The roar of the crowd was deafening, capable of piercing eardrums. Phil Jackson, unable to remain composed, immediately called a timeout. Having been struck by consecutive three-pointers from the Celtics, it felt as though the Lakers were on the brink of demise. The perspiring referee blew the whistle, signaling a timeout. As the whistle echoed, the Celtics players rushed to celebrate with Allen, their excitement palpable. Rivers, who had been tense, finally relaxed and breathed a sigh of relief. This match was nothing short of breathless, especially in the final 5 minutes, where the teams were tied 10 times and exchanged leads 5 times. After Allen's 2 shots, a brief pause ensued. With a score of 106-100, the Celtics led by 6 points with just 1 minute and 6 seconds left. Though the game was not yet over, it felt nearly concluded. In the past 2 minutes, aside from Allen's 2 baskets in the last 6 seconds, neither the Lakers nor the Celtics managed to score. Moreover, this 6-point lead represented the largest margin between the 2 teams in the fourth quarter. Certainly, time remained, but those aware understood that the game was essentially over. For the Lakers to win, it was merely a matter of chance. A radiant smile blossomed on Rivers' face, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum, as he congratulated each Celtics player, exclaiming, "Well done, guys." After a hard-fought victory over the Zen master, Rivers, brimming with pride, exchanged pleasantries with the Celtics players before turning to cast a smug glance towards the Lakers bench. He chuckled to himself, thinking, "Stop struggling. It is futile. Victory is assured. You have pushed us to this extent, and that is commendable." The renowned commentator Yang Yi remarked on the match's brilliance, stating it rivaled that of the playoffs, with the game hanging in the balance until the final minute. In this contest, I dare say there are no losers. The Celtics, as championship favorites, demonstrated precisely why they hold such status, leaving no room for criticism. Meanwhile, the Lakers, as underdogs, showcased their resilience. Notably, newcomer Liu Xing proved the Lakers' faith was not misplaced. There are reasons for his esteemed position within the team. His performance was remarkable, securing an impressive 18 rebounds, showcasing extraordinary talent, and delivering pivotal contributions during critical moments. affirming his indispensable role within the Lakers. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the Lakers were ultimately outmatched by the Celtics. Given the circumstances, one cannot demand more from them. Host Kufan concurred, stating, "Indeed, the Lakers can hold their heads high as they exit the arena." The Zen master expressed satisfaction with the energy displayed by his disciples tonight. Although, with 1 minute and 6 seconds left, victory seemed out of reach for the Lakers. He praised his players' efforts, exchanging high fives, affirming their commendable performance. He recognized the difficulty, if not impossibility, of turning the game around. However, two individuals stood out. One was Kobe, who sat expressionless on the bench, still engulfed in his own frustrations. If that shot of his had not been blocked, but had instead found the net, the outcome would have been entirely different. He was still filled with self-reproach. The other was Liu Xing, who, at this juncture, was resolute in his desire not to lose, not for any other reason, but simply out of a profound aversion to defeat. The Celtics fans behind Liu Xing began to sing triumphantly in celebration of their impending victory. The cheers resonated throughout the North Shore TD Garden, with the Celtics supporters fervently chanting their rallying cries. As the long-standing rivals of the Lakers, the joy derived from vanquishing them was tenfold compared to defeating any other team. Moreover, the Lakers, a prestigious franchise, hold a championship count second only to that of the Celtics, making them the sole team in the NBA capable of matching the Celtics' legacy. For Celtics fans, the elation of overcoming the Lakers is ineffable. Observing the early jubilation of the Celtics fans, many Lakers supporters who had traveled to the North Shore TD Garden realized the futility of their hopes and opted to leave. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Lakers' strategy was straightforward: pass the ball to Kobe. With the ball in his hands, both Rajon Rondo and Ray Allen swiftly closed in. Although he had just been blocked by Paul Pierce, Kobe's confidence remained unshaken. Skillfully maneuvering away from the double team, Kobe executed a quick stop and took a shot, all within a span of 6 seconds. The basketball gracefully arced from his fingertips, tracing a beautiful parabola through the air. Alas, it fell short. Witnessing Kobe's miss, Pierce immediately celebrated in front of the camera, his right arm bent at a 90-degree angle, fist clenched in triumph. Meanwhile, Kevin Garnett raised his arms high, letting out a triumphant roar, preemptively reveling in their victory. They understood all too well what Kobe's failure to score signified. However, Liu Xing cautioned them that their celebrations were premature. As Kobe released the ball, Liu Xing darted toward the basket, accurately predicting the ball's descent. Yet he found himself obstructed by a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, nothing could deter Liu Xing. With a powerful leap, his body seemed to spring upwards as if propelled by invisible springs. In an instant, he soared into the air, his large hand securing the ball with unwavering determination. Liu Xing seized the crucial rebound that breathed new life into the Lakers. Immediately, he passed the ball to Kobe, who regarded him with an approving glance. On this occasion, Kobe did not disappoint Liu Xing. He rose, shot, and the trajectory was perfect. A long two-pointer, swish. With just 52 seconds remaining, the score stood at 102-106. This scene unfolded rapidly. The two players who had just been celebrating, Pierce and Garnett, suddenly froze, their expressions rigid. They could hardly fathom that, at such a pivotal moment, Liu Xing could display such prowess. Was this still the rookie who had barely participated in 7 NBA games? On the bench, Rivers felt a tightening in his gut as Liu Xing secured the crucial rebound and assisted Kobe's shot. A foreboding sense washed over him. This game might very well slip away. Yet, he chastised himself. What was he thinking? With 52 seconds remaining, the Celtics held possession and a 4-point lead. Even if they failed to score, as long as they avoided turnovers and consumed 24 seconds, they would leave the Lakers with just 28 seconds, trailing by 4 points. Even if the Lakers managed a three-pointer, they would still have 2 more possessions. The Celtics were not going to stand idle and allow them to score. On the Lakers' side, there was only Kobe. If they could neutralize him, the Lakers' chances would dwindle. Rivers understood this reality, yet the nagging feeling of dread only intensified as the game progressed. In the Tianchao XL live broadcast room, host Ku Fan marveled at Liu Xing's pivotal offensive rebound and assist to Kobe, resulting in a mid-range basket that kept the Lakers' hopes alive, albeit with little time remaining. For the Lakers to clinch victory, they had to defend this possession at all costs. With 52 seconds left and trailing by 4, the Lakers still had a glimmer of hope. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Rondo controlled the pace, and the Celtics began to bleed the clock. Rondo, a second-year player, had earned his position as the core guard of the Celtics' three-headed monster for good reason. He was a natural floor general. With 52 seconds remaining and the Lakers trailing by 4, the situation was indeed precarious. They could not afford to commit a foul prematurely. And Rondo was acutely aware of this. As the 24-second shot clock ticked down, he took 19 seconds before initiating a drive and distributing the ball to the hottest shooter, Ray Allen. Liu Xing, sensing the impending calamity, swiftly lunged forward, akin to a famished wolf pouncing upon its prey, executing his move with ferocity and remarkable speed. Given the altitude at which he operated, such an assault on the perimeter was no simple feat. It was fortunate that Liu Xing possessed an exceptional physical prowess, a level of talent unattainable by others. He surged from beneath the basket towards the corner. Ray Allen, famously known as the Jesus Shuttlesworth, lived up to his illustrious reputation. With only 4 seconds remaining, then 3, and as Liu Xing approached with unyielding determination, Allen remained composed, unfazed. He feigned momentarily, causing Liu Xing to be momentarily lifted. Evading his grasp. 2 seconds, 1 second, and then 0. 90 seconds. With unwavering confidence, Ray Allen released his shot, a smile gracing his lips, recalling his previous successful attempts from this position. At this juncture, with merely 6 seconds left in the game, if Allen's shot found its mark, it would effectively seal the fate of the Lakers. In the Tion Chow XL live broadcast, host Kufan leaned forward, captivated by the unfolding drama. Liu Xing, having been momentarily displaced, surged forth to contest Allen's shot, executing a monumental block that seemed to eclipse the very sun. Allen's smile instantly vanished, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wasn't Liu Xing just faked out? The astonishment was not limited to Allen. The crowd was collectively stunned as Liu Xing thwarted Allen's potential game-winning three-pointer, a spectacle that left all present in awe. Garnett, positioned closest to Allen, could hardly believe his eyes, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. Kobe, while astonished, felt a surge of joy. Liu Xing had once again saved the Lakers, offering them a glimmer of hope. On the sidelines, Celtics coach Rivers stood frozen, rendered speechless. The usually unflappable Zen master, Phil Jackson, was overtaken by excitement, his fist pumping in triumph. The North Shore TD Garden crowd was left in a state of shock, each fan frozen in place, mouths agape in disbelief. In the Tion Chow XL live broadcast, host Kufan was overwhelmed, his voice cracking with excitement, exclaiming, "What?" Liu Xing, having been displaced, blocked Ray Allen's lethal strike. The Lakers have narrowly escaped doom. Commentary guest Yang Yi, equally astonished, found himself speechless, his mouth forming an O, as he marveled at the astonishing turn of events. Liu Xing executed a remarkable block against Ray Allen, causing the ball to ricochet off and land in Paul Pierce's hands. With the shot clock expiring, Pierce secured possession, leading to a turnover that favored the Lakers. The Zen master called for a timeout, ensuring the strategy was directed towards Kobe. Upon resuming play, the Lakers aimed for a three-point shot. In this instance, Celtics coach Rivers, exercising caution, substituted Rondo for defensive stalwart Tony Allen. Throughout the game, Allen's defense against Kobe proved formidable, as Kobe attempted 8 shots, only converting 2, resulting in a dismal efficiency. This time, the Celtics opted against double-teaming Kobe, allowing him to face Allen one-on-one. In response, Kobe executed a quick stop and attempted a three-pointer. With Allen contesting the shot, Kobe felt the pressure and, upon release, sensed its inadequacy, exclaiming, "Rebound." A chaotic scramble ensued beneath the basket. Garnett and the big baby stood as imposing barriers, while the relentless Perkins exerted all his strength to breach their defense, albeit without success. The outcome of this possession would ultimately determine the Lakers' fate. The basketball fell short, landing directly above the heads of the 3 players engaged in the fray, favoring Garnett and the big baby. Garnett, poised to leap and secure the rebound, was suddenly taken aback by an overwhelming force from behind. A shadowy figure surged forth, a powerful arm snatching the ball with authority. Stunned, Garnett could hardly fathom that anyone could accomplish such a feat over him. Curiosity piqued, he turned to discover a seemingly innocuous face. It was him. Again, it was him. Garnett's astonishment reached new heights. Yet, what further astonished Garnett was Liu Xing's immediate pass to Kobe. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe attempted another shot, but missed again, his frustration mounting. This miss dampened the Lakers' morale, which had just been buoyed by Liu Xing's block and rebound. The Zen master, exasperated, shrugged helplessly. Rivers breathed a sigh of relief. This moment had nearly caused his heart to leap into his throat. The previously subdued North Shore TD Garden, witnessing Kobe's failure to score, finally allowed its collective breath to return to normalcy. In the Tion Show XL live broadcast, host Kofan remarked on Liu Xing's impressive rebound over Garnett, the big baby, and Perkins as he passed the ball to Kobe, who once again failed to make the three-pointer. What a pity, he lamented. Yang Yi, wearing a dejected expression, whispered, "It's over, no miracles left." Just as his words faded, back on the court, Kobe's shot fell short once more. This time, the rebound landed right above Garnett's head. There was no room for error. Garnett swiftly leaped, just as his hands were about to make contact with the rebound. Liu Xing, and once again, Liu Xing. With an unparalleled display of speed, Liu Xing utilized his remarkable wingspan to flick the ball into the air. Garnett was caught off guard, his leap a moment too late, as the ball descended once more. However, this time, Liu Xing had the advantage. Although Garnett's speed was commendable, it paled in comparison to that of the fully developed and younger Liu Xing. Liu Xing rises once more, seizing the opportunity. He battles for the rebound and once again passes the ball to Kobe. Caught off guard, Kobe is clearly astonished. He did not anticipate that Liu Xing, a newcomer yet to play a full 7 games in the NBA, could secure 2 consecutive offensive rebounds over the towering Garnett at such a critical moment, ultimately saving the Lakers. This is a feat even the likes of Nju could not accomplish. The fans at the North Shore TD Garden are left in awe, their jaws dropped and eyes wide as saucers. Rivers, witnessing Kobe's missed shot, initially prepares to celebrate, only to find himself helplessly shrugging his shoulders. The Zen master can no longer maintain his composure, unable to contain his excitement as he whistles. In the live broadcast from the Heavenly Kingdom, the hoarse-voiced host Kofan exclaims, "What have I just witnessed?" Liu Xing, once again claiming rebounds over Garnett, immediately passing to Kobe. Did he make it? Did he? With a stunning climax against the Celtics, Liu Xing rescues the Lakers at the North Shore TD Garden. Kobe, facing the defensive pressure of Tony Allen, attempts another three-pointer. The basketball rolls off his fingertips, its arc slightly lacking. With only 28 seconds remaining, the clock races on. A series of attacks consumes 18 seconds, leaving just 10 seconds, then 9. The ball strikes the rim with a heavy thud, ricocheting high into the air. At that moment, Liu Xing wishes he could offer Kobe a knife for a dramatic exit. The fans at North Shore TD Garden breathe a collective sigh of relief. Yet silence falls once more. The basketball soars, ultimately descending into the net with a crisp swish. With 9 seconds left, the score reads 105-106. The Lakers trailing by a single point. There remains a glimmer of hope for the Lakers. Rivers hastily calls for a timeout. The evolution of this game had been unfathomable to him before it began, all due to the emergence of an unexpected rookie. It can be said that without Liu Xing, the Lakers would not have even reached this point. The Celtics could have concluded the half with time to spare. Rivers had envisioned numerous scenarios for the game, but never anything like this. He instinctively slapped his thigh, stealing a few more glances at Liu Xing. Now, he grapples with a perplexing question. How could such an extraordinary talent go undrafted? Surely, the Lakers must have cheated. With his caliber, one could easily compare him to the likes of Odin and Durant, or at the very least, assume he would have been a lottery pick. Yet, he is an undrafted player? The Lakers must have cheated. Rivers could only draw this conclusion. The Zen master was utterly exhilarated, facing the Celtics in such a manner. Regardless of the outcome, the Lakers had emerged victorious. They were indeed a formidable championship contender. The Zen master possessed a modicum of self-awareness in this regard. Thus, during the timeout, he heartily patted Liu Xing on the shoulder, exuberantly commending, "Well done, Liu. You have salvaged the team." The Zen master seldom bestows praise upon newcomers. Despite Nju's steady progress and commendable performances over the years, he had yet to receive such accolades in front of an audience of this magnitude. Nju felt a twinge of jealousy. To earn the Zen master's praise typically foretells a promising future. Jordan Farmar watched with envy. As a fellow undrafted player in his second year, he had exerted immense effort, toiling in the development league for a season. He had only been recalled to fill the Lakers' 15-man roster due to their dire need. Presently, he remained on the fringes. Yet, Liu Xing, in less than 7 games, had captivated the Zen master, solidifying his status as a key player. His playing time was comparable to that of seasoned veterans. Not only the Zen master, but also the notoriously discerning Kobe, actively engaged with Liu Xing, offering a chest bump and giving him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Liu, Splendid work. You have saved me. Jordan Farmar's jaw nearly dropped. However, Liu Xing did not share in the elation. These individuals, they were all the same, talking for the sake of talking. Kobe relished in verbal banter, while the Zen master preferred physical gestures. It was remarkable that someone of his age could still exert such force. Liu Xing felt as if his very bones might shatter under the impact. As the game unfolded, both teams were well aware of the stakes. The Lakers trailed by 1 point with only 9 seconds remaining, and a foul was imminent, directly foul. The Zen master had devised a strategy of intentional fouling. Upon returning from the timeout, the Celtics fielded their proficient free throw shooters. The whistle sounded, and the game resumed. The Celtics executed their inbounds flawlessly. Passing the ball to Ray Allen, Kobe swiftly committed a foul with merely 6 seconds left on the clock. Ray Allen, boasting a free throw percentage of 93, was being sent to the line, equating to a gift of points. As anticipated, he made the first free throw, swish. The Lord has still not favored the Lakers. Ray Allen appeared as a machine, sinking his second free throw, making the score 105-108, with the Celtics leading by 3 points and just 6 seconds remaining. This nearly ensured that the Celtics would not falter in the regular season, thereby solidifying their undefeated status. The Lakers called their final timeout, strategizing around Kobe. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the continuation of the game. Kobe, with the ball, faced off against Tony Allen. 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. The Celtics, leading by 3, had the option to foul, yet Tony Allen refrained, making a critical error that granted the Lakers an opportunity. Kobe maneuvered against Tony Allen, his dribbling evading the defense, his explosiveness reaching its zenith as the clock ticked down to 2 seconds. From the right side at a 45-degree angle, Kobe halted and released the ball. It glided gracefully from his fingertip, tracing a beautiful arc before crashing into the net with a resounding swish. The crowd erupted as Kobe raised his arms in triumph, embodying a regal presence. The Celtics, however, wore expressions of despair. Yet, in the next moment, the referee ruled that it was a 2-pointer, not a 3. The score shifted to 107-108, with the Lakers trailing by 1 point and only 67 seconds left on the clock. This nearly sealed the Lakers' fate. Celtics core player, Paul Pierce, exhaled in relief, raising his right fist in victory. Kevin Garnett let out a triumphant roar, pounding his chest in celebration. Ray Allen maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed. Coach Rivers of the Celtics finally allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, what a scare, but at last, it is over. The fans at the TD Garden erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating this hard-earned victory. In stark contrast, the Lakers players displayed a somber demeanor. Kobe's eyes were hollow, his face etched with disappointment, as he struggled to accept the outcome. What could have led to overtime was thwarted by a foot fault, the three-pointer deemed a mere 2. In that moment, he wished he could sever an inch from his foot. Except for Liu Xing, every Lakers player wore a gloomy expression, filled with despair. On the bench, the substitutes and staff were frozen in shock, clearly unable to comprehend this outcome. Coach Phil Jackson, while praising the performance of his players with a forced smile, found it more difficult to mask his own sorrow. Although the game was not yet over, with 67 seconds remaining and possession in the opponent's hands, the prospect of a comeback seemed bleak. There was no time for dawdling. They had to press on. Liu Xing seemed oblivious to the fact that only 67 seconds remained in the game, as if victory for the Lakers were utterly unattainable. He called upon everyone to initiate full-court defense. Upon hearing this, Kobe was taken aback. So was the Zen master. The other Lakers players were equally stunned, pondering Liu Xing's words. However, Liu Xing paid them no mind, instead positioning himself meticulously. Preparing for the final 67 seconds. Liu Xing's actions instantly provoked a chorus of disdain from the North Shore TD Garden. As Celtics fans pointed and whispered about him, a rookie, simply a rookie. Even at this juncture, does he still harbor hopes of victory? What a naive notion. It's futile. Perhaps next time. Utterly oblivious. If the Lakers can turn it around, I would gladly carry his shoes. Liu Xing directly disregarded the cacophony around him, concentrating intently on Garnett's free throw. At that moment, the remarkably focused Liu Xing drew a remark from Garnett. Rookie, you've dazzled me, but victory shall be mine. Nearby, Pierce, who was ready to receive the pass, displayed a sneer of disdain. The most exaggerated reaction came from Celtics head coach Rivers, who looked at Liu Xing with a scornful grin, pointing at him with his right hand. He turned to his bench players and mockingly said, Look at that guy. Doesn't he resemble a fool? At this, the Celtics bench erupted in laughter, with Rivers doubling over in amusement. However, in the next instant, the laughter faded. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the continuation of the game. Garnett prepared to inbound the ball, having already assumed victory for his team, and thus, he was somewhat careless. Moreover, he had underestimated Liu Xing's reach and height. The essence still lay in Liu Xing's athletic prowess. Liu Xing extended his arms, nearly enveloping Garnett completely. Moreover, Garnett was preparing for a backcourt inbounds pass. The time for the throw-in was 5 seconds. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. As the moment for an infraction approached, Garnett hurriedly executed the pass. The instant Garnett released the ball, an opportunity arose for Liu Xing. With a decisive 0-31, he delivered a crushing blow to the Celtics, rescuing the Lakers. Yang Yi remarked that only 1 second remained, the Celtics held possession. And the Lakers were out of options, no miracles awaited. Yet, Liu Xing's performance in this match left me in awe, and I eagerly anticipate his future endeavors. Host Kofan concurred, asserting that the Lakers could hold their heads high after such a fierce contest with the Celtics. This evening, there were no losers. At the North Shore TD Garden, many Boston Celtics fans had already begun to leave in order to evade the congested traffic. On the Celtics bench, Rivers was so engrossed in strategizing for the next match against the Magic that he did not even glance at the final moments of the game. The Celtics players, both on and off the court, exhibited no signs of pressure, their faces relaxed, as if victory was already within their grasp. Although the Celtics led by a single point with just 1 second remaining and held possession, the magnitude of error required for them to lose the game was unfathomable. In a high-end neighborhood of Boston, room 202, the silver-haired general manager of the Celtics, Ainge, opted to watch the game at home rather than attend in person. As it coincided with his wedding anniversary, the media often refers to the Lakers and Celtics as rivals, yet Ainge has never regarded the Lakers with any significant concern. Despite the tumultuous nature of the game, the Celtics ultimately secured a safe victory. Though only 1 second remained, he did not believe any miracles could transpire, and he turned off the television in advance. It was fortunate Ainge did so. Otherwise, one could only wonder if his heart could withstand the emotional turmoil of the moment. In a crucial moment, Liu Xing's performance was indeed as Rivers described it post-game. What more can I say? It was akin to watching helplessly as he wielded a jackhammer against your heart, with no recourse available. Returning to the scene, let us observe Liu Xing's actions. Under the imposing block of Liu Xing's long arms, Garnett, seeing his opportunity slip away, attempted an ill-fated throw with no timeouts remaining for the Celtics. Only to be caught red-handed by Liu Xing. Liu Xing executed a steal and simultaneously unleashed his instantaneous skill, the countdown annihilation, as a fleeting second vanished. Garnett, sensing the impending danger, rushed forward, but Liu Xing had already succeeded in his theft. Without a moment's hesitation, he twisted his body midair, and with only 0 seconds remaining, he faced Garnett's aerial assault with remarkable composure. The basketball rolled off the tip of Liu Xing's index finger, gracefully soaring above Garnett's outstretched arms. Heading straight for the hoop behind him, Garnett missed entirely. In that instant, he turned his head in a panic, only to witness the ball tracing a beautiful arc through the air, crashing into the net with a crisp swish. As the ball found its mark, the indicator lights on the rim illuminated, accompanied by the prolonged sound of the final whistle. The referee confirmed Liu Xing's basket was valid. At that moment, Liu Xing felt the adrenaline surging through him. He raised his right fist triumphantly and sprinted across the court. Closest to Liu Xing, Kobe raised his clenched fists, exulting as if he were a little girl who had just received her cherished toy, bouncing and leaping in pure joy. His teammates mirrored his exuberance. Ultimately, the Lakers players, akin to a tidal wave, surged towards Chun Run, enveloping Liu Xing in a joyous embrace. Even Phil Jackson, the legendary coach revered as the Zen master, who had witnessed countless grand moments and claimed 3 consecutive championships, could not contain his elation, bouncing and leaping like a child with a beloved toy. In stark contrast to the Lakers' jubilance, the Celtics exuded an air of despondency and disappointment. All the Celtics players appeared stunned. Garnett stood frozen, his eyes wide as saucers, unable to grasp the reality of the situation, repeatedly questioning himself. Did I just make a mistake and get annihilated in a second? Pierce, equally incredulous, remained rooted in place with his mouth agape for a full 10 seconds. Ray Allen wore a look of disbelief, and Rondo was equally dazed. How could a sure victory slip away so easily? He pinched his arms hard, almost to the point of drawing blood, yet felt no pain, nothing compared to the anguish within. Liu Xing was merciless, akin to wielding a jackhammer, directly targeting the heart of the Celtics without affording them any chance to retaliate. Rondo felt as though each breath was accompanied by pain. The most amusing sight was Rivers, who stood frozen like a simpleton, dazed and bewildered for a full minute. His eyes vacant and devoid of focus. The previous arrogance and pride had vanished without a trace. When he finally regained his senses, he approached the referees, insisting that the game-winning shot should not count, claiming it was after the buzzer, a misjudgment. He repeated this insistently. The shot doesn't count, it was after time. A miscall. The referees, in an effort to pacify him, resorted to reviewing the play frame by frame. It was only then that Rivers resigned to the reality. The earlier triumph, arrogance, and bravado of the Boston Celtics fans had dissipated, leaving only a sense of despondency and frustration. Some fans, unable to bear the emotional upheaval, began to weep uncontrollably. The dramatic rise and fall had come too swiftly for them to endure. In the live broadcast, the host, Kofan, was wide-eyed, as if his very eyeballs might leap from their sockets. He exclaimed in a voice that had cracked, his mouth forming an O. What? Kevin Garnett was stripped by Liu Xing. And then Liu Xing, under Garnett's desperate lunge, delivered the final blow to the Celtics. Teacher Yang, am I dreaming? It feels surreal. Is this truly happening? The incredibility of it all was beyond belief. As Kofan spoke, the guest commentator leaned forward, mouth agape, eyes bulging like saucers, and after a prolonged silence, he finally exclaimed, "This is unbelievable." In a posh neighborhood of Boston, in room 202, the silver-haired Celtics general manager, Ainge, was drying his hair after a shower with his young wife. His phone had been incessantly ringing. Ainge's earlier demeanor had already displeased his wife, and now, in the early hours, with his assistant calling, he felt increasingly irritable. Upon answering the call, he unleashed a torrent of expletives. What the hell, Tony? What time is it? Don't you know when work hours are? On the other end of the line, his fury was ignored as the assistant calmly said, "Mr. Ainge, please check the news." Check the news? Has something happened? What could possibly be amiss? An unsettling heaviness enveloped Ainge as he abruptly ended the call. Upon connecting to the internet, his phone was inundated with dozens of notifications. Although he did not delve into the content, the headlines were starkly clear. Garnett's catastrophic blunder. Boston fell by a rookie's near buzzer beater, delivering the favored Celtics their first defeat of the season. Such news surged into Ainge's phone like a relentless tide. Initially skeptical, he dismissed it as mere fabrication and sought confirmation. Yet, 10 minutes later, he found himself slumped on the sofa, the reality sinking in. It was true. On a flight to Miami, the lean, handsome mastermind known as Riley occupied the spacious seat in business class, his meticulously styled hair and tailored Armani suit rendering him unmistakable. Gazing through the narrow aircraft window, he surveyed the twinkling lights below, a dazzling spectacle that instilled in him a profound sense of control, as if the world lay firmly within his grasp. As the general manager of the Miami Heat, often dubbed a genius, Riley was returning from a 2-game road trip. Throughout his tenure with the Heat, he had undeniably lived up to the moniker of a mastermind, with whispers circulating within the organization that without Riley, there would be no modern Heat. Having joined the Heat in 1995, he notably championed the selection of Dwayne Wade in 2003, a decision that ignited hope for the franchise. In 2006, he orchestrated the acquisition of Shaquille O'Neal, and the duo of Wade and O'Neal ultimately led the Heat to their inaugural championship. Riley also etched his name in history as the second coach to guide 3 different teams to the finals and the third to secure championships with 2 distinct teams. Whether as a general manager or a head coach, Riley's accomplishments were nothing short of illustrious. Reflecting on his contributions to the Heat over the years, a satisfied smile unwittingly graced his lips. Suddenly, the cabin erupted in exclamations of surprise, the voice belonging to Dwayne Wade, the Heat's star guard known as Flash. Curious glances turned towards him from every corner of the aircraft, including Riley in the rear. Wade continued, his excitement palpable. Big news. The championship favorites, the Boston Celtics, were defeated by an undrafted rookie with a buzzer beater. Oh my God. Before boarding, the Celtics had possession, leading by 1 with just a second left. How could they have lost? To a rookie, no less. Surely this is a hoax, questioned O'Neal, seated beside Wade. I know that game. The Lakers were bound to lose. Mournful interjections followed from Mourning. Indeed. It must be fake news, echoed Peyton. But Wade, ESPN, and TNT have reported this. How could it be false? Garnett was stripped by a rookie in the final second, and that rookie secured the victory for the Celtics. Wade's revelation struck the Heat players into stunned silence. A moment of disbelief hanging in the air. After a brief pause, O'Neal finally murmured, "Is that true? Let me see." As he spoke, he took out his phone. Mourning widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Dwayne, please, don't joke." Until now, Mourning could hardly believe it. The other Heat players wore expressions of skepticism. Wade provided a definitive answer. "If you don't believe me, just look." The news about the Celtics being defeated in the final second is trending. Instantly, the murmurs of doubt transformed into exclamations of astonishment. The entire Heat team in the cabin was left in a state of shock and excitement. "My goodness, it's true. This newcomer is remarkable. How did he manage that? I can't believe he stole the ball from Garnett, a Hall of Famer, and executed a game-winning shot in just 1 second." O'Neal, puzzled, remarked, "I hadn't heard that the Lakers had a high draft pick." At this, Wade's enthusiasm only grew. "You're not aware of this? What position was this rookie drafted in?" "Shaq, take a guess." He glanced back at the rear seats. Wade's words captured everyone's attention, including Riley, who leaned forward, keenly listening. "Top 10? No, the Lakers don't have a top 10 pick," O'Neal responded, quickly correcting himself. 13th pick? Mourning suggested. Wade shook his head. O'Neal, feeling a sense of urgency, interjected, "Dwayne, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us, what was his draft position?" Wade continued, "You don't know. We in Miami had a real chance to acquire him, even without a first-round pick. This kid had the audacity to come to Miami for a workout, but when Riley heard it was an Eastern center, he immediately dismissed it, saying not to waste time." It seemed that Wade, realizing he was speaking ill of the leadership in front of everyone, lowered his voice, only daring to utter the last part softly. However, his subsequent remark, "Oh, Riley is foolish," made it clear. "Indeed, he is quite foolish," O'Neal concurred. "Riley, this is making me angry." Just as Wade was engaged in a light-hearted critique of Riley with O'Neal, he suddenly noticed Riley, slicked back hair and all, approaching with a stern expression. Riley stated, "Dwayne, you have conditioning issues. When you arrive in Los Angeles, head straight to the training facility for 100 suicides before packing your bags." Wade's expression momentarily froze. When his disciples mocked him, suggesting that the famed strategist Riley was not irked, it was undoubtedly a fabrication. However, a greater curiosity lingered regarding this undrafted player, Liu Xing, who managed to achieve such remarkable feats. Upon closer inspection, Wade felt an emptiness within, as if he had lost something of great significance. Reviewing Liu Xing's history revealed little of note. He was an undrafted player in the 2007 to 2008 season, failing to secure a pick during the draft. His summer league performance was mediocre, earning him merely a 10-day contract with the Lakers. Yet, in the first game of the new season, he exploded onto the scene, securing a long-term contract with the Lakers. These details seemed unremarkable until Riley was astonished to discover that this newcomer, Liu Xing, had become an indispensable part of the Lakers, serving as an impenetrable force in the interior defense, surpassing even their center and ranking just behind Kobe. Intrigued, Riley delved into Liu Xing's statistics. Admittedly, in the new season, Liu Xing had played less than 7 games for the Lakers, rendering the sample size quite small. Nevertheless, with his keen eye, Riley watched Liu Xing's videos and found himself in awe. He wished to slap himself in disbelief. How could he have been so foolish? Had he recalled receiving a call regarding a tryout for an Eastern player, he would have remembered his assistant mentioning an Eastern center. Riley had resolutely declined, refusing to consider an Eastern center for a trial. This incident had often been recounted among friends, with Riley expressing his thoughts on how everyone seemed to believe they were destined for the NBA, without considering whether they had the requisite talent. It was comical, he thought, that a player from the East sought a tryout. Surely, it was a waste of time. Recalling this, Riley felt his face flush with embarrassment. In the 21st century, the greatest scarcity lay in talent. Lakers patriarch Jerry West, having witnessed Liu Xing's performance during critical moments, stealing the ball from Garnett and facing him down for a game-winning shot, was left in awe, exclaiming, "Brilliant. Absolutely extraordinary." His voice cracked with excitement. Even after watching the footage over 50 times, each viewing ignited a surge of exhilaration within him. Liu Xing, seemingly as slender as a bamboo pole, harbors an inexhaustible reservoir of strength and possesses remarkable speed, complemented by his exceptional height and wingspan. His innate talents in these static attributes are of an unparalleled caliber. coupled with his profound understanding of the Zen Master's triangle offense. He stands as a unique presence in the realm of basketball. With an exceptionally steady mid-range shot, Liu Xing exhibits no trepidation when facing off against Garnett, demonstrating remarkable composure during critical moments, even executing a game-winning steal. He has once again showcased his formidable psychological fortitude in high-pressure situations. If he continues to perform at this level, claiming the title of Rookie of the Year is not beyond the realm of possibility. Although Liu Xing's statistical sample is still limited, the coach, in his intuition, senses something extraordinary brewing. It is important to note that the 2007 draft class is not devoid of talent, even if it is not heralded as a banner year. Among the promising newcomers are Durant of the Supersonics, Oden of the Trailblazers, Horford of the Hawks, Noah of the Bulls, Green of the Supersonics, and Jianlian of the Bucks. Each of these players has demonstrated commendable performances, with some already establishing themselves as the undeniable core of their respective teams, such as Durant and Oden. Yet, the Lakers coach believes that, in comparison, Liu Xing possesses an edge. This is not to assert that Liu Xing is definitively superior to these players at present, but rather to convey the coach's instinctual feeling, his sixth sense, that is inexplicably accurate. The coach has repeatedly relied on this intuition. Indeed, it was through such foresight that Kobe was selected years ago. In light of this, Jerry West, the Lakers coach, cannot help but exclaim in frustration, pondering the details of Liu Xing's contract. Just as he is lost in thought, his phone, resting on the table, rings, displaying the caller ID as the venerable Dr. Buss. Typically, the Lakers owner refrains from meddling in team affairs, delegating authority to the general manager. Thus, any direct communication is reserved for matters of great significance. West, prompted by curiosity, quickly answers the call. "Jerry, have you seen the remarkable things you've accomplished?" The voice on the speaker is that of a middle-aged man, slightly hoarse yet distinctly articulate. Could it be that Mr. Buss is inquiring about Liu Xing's contract? "Mr. Buss, please allow me to explain." "Explain? What is there to explain?" "Liu Xing. Ha ha ha. You truly are the coach. Your keen insight is commendable, and I am quite pleased with Liu Xing's performance. You have brought talent to Los Angeles, and I will ensure you receive a bonus." "And what about Liu Xing's contract?" "Contract? Let the accountant decide. They can fill in whatever amount they deem appropriate. The Lakers are not short on funds." West, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders, contemplates revealing the truth to Dr. Buss, but decides against it, given the owner's insistence. "Jerry, I trust in your business acumen. However, do not skimp on expenditures, especially when it comes to exceptional players. In the 21st century, there is an abundance of resources, yet a scarcity of talent. Liu Xing embodies such exceptional talent. The Godfather can only nod in agreement, affirming this truth. However, it seems that Lakers owner Jerry Buss remains unaware of the bet contract signed between Liu Xing and Godfather Jerry West. If he were to find out, one might wonder whether Buss would be willing to part with the necessary funds. In the depths of Liu Xing's mind, an unusual sound resonated. It was the system. Liu Xing immediately entered. "A decisive victory against the Celtics. Rewards have been distributed. Please check host." Liu Xing felt a sense of elation. The clock-in competition offered rewards, and winning also came with its own benefits. He found himself perplexed by the details, yet he decided to take advantage of the clock-in system as it was provided. After all, who would refuse a bargain? Liu Xing opened the item and was greeted with 15 fragments of the dreamlike dance. His face was adorned with a pronounced question mark, puzzled by this peculiar occurrence. The system informed him that these were skill fragments, and upon collecting a sufficient quantity, the skill would be unlocked. Liu Xing understood this concept. It was akin to gathering 7 Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon. Here, the system merely exchanged the Dragon Balls for skill fragments. The dreamlike dance was not merely a skill. It was the signature move of Hakeem Olajuwon. In his prime, Olajuwon had utilized this technique to dominate the NBA, stealthily claiming 2 championships in the absence of the main star. This accomplishment secured Olajuwon's esteemed legacy as a top-tier player. With his own commendable physical prowess combined with Olajuwon's technique, Liu Xing believed that making a mark in the NBA would not be a daunting task. Reflecting on this, he found himself harboring a flicker of anticipation, filled with hope for the future. After concluding the battle in Boston, the team took a night flight to Miami, facing a back-to-back challenge. The mere mention of playing against Miami sparked an involuntary excitement within Liu Xing. It was not merely a mental exhilaration, but a physical one, as nearly every cell in his body roared. eager to make Riley regret his decisions. Liu Xing harbors a profound obsession with confronting Miami through this corporeal form. Liu Xing mused to himself, "This young man possesses quite the spirit. He, like me, harbors a penchant for holding grudges." Liu Xing has risen to prominence, and his gossip has been unveiled. Among the revelations is the tidbit that the Miami Heat once came tantalizingly close to acquiring Chen Ruan, only for the astute general manager, Pat Riley, to decline the opportunity. His reasoning: a reluctance to embrace a player of Eastern descent in the paint. Consequently, Riley has faced a deluge of vitriol across the internet. Critics lament his misjudgment, proclaiming, "How could the sage Riley be so misguided?" As the saying goes, the allure of chaos captivates the eye, and within 3 years, the oversight of Liu Xing may well tarnish Riley's esteemed career. Devoted fans of the Lakers express their gratitude. "Thank you, Sage Riley, for allowing us to embrace Liu Xing." Shaquille O'Neal quips, "We will ensure he scores no more than 0 points." Generally, Riley dismisses such critiques, believing that silence is the most profound response. However, he finds it increasingly difficult to ignore Liu Xing's meteoric rise. In 4 consecutive games, Liu Xing has delivered astonishing statistics of 18, 22, and 23. Even more remarkable is the fact that since Liu Xing joined the Lakers, the team has yet to taste defeat, boasting an impressive 4-game winning streak this season. Liu Xing has aided the Lakers in overcoming the tribulations of summer. It is noteworthy that Liu Xing is an undrafted player, and merely 10 days ago, he was faced with the peril of not stepping onto the court at all. Yet now, he has become an indispensable member of the Lakers, a pivotal factor in their resurgence. Is this not akin to an NBA rendition of the tale of the ugly duckling? The remarkable achievements of Liu Xing have been heralded by the media as nothing short of a miracle. His performance has garnered unwavering praise from both players and stars alike. Notably, NBA legend Magic Johnson expressed his admiration for Liu Xing on Twitter after witnessing him steal the ball from Kevin Garnett and deliver a stunning victory against the Lakers' longtime rivals. The Celtics. Liu's prowess has captivated me. I cannot fathom why he was overlooked. With such dazzling displays on the court, Liu Xing has emerged as one of the most talked-about stars in the basketball realm, maintaining an unrelenting popularity. Pat Riley, the astute strategist, attempted to navigate the situation, but the media remained relentless. Prior to the Lakers' away game against the Heat, Riley found himself in the spotlight, facing inquiries from reporters regarding his initial refusal to grant the immensely talented rookie Liu Xing a trial opportunity. "Do you now regret your decision?" they pressed. What was the rationale behind denying Liu Xing a chance? Did you ever anticipate his explosive rise? Nearly the entire NBA has been left questioning why Riley did not allow Liu Xing even a single trial opportunity. In response, Riley was compelled to hold a press conference to clarify his stance. Despite losing Liu Xing, Riley remained defiant, asserting, "I do not regret any decision I have made." The reporters, undeterred, moved on to the next query. Riley maintained his composure, asserting, "We have Shaquille O'Neal, Alonzo Mourning, and Udonis Haslem. We do not lack for centers." Yet, whispers circulated that his decision was influenced by Liu Xing's Asian heritage. "Be cautious," warned a reporter. "This is Miami, and the atmosphere outside is tense." To which Riley retorted, "That is irrelevant." The reporters, undaunted, pressed on, "What is your perspective on the rising star, Liu Xing?" Riley replied, "It is only the 4th game. It is far too early to make judgments. Let us revisit this after he has played 100 games. The reporter sought to delve deeper, but Riley continued, "Moreover, he has only played 4 games. The sample size is far too small to draw any conclusions. The randomness is significant, and his sudden emergence leaves many teams scrambling for strategies. Once the sample size increases, his fervor will likely diminish." The reporter countered, "Yet he possesses explosive athleticism, a mid-range shot, and exceptional passing abilities. What is the basis for your skepticism?" Tensions flared as Riley responded, "That is my basis. Just wait and see. Miami will limit him to under 5 points." Before the reporter could interject further, Riley added, "And he will not secure more than 10 rebounds." Following the exposure of this interview, Riley's remarks sparked considerable uproar in forums across both Los Angeles and Miami. Fans in the realm of Lakers Nation expressed their unease for Liu Xing, lamenting, "I know your depths, and you understand my lengths. This is unjust for Liu Xing. He is merely a newcomer." In Los Angeles, one fan mused, "Who do you think you are looking down upon?" Upon closer examination, one can discern the presence of O'Neal, Mourning, and Haslem, and if disdain is the sentiment, so be it. Miami's prejudice against Liu Xing runs deep. My apologies for the interruption. The verdict is in. You are destined to be thoroughly defeated. I possess a hereditary chromosome I wish to bestow upon you. A player overlooked in the draft facing two future Hall of Famers. This is a perilous undertaking, decidedly unfriendly. The fans in the realm of the Heat are elated. Since they cannot acquire Liu Xing, they are determined to obliterate him instead. This week, do you have time to engage? It is cruel towards him, yet such is the nature of the NBA. It is surprising how forcefully you express your sentiments. Welcome to the NBA, rookie. I only believe in the gradual development of affection. Riley remains somewhat timid. He should be bolder. Regarding O'Neal and Mourning, he will not score above 0 points. Do not inquire further. The answer is simply obliteration. I feel pity for that novice. Just emerging, yet already destined to be brought low. As the Lakers prepare to face the Heat, player interviews commence at the Miami training camp. Post-training, a somewhat portly O'Neal engages in conversation with reporters. Reporter, how have you been feeling lately? O'Neal, quite well. I feel as though I am still at my peak. In truth, O'Neal's performance has been in decline since his championship win in 06. His claim of still being at his peak should be taken with a grain of salt. No. He is merely fabricating for contract purposes. Reporter, are you aware of Liu Xing? Have you been surprised by his performance over the past week? O'Neal, I do not know him. Why is everyone asking about him? I am unaware of what he has accomplished. The reporter then elaborates on Liu Xing's recent feats, embellishing the narrative, and recounts Riley's prediction that the Heat would limit Liu Xing to under 5 points. Upon hearing this, O'Neal scoffs with a look of disdain, stating, I eagerly anticipate teaching this rookie a lesson. Rookie, are you ready to be kicked to the curb? In an instant. O'Neal's disparagement of Liu Xing and his prejudiced remarks towards Asians come to light. The reporter also manages to interview Liu Xing, inquiring about his thoughts on O'Neal's comments. Liu Xing, seeking torment. I fervently wish that O'Neal will honor his words. In an instant, the entire basketball community was abuzz. No one anticipated Liu Xing's response to be so resolute. The Lakers faced the Heat, and with the presence of Kobe and O'Neal, a long-standing rivalry. The intrigue was already high, coupled with the humorous antics of the mastermind Riley, and the verbal sparring between O'Neal and Liu Xing. This otherwise ordinary regular season game transformed into something remarkable. The American Airlines Center, which accommodates 18,000 spectators, had to expand its capacity by over 1,000 seats to accommodate the throngs of fervent fans pouring in. The Heat supporters at the American Airlines Center are typically laid back, often filling the seats only after the first quarter. However, for this clash between the Lakers and the Heat, the venue was brimming with spectators even before the match commenced, demonstrating the fans' eager anticipation for this confrontation. Liu Xing, in particular, was filled with expectation. The animosity between the two sides was well established, and the tension had escalated to such a degree that neither team extended a handshake before the game. They simply commenced hostilities. Notably, when Liu Xing's feet touched the polished wooden floor of the American Airlines Center, a reward was immediately bestowed upon him. 035, kicking O'Neal PG. Mentoring him in the art of humility. 1. Recreating O'Neal's illustrious moments with instantaneous skill. Skill attributes. 1. An unstoppable force in the paint, a veritable Tyrannosaurus of the interior, capable of achieving the miraculous feat of scoring 61 points. 2. A superlative double-double, comprising 23 rebounds, with 7 offensive and 16 defensive. 3. Dominating the paint, annihilating adversaries. Skill flaw, limited to the duration of a single game. Upon acquiring this skill, Liu Xing gazed down his nose at O'Neal, a sly grin spreading across his face. Liu Xing contemplated, hee, now I have something to relish. At that moment, O'Neal approached, gazing at Liu Xing with a derisive expression. Rookie, you might want to smile a bit more. Once the game concludes, there will be tears for you. Without waiting for a response, he strode directly to Kobe, his former partner, and launched into a tirade. Without me, you are still inadequate. In 2004, the formidable duo of O'Neal and Kobe disbanded, transforming them into rivals. Following their split, they engaged in a silent competition to see who would claim a championship first. In 2006, O'Neal partnered with Wade and secured his first championship trophy after parting ways with Kobe, momentarily overshadowing him. Following O'Neal's triumph, he taunted Kobe with remarks such as, I have 4, you have 3, and without me, you are still inadequate. O'Neal's words were infuriating, yet Kobe found himself at a loss for a retort. After O'Neal departed for Miami, Kobe's best performance was merely reaching the first round, while O'Neal had already claimed a championship. Driven by an intense competitive spirit, Kobe felt exasperated. Yet he had no recourse unless he could win a title without O'Neal. Frustrated, Kobe approached Liu Xing, patted him on the shoulder, and advised, "Don't let Shaq's taunts affect you. Focus on the game. Stay relaxed. Miami's interior is formidable. Even if you face setbacks, it's merely a lesson learned. I've been through it myself." Liu Xing thought to himself, "Wait a minute. Kobe, are you in my mind? How do you know that O'Neal's words are affecting me right now? You're right. I could almost tear him apart, let him gloat and be arrogant. Setback? A man like me, blessed with talent, facing setbacks? Amusing? I can't help but imagine O'Neal kneeling in submission." Naturally, Liu Xing only entertained these thoughts silently, merely responding, "I will play well." Kobe's encouragement felt somewhat superfluous to Liu Xing. The lengthy whistle signaling the commencement of the match echoed through the arena. The starting lineup for the Heat included Shaquille O'Neal, Udonis Haslem, Davis, Dwayne Wade, and Williams. The Lakers' starting lineup featured Andrew Bynum, Liu Xing, Lamar Odom, Kobe Bryant, and Derek Fisher. The clash was imminent. O'Neal and Bynum faced off for the jump ball at center court, confronted by his idol. Even the aging O'Neal made Bynum somewhat apprehensive, preventing him from fully extending his legs, resulting in a lost tip-off. O'Neal directed the ball to Williams, who advanced past half court, initiating the play from the interior. Despite facing the younger Bynum, O'Neal showed no trepidation, demanding the ball with his back to the basket. Ready to overpower Bynum, Williams passed the ball to O'Neal, who, with his back to the basket, began to assert his dominance, pushing Bynum back step by step. Suddenly, O'Neal executed a swift pivot, leaving Bynum trailing behind. With a powerful leap propelled by his knees, O'Neal soared skyward and delivered a thunderous two-ended dunk. This spectacular dunk ignited the Miami American Airlines Arena, with fans erupting in fervent cheers for O'Neal, chanting his name in unison alongside the iconic slogan, "Beast." O'Neal was elated. Reminiscent of his prime, his exuberance spilling over as he strutted across the court with an unmistakable swagger. As he turned back, he shot a fierce glance at Liu Xing. Liu Xing shook his head with a bitter smile. Was he truly yearning for such torment? At the American Airlines Center, in the luxury box, Riley was quite pleased with O'Neal's explosive start. Observing the opening moments, he felt a sense of security, igniting his cigar and savoring a deep inhale, relishing the moment. The match was also broadcasted live by XL. The host, Ko-Fan, remarked that although Nju was referred to as Little Shark, he was still merely a small shark, not a great white. In the presence of the formidable great white, even an aging shark appeared insignificant. "Teacher Yang, how do you assess this matchup?" Yang Yi pondered for a moment before responding. Nju is destined to be kicked to the curb. As the old saying goes, a thin camel is larger than a horse. Despite the shark's age, he has proven himself as a Hall of Fame player. O'Neal's powerful dunk at the outset was the finest testament to this. Host Ko-Fan inquired about O'Neal's pre-game declaration, stating that Liu Xing should not score more than 1 point and grab over 10 rebounds. Yang Yi replied, "As I said, a thin camel is larger than a horse. Against someone like Nju, O'Neal can easily dominate. Liu Xing, after all, is still a rookie who has yet to participate in even 7 NBA games. To put it bluntly, he is a novice, competing against a team like the Heat, which boasts a colossal presence in the paint. It will be exceedingly challenging for Liu Xing to showcase his talents." However, just as Yang Yi finished speaking, Liu Xing made his entrance. The signs of his arrival were unmistakable and remarkably swift. The Lakers had possession. Fisher brought the ball across half court, distributing it to Kobe on the right side. Kobe, faced with Wade's individual defense, initiated a one-on-one attack. This evening, Kobe's desire to score was palpable, especially against a former teammate, as he sought to demonstrate his prowess. From the start, Kobe played with an aggressive demeanor, exploiting Wade's height disadvantage. With his back to Wade, Kobe lowered his center of gravity and nudged inward. Suddenly, he pivoted and took a mid-range shot. Unfortunately, Kobe's shooting touch was off, resulting in a clattering sound as the ball clanged off the rim, underneath the basket. Nju and O'Neal grappled with Haslem, but Nju was stymied by the formidable wall of bodies, losing his chance. The ball descended towards O'Neal's head, and with a grin, he prepared to leap for the rebound. Just then, he felt an overwhelming pressure from behind. Turning, he saw a shadow surge from his rear, propelled by remarkable speed, soaring through the air. O'Neal silently cursed, realizing it was too late to evade. He was destined to become a mere backdrop. In that moment, Liu Xing, positioned behind O'Neil, sprang into action as if his feet were equipped with springs. He launched himself skyward, with his knees nearly reaching O'Neil's neck. In midair, Liu Xing extended his arms like a primate, grasping the ball. He gazed down upon the rim, and with a single-handed grip, he traced a semicircular arc in the air before channeling all his might into his right arm. With the force of a mountain crashing down, he slammed the ball into the basket. Indeed, it was a slam. The arena erupted with a thunderous roar. With a resounding crash, the hoop trembled beneath Liu Xing's thunderous dunk, casting doubts on its integrity. Below him stood Shaquille O'Neal, yet Liu grasped the rim with one hand, suspended in midair. Witnessing this spectacle, the previously cacophonous arena of the American Airlines Center fell into an astonished silence. The fans, as if witnessing an unbelievable phenomenon, had their jaws drop, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The undrafted Liu Xing had just posterized O'Neal. The very O'Neal, the legendary Big Diesel, destined for the Hall of Fame. And who was Liu Xing? A mere undrafted player, on the verge of being cut after a mere 10 days, struggling to find his place on the court. Although O'Neal may have been aging, the friliest of camels still outweighs the strongest horse. He had been dunked on. The fans at the American Airlines Center were in disbelief, grappling with the surreal nature of the moment. It felt as if they had just awoken from a nightmare. Even O'Neal himself was incredulous, shaking his head vigorously and repeatedly slapping his own cheeks to confirm the reality of the situation. The pain was real. Reflecting on his pregame bravado, declaring that Liu would score no points, O'Neal felt a sharp sting of embarrassment. Beside him, Kobe Bryant was equally astonished, grappling with the realization that Liu had indeed dunked over O'Neal. His mouth formed an O in disbelief. After a brief pause, the truth sank in, and Kobe's excitement overflowed. Akin to a young girl receiving her cherished toy, he dashed towards Liu Xing, eager to celebrate with a chest bump and a playful spray of breath. Liu Xing realized something was amiss and hastily made his escape. He could no longer tolerate Kobe's unsanitary enthusiasm. On the Heat's bench, the puppeteer Pat Riley's prod G. Spoelstra was left utterly astonished. This was not merely a dunk. It was a spectacular slam over Shaquille O'Neal, executed in a manner that was both ruthless and domineering. It compelled him to gasp in disbelief. He pondered that perhaps his mentor had misjudged this newcomer. He received a text from the sage Pat Riley, "Shut down number 12. Could it truly be possible to achieve such a feat? In a luxury box at the American Airlines Center, the sage Riley, slicked back hair and clad in Armani, cigar in hand, leaned forward, his eyes fixed intently as he maintained this posture for a full 20 seconds. Zen Master chuckled, his eyes narrowing to slits as he clapped vigorously, a stark contrast to his typically composed demeanor. Although he had received assurances from management that upon his return, a championship-caliber roster would be assembled, their words felt deceitful and untrustworthy, lacking tangible follow-through. He had briefly despaired, feeling that Kobe's summer antics had only garnered the acquisition of Fisher. Yet, Liu Xing's emergence rekindled his hope. He could faintly perceive the nascent form of the legendary duo from yesteryear. On the Lakers bench, the reserves were already in a frenzy, each one waving their towels in jubilation. Jordan Farmar, feeling the exhilaration, even tossed his towel to the ground and stomped on it in a fit of excitement. The sole exception was Kwame Brown, who appeared somewhat dazed. From the moment he first laid eyes on Liu Xing, he had dismissed him as merely a lanky replacement, doubting what a player of his stature, especially one from the East, could achieve. However, he now recognized how profoundly mistaken he had been. Liu Xing had arrived, determined to conquer. In the XL Live broadcast studio in China, host Kofan's eyes widened like saucers, his mouth agape in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? Liu Xing just dunked on O'Neal. My heavens! I can hardly believe this is real. Teacher Yang, is this true? Am I dreaming?" Yang Yi, equally astounded, shook his head in amazement, remarking, "Liu Xing may very well be the first Eastern rookie in NBA history to make Shaquille O'Neal suffer such a loss. I still can't believe it." And there were still many more surprises in store for them. Liu Xing has only just begun. Throughout Shaquille O'Neal's illustrious career, he has never suffered such a significant defeat in front of a newcomer. As a prodigious talent favored by the heavens, a true titan of history, he has always been the one to dominate others rather than being dominated. Moreover, this humiliation occurred on his home turf, before his fellow townspeople, leaving him utterly disgraced. If he does not retaliate, how will he maintain his standing in the league? After being posterized, a furious O'Neal, trembling with rage, charged towards Liu Xing with a menacing intensity, as if he wished to consume him whole. With an imposing stance, O'Neil exuded an overwhelming pressure that would likely weaken the resolve of most. Yet, undeterred by O'Neil's intimidating presence, Liu Xing met his fierce gaze with unwavering calmness, spreading his arms to signal to the referee. "Rookie, you've provoked me. The consequences will be dire." O'Neil glared into Liu Xing's eyes, unceremoniously directing his foul breath towards him. The unpleasant odor was somewhat nauseating for Liu Xing, leaving him to wonder why some individuals favored such unsanitary displays. If one can take action, why resort to mere words? "Shaquille, spare me your breath. Your halitosis is truly repugnant." Liu Xing endured the nausea and retaliated. He was not one to instigate trouble, yet he had never feared confrontation. "I shall tear you apart." O'Neil erupted in fury. Never had a newcomer dared to speak to him in such a manner, and he felt deprived of the respect he deserved. "Bring it on, you old fool." Liu Xing was unafraid of threats. O'Neil's rage reached a boiling point, and without the referee intervening with a technical foul to calm him down, it seemed he might resort to violence. However, Liu Xing remained undaunted. In this society governed by law, should his opponent throw a punch and fall, it would equate to monetary gain. One punch could yield $100,000. This was a lucrative business, indeed. He was not intimidated. O'Neil received a technical foul, and the Lakers were awarded free throws, with Kobe stepping to the line to execute them. The score stood at 3-2, with the Lakers facing the Heat. People had envisioned countless scenarios for the opening, yet none anticipated this particular turn of events. The expected situation of O'Neil mentoring the rookie did not materialize. Instead, the underestimated Liu Xing frequently caused O'Neil to falter. Within less than a minute of play, O'Neil had already accrued a technical foul, a twist no one saw coming. In the live broadcast from the Chinese audience, host Ke Fan exclaimed, "Liu Xing is impressive." He got O'Neil riled up right from the start. Indeed, though it was an undrafted rookie facing a Hall of Famer, Liu Xing held his ground admirably. Yang Yi pondered for a moment, conceding that Liu Xing's initial performance exceeded his expectations and ignited boundless anticipation. He admired Liu Xing's audacity, likening him to a young calf unafraid of tigers. Over the years, Liu Xing remained a singular figure willing to challenge O'Neil. However, while admiration was one thing, a rational assessment led Yang Yi to question whether provoking O'Neil was a wise choice. Although O'Neil had aged, he was still a Hall of Famer, and facing his wrath could spell trouble for Liu Xing. Yet, contrary to Yang Yi's predictions, it was not O'Neil who had the upper hand. Rather, Liu Xing seemed to have the advantage over O'Neil. Liu Xing compelled O'Neil to face adversity, prompting O'Neil to voluntarily request a switch in defense to confront Liu Xing directly. Liu Xing, in a high position with the ball, found himself beyond the reach of O'Neil's defense as Kobe gracefully lobbed the ball to Liu Xing. Liu Xing relentlessly bullied O'Neil, who was unable to defend himself and conceded 2 consecutive shots. O'Neil was infuriated. What angered him the most was the realization that this was how he was being utterly torn apart. Liu Xing scored 2 consecutive mid-range shots, accumulating 4 points in quick succession, much to the chagrin of O'Neil. O'Neil, having endured repeated strikes, was visibly agitated and lost his composure. Positioned low and backing against Liu Xing, he extended his hand, bellowing at the Heat's ball handler, "Williams, pass me the ball." While O'Neil's dominance had waned since his peak, his imposing presence remained formidable, compelling Williams to comply and deliver the ball. With his back against Liu Xing, O'Neil seized the ball as if it were a treasure. A cold smirk plastered across his face, brimming with hostility. "Rookie, your time is up," he declared, as he positioned himself against Liu Xing, preparing to push forward. In the live broadcast from the Tianqiao XL studio, host Ke Fan expressed concern for Liu Xing. In the low post, O'Neil had created a mismatch, backing into Liu Xing, whose size was significantly dwarfed. This was a perilous situation for Liu Xing. Yang Yi remarked that Liu Xing should not have provoked O'Neil, and now he was facing the repercussions. The front row fans of the Heat began to chant, "Tear him apart, Shaq." The Heat players on the court watched the matchup with keen interest, with Wade shaking his head, cautioning against crossing Shaq. Williams beside him echoed, "He's in for it." The Lakers players, led by Kobe, were also concerned for Liu Xing, acutely aware of the vast disparity in size. Liu Xing appeared destined to be overwhelmed. O'Neil's greatest strength lay in his sheer mass, surpassing Liu Xing's by 2-fold, combined with impressive strength and an aggressive offensive style aimed at annihilating Liu Xing. However, to O'Neil's astonishment, And indeed the astonishment of all, his thunderous assault met an abrupt halt against Liu Xing. It was as if he had collided with an immovable mountain. Liu Xing stood his ground unwaveringly. O'Neill was momentarily taken aback, realizing something was amiss. This isn't right. I didn't call for any ladies last night. Frustrated, he attempted to overpower Liu Xing again, determined to reclaim control. Liu Xing remained utterly immobile. As the countdown approached the 24-second mark, Wade shouted from the perimeter, "Shaq, what are you doing?" Beads of sweat, large as peas, dotted O'Neill's forehead. He certainly could not admit to being unable to move, for that would be utterly humiliating. Once more, exerting every ounce of strength, Liu Xing could have evaded and allowed O'Neill to stumble in a most disgraceful manner, yet he chose not to. He aimed to make O'Neill aware of the disparity between them, resolutely enduring this onslaught. The anticipated scenario of Liu Xing being overwhelmed did not materialize. Instead, he stood firm like an unyielding mountain, absorbing the full force of O'Neill's thunderous assault. Liu Xing remained steadfast. What? At the American Airlines Center, the fans were momentarily frozen, questioning their own vision, vigorously rubbing their eyes. Their minds were consumed by this singular inquiry. Wade's mouth formed an astonished O, his eyes wide as saucers, mirroring the expressions of his fellow Heat teammates. Kobe, too, was taken aback. He was well aware of Shaquille O'Neal's formidable strength, which was seemingly indomitable, yet now, in this moment, he could hardly believe the scene unfolding before him. On the Heat's bench, Coach Spoelstra's jaw dropped in disbelief. On the Lakers' bench, the usually composed Zen master was equally astonished, his eyes bulging. In the luxury box at the American Airlines Center, Pat Riley leaned forward, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. In the Chinese XL livestream, host Ku Fan exclaimed in astonishment, "What? What have I just witnessed? I can hardly believe it. This is utterly unbelievable." Liu Xing, who is nearly 2 circles smaller than O'Neill, has withstood Shaquille's onslaught. What kind of power lies within that slender frame? Yang Yi remarked. This is beyond exaggeration. This cannot occur in the realm of reality. My goodness. Please forgive my incoherence. At the American Airlines Center, O'Neill attempted to overpower Liu Xing 3 times, only to be thwarted and ultimately committing a 24-second violation. O'Neill himself could hardly believe this was real. The rookie's strength was unfathomable. No, this cannot be true. He could not accept that such a slender physique could harbor such terrifying power, even surpassing his own. This is impossible. Shaq, it's my turn, Liu Xing declared, a proud grin on his face. The mantra of Liu Xing's life was to revel in moments of triumph. However, had he been aware of his own shortcomings, it would have been O'Neill who had the right to bask in glory. On the defensive end, Liu Xing had already astonished the world with his tenacity. As for the offensive side, Liu Xing held the ball at the free throw line. Previously, he had succeeded twice in this position, causing O'Neill to hesitate. However, as O'Neill approached, Liu Xing deftly pierced through his defense with remarkable agility. His explosive power was unleashed to its fullest extent. Liu Xing glided past O'Neill like a finely honed blade, charging towards the Heat's basket. As he bypassed O'Neill, Liu Xing elevated the ball with one hand, racing towards the rim. Haslam, stationed beneath the basket, felt compelled to intervene, embodying the spirit of the Heat. Yet, as he took a step forward, he instantly regretted it. By the time he attempted to retract, Liu Xing had already surged ahead. With no time to evade, Haslam could only brace himself. Liu Xing's momentum was akin to lightning, his strength formidable, overwhelming in its intensity. Even a stalwart like Haslam had no choice but to yield. A thunderous crash reverberated through the arena. The rim trembled under the weight of Liu Xing's forceful assault, emitting a sound of anguished protest. The previously raucous American Airlines arena fell into a hushed silence, stunned by the sheer destructive power Liu Xing had displayed. Little did they know, this was merely the beginning. The Heat's paint was obliterated by Liu Xing's prowess. O'Neill was utterly incapable of containing him. Be it Liu Xing's aggressive drives or mid-range shots, he had no answers. Within less than 5 minutes of the first quarter, O'Neill had committed 2 fouls and was promptly substituted. Matched against Liu Xing, he had failed to score a single point while Liu Xing amassed 12 points, 5 rebounds, 1 block, and 1 steal. Heat's head coach Spoelstra had no option but to call upon O'Neill's substitute, Mourning. Though Mourning was also a formidable player, he too was fated to endure the same torment. However, in contrast to O'Neill, Mourning's demeanor was slightly less brash. Liu Xing showed some mercy, yet he was still overwhelmed. Enduring 5 minutes of play with 2 fouls before being substituted once more, Above him, Liu Xing recorded 8 points and 3 rebounds. In the first quarter, Liu Xing single-handedly dismantled the Miami Heat's interior defense, leaving their pain in utter disarray under his relentless assault. Liu Xing scored 20 points, grabbed 8 rebounds, recorded 1 block, and made 1 steal in a single quarter. He played fiercely, dominating the game and leaving the Heat battered and bruised. Thanks to Liu Xing's formidable performance, the Lakers not only troubled the Heat's interior defense with fouls, but also established a 16-point lead at 41-25 by the end of the first quarter, showcasing their overwhelming dominance. This rendered Shaquille O'Neal's pregame trash talk, claiming he would not allow Liu Xing to score a single point, utterly ridiculous. However, in the NBA, there are no weak teams. The Lakers set a solid 16-point advantage early on, seemingly ensuring their victory. Yet, in the second quarter, the Heat, led by Dwayne Wade, launched a furious counterattack. By halftime, the Heat trailed the Lakers by only 1 point. The fans at the American Airlines Arena sensed a glimmer of hope for victory and erupted in excitement, chanting B. Before the half concluded, a visibly frustrated O'Neal approached Liu Xing and conceded, "I underestimated you. You're not bad, but victory belongs to us." Despite being battered by Liu Xing, O'Neal found himself in foul trouble early, accumulating 3 fouls in just under 10 minutes on the court, which disrupted his ability to defend Liu Xing effectively. Nevertheless, his teammates stepped up. Even though the Heat's inside game was struggling against Liu Xing, their outside shooting was on fire, with 12 successful three-pointers out of 18 attempts, allowing them to close the gap. After trailing by 16 points in the first quarter, they managed to catch up by 15 points to end the half at 61-60. O'Neal felt a sense of pride, declaring, "I believe there must be some misunderstanding." In response to O'Neal's taunts, Liu Xing retorted. Initially, O'Neal seemed confused, wearing an expression of pure bewilderment, as if to say, "What?" However, by the start of the third quarter, O'Neal understood the situation. It became evident that the Heat's close score was only temporary. This night was destined to belong to Liu Xing, and he would etch his name into history. As the third quarter commenced, Liu Xing backed down O'Neal, executed a spectacular dunk over him, and drew a foul, earning a trip to the free throw line. O'Neal barely lasted 12 seconds in the third quarter before being substituted for Alonzo Mourning. The iron-willed Mourning could not escape the misfortune either, as Liu Xing overpowered him, forcing a foul and sending him to the line. Coach Spoelstra was infuriated, shouting, "What is going on? You need to commit fouls effectively." He directed his frustration at Mourning on the court, emphasizing that fouls must be executed properly, a fundamental principle of basketball that coaches instill from a young age. Mourning, of all people, should have known this well, but the reality was that he simply could not hold Liu Xing back. Yet he could not utter a word. Gazing at the unstoppable Liu Xing, Mo Ning fell into a daze, pondering, what manner of creature is this? How had I never heard of him before? Liu Xing's sense of intimidation towards Mo Ning is comparable to that of the legendary peak of the shark. Liu Xing instilled in him a sense of powerlessness. Before the season commenced, he grappled with the dilemma of retirement. After his match against Liu Xing, Mo Ning contemplated, "It is time to bid farewell." Less than a minute into the third quarter, Mo Ning was burdened with 4 fouls. SPO had no alternatives available. He was compelled to keep Mo Ning on the court. Yet his performance was nothing short of catastrophic. In the second minute of the third quarter, he was once again overwhelmed by Liu Xing, suffering a brutal defeat at the hands of his adversary, an emphatic dunk beneath the basket. Liu Xing is unstoppable. Just 2 minutes into the third quarter, he has already accumulated 5 fouls. In the opening 2 minutes, he single-handedly secured the Lakers' first 10 points and incapacitated the Heat's 2 primary interior players. As the halftime concluded, Riley, blissfully indulging in his cigar in the luxury box, found his expression darkening within mere moments of the third quarter's commencement, his body trembling with suppressed rage. However, by the midpoint of the third quarter, the re-entered O'Neal was forced to exit the game with 6 fouls. Liu Xing stood at the free throw line, having dominated the game. Under his influence, the Lakers extended their lead to 15 points once more, 90-75, midway through the third quarter. Unable to contain his frustration, the enigmatic coach Riley stormed out, his expression a mask of fury. Liu Xing's terrifying dominance rendered the esteemed coach Pat Riley utterly humiliated, leaving him bereft of dignity. It is worth noting that prior to the match, Coach Riley had expressed unwavering confidence in his players, boldly proclaiming before the media that Miami could restrict Liu's scoring to no more than 5 points and his rebounds to under 10. However, Liu Xing proved otherwise, amassing 20 points and securing 10 rebounds in the first quarter alone, decisively outplaying both Shaquille O'Neal and Alonzo Mourning. Moreover, before the third quarter concluded, Liu had already tallied an impressive 43 points, 17 rebounds, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. It is fair to say that Liu Xing dominated the game, rendering Coach Riley's pre-match assertions laughable in retrospect. Liu Xing's extraordinary performance resoundingly struck the face of the strategist Riley, tilting the scales of victory in favor of the Lakers. Midway through the third quarter, with his interior players beleaguered by fouls, Spoelstra pondered whether to concede the match. However, Wade would not permit such thoughts. Fueled by Wade's formidable display, the Heat managed to narrow the score to single digits by the end of the third quarter, trailing 101-92, just 9 points behind the Lakers. It seemed that a glimmer of hope emerged for the Heat. Yet, as the fourth quarter commenced, Liu Xing swiftly scored 10 points and delivered 2 blocks, demonstrating a resolute performance that asserted their dominance. Within the first 3 minutes of the final quarter, the Lakers extended their lead to 18 points. Liu Xing has completely severed his aspirations for the Heat. Yet, Wade remains unwilling to accept this reality. But what does it matter if he is discontented? O'Neal has fouled out. Mourning has also incurred 6 fouls, and Shaq has reached his limit with 6 fouls as well, leaving 5 starters and 2 ejected from the game. The Heat's backup center has also committed 6 fouls. Liu Xing's dominance was vividly displayed, as even the Heat's primary bench players could not impede his prowess. The entire Heat team collectively committed 38 fouls, of which 27 were against Liu Xing. Wade, reluctant to concede, found himself in a predicament, with 5 starters. 3 had been disqualified. What could they possibly achieve? Consequently, Spoelstra, with no other option, substituted the starters during the final 5 minutes and 36 seconds following an official timeout, signaling an end to the battle. Witnessing the Heat's retreat, Phil Jackson specifically summoned Brian Shaw to inquire of Liu Xing. "Liu, do you wish to continue?" Liu Xing shook his head. Brian Shaw lamented, "What a pity, for tonight is meant to be your record-breaking evening." In this match, Liu Xing played for 36 minutes, achieving an impressive shooting record of 24 out of 35 attempts and successfully converting 13 out of 22 free throws, culminating in a staggering total of 61 points and 23 rebounds, a remarkable double-double performance. The last player to attain such a feat of 60 points and 20 rebounds was the peak version of Shaquille O'Neal in 1995, who similarly scored 61 points and secured 23 rebounds in a game against the Clippers. Liu Xing now has the opportunity to surpass O'Neal and become the new record holder. Liu Xing is not a saint. He yearns to break this record, yet he finds himself powerless. This instantaneous skill has drained his body, leaving him too weak to even lift his arm. To go back on the court would only be a form of self-torture. Thus, it is certain that he cannot play. Nevertheless, he must maintain his dignity. After all, records can be shattered at any time, but the match has entered garbage time, and there is no necessity for him to participate. As he uttered these words, Liu Xing's heart bled. However, Brian Shaw remarked, "Indeed, remarkable individuals disdain breaking records. If Miracles had a contender, it would undoubtedly be Chinrin. I don't know why. I simply cannot bear to lose." The Lakers triumphed over the Utah Jazz on their home turf, and Chinrin managed to win over the local media, the Salt Lake Tribune. What kind of publication is the Salt Lake Tribune? To put it simply, during the era of the Utah Twin Stars, they reached the finals for 2 consecutive years. And their legendary player, Karl Malone, delivered astonishing performances, averaging 25, 18 points throughout the series. Yet, they lost the finals. And this media outlet did not hesitate to mock Karl Malone, showing little kindness towards the players. If the home team faced such scrutiny, one can only imagine the treatment of the visiting players. Even the formidable Kobe never earned their respect. However, after the Lakers took a commanding 3-0 lead over the Jazz, the Salt Lake Tribune astonishingly bestowed high praise upon the Lakers, or rather, upon Chinrin. An article titled "Terrifyingly Fearsome" likened him to the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, mercilessly harvesting victories while leaving us utterly helpless. The article detailed Chinrin's impressive statistics throughout the series against the Jazz and highlighted his numerous heroic rescues of the team. It unequivocally affirmed his performance. It had been many years since an NBA player, following in the footsteps of Jordan, had managed to win over this publication. Chinrin accomplished it. In response, a reporter interviewed Chinrin and inquired about his thoughts on the accolades. Chinrin replied, "Even if they say this, I will not hold back in Game 4. I have my broom ready. His words infuriated the fans in Salt Lake City. Yet, even in their fury, they dared not speak out. After this series, they had come to understand Chen Ren's temperament. One must not provoke him, for the consequences could be dire. If angered, he could indeed single-handedly dismantle an entire team. Following Game 3, Jazz coach Jerry Sloan stated, "Chen is an exceptionally talented player. Before him, I never believed a single individual could defeat an entire team. Now I believe it." Borrowing a phrase from Shaquille O'Neal, "Even if Chen Ren played with my wife, they would still win." Sloan continued to speak. While his words may seem somewhat exaggerated, there exists an undeniable truth. In Games 1, 2, and 3, Chen Ren's performance was nothing short of extraordinary. During the first round of the playoffs, he scored 50 points in Game 1, and time and again, he orchestrated miraculous comebacks, rescuing his team from dire situations. The pinnacle of his brilliance was showcased in Game 3, where he, accompanied by a lineup of substitutes, managed to triumph over the Jazz. This does not even account for the countless opportunities he created for his teammates amidst relentless double teams. Regarding Chen Ren, Jazz head coach Sloan remarked that, compared to Kobe, Chen Ren's superior strength lies in his ability to assume the role of a finisher. As a point guard, his organizational skills are remarkably exceptional. He can create scoring opportunities for himself as well as facilitate for his teammates. He is truly multifaceted and elusive, making him an enigma for us to contend with. This has been a persistent challenge throughout our three-game series. In Game 3 of the Lakers vs. Jazz series, despite the referee's apparent bias against the Lakers, Chen Ren emerged as the savior, exhibiting a superhero-like performance that resonated profoundly among the largest basketball fan community in China. Following the match, 1.032 million fans on MOP awarded Chen Ren a perfect score of 10 for his performance, commenting, "If a miracle were to have a candidate, it would undoubtedly be Chen Ren." In light of this match, the controversial officiating and Chen Ren's heroic display sparked fervent discussions among MOP fans. "Please call me 20 centimeters. No amount of biased officiating can hinder Chen Ren. Guan Bao's friendship. I have seen shamelessness, but never such brazen shamelessness. I have seen biased refereeing, but never such egregious bias. NBA, please provide an explanation." Daily Chicken Count. I have been watching basketball for 20 years, from the era of Jordan to now. Before this, I believe the officiating in the 2006 finals was the most biased. However, it appears I was naive, stammering throughout the game. The Lakers were awarded only 10 free throw opportunities, while the Jazz had a combined total of 46, resulting in 39 points from the line for the Jazz and just 1 for the Lakers. If this is not biased officiating, then nothing is. You know my depth. I understand your length. I finally comprehend what biased officiating means. It is when, even if I am far removed from the offensive player, the moment he falls, the referee can still call a foul on me. Kindred spirits. The referees are destroying the NBA. While many fans criticized the officiating in this match, the majority still lauded Chen Ren's celestial-like performance. One of Chen Ren's devoted admirers stated, "A true man dares to confront the biased referees, forever a legend." Another added, "What more can I say? Bring on the biased referees. We fear no one. Chen Ren." And one last sentiment echoed, "Chen Ren, you are my deity. A lifelong devotion." I adore Chen Ren, an eternal icon. The sword energy traverses 30,000 miles, and a single sword gleams coldly across 19 continents. Such formidable presence. I am enamored. As for the Jazz, do they still wish to confront us? Not even the dubious officiating can impede the advancing Lakers. The furious banana. It has been exceedingly challenging, with the Lakers' entire roster nearly penalized under the obstruction of unfair officiating. Yet, Chen Ren remains unyielding. What can hinder him? The Lakers' twin heroes proclaim, "A true man dares to face the unjust referees." Chen Ren is a man impervious to any officiating bias. I would call him the greatest of all time. In my heart, his performance epitomizes greatness. In Game 3 against the Jazz, 3 key players of the Lakers were ejected, and the esteemed coach was dismissed. In the aftermath, despite the Lakers' victory, the coach still harbored grievances, stating, "I have coached for nearly 20 years, and I have never witnessed such officiating. I hope the NBA investigates this matter." His discontent is not unfounded, as the Jazz attempted 46 free throws while the Lakers were allowed only 10, resulting in a deficit of 36 opportunities. The coach's ire is justified. In response, Lakers owner Jeannie Buss demanded, "The NBA must provide me with an explanation. I am not interested in mere narratives." Yet, the NBA, wielding its influence, remained unyielding. NBA Commissioner David Stern proclaimed that a thorough investigation would ensue. However, no tangible action has been taken, and no penalties were issued to the referees. Instead, the coach faced a fine for a technical foul, as did Ariza. This inequitable treatment has ignited a fervor within the entire Lakers team, leaving them deeply frustrated, unable to express their outrage. Fortunately, on the third day, they continued their journey in Salt Lake City, preparing for Game 4. On the other side of the Pacific, in the Celestial Empire, the state-run media, People's Daily, celebrated Liu Xing's extraordinary feat with the headline, "If there were to be a candidate for miracles, it would undoubtedly be Liu Xing." The article also referenced the phrase "light of the Chinese." In a moment, Liu Xing ascended to become the third household name in sports in the Celestial Empire, following the likes of Yao Ming and Liu Xing. Moreover, during the Lakers' clash with the Heat, Liu Xing shattered records and created miracles, leading the sports channel to replay this match 5 times within a single day. Several pre-scheduled sports programs were hastily rescheduled. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare on the sports channels of the Celestial Empire. And this is only the beginning. Liu Xing ascended from Channel 5 to Channel 1 with remarkable agility, accomplishing this feat in merely 5 matches. That evening, the flagship news program of Channel 1 dedicated a noteworthy 48 seconds to report on Liu Xing's record-breaking achievement. Such recognition is unprecedented. Even for the illustrious Great Wall of Mobile China, Diao, Liu Xing has truly risen to prominence. On that day, he became the headline, dominating the trending searches. Prior to his ascent, an intriguing tale unfolded. Wang Feng, a renowned singer-songwriter in the celestial realm of music, deliberately postponed the release of his 6th album for over a year to evade the so-called Wang Feng effect. In 2006, he found himself unable to release an album. Following the explosive success of The Blossoming Life in 2005, his team insisted that he should capitalize on that momentum by releasing an album in 2006. However, to avoid overshadowing by Jay Chou, he delayed it until 2007. Initially slated for release in early 2007, he astonishingly postponed it until November, aiming for a staggered release to secure a spot on the trending searches and dispel doubts regarding his absence from the limelight. The Wang Feng effect refers to the phenomenon where, whenever singer Wang Feng announces a significant decision with intentions of making headlines or trending, a larger event invariably eclipses his announcement. This has happened without exception. This time, with no competitors in November, Wang Feng's team assured him that the top search spot was his for the taking, urging him to rest easy. However, upon concluding his new album's press conference and checking his phone, he was stunned to discover that his anticipated album Braveheart did not make it onto the trending searches. The top 10 trending topics were as follows. 1. Epic rookie performance, 61-23. Liu Xing, at just 19 years and 21 days, matched Shaquille O'Neal and surpassed Wilt Chamberlain. 2. The Lakers struck gold, an undrafted player delivering a phenomenal performance, 61-23, leaving O'Neal in the dust. Oh, how foolish was the strategist Riley. 3. The strongest rookie performance in history, 61-23, pinning O'Neal against the backdrop, surpassing Chamberlain to become the top rookie of all time. 4. A remarkable comeback, just 10 days prior. He couldn't even play, yet tonight he unleashed a stunning 61-23, delivering the most powerful rookie performance. 5. 61-23. The most underrated rookie? Tonight. It seemed as if the divine donned his jersey to play. 6. The undrafted player turned O'Neal into a laughingstock, with the Iron Man mourning relegated to mere background. 7. The strategist's origins remain unclear. This could become the greatest blemish on his career. 8. The Lakers struck gold, discovering a treasure. 9. The strategist Riley accused the Lakers of draft violations, claiming Liu Xing should not have been undrafted, alleging the Lakers cheated. What left Wang Feng utterly exasperated was to find his name at the 10th position in the trending list. In a moment of solace, he reassured himself that at least he was still among the top 10. Better something than nothing, right? However, upon further inspection of the trending topic list, he was devastated to see that the 10th spot read, "Apologies, Teacher Wang Feng, your trending search is gone again." Upon reading this, Wang Feng suffered a heart attack and collapsed, requiring immediate hospitalization. The remarkable feat of Liu Xing 61-23 has stirred considerable excitement within the largest basketball fan congregation in the Celestial Empire, MOP. Following the match, an astonishing one, 302 million fans awarded Liu Xing a perfect score of 10, a milestone previously unattained by anyone. The last individual to achieve such a claim was Kobe, who, during a singularly outstanding performance, received a score of 9. 9 from 1 million fans on MOP. Since then, no one has surpassed this remarkable rating. Even the esteemed Yao Ming, regarded as the finest basketball player in the Celestial Empire, garnered a maximum score of merely 9. 8 during his peak performances, with the highest number of voters reaching 900,000. Liu Xing has once again set a new record, achieving this remarkable feat just one day after the match. The scoring function continues unabated, with an impressive rate of over 1,000 scores per minute, reflecting Liu Xing's soaring popularity, which has surpassed at least 3 million, nearly causing a meltdown on the platform. Furthermore, Liu Xing's accomplishments have garnered immense attention on the site, with ardent fans lauding his stellar moments, witnessing an astonishing increase of 99 scores per second. The creativity of netizens is equally commendable. I know your depths, and you understand my lengths. I simply wish to say, O'Neal has been left bewildered, too small, and lacking in strength. During today's match, I was thoroughly engrossed, concerned whether O'Neal would falter henceforth and contemplate retirement. In a playful exchange, Liu Xing boldly inquired, "Am I not a lottery pick?" With a hint of bravado, he questioned, "Are you afraid?" It is a privilege to witness the birth of a miracle, as he not only equaled O'Neal's record but also surpassed Wilt Chamberlain's rookie scoring achievements, all at the tender age of 19 years and 21 days. Truly astounding. Liu Xing's journey reminds us that dreams are essential. Who knows when they might come to fruition? I am grateful that this legend is only just beginning. With his extraordinary performance, equaling O'Neal's record and surpassing Chamberlain's rookie milestones, along with Liu Xing's assistance, the Lakers have commenced the new season with 5 consecutive victories, establishing him as the most talked-about star in the basketball realm. Liu Xing has stirred a tempest in the NBA, a phenomenon that transcends the confines of the basketball court. This is evident not only in his performance, but also in various aspects such as the soaring prices of his jerseys and the tickets for Lakers games. Since his explosive performance against the Rockets, the demand for Liu Xing's number 12 jersey has experienced a remarkable and unprecedented surge. Following the game against the Heat, Liu Xing's jersey has become the most sold in the NBA online marketplace. Consequently, the sales of Lakers merchandise have dramatically shifted from second place in the league last season to the coveted first position, overtaking the Knicks. Furthermore, in Los Angeles' largest flagship sports store, products associated with Liu Xing are flying off the shelves, leading to a temporary shortage. In response, the store has had no choice but to expand its operations tenfold, significantly increasing the supply of Liu Xing's jerseys and related merchandise. Despite these efforts, the demand continues to outstrip supply. Liu Xing has gained immense popularity. His meteoric rise has resulted in a significant surge in ticket prices for Lakers home games, with an average increase reaching 37. Due to his presence, the number of season ticket holders for the Lakers has doubled since the beginning of the season, rising from 15 to 32. Liu Xing has invigorated the basketball market in Los Angeles, leading to an overwhelming demand for Lakers tickets. This occurs alongside the Lakers' decision to elevate the average ticket price by 4.9. This season, the average ticket prices across the NBA have generally increased by 1.7, reaching 48, while the average ticket price for the Los Angeles Lakers stands at 117.47, more than double the NBA average. With the recent hike of 4.9, the Lakers now boast an average ticket price of 168, firmly securing the top position in the NBA ranking. Yet, even with these soaring prices, tickets for home games remain elusive. Scalpers have driven prices up to 300, yet there are still buyers willing to pay. Recognizing this lucrative opportunity, the other 29 NBA teams have also raised ticket prices for their games against the Lakers, with increases ranging significantly, some as high as 31. The highest increase of 31 has been observed for games against the Lakers' city rivals, the Los Angeles Clippers, who share the same arena. Fans have expressed their dissatisfaction with the Clippers' pricing strategy, yet tickets for the Lakers' away games against the Clippers are still in high demand. In ordinary circumstances, a Lakers versus Clippers game, despite being a local derby, would not see such exorbitant ticket prices. However, in Los Angeles, as long as the Lakers shine, the Clippers remain in their shadow. Although both teams play at the Staples Center, many casual fans may not even recognize that the Clippers exist alongside the Lakers. However, all of this has changed due to Liu Xing's presence. Undoubtedly, Liu Xing's popularity is a factor, but the crux lies in the talent he has exhibited. Coupled with the current dynamics surrounding Kobe, Lakers fans are filled with hope for the team's future. They are unwilling to miss any game involving the Lakers, which has led to tickets for their away game against the Clippers selling out instantly, resulting in a scarcity of available tickets. Scalpers have even sold tickets for the last row at exorbitant prices of $500, and despite this, demand still outweighs supply. Scalpers lamented that had they known, they could have sold them for $800 or even $1,000, incurring significant losses. After their game against Miami, the Lakers swiftly returned to Los Angeles to face the Clippers. While Liu Xing slept on the plane, a sharp chime echoed in his mind, followed by the system's mechanical voice announcing, "Reward for defeating the Miami Heat has been issued. Please check." Ding. Reward for setting the record for the strongest rookie has been issued. Please check. Winning comes with rewards, and Liu Xing is aware of this. Breaking records also brings accolades, a fact that took him by surprise, an unexpected delight. He eagerly anticipates the nature of these two rewards. Upon opening the first treasure chest, he discovers a delightful surprise, Dreamy Dance Steps 15. Liu Xing felt a surge of joy. With the addition of a previously collected fragment of Hakeem Olajuwon's Dream Shake, he now possessed 2 fragments, bringing him one step closer to unlocking the skill, with only 3 fragments remaining. His confidence soared, and he was filled with hope for the future. Having acquired 2 fragments after just 2 games, did this not imply that after 3 more, he would succeed? The thought ignited a fervor within Liu Xing as he eagerly opened the second treasure chest. Upon revealing its contents, Liu Xing's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, and his eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. Could this truly be possible? Now, in the vicinity of the free throw line, he had acquired a remarkable shot, which, combined with his fully developed physical attributes, would allow him to dominate average players with the ease of a daily meal. If he could also shoot 3-pointers like Curry, would that not mean he could stride through the NBA with unparalleled confidence? Just imagine what a 3-point shooting Shaquille O'Neal would be like. Liu Xing, upon opening his second treasure chest, was astonished to discover fragments of the coveted Cute God Sniper 1. The shock resonated deeply within him. Is this truly possible? If he could shoot 3-pointers like Curry with his height, one must wonder who could rival him. Even though Liu Xing recognized the extraordinary capabilities of this check-in system, he remained unaware of its sheer magnitude, which could only be described as terrifyingly formidable. However, it is regrettable that the Cute God Sniper 1110 requires the collection of 10 fragments to activate this skill. 10 fragments is no trivial endeavor, yet given his current progress, Liu Xing felt a surge of confidence in himself. Satisfied with his achievements, he found sleep creeping in, a rarity for him. Though the Lakers were on a 5-game road trip, the proximity of the Clippers, a fellow Los Angeles team, afforded him the opportunity to visit his sister upon returning to Los Angeles. In a stroke of good fortune, his sister had also transitioned to a regular ward today, signifying that she had escaped the clutches of life-threatening danger and was now in the recovery phase, necessitating only rest, which was not a significant concern. Upon hearing this news, the weight that had burdened Liu Xing's heart finally lifted. After disembarking from the plane, he hailed a cab and bid farewell to the team, instructing the driver to head directly to the hospital. During the taxi ride, Liu Xing was recognized. The driver, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Liu Xing, you are Liu Xing." Liu Xing was taken aback. He certainly did not possess such a degree of narcissism to believe that he was renowned to the extent that everyone knew him. That would be utterly implausible. What an immense protagonist's aura that would require. "Do you know me?" Liu Xing inquired. "Of course," came the reply. "You are our city's hero. Who in Los Angeles does not recognize you?" Liu Xing chuckled. "Ah, master, your words are indeed sweet, which I quite appreciate. However, do not assume that this will grant you the liberty to take a longer route. Furthermore, your pace is rather sluggish. Is that truly acceptable? If there are matters to discuss, they can certainly wait. Look around. There's not a soul on this vast road, and you are driving at 30 miles per hour. This is rather unreasonable. Wouldn't you agree? As for the signature, that is permissible, but where are your eyes? Must you constantly glance behind? Moreover, are your hands not meant to grip the steering wheel?" Riding in the taxi. A journey that should have taken merely an hour from the suburbs to the city stretched into nearly 3 torturous hours under the incompetence of this wretched taxi driver. Nevertheless, Liu Xing found solace in the fact that the driver did not charge him. As he prepared to disembark, Liu Xing pulled out a $100 bill, saying, "Here, master. Take your payment. I am your fan." The taxi driver, though verbally declining, reached out to accept it, not out of greed, but out of courtesy. "How could I accept such generosity?" Liu Xing protested, yet his body betrayed him as he resisted the driver's attempts to take the money. No need. The driver insisted, continuing to reach for the bill. How could I possibly accept it? Liu Xing stubbornly clung to the cash. Ultimately, the driver had no choice but to relent. Very well. Liu Xing conceded reluctantly. However, as the driver departed and rolled down the window, he uttered, What does it even mean? Upon arriving at the hospital and locating the ward, Liu Xing initially assumed that his sister would be lonely during her hospitalization. Yet, he soon realized his concerns were unfounded. She was indeed quite happy and, to his surprise, was not alone. It was her Tangya. This body bore a profound attachment to her. One so deep that Liu Xing believed the very essence of Tangya would remain imprinted in his memory. Do not misunderstand, there was no bitter animosity between them. Quite the contrary, there was none at all. Liu Xing's corporeal form harbors a profound affection for Tangya. However, let there be no misunderstanding. It is, in fact, a rather melodramatic tale of unrequited love. The narrative itself is not particularly intricate. Tangya was Liu Xing's high school classmate and the object of his secret admiration in a previous life. To phrase it more accurately, who among us does not possess a Tangya from their own high school days? In his previous life, Liu Xing harbored an obsession akin to that of an underdog infatuated with a wealthy beauty, Tangya. Tragically, Liu Xing and Tangya existed as two parallel lines, never to intersect. One was a goddess, while the other was a struggling individual who had to earn his own tuition, burdened with the responsibility of supporting a younger sister. After graduating from high school, Tangya pursued her studies at Harvard, while Liu Xing, as you may know, was deceived into playing in the NBA. One of the reasons Liu Xing plays in the NBA is his yearning for Tangya. He aspires to stand before her one day, resplendent and distinguished. Liu Xing harbors a profound obsession with Tangya, and this fixation is not without reason. Tangya possesses an undeniable beauty, her long legs rivaling those of supermodels, leaving an indelible impression on all who behold her. Her exquisite features, complemented by fair and sculpted skin, are further accentuated by her captivating, expressive eyes that seem to converse with the world as they blink. Clad in a pristine white shirt tucked into deep blue jeans, she flawlessly accentuates her slender waist and voluptuous figure. Even Liu Xing, having been reborn, finds himself utterly mesmerized by her allure. Liu Xing was momentarily taken aback, yet it was the melodious voice of his sister from the hospital bed that drew him back to reality. The heartfelt call of brother from her was imbued with the joy of survival after calamity. Seeing his sister safe brought a profound sense of relief to Liu Xing, as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from his heart. After exchanging pleasantries for a few minutes, it was Tangya who initiated the conversation with Liu Xing. Liu Xing, do you still remember me? She inquired, her tone friendly. Liu Xing was quite astonished. She was a goddess of high esteem, while he was merely an ordinary person. It would have been expected for her to forget him. Remembering him would have been the anomaly. Of course, my memory is quite remarkable, Tangya replied with a cheerful smile. In Liu Xing's recollection, Tangya was not particularly a person who smiled often, was she? Hello, Tangya, Class 1, Senior 4. Greetings, Liu Xing, Class 1, Senior 4. I mentioned at the high school graduation party that I did not see you. It turns out you were off pursuing a career in the NBA. Impressive. Liu Xing, you have certainly kept that well hidden. Liu Xing never anticipated that the goddess Tangya would be so conversational. Where? Recalling those past experiences, Liu Xing couldn't help but smile wryly. Back then, he was tirelessly striving for survival, and a class reunion felt like a luxury. However, he refrained from expressing these thoughts and instead shifted the conversation, asking, What brings you here? Tangya smiled gently and said, Do you believe me when I say I came all this way to find you? Liu Xing, haha, please don't joke around. I am currently interning as an officer at the Los Angeles Police Department, and I am responsible for the hit-and-run case involving your sister. I have some questions to ask her. I am aware that she was transferred from the ICU to a regular ward today, hence my visit. Tangya. Liu Xing finally came to a realization, albeit with a tinge of disappointment. In the end, he still asked, Is there anything I can assist you with? Tangya elegantly strode to the window, drawing back the curtains. She then remarked, I have examined all the surveillance footage from the streets near the crime scene. I discovered that the license plate of the hit-and-run driver's vehicle was obscured, making it quite challenging to trace. Our only recourse now is to probe your sister's memories, hoping to elicit a recollection of the driver's appearance. Regarding the case, Liu Xing felt somewhat at a loss, yet reassured by Tangya's words, he listened intently. Rest assured. This is my first case during my internship. and I am determined to uncover the truth and provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Is that so? I sincerely thank you. Liu Xing genuinely wishes to uncover the despicable individual capable of committing such a heinous act of hit and run. Spare me the superfluous words. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Liu Xing was taken aback to discover that Tang Yi did not treat him with indifference. Instead, she even began to jest with him. Liu Xing would certainly not believe that Tang Yi was speaking earnestly. Tang Yi epitomized the archetype of a privileged beauty, lacking for nothing, as she had long been provided for. She even jested, "How shall I repay you for your kindness? As long as one does not offer oneself and does not violate the law, I shall do my utmost." How was it that during high school I was unaware of your eloquence? Remarked Tang Yi. Liu Xing instinctively remarked, "Have you been paying attention to me since high school? It seems there is something being concealed." Tang Yi remarked, "Of course. I am the class monitor." Without waiting for Liu Xing, she continued, "I happen to have a matter that requires your assistance." Liu Xing, "What's the matter?" Tang Yi, "My father is an ardent supporter of the Los Angeles Lakers. My mother, grandfather, and grandmother share the same passion, which naturally influenced me to become a devoted fan of the Lakers as well." And then, Liu Xing, "My grandfather's birthday is the day after tomorrow. Originally, we planned to celebrate at a restaurant, but he stubbornly refused, insisting on watching the basketball game instead. He's been a devoted Lakers fan for decades." Tang Yi. Liu Xing was perplexed. Why not simply go and see for yourself? Is that not the crux of the matter? Currently, Lakers game tickets are incredibly scarce. Forget about the match against the Clippers. Even for home games scheduled within the next fortnight, every single ticket has already been sold out. Wow, that's truly astonishing, exclaimed Tang Yi. Liu Xing, isn't that all your fault? Tang Yi, my fault? Liu Xing was utterly perplexed. Is it because you're too popular? Your very presence has given Lakers fans hope for the team's resurgence. Many diehard Lakers supporters have even started chanting Lakers for the championship. Naturally, your supporters have multiplied. After all, Lakers fans yearn for victory, and you're the one who can lead them to it. Tang Yi, could it be that the goddess is watching me too? Regrettably, I lack concrete evidence. Therefore, classmate Liu Xing, might I inquire whether you could assist me in procuring a few tickets? How much should I transfer to you, Tang Yi? Discussing money with me seems so distant and formal. Consider it done. I've got this covered, Liu Xing declared with a confident pat on his chest. Though it was an away game for the Lakers against the Clippers, not his home court, the two teams shared the same arena. As the Lakers' rising star, Liu Xing had single-handedly driven up the Clippers' ticket prices several times over. Securing a few extra passes for friends was hardly an unusual request. For him, obtaining tickets was no trouble at all, and since it was the goddess herself making the request, if he couldn't handle such a simple matter on his own turf, he might as well bash his head against a block of tofu in shame. With Liu Xing's assurance, Tang Yi smiled warmly. That's truly wonderful. Thank you so much. Don't mention it, he replied. Liu Xing. However, Liu Xing still stumbled. The Clippers organization did not acknowledge Liu Xing's request, refusing to provide him with tickets. This nearly caused Liu Xing to lose face in front of his goddess. Fortunately, Lakers owner Jerry Buss became aware of the situation and immediately instructed his daughter to deliver a set of VIP tickets to Liu Xing, the finest seats available. Only then was the matter resolved. Yet this incident thoroughly enraged Liu Xing 043. Liu Xing's wrath, consequences will be severe. How formidable are the Clippers' capabilities this season? At the bottom of the Western Conference, having lost their captain brand, their chances of making the playoffs were virtually non-existent. The Clippers were mediocre, yet remarkably tenacious. Benefiting from a favorable schedule, after dropping their first two games, they recently strung together 3 consecutive victories. Facing their crosstown rivals, the Lakers, they brimmed with confidence. Currently, the Clippers' perimeter leader is Castle. Before the game, Castle made a bold declaration of victory. During an interview, he stated, "As long as we put in the effort every single night, it doesn't matter who the opponent is, we'll still come out on top." Had he stopped there, it would have been fine. But the man couldn't resist adding, "In my opinion, the Lakers aren't all that impressive." When asked about his thoughts on Liu Xing, the Lakers' rising star, Castle responded dismissively, "Liu Xing? Who is Liu Xing? I don't even know who he is." Castle regarded Liu Xing with utter disdain. Currently, the Clippers' starting power forward is Patterson, whose performance has been steadily declining. Analysts predict his stats this season won't surpass his previous year with the Bucks. Consequently, his position as the team's primary power forward hangs in the balance. This season, Patterson faces fierce competition from rookie Taunton, who dazzled during preseason with his formidable interior presence. While Taunton still has significant areas for improvement, his performances have earned the trust of the Clippers head coach, securing him a key rotational role. Averaging over 20 minutes per game, he contributes 7 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, and 0.8 blocks. Impressive numbers for a newcomer. Notably, Taunton and Liu Xing share a history of conflict from their preseason encounter. For Liu Xing, such grudges should have long been buried. Eagles seldom stoop to squabble with barnyard fowl. Yet, journalists have dredged up the past, probing, "Do you know Liu Xing?" The reporter deliberately posed the question to Taunton. Upon hearing Liu Xing's name, Taunton smirked arrogantly. "Are you referring to that bamboo pole? We had faced each other in the preseason. Back then, I even kicked his ass." The reporter inquired further, "Now that you're encountering him again in battle, do you feel confident against him? After all, he performed miracles against the Heat. The data was artificially inflated. Even I could achieve that with minimal effort. Moreover, let me make this clear. If I've managed to kick his backside once, I can certainly do it twice, or even repeatedly, without breaking a sweat." Taunton declared his unwavering determination to win. The reporters, embellishing the statements from Castle and Taunton, deliberately provoked Liu Xing, already irritated by the Clippers' stinginess with a few measly tickets. Liu Xing responded sharply to the journalist's instigation. "I'll make sure he knows exactly who I am." As for Taunton's provocation, Liu Xing responded, "I hope he still stands by his words after the match." This encounter with the Clippers. Since Liu Xing appeared in the gymnasium, he hadn't uttered a single word, his face stern and unyielding, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. An inexplicable tension permeated the Lakers' locker room. That evening, Liu Xing spoke for the first time, and only during warm-ups. Before the drills began, he turned to Kobe with solemn intensity and asked, "Kobe, have you heard about what happened to me?" As Liu Xing spoke, Kobe glanced in Tangya's direction. Though he didn't know Tangya personally, he recognized that the entire Tang family had been brought in by Liu Xing, giving a slight nod. Kobe responded, "I've heard about it. What do you intend to do?" Liu Xing said earnestly, "Allow me to create quite a stir." It was evident that Kobe had already anticipated this, responding, "Proceed with your endeavors without restraint. Tonight, you are the protagonist." In the grand arena of the Celestial Dynasty XL live broadcast, host Ku Fan commences with his opening remarks. "Good morning, esteemed audience members. Welcome to XL Video XL Sports as we bring you the highly anticipated Los Angeles City Derby, the clash between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Los Angeles Clippers. Their last encounter traces back to the previous season, where they engaged in 3 riveting matches, with the Lakers suffering 2 defeats and claiming 1 victory. How intriguing. The Lakers lost both of these games without Kobe Bryant playing. This time, as the 2 teams face off, Kobe is on the court for the Lakers. Additionally, the Lakers have acquired the promising rookie Liu Xing, making this encounter a significant challenge for the Clippers. Host Kafan continues, "All right, the game is about to begin." The Lakers' starting lineup remains Fisher, Kobe, Odom, Liu Xing, and Andrew Bynum. The Clippers are countering with their starters, Come On, Patterson, Maggette, Mobley, and Castle. At the Staples Center in Los Angeles, the prolonged sound of the referee's whistle echoes. Both teams line up, ready for battle. Liu Xing stepped onto the wooden court floor, the crisp sound echoing as he successfully checked in with the Clippers. The host is now requested to receive the reward. Liu Xing has confirmed receipt. Olajuwon astonishingly achieved a quadruple-double with his instantaneous skills. Liu Xing wore a stern expression throughout the night, but upon witnessing this instantaneous skill, a smile broke across his face. Arriving at the perfect moment. Even in its absence, with his teammates' cooperation, he could still decisively overpower these adversaries. Nevertheless, possessing this instantaneous skill provided a greater sense of security and alleviated frustrations. As the jump ball commenced at center court, unlike previous occasions, Liu Xing pushed aside Inju and took to the jump himself. From the outset of the match, Liu Xing was determined to dominate the Clippers. Liu Xing stood at the center circle, engaging in a jump ball against Come On of the Clippers. Under the sheer dominance of Liu Xing's exceptional physical prowess, Come On was utterly overwhelmed, succumbing without any resistance. The ball was passed to Fisher, who advanced it past the halfway line, subsequently distributing it to Kobe on the right side. Liu Xing, with his back against Patterson, reached out for the ball, which Kobe promptly delivered. Seeing the slender Liu Xing, Come On sought to challenge him one-on-one, tauntingly uttering, "Are you sure you want to take me on alone?" His disdain was palpable as he spoke. In response to Come On's trash talk, Liu Xing remained unperturbed, receiving the ball and resolutely positioning himself to charge forward. Intriguingly, Come On, who was significantly older, found himself gradually retreating. As the distance closed, Liu Xing disregarded "come on," pivoted, and forcefully pushed him aside, leaping to the rim with determination. With a resounding thud, Liu Xing hung from the hoop, looking down upon the cowering "come on." A genuine fear enveloped "come on," compelling him to evade. In that moment, he was wholly overpowered by Liu Xing's formidable presence. "Come on" relinquished any pretense of resistance, no longer daring to show disrespect. Even Kobe, mighty as he was, found himself captivated by Liu Xing's display of strength, nodding in approval and applauding Liu Xing's prowess. Kobe now regarded Liu Xing with an unmistakable sense of satisfaction. Liu Xing, is this not the excellent aide he referred to when he pressured the Lakers this summer? However, it seems Kobe harbors some misconceptions about Liu Xing. His arrival at the Lakers is not merely to serve as Kobe's capable assistant. The entire Clippers bench fell into silence, leaving their coach in a quandary. Though this is merely the beginning in the stands, Tang Ye's gaze was solely fixated on Liu Xing. Her large, sparkling eyes shone with excitement as she instinctively applauded, exclaiming, "What a great play!" Drawing the attention of her entire family. An elderly man with graying hair inquired, "Xiaoya, why are you acting so strangely today? You've never liked basketball, considering it a rather crude sport. What's changed?" To which Tang Ye promptly denied. In the Tianqiao XL live broadcast room, the host Ku Fan exclaimed, "Is this brutality? Is it really this explosive from the start?" Come on was utterly overwhelmed. Commentator Yang Yi added, "This is simply astonishing. Come on stands no chance against Liu Xing. Remember this name, Liu Xing." With the literary grace of Wen Dao Liu and the brilliance of Xing Xing, he declared. The Clippers, despite their financial gains, hesitated to part with even 2 tickets. What a shameless display. The torment had only just begun. Come on was merely the first victim. With the Clippers in possession, Castle took on the offensive duties in the absence of the captain. The team increasingly relied on outside shooting, yet Castle was not particularly skilled in this regard. His erratic attempts from beyond the arc drew a scathing rebuke from the Clippers coach. "That's not your shooting range. Stop being reckless." Castle, lacking three-point range, excelled in driving to the basket with rhythm and executing mid-range shots following screens, albeit he was a rather traditional guard with moderate speed. Nevertheless, his larger-than-average physique allowed him to post up against typical guards, yet the coach's harsh criticism put him in a foul mood. In contrast, the Lakers orchestrated plays to support Liu Xing, including Kobe, who exhibited little desire to score in this match. Even when Castle, tasked with guarding him, provocatively declared, "Kobe, I'm not afraid of you. I can shut you down." Kobe remained unfazed, passing the ball to Liu Xing in the low post without hesitation. Liu Xing, positioned low, faced Patterson, whose bulk resembled that of Come on. Liu Xing, undeterred, surged forward. Patterson was utterly unprepared, succumbing to the relentless onslaught. It was not merely a matter of seconds before Liu Xing, with unwavering determination, carved his way through, even at the expense of fouls. Beneath the basket, he executed a thunderous dunk. Liu Xing stood at the free throw line, with an additional penalty looming. He swiftly scored 5 consecutive points, leading his team on an impressive 5-0 run. The Clippers head coach observed the unstoppable Liu Xing with a furrowed brow, glancing at the bench where Thornton was eager to make his move. However, the coach decided to let Patterson endure a few more plays before making any substitutions. With the Clippers in possession, their captain absent, the alien-like Castle took center stage as the team's core player. He attempted to drive solo, but his pace was sluggish and he found himself tightly guarded by Kobe, unable to find his rhythm. Resorting to a screen, he executed a pick-and-roll maneuver. Patterson set the screen, and Liu Xing followed suit. Despite Patterson's lack of prowess in other areas, he was still qualified to act as a shield. With Kobe trapped behind him, Castle, faced with the seemingly slender Liu Xing, underestimated him. After the pick, a gap opened up, and Castle, noticing Liu Xing was a meter away, assumed he was in the clear. He proceeded to take a mid-range shot, believing it would be an easy score. However, at the moment he released the ball, Liu Xing sprang into action. As the basketball rolled off Castle's fingertips, a shadow suddenly loomed before him. With a swift leap, Liu Xing soared through the air, flashing a grin before executing a thunderous volleyball-style block. Castle froze, momentarily dumbfounded. How could this be possible? He was astonished by Liu Xing's speed and explosive power, realizing that a 7-foot interior player could move faster than he could. His mouth agape in disbelief. He wondered where this anomaly had come from. Even more unsettling was Liu Xing's expression. He was smiling, a smile that carried a hint of cruelty. As Liu Xing sent the ball flying out of bounds, he mimicked Uncle Mu, shaking his right index finger at Castle with a look of disdain, repeatedly uttering, "No, no, no." Castle seethed with fury, wishing he could eliminate Liu Xing for such humiliation. Yet, the insult did not end there. After celebrating his block, Liu Xing earnestly told Castle, "Remember my name, I am Liu Xing Liu, as in the literary knife, and Xing, as in star." Castle's anger reached a boiling point. If looks could kill, Liu Xing would have perished 1,000 times. The referee blew the whistle, awarding possession back to the Clippers. With 8 seconds remaining on the 24-second shot clock, the ball had gone out of bounds and reset to 14 seconds. Liu Xing's audacity had infuriated the entire Clippers roster. The arena erupted with boos from the Clippers fans, who were desperate for someone to retaliate. This was intolerable. Fans in the front row shouted in frustration, expressing their disdain for Liu Xing, calling him a string being. But who would rise to the occasion? Perhaps it would be Come On? Come On made an attempt, a Come On larger than Liu Xing, who stood resolutely beneath the basket, his back to the hoop, thrusting his posterior inward. Come On found himself unable to budge Liu Xing, who stood as unyielding as a mountain, with arms spread wide. Liu Xing remained immovable, steadfast in his position. Frustration welled within Come On as he summoned greater strength for a second assault. This time, he exerted every ounce of effort, brimming with confidence, yet Liu Xing remained impervious. The Clippers' head coach, growing increasingly anxious, bellowed, "Come on, what are you doing? Tear him apart." On the sidelines, Thornton, observing Come On struggle against Liu Xing, scoffed derisively, "What a useless waste. If it were me, I would have already diminished him by 2 ribs." Thornton's playing style is explosive and passionate, embodying a feral spirit that has become his hallmark and competitive edge. He possesses an extraordinary confidence in his strength. However, the source of this confidence remains a mystery. After all, in the realm of power within the Clippers, it appears that the seemingly inexperienced Come On wields the greatest strength. Is it merely because he has faced Liu Xing in preseason? The Clippers fans began to jeer at Come On, urging him to act decisively. "Come on, tear him apart." Yet, Come On felt a profound sense of despair that he could not articulate. It was not a matter of desire. He simply could not move Liu Xing, who stood there unyielding. Come On has always been known for his rough technical style, but after a futile push and an awkward attempt at a flashy turnaround jumper, the outcome was laughable. The ball did not even graze the rim, let alone touch the backboard. What a ridiculous turn of events. Liu Xing wore an expression of utter bewilderment. "Are you certain you are shooting the basketball?" Yet, the towering Kerman, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Almost. Do not rejoice too soon." Liu Xing's forehead was adorned with dark lines. A perplexing sight indeed. Was this merely a trivial concern? It seemed utterly unfathomable. At this point, Liu Xing had confirmed that Come On was undoubtedly there for comedic relief rather than to engage in the game. Come On was utterly unproductive on the court. The Lakers had successfully defended for a full 24 seconds, regaining possession. As play resumed, Kobe held the ball and drove forward, amidst the Clippers. There appeared to be no one capable of containing him. Liu Xing scored consecutively, and this time, Kobe could have chosen not to pass him the ball. Yet he still did. After effortlessly evading Castle, Kobe had the opportunity to drive straight to the basket for an easy layup or even to execute a spectacular dunk worthy of the top 10 plays. Attracting defensive attention, Kobe distributed the ball to Liu Xing, who found himself unchallenged within a 2-meter radius. He ascended with grace, delivering a powerful 2-handed slam. The Clippers fans harbored a deep resentment towards Liu Xing, yet they were utterly powerless against him. Not only did they lack their captain brand, but even if he were present, it was doubtful he could contain Liu Xing, as if entering a realm devoid of competition, surged forth with an unstoppable force, embodying an aura that suggested any challenger would inevitably falter. Within a mere 3 minutes of the game, Liu Xing accounted for all of the Lakers' initial points, amassing an impressive tally of 14 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 blocks, along with a single steal. Moreover, he single-handedly dismantled the Clippers' interior defense. In this brief span, he secured 14 points, rendering both Come On and Patterson scoreless. It seems Come On and Patterson are in for a rough time. After all, we are all navigating the same NBA landscape, and there is no need for excessive hostility. One must recognize that the tide has turned. Yet there is no need for total annihilation. They have left us with no means to earn a living. In less than 3 minutes of play, the Clippers starting center Come On committed 2 fouls, while Patterson also incurred 2 fouls, as Liu Xing relentlessly exploited the Clippers' paint. Furthermore, Liu Xing has made it increasingly difficult for the Clippers' current leader, Castle, who has found himself frequently thwarted. Castle's signature moves faltered in the face of Liu Xing's prowess. Even when attempting pick-and-rolls or isolating Liu Xing, he lost his confidence completely. Liu Xing's speed is unparalleled beneath such absolute velocity. Any cunning stratagem or technique appears utterly feeble and devoid of utility. Castle has failed to score even once in 3 attempts. Doubts about his own capabilities have begun to plague him. The Clippers, at the outset, face a dilemma in their interior play, lacking strength within. Their perimeter shooting is equally ineffective. Consequently, they are relentlessly targeted by their opponents, leading to a staggering 18-1 score within the first 5 minutes. With the Clippers failing to secure a single point from the field, relying solely on Mobley's free throw for a meager point. In desperation, the Clippers coach calls for a timeout to implement adjustments, yet these seem to yield little effect. 0:45 Liu Xing. I apologize for the illusion my prowess has created in you, Liu Xing remarked during the timeout. With Coman and Patterson both in foul trouble, the Clippers have no choice but to field their substitutes. The newcomer, Taunton, is brought into the game. However, Taunton is notoriously talkative. As the saying goes, to eat is to speak, and to play is also to vocalize. This holds true indeed. He enters the game, brimming with chatter. Fear not, coach. I shall handle him. Coman wonders if his ears are deceiving him. You will deal with that demon? Don't jest. Patterson cast a glance at Taunton before dismissing him. Holding no affection for this rookie who incessantly vies for his starting position and harbors an inflated sense of self-worth, he would relish the opportunity to face a tough challenge. The Clippers coach is pleased with Taunton's bravado. Regardless of his ability, at least his attitude is commendable. Excellent. I hope your performance matches your words. The coach says. Leave it to me. I shall not disappoint you, coach, Taunton responds, earning a nod of approval from the Clippers coach. Encouraged by this recognition, Taunton charges onto the court, confronting Liu Xing with his nose nearly touching Liu Xing's, speaking with fierce intensity. You're finished now that you've met me. Taunton, observing Liu Xing's silence, mistakenly believes he has instilled fear and continues to boast. I can take you down once, and I can surely do it again. Indeed, there is some truth to his claims. During the preseason, Liu Xing had just secured a 10-day contract with the Lakers. Transitioning from the NBA Development League to the NBA, a challenging adjustment, to say the least. Moreover, Liu Xing had yet to participate in an All-Star game. It was his inaugural year, and struggling was expected. Excelling would be nothing short of miraculous. Furthermore, at that time, Liu Xing was juggling part-time work alongside his games, often finishing a night shift only to head straight to practice, and after training, he had no time to rest before competing again. Compared to Taunton, such circumstances made his struggles understandable. Yet, that does not serve as an excuse for his shortcomings. One must view challenges from a developmental perspective. Can one truly expect the same outcomes when comparing oneself a year apart? Certainly, this is not the reason why Liu Xing desires to confront Tang Dun with aggression. Naturally, it is not because Liu Xing was entirely outperformed during the preseason. At that time, in his inaugural preseason match, Liu Xing played for 25 minutes. Yet he recorded a dismal tally of 0 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 block, and 5 turnovers. In comparison to Tang Dun, a promising rookie and a key focus of the team's development efforts, Liu Xing fell considerably short. During that match, Liu Xing faced a harsh defeat, as Tang Dun amassed 18 points, 12 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. His statistics filled the score sheet. Following the game, he received extensive praise from the media, lauding him as unparalleled. At that moment, Liu Xing felt belittled, as if he were not even human. However, this is not the reason for Liu Xing's desire to confront Tang Dun. After all, that is all in the past. Now, with Tang Dun present, Liu Xing is more than capable of overpowering him effortlessly. How could an eagle ever be compared to a mere chick? Liu Xing's desire to confront Tang Dun stemmed from a rather straightforward reason. He felt the need to vent his frustrations. He could easily find a secluded area to express his grievances. However, when Tang Dun directed his rhetoric towards Liu Xing, it struck him as utterly shameless. Be quiet. Your breath is offensive, Liu Xing remarked, finding such behavior both repulsive and unsanitary. After voicing his disdain, he withdrew into his own thoughts. Tang Dun, undeterred and seemingly oblivious to the situation, trailed behind, reminiscent of the incessant prattling of the monk Tang Sung. Liu Xing, pass me the ball. This time, he was genuinely impatient, activating Elijuan's quadruple double instant skill to confront Tang Dun. In truth, it wasn't necessary, yet this fellow was simply infuriating. Liu Xing was determined not to relent. Tang Dun continued to chatter incessantly, challenging him. Come on. Allow me to demonstrate the disparity. No sooner had the words left his lips than Liu Xing bent down and charged forward, delivering a powerful blow. In the face of Liu Xing's unenhanced strength, even a formidable figure like Kaman would be sent flying, let alone Tang Dun, who was a mere lightweight, 40 pounds lighter than Kaman. Moreover, Liu Xing had the advantage of enhanced abilities. As Tang Dun approached, he was merely setting himself up for humiliation. Indeed, as Liu Xing advanced, Tang Dun was sent soaring backward, akin to a bulldozer on a rampage. Upon impact, Tang Dun's body flew back as if severed from its strings, a look of sheer terror reflecting in his eyes. The crushing defeat was inevitable. Liu Xing, with a touch of seriousness, sent Tang Dun crashing to the ground. With a mere shove, Tang Dun's body soared through the air, leaving the audience in utter disbelief. How could this be possible? Even Kobe's eyes widened to the size of saucers. Moments later, with his mouth agape in exhilaration, he approached Liu Xing for a high five. His voice slightly cracking as he exclaimed, Liu, you utterly obliterated him. And Zhu, known as the Little Shark, witnessed this spectacle and, after his initial excitement subsided, pondered introspectively whether he could achieve such a feat ultimately. He shook his head in astonishment, murmuring, thank goodness we are teammates. Castle, momentarily stunned, questioned whether this young man had taken something to enhance his performance. It seemed too surreal. The Clippers bench wore expressions of disbelief, as if they had witnessed something utterly implausible. The head coach felt a sense of regret, realizing that his expectations had been misplaced. He had anticipated a display of dominance, yet found himself on the receiving end of a brutal dismantling. The expression of shock on his face mirrored that of the fans, who were left in silence, collectively gasping for air. What kind of destructive power was this? For 3 seconds, there was a hushed stillness in the Staples Center before the Lakers fans erupted into cheers. Some of the more fervent supporters, unable to contain their excitement, pointed at the fallen Tang Dun and remarked, what does he look like? Speak up. Be more cautious. There are some you simply cannot provoke. Was Tang Dun heading home to seek solace from his mother, tears of despair on his face? In the live streaming room of Tianchao XL, host Ke Fan's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his jaw dropping to an unbelievable extent. What have I just witnessed? I must ascertain whether I am merely dreaming. As Liu Xing raised his rear, Tang Dun was sent flying. The sheer destructive power was nothing short of terrifying. The commentator Yang Yi, typically eloquent, found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with excitement. It was utterly domineering. The magnitude of this destruction was reminiscent of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. However, witnessing such force emanating from Liu Xing's physique was even more astonishing, rendering it almost unbelievable. Is this truly real? I suspect I am dreaming. Why did Tang Dun provoke Liu Xing of all people? Now, he must be regretting his choice. Perhaps even yearning for his mother. Once the host Ke Fan regained his composure, he jested, as the old saying goes, one relies on their mouth to eat, and one relies on it to get hit. Tang Dun's experience serves as a reminder that one should refrain from excessive chatter and learn to control their words. I can only imagine that Tang Dun now deeply regrets his pre-match declaration that if he could strike Liu Xing once, he could surely do so again. Alas, now he finds himself at the mercy of his opponent. The commentator's description was indeed quite apartment Mr. Yang. You were truly amusing. Ke Fan laughed heartily. Yet, Yang Yi was correct in stating that Tang Dun was indeed left hanging, battered, and bruised. With no whistle in hand, Tang Dun, nursing his stinging rear, approached the referee to argue about a foul. He committed a foul. He protested, but the referee, with a dismissive glance, ignored him entirely. Left with no recourse, Tang Dun, eager to prove his toughness, directed a remark at Liu Xing, suggesting that what had just transpired was merely an accident. As if to diminish his own grievances and bolster his sense of capability, Liu Xing disregarded him, observing Thornton's reckless provocation of the formidable Liu Xing. The Clippers head coach felt an overwhelming headache. Was this individual truly a fool? Most would avoid confrontation, yet this person seemed utterly oblivious. Kobe regarded Thornton with a similar disdain. Perceiving him as a simpleton, he mused to himself, while talent is essential for navigating the NBA, one must also possess a modicum of intelligence. Kobe's critique was not without merit. Thornton's taunts brought him no advantage. Rather, they intensified Liu Xing's aggression towards him. Within 2 minutes, Thornton was left questioning his very existence. Transformed into a shadow of his former self. Just moments ago, he had exuded sunshine and confidence, believing that everyone else was inferior. Now, his eyes dimmed with fear. He incessantly murmured, "He is not human. He is a demon. He is not human. He is a demon. He is not human. He is a demon." The tragedy of provoking Liu Xing led to a bloodbath for the Clippers. Thornton was merely a foolish jester in Liu Xing's eyes. To Liu Xing, tormenting him was as effortless as eating or drinking. His intent was to unleash his fury. Was that sufficient? No, it was merely the interest. Liu Xing dominated the court, rendering all challengers ineffective. In the first quarter, he fervently amassed 18 points, 10 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks, asserting his supremacy over the game. Under his influence, the Lakers surged ahead with a score of 40-19 against the Clippers, establishing a commanding 21-point lead. His presence was so formidable that the Clippers struggled to secure even half of the Lakers' points, regardless of whether Coman, Patterson, or Thornton took to the court. Their efforts were in vain against his overwhelming prowess. Liu Xing completely dominated the outcome of the game. The Clippers found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, unable to gain the upper hand in any matchup against Liu Xing. He excelled in both offense and defense. His explosive power beneath the basket resembled that of a ferocious beast. Players like Coman, Thornton, and Patterson were utterly overwhelmed by his prowess. Liu Xing was unstoppable, moving through the court as if it were his domain, taking what he desired with ease. On the defensive end, he served as an impenetrable barrier for the Lakers, boasting the height of a center, extraordinary wingspan, and a speed comparable to Nick Young. His defensive coverage extended throughout the Clippers' three-point line. As aptly stated by the commentator Yang E during the XL Live broadcast, it seemed that Liu Xing was poised to annihilate the Clippers. The only recourse for the Clippers appeared to be to surrender and hope for a merciful defeat. Faced with a behemoth like Liu Xing, the Clippers coach was left in despair. As the team's long-standing issues in the paint remained unresolved, now compounded by the presence of such an extraordinary talent, by the end of the first quarter, the Clippers fans had turned their allegiances, cheering for the Lakers instead. Their chants shifted from BA to let's go. Furthermore, many in the crowd began to chant Liu Xing's name, transforming the Clippers' home court into a Lakers stronghold. This has always been the Clippers' lament. As long as the Lakers exist in Los Angeles, the Clippers remain in their shadow. The Lakers' dominance had convincingly swayed the fans, leading to their defection. Journalists in attendance captured the expression of Clippers owner Donald, whose face was a mask of anger as he struggled to contain his frustration. It is understandable that after investing $100 million annually to assemble a competitive team, witnessing such a one-sided performance would be infuriating. Regardless of the profitability of this venture, the humiliation was undeniable, all thanks to an individual named Liu Xing. Donald could forgive a loss but wished it had occurred in a more dignified manner, rather than being utterly overwhelmed without the possibility of retaliation. Typically, he refrained from interfering with team affairs, but this time he could not hold back. As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers remained relentless, with Liu Xing continuing to shine. Not taking a moment's rest, Donald texted the general manager, "I do not wish for that Eastern player to continue his rampage. It must stop immediately." Upon receiving this directive, the general manager acted swiftly, contacting the Clippers head coach and insisting that they do whatever it took to neutralize Liu Xing. The head coach accepted the orders, deploying an unprecedented 3 players to double-team Liu Xing. Such measures are typically reserved for superstars like Kobe or LeBron. To do so against a newcomer who had nearly lost his chance to play in the NBA merely 10 days prior is extraordinarily rare in the annals of basketball history. In the XL Live broadcast studio, host Kafan S. Jaw had practically dropped in disbelief. Had the Clippers truly lost their minds? For a newcomer, they astonishingly resorted to a triple-team strategy. One must understand that the current Lakers boast talents like Kobe and the remarkable Andrew. How could they possibly resort to such measures? My goodness, this is indeed a first in my many years of experience. I must say, it borders on the absurd, quite preposterous. The commentator Yang E was left utterly flabbergasted. The Clippers' arrangement conveys a clear message, even in defeat. They refuse to allow Liu Xing to etch their names into the annals of disgrace. Yang E continued, affirming the situation. Indeed, Mr. Yang, do you believe Liu Xing can still deliver a dazzling performance? After all, the Clippers have employed 2, 3, and at times even 4 players to contain him. The host expressed his concerns. It's exceedingly difficult. It's not that I doubt Liu Xing's abilities, but to penetrate the Clippers' 3-man defense, one would need the dominance reminiscent of a peak Shaquille O'Neal. Liu Xing is merely a rookie. Thus far, his performances have been commendable. Even in the realm of Rookie of the Year, based on his current display, I would cast my vote for him. Yet, this does not provide justification for him to breach the Clippers trio. The treatment he receives is akin to that reserved for a superstar, a status Liu Xing has yet to attain. The commentator Yang Yi, in his self-assured analysis, seemed to believe he was quite the expert. However, scarcely had his words settled when Liu Xing delivered a series of resounding slaps to his assertions, leaving Yang Yi's face swollen and bruised. Donald, observing Liu Xing ensnared like a dumpling, felt a surge of pride, thinking to himself, "Let us see how you maintain your composure now. I refuse to believe I cannot contain you." Donald ordered a beer, ready to celebrate. Yet, before he could take a sip, he was utterly astounded by Liu Xing's breathtaking performance, so much so that he was unaware of when the beer slipped from his grasp. The double team could not impede Liu Xing any longer. Beneath the basket, faced with the encirclement of Common and Patterson, Liu Xing employed a straightforward yet forceful approach. Using his body to shove Common aside, confronted with the rim at such proximity, he effortlessly slammed the ball through the hoop, unstoppable. The rim groaned in agony under Liu Xing's onslaught, swaying left and right, raising concerns among the spectators whether it might be torn down entirely. Common and Patterson were left disheveled, their expressions reflecting utter dejection. Liu Xing effortlessly pierced through the double team, as simple as breaking through a layer of tissue paper. The Clippers head coach is left in a quandary. If a double team fails, will a triple team suffice? Liu Xing informed them of their futility. Common, Patterson, and the formidable Mobley encircled him, yet Liu Xing executed a remarkable leap, sending two of them flying, leaving only Common to confront him. Liu Xing surged forward with unparalleled explosive power. Common's gaze faltered, and he shouted in alarm, "Not good," hastily attempting to evade. It was not that Common was cowardly. Rather, the momentary skill enhancement coupled with Liu Xing's maxed-out talent rendered him a formidable force, an unstoppable juggernaut. Engaging him directly was utterly futile. Evasion was the only viable solution. Whether faced with 2 or 3 opponents, Liu Xing effortlessly dismantled their encirclement, as if piercing through a mere layer of tissue paper. The Clippers head coach was at his wit's end. It was not a matter of his coaching prowess, but rather the overwhelming strength of the adversary. In the face of such absolute power, all schemes and stratagems proved ineffectual. On the offensive front, Liu Xing was impervious, and on defense, he transformed into the opponent's worst nightmare. With 5 minutes and 56 seconds remaining in the second quarter, the Clippers found themselves trailing by 30 points, desperately needing someone to step up and score. Castle bore the responsibility, but his half-hearted shot clanged off the rim. Under the basket, Common seized a dead ball, determined to unleash a thunderous dunk to vent his pent-up frustration. However, Liu Xing ruthlessly denied him with a block. The rebound was claimed by Patterson, who was positioned in the paint, ready to make his move. Liu Xing once again takes charge. The ball remains with the Clippers as the Big Cat seizes the rebound. With only 24 seconds left, the offensive time is running short, yet the Big Cat presses on. Liu Xing successfully executed 2 blocks, leaving the Big Cat incredulous at the prospect of a third. Seizing the rebound, the Big Cat crouched, propelled himself off the ground, and raised the ball high with both hands, intending to challenge Liu Xing's rim protection and catch him off guard. However, reality revealed that the Big Cat was, perhaps, overly ambitious in his aspirations. Liu Xing bellowed, "This is a no-fly zone." In an instant, he sprang into the air, and with his arms swinging like those of a monkey, he aimed a forceful slap at the basketball held by the large cat. Through his actions, he conveyed a clear message to the feline. This is not a place where you can soar at your whim. Not a chance. Liu Xing executed a clean and resounding volleyball-style block, leaving the Big Cat utterly disoriented. The Big Cat's gaze faltered, staring at Liu Xing with an expression of sheer terror, as if confronted by a monster. The head coach of the Clippers was equally perplexed, pondering how one could possibly continue under such circumstances. It was simply unplayable. The Clippers owner, Donald, was so enraged that he struggled to breathe, fearing that remaining in this environment would lead to his demise from sheer frustration. In a display of poor grace, Donald kicked the bench he had just occupied, his face set in a scowl as he stormed out of the Staples Center without a backward glance. The massacre was unprecedented. Liu Xing astounded the NBA with his performance. Donald's indignation did nothing to quell Liu Xing's fervor, as he unleashed his emotions on the court. As renowned commentator Yang Yi aptly noted, one should never attempt to provoke Liu Xing. it is evident that Donald committed a grave error. The Clippers were enduring a veritable slaughter. With just 5 minutes and 36 seconds remaining in the game, Coman fouled out, followed shortly by Patterson. The substitute, Tondo, who had previously been overwhelmed by Liu Xing in the first half, was now reluctantly called upon in the fourth quarter despite his own foul troubles. Within just 2 minutes on the court, he too succumbed to foul trouble. Liu Xing was undoubtedly the chief architect of this dominance. Having played for 42 minutes and achieving an astounding 42 points, 18 rebounds, 11 assists, and 13 blocks. With a shooting accuracy of 12 out of 18 and converting 18 out of 24 free throws. This evening, Liu Xing single-handedly transformed into a colossal force, utterly decimating the Clippers and inflicting upon them a profound humiliation on their home turf. The Lakers triumphed over the Clippers with a staggering 41-point victory, leaving the Clippers thoroughly vanquished. Liu Xing, with his formidable and commanding performance, transformed the Clippers fans at the Staples Center into supporters of the Lakers. By the end of the match, the Clippers fans were fervently chanting, "Go, Liu." Interestingly, they realized that their center had been thoroughly outmatched, and in a frenzy, they cried out to pass the ball to Liu Xing. They were eager to witness just how far this lanky giant could go. The Clippers head coach wore an expression of despair, his eyes vacant and hollow, while owner Donald was so frustrated that he left. As the team faced a humiliating defeat with no recourse in sight, even if he had 1,000 strategies in mind, with 2 starters ejected and 3 substitutes sidelined, what could he possibly do? The coach lamented his misfortune, questioning why he had to confront such a formidable adversary. Was it too much to ask for just 2 tickets? The exorbitant price of Clippers tickets was inextricably linked to the performance of the team. Alas, the stinginess was infuriating. The entire Clippers roster was reluctant to attend the post-game press conference, but the reporters had anticipated this, cornering them at the locker room door. With no choice but to face the music, they bravely stepped forward. The reporters first approached the head coach, inquiring about his feelings regarding the night's match. The question struck a nerve, and the coach erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What feelings could I possibly have after being slaughtered?" Next question. With star player Brand absent, Castle, as a key player, took to the podium. The reporters seemed intent on provoking him, asking, "So, do you know who Liu Xing is now?" Castle, whose temper was not easily tamed, retorted, "What a ridiculous question," before storming out. Meanwhile, a humbled Coman, who had no personal grudge against Liu Xing, expressed his admiration, stating, "He is simply astonishing. We couldn't stop him. Even when we double-teamed him, or even triple-teamed, or fouled him, it made no difference." Coman then glanced at the statistics. His mouth agape, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. A quadruple-double? His stats filled every column. My goodness. 42 points, 18 rebounds, 11 assists, and 13 blocks. If any player achieves such numbers, it's clear why we lost. Patterson, who had been matched up against Liu Xing, was also interviewed. When asked about the experience of defending Liu Xing, he joked, "Are you trying to make me relive a nightmare? That's quite impolite, sir." He immediately adopted a serious demeanor, much like what you have witnessed. "I was utterly overwhelmed. He was astonishing, and we were left with no recourse. From a talent perspective, he could very well be the next Shaquille O'Neal. A competitor of his caliber truly embodies my worst nightmare." Patterson continued, expressing that regarding his experiences, he believes it is an exceptional narrative. He is yet another exemplar of perseverance and hard work, a commendable role model deserving of emulation by all. As for Taunton, a newcomer, it was expected that he would not attract excessive media attention, especially following such a dismal performance in this match. With a record of 0 for 8, scoring merely 1 point, 2 rebounds, 0 assists, and 6 turnovers, culminating in 6 fouls and a plus-minus of -30, his performance was appalling. However, because he stated prior to the game, "If I can dominate Liu Xing once, I can certainly do it again," and further remarked, "Watch how I handle him during the match." Ultimately, as you witnessed, Taunton was thoroughly outclassed. It was not merely a defeat. He was metaphorically lifted and soundly thrashed by Liu Xing. More than half an hour had elapsed since the conclusion of the game, yet Taunton appeared still in disbelief, his eyes vacant, exhibiting signs of mental disarray. When reporters inquired about his feelings regarding the match, Taunton astonishingly replied, "Tell me this isn't real. I must be dreaming. Right? Everything that transpired tonight is merely a nightmare, and when I awaken, everything will be all right, correct?" He could scarcely fathom that someone he had underestimated, merely half a month prior, someone he had previously defeated, had now displayed such formidable dominance. It left him in shambles, in comparison to Liu Xing. He felt as though he had forgotten how to play. To this day, he remains incredulous, repeatedly questioning himself. Is this real? This cannot be true. The normally indifferent journalist sighed, feeling a twinge of pity for the young man, whose burgeoning career had encountered such a formidable adversary in Liu Xing. They harbored concerns that he might not surmount this hurdle. Post-game is typically a realm of triumph for victors. Coach Zin and Kobe Bryant attended the press conference, their spirits buoyed by consecutive victories. When a journalist queried Zin about Liu Xing's performance, he expressed his astonishment, stating, "I was equally amazed. We require his contributions." Another journalist sought to assess Liu Xing's performance, to which Zin responded, "He was nothing short of extraordinary. I am grateful that tonight, we are teammates." Kobe further declared, "His performance is unprecedented in history. This has been the greatest acquisition for Los Angeles this summer." Liu Xing was also asked, "What does it feel like to achieve 42 points, 18 rebounds, 11 assists, and 13 blocks in this match?" Liu Xing replied with heartfelt enthusiasm, "It feels exhilarating. Like a virus spreading." The reporter continued, "After this game, is there anything you would like to express?" Liu Xing remarked, "I hope the Clippers will no longer be stingy with those worthless tickets." The reporter noted, "After your impressive 61 points and 23 rebounds, you have now scored 42 points, 18 rebounds, 11 assists, and 13 blocks. This is one of the most remarkable rookie performances recorded since Wilt Chamberlain. How did you manage to accomplish this?" Liu Xing humbly responded, "It is not that I am exceptionally strong, but rather that my opponents are quite weak. Furthermore, I am grateful to my teammates for providing me with opportunities." Liu Xing displayed disdain towards the Clippers while expressing gratitude to his teammates, emphasizing that in the realm of basketball, a lack of cooperation from teammates is simply unacceptable. The reporter inquired, "Is your goal to become the Rookie of the Year?" Liu Xing, "The best? Why not? I believe no one would decline such an opportunity." Reporter, "Since the commencement of the competition, have you ever contemplated that your career would evolve into its current state?" Liu Xing, "No. This is the truth. He is aware that he possesses extraordinary abilities. Yet he remains oblivious to the magnitude of his prowess. From the very beginning, he has reached an unparalleled peak, indeed, a historical zenith. Reflecting upon it now feels akin to a dream. However, the pressure has intensified. Having experienced a life of ease, Liu Xing is unwilling to return to hardship. The urgency to become stronger has grown more pronounced. After the interview, he opened his phone. Ding, 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 ding. The notification sound of incoming messages resonated. Liu Xing gazed in astonishment, his jaw dropping in disbelief. To his surprise, all of the messages were sent by Tanya, totaling 7 or 8. "Thank you for this evening. My grandfather is very happy. My entire family is delighted. I appreciate your tickets. And I am grateful for your remarkable performance. It was truly splendid and left a lasting impression. Hello, Liu Xing. You are truly impressive. To express my gratitude, allow me to treat you to a meal." Liu Xing glanced at the timestamp of the message, noting that it had been sent 2 hours prior, just after the conclusion of the match. Liu Xing edited the message. "It's such a trivial matter, no need to be so formal." After sending the message, he was about to put his phone away, but to his surprise, the goddess replied almost instantly, "Are you giving this beautiful lady an opportunity to be courted?" Liu Xing's chin nearly dropped to the ground. The goddess, astonishingly, was joking with him and adopting such a humble demeanor. Liu Xing has yet to decide on the message to send. Tanya's message arrived again. "If you don't have the time, we can always arrange it for another occasion. After all, I owe you a meal." Liu Xing, "Very well then. Tanya, have you agreed? Where are you?" Liu Xing. He expressed his confusion with capitalized question marks. "It is already past midnight. Surely Tanya has not yet departed from Staples Center." "Tanya, I am in the parking garage on the 3rd floor." "Liu Xing, please wait for me for a few minutes." Liu Xing extinguished the screen of his phone and glanced at it briefly. Could it be that I have been reborn, with my charm elevated as well? However, I must admit, Tanya possesses quite an astute perception. He descended into the basement. Liu Xing discovered Tanya leaning against a luxurious BMW. Her gaze tender and absorbed as she scrolled through her phone. With each swipe, she broke into a delightful smile, as if she were engrossed in something exceedingly amusing. Liu Xing stealthily approached her from behind, observing her for several minutes, yet Tanya remained blissfully unaware. Indeed, the goddess exuded an ethereal beauty, her profile enchanting in every conceivable angle. Under the dim light, Liu Xing noticed Tanya's earlobe, resembling a piece of jade, evoking an irresistible impulse to touch it. Completely absorbed in her phone, Tangyo appeared oblivious to Liu Xing's presence. He surmised that if he did not interrupt her reverie, she would remain unaware of him indefinitely. After a span of 7 or 8 minutes, he pondered what could be so captivating. Suddenly, Liu Xing exclaimed loudly. Startled, Tangyo jolted, her body trembling instinctively as she turned her head. The considerable swell of her chest swayed gracefully with her movement, prompting her to clutch it in surprise. Who could that be? Is it my fault? She exclaimed. Perhaps it is your own engrossment. All right, what are you watching? Liu Xing inquired. At the mention of this, Tangya's interest peaked, her excitement mingled with incredulity. Do you realize what you've done? Your performance is spreading like wildfire, she proclaimed, handing her phone to Liu Xing. As he accepted the device, he noticed that her phone was currently streaming highlights of his recent competition on YouTube. Being praised by the goddess he had once secretly admired felt undeniably surreal, filling his heart with an indescribable joy. I am the strongest. I am the greatest. Unrivaled both above and below. North of the Yangtze River, I am the most distinguished. Oh, wait. Men do not say beautiful, they say handsome. Liu Xing's heart was already tumultuous, yet, in an effort to uphold his humble and unassuming persona, he casually remarked, it's nothing special. I still have a long way to go. Indeed, the more formidable individuals tend to remain understated. I grasped that. As for Tangya, the reality was quite different. After indulging in a few spirited drinks at a nearby bar with Tangya, Liu Xing escorted her home. The reason was simple. Liu Xing abstained from alcohol, opting instead for lemon water. Initially, he teased her for being inexperienced and overly fond of drinking. However, upon deeper reflection, he realized something was amiss. If Tangya did not allow herself to become intoxicated, how could he possibly seize an opportunity? According to the wisdom imparted by various Bilibili influencers from his previous life, it was said that girls would succumb to inebriation in the presence of someone they favored, while remaining impervious to intoxication around those they did not. The realization struck Liu Xing like a thunderclap, prompting him to smack his thigh in acknowledgement. In the future, he would seek a chance to test this theory. Upon returning home, his modest rental abode, he found that the landlord had not yet retired for the night. Ever since she had received a substantial sum for the rent that day, her gaze towards Liu Xing had softened considerably, transforming from fierce to gentle. The way she addressed him as little Liu was endearing, rivaling that of a princess in a private booth. Indeed, it is only when one possesses extraordinary strength that the world responds with kindness. As he stepped into the room, Liu Xing didn't even bother to change his shoes. He immediately opened his computer, launched YouTube, and began watching his compilation videos. Liu Xing was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "My goodness! Is this truly me? Surely, this cannot be." The exaggeration was overwhelming. The display was indeed fierce. The video, titled "He Has Arrived, Please Stand Aside," is a remarkable edit by an unknown virtuoso. In the footage, Liu Xing resembles an unstoppable force, wielding power like a mighty spear, leaving chaos in his wake wherever he goes. Liu Xing's physical prowess radiates even through the screen. It is no surprise that he himself is captivated by the talent he displays. Hence, it is understandable why Tangya remarked that his image would spread like a virus. This observation is not without merit. Earlier at the bar, engrossed in conversation with the goddess, he had neglected to check his phone. Upon finally opening it, he found it inundated with text messages. The incessant notifications chimed like a melody. After merely 2 hours, he discovered over 1 million interactions on his Instagram. Among this vast array of followers, one stood out, a user named All-Powerful Number 35. Liu Xing recognized this moniker. It belonged to Du Shubao's alternate account, 049 Durant. In the class of 07, the only one comparable to Liu Xing is Durant himself. In later years, once Du Shubao fully embraced his true self. Who did not know him as the only NBA superstar valued at over $1 billion, reveling in the anonymity of his online persona to engage in banter? In his previous life, Liu Xing was a fervent admirer of the NBA, fortunate enough to traverse the Great Firewall and witness the splendid debates between the likes of Dwayne Wade and Charles Barkley. It was truly a spectacle to behold. He was also privy to the knowledge of the 10 alternate accounts frequently utilized by Kevin Durant, among which the versatile number 35 has been his constant companion for over a decade. Aside from his primary account, this number stands as his most significant. Liu Xing's eyes lit up with curiosity, eager to discern what Durant would articulate next. The illustrious Dushibo exhibited the potential of an online army. Not bad, not bad. Liu Xing's talent is truly astonishing, nearly rivaling Durant. His future achievements are boundless. The so-called Sage Riley has aired gravely, This scathing criticism is likely to haunt him for life. Miami's general manager, Pat Riley, was directly named in Durant's tweets, albeit under a pseudonym. Upon reading this, Liu Xing was struck by a wave of disbelief. This fellow certainly had audacity. Indeed, Durant's words under his alternate account incited a chorus of mockery. Grateful to bow, why mention Liu Xing when discussing Durant? Although he is the second overall pick, what accomplishments has he achieved? Can Durant truly be compared to Liu Xing? Finding an opportunity, I concede that the sage Riley has made a mistake. However, I would appreciate it if you amended your statement from nearly catching up to surpassing. I believe I could forgive you. A dismal prospect, if Durant possessed even a fraction of Liu Xing's talent. The Seattle Supersonics would not be struggling for victories this season. Durant is a bust, and I refuse to entertain any counterarguments. Thank you. Boundless and profound. What do you mean by nearly catching up to Durant? I implore you to retract that statement. I shall act as if I never saw it. A cure-all. Alas, the young lad is still too inexperienced. This summer, the Seattle Supersonics selected Durant with the second overall pick. Durant remained fixated on the fact that he was not the first pick, driven to prove himself as the strongest. He sought to demonstrate that the Trail Blazers' decision to choose Odin over him was a grave mistake. Unfortunately, he has struggled to adapt to the pace of the NBA thus far. Despite being granted unlimited shooting opportunities by the Supersonics, his performance has consistently failed to meet expectations. Observing Liu Xing, a player who went undrafted yet now basked in the limelight, Durant felt compelled to assert his presence. Yet the reality was that he sought recognition but instead faced harsh criticism. After all, he was the second overall pick of 2007. Was it not disgraceful? Was it appropriate for them to speak of him in such a manner before his very eyes? In the NBA, where stakes are high, reputation often surpasses mere profit. Durant, despite being the second overall pick, had yet to secure a victory in the 5 games he played with the Supersonics, suffering 5 consecutive defeats. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that Durant possesses remarkable talent, had Liu Xing not emerged, with his average of 18, 9 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists, showcasing formidable scoring prowess. He would undoubtedly have been the frontrunner for Rookie of the Year, especially with the first pick Odin sidelined for the season. Given Durant's current standing, his confidence was understandably robust. Being subjected to such ridicule from fans amounted to mere banter, yet it struck him like a resounding slap, leaving him bruised and agitated. Unable to remain composed, he took to his main account to assert, Durant is the strongest of the 2007 class. Durant is undoubtedly the premier choice for the Rookie of the Year award. Liu Xing felt unworthy even to offer shoes to Durant. Upon reading this, he could only shake his head and chuckle bitterly. Indeed, Du Shubao's sensitivity was profound. He was acutely concerned about the opinions of others. Remarkably, he didn't even resort to a secondary account, but opted for his primary one to escalate the conflict in the next game. In response, Liu Xing merely smiled dismissively, understanding that true prowess in basketball is demonstrated through performance rather than mere words. Moreover, the internet's memory is fleeting, lasting merely 7 seconds. If you excel, you are hailed as a hero, but if you falter, you become a laughingstock. As a seasoned keyboard warrior, Liu Xing understood this all too well and deemed it beneath him to engage further. After closing Twitter, he opened MOP, the largest fan forum in the Celestial Empire, to peruse its contents. Following Liu Xing's remarkable achievement of 61 points and 23 rebounds, he was delighted to receive a grand 4-fold celebration. Just 2 days later, MOP officially posted a highlighted announcement, pinning it prominently at the top of the forum. Liu Xing found joy in witnessing others unabashedly extolling his virtues. It was indeed a refreshing sensation. Liu Xing could not help but marvel at the prowess of the editors on MOP, whose writing skills, if not devoted to crafting novels, would indeed be a lamentable loss. The literary depth they possess is unfathomable, and their effusive praise of him appears somewhat excessive, bordering on the extravagant and sycophantic. One particular passage left a lasting impression on Liu Xing. To thwart the elimination of Liu Xing, the Clippers resorted to extreme measures, employing strategies that involved 3 or even 4 players in a concerted effort to contain him, a treatment reserved for only the most elite superstars. This was a blatant targeting, an unabashed focus that even the top-tier superstars have rarely experienced. Can you guess what transpired next? Liu Xing, like a celestial being descending from the heavens, weaved in and out with unparalleled finesse, leaving the Clippers utterly defeated and disarmed. Another post remarked, "Magnificent, simply magnificent. Liu Xing descends like a celestial being." exhibiting unparalleled prowess as he obliterates the Clippers, setting the record for the youngest player to achieve 4 double-doubles in history, with 2 more to his credit thus far. Therefore, heed this warning. Do not attempt to provoke him. It is an act of sheer folly. In another post, despite being surrounded by 3 or 4 Clippers defenders, Liu Xing remains undaunted, embodying an unstoppable force as he navigates the court with the grace of a deity, single-handedly sinking the Clippers. Magnificent. Splendid. I must inquire, who else could rival such brilliance? This flattery resonates deeply with me, and Liu Xing, with a knowing smile, continues to scroll through the comments. He discovers that indeed, the netizens on Cat Poo are exceptionally talented, their banter reaching speeds of 220 miles per hour from the very moment they start. Are you satisfied? Someone remarked that Liu Xing's lanky physique is ill-suited for the NBA, suggesting he might as well return to find a job at a gas station to sustain himself. Step forward, and I guarantee you won't survive. What nonsense is this? Do you have abalone? He has astonishingly, yet again, shattered records. Who will be the next rookie to achieve such feats? With scores of 61, 23, and 41, his quadruple-double is utterly astounding. Amidst the chaos, I never anticipated that just half a month ago, he was on the brink of being eliminated from the NBA, and now, in less than a month, he is on a trajectory toward becoming the most formidable rookie in history, as if an entirely different era has dawned. The bond between us transcends mere acquaintanceship. Truly remarkable. After indulging in a flurry of boastful comments, Liu Xing contentedly launched Cat Poo. However, prior to this launch, he discovered the latest weekly NBA power rankings, as well as the rookie rankings and the weekly best list on the homepage. Liu Xing was captivated by the post and clicked to read. 050 James. Is another monster about to emerge? 050 Player of the Week, Rookie of the Week, a fruitful week indeed. Player of the Week, LeBron James of the Eastern Conference Cleveland Cavaliers. Last week, LeBron averaged 28.3 points with a shooting percentage of 68 and a three-point percentage of 33.7, alongside 8.0 assists, 7.5 rebounds, 1.8 steals, and 1.8 blocks, leading the Cavaliers to a perfect record of 4 wins and 0 losses, placing them first in the East. In the Western Conference, it was Liu Xing of the Los Angeles Lakers who garnered the most acclaim. Kobe has consistently been the favorite in the West, and last week he performed admirably, averaging 33 points, with a shooting percentage of 57.8 and a three-point percentage of 38.7, along with 6.0 assists, 5.0 rebounds, 0.8 steals, and 0.9 blocks, also achieving a record of 4 wins and 0 losses. However, Liu Xing emerged as a dark horse, delivering a stunning performance in his rookie season during the second week with 3 career-defining games, including a last-second game winner against the league-leading Celtics, and a remarkable 61 points and 23 rebounds, reminiscent of Shaquille O'Neal's peak moments, defeating him in the process. Lastly, he showcased a quadruple-double against the Clippers. Over the past week, Liu Xing averaged 5 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, and 5 blocks, achieving an impressive shooting percentage without making a single three-pointer. Thus, when the judges deliberated between Kobe and Liu Xing, they ultimately remarked that while Kobe is indeed formidable, Liu Xing's performance over the past week was nothing short of miraculous, contributing an unprecedented showcase as Rookie of the Week. The judges' flattering comments went unnoticed by Liu Xing, who was more concerned about securing his bonus of 50,000. No amount of praise could compare to the comfort of financial reward. In the exclusive gym of the Cleveland Cavaliers, LeBron, you have been named the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. His teammate West began to flatter him. I know. LeBron replied nonchalantly, as he typically does not place much importance on such accolades. Incredible. Let me count. This is your 28th time in your career. West exclaimed in admiration. Yet, LeBron remained unfazed. Seeing this, West eagerly inquired, aren't you even a little surprised? What is there to be surprised about regarding something so expected? LeBron replied blandly. LeBron, aren't you curious about who the Western Conference Player of the Week is? West continued. Not Kobe. LeBron asked, slightly puzzled. West shook his head. Tim Duncan? LeBron ventured a second guess. West again shook his head, and LeBron's curiosity piqued. Is it Tracy? He guessed for a third time. West continued to deny. Then who is it? LeBron asked. West raised an eyebrow and replied, Liu Xing? Liu Xing? Who is Liu Xing? LeBron inquired. James's mind raced as he sought information on Liu Xing, but to no avail. ultimately voicing his confusion. "He is a rookie for the Lakers," West replied. "What?" James's voice escalated sharply. "He was an undrafted player? Just half a month ago, he was on the verge of not making it to the NBA." James was astounded beyond measure. West recounted Liu Xing's achievements over the past 2 weeks in detail. Another prodigy was about to emerge. James's expression grew exceedingly grave. Afterward, he promptly dismissed West and returned to his intense preparations. Having been named Player of the Week, Liu Xing also outperformed the Supersonics' promising rookie, Durant, to claim the Rookie of the Week title. How should one articulate this? The 2007 draft class is undeniably impressive. For instance, there are Al Horford of the Hawks, Joakim Noah of the Bulls, Jeff Green of the Supersonics, and E. Jianlian of the Bucks, though Greg Oden of the Trail Blazers did not play due to injury. These individuals are truly exceptional. Moreover, the Supersonics' second overall pick, Kevin Durant, shines as a star among stars. So far this season, Durant averages 21 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal and 1.2 blocks per game, justly earning his reputation as a once-in-a-lifetime talent during the draft. His potential is comparable to that of LeBron James, the young monarch of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Such statistics, in any other year, would undoubtedly secure him the title of Player of the Week. It is worth noting that when LeBron James was named Rookie of the Year, his rookie season statistics were merely 26 points compared to Durant's current performance. He is in no way inferior. Alas, Durant is unfortunate to be overshadowed by a phenomenon like Liu Xing. As the media aptly describes, Durant is a generational talent in basketball, but for this week, let us observe a moment of silence for him. For he has encountered Liu Xing and must settle for second place. Liu Xing and Durant evoke a sentiment akin to the age-old adage, "Why must there be a Zhuge Liang when there is a you?" Upon the release of the latest rankings, Durant, upon reading them in a certain gym of the Supersonics, smashed his iPad in frustration. He turned to his trainer, who had already laid Durant flat in training, and declared, "Continue. I can still go on." The trainer, visibly alarmed, replied, "Kevin, you can't keep this up. You'll ruin yourself." Yet Durant insisted, "No, I can still push through." In truth, he was on the verge of fainting from low blood sugar, yet he persevered. The trainer warned, "If you continue like this, you will need to find a new trainer." Durant, undeterred, replied, "Keep going." Moments later, he truly lost consciousness. The trainer could only sigh in silence. Liu Xing, of course, was oblivious to the happenings surrounding Durant. However, he was well aware that having been named the Rookie of the Week, coupled with last week's accolades, he could amass a sum of 70,000. Naturally, this was merely the tip of the iceberg, as his burgeoning fame attracted a multitude of businesses eager to enlist him as their spokesperson. Yet, due to his relentless commitments on the court and the absence of a manager thus far, he found himself with little time to entertain these offers. Numerous individuals had expressed their desire to represent him, with their numbers hovering around 80, if not 100. However, Liu Xing deemed them untrustworthy, likening their self-promotion to the tiresome pitch of insurance salesmen. Consequently, he paid little heed to the matter, allowing it to languish. He was in no rush. After all, patience outweighed haste. He was awaiting the right opportunity. Moreover, there was the power rankings to consider. The latest iteration revealed 1. Celtics, 2. Cavaliers, 3. Spurs, 4. Magic, 5. Jazz, 6. Pistons, 7. Hornets, 12. Lakers. Compared to the initial season predictions that had placed the Lakers at 16th, teetering on the brink of playoff contention, their performance had indeed improved. However, for the undefeated Lakers, this ranking did not reflect the respect they merited. With an unblemished record to date, their performance eclipsed all others. Even the Celtics, who were favored to clinch the championship this season, the only team that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Lakers was the Cleveland Cavaliers, who were also yet to taste defeat this season. The media remained more optimistic about the Celtics, who boasted a formidable trio of stars. Their rationale was that the Lakers' exceptional record had exceeded expectations, deviating from their normal capabilities, with no significant reinforcements acquired during the summer, and Fisher's return failing to fundamentally enhance their competitive edge. The spotlight now shone on the rookie sensation Liu Xing. His unprecedented performance was indeed remarkable, yet being a newcomer, the sample size of his data was too limited to accurately gauge his prowess. According to the law of conservation of character, such a rapid rise might be followed by an equally significant decline. In simpler terms, the media harbored doubts regarding Liu Xing's ability to sustain his current form, anticipating an encounter with the notorious rookie wall. Liu Xing quietly took out his notebook to jot down this moment, preparing to later confront those individuals with it. Delivering a stinging rebuke. Upon completing this task, a chime resonated in his mind, heralding the system's upgrade. The reward for the bloodbath in Los Angeles Clippers had been issued, and the host was invited to check it. Another chime followed, announcing the grant of the coveted quadruple-double reward. The host was urged to claim it. Fragments of the dreamlike steps. Fragments of the dreamlike steps. Fragments of the dreamlike steps. Before opening the box, Liu Xing began to pray. Having already collected 2 fragments of the dreamlike steps, if he were to acquire 2 more, he would possess this fixed skill. Thus, even without the instantaneous skill reward from check-ins, he could still deliver a consistently impressive performance. After all, in the realm of the NBA, while dazzling displays are undoubtedly significant, the essence lies in stability, which can overshadow everything else. The inconsistency in combat effectiveness is also a reason why the Lakers are currently ranked so low in terms of strength. Liu Xing's prayers may indeed bear fruit. Upon opening the first treasure chest, a delightful surprise awaits. Dreamlike Steps 15. Liu Xing secretly rejoiced. Haha, 3 pieces. Indeed, prayers are effective. Let us go again. Dream Dance Fragment. Dream Dance Fragment. Dream Dance Fragment. 051 Relentless Kevin Durant. 051 Relentless Kevin Durant turned out to be a piece of the adorable God Sniper 1. Upon learning this was the reward, Liu Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his lips curled downward. Coupled with the previously collected piece of the adorable God Sniper 1, he now possessed a total of 1210. How could he not be elated? While the Dream Shake of Elijah is undeniably significant, it pales in comparison to the adorable God Sniper 1. In the modern NBA, the game predominantly revolves around the interior. And prior to Stephen Curry's revolutionary influence on basketball, the focus was on the post. However, post-Curry, the game has become smaller and faster, leaving traditional big men, who lack the ability to stretch the floor, with significantly diminished value. A quintessential example of this decline is the rough-and-tumble DeAndre Jordan. At 28, the golden age for basketball players, he should have commanded a max salary, yet he finds himself scorned by the entire league, neglected and unloved. With a valuation of $30 million, he has had to accept a mid-level contract, with many believing he is overpaid. This illustrates how crucial it is for future big men to possess the ability to shoot and create spacing. Consider the case of Kristaps Porzingis. At present, Liu Xing views him as nothing more than a fragile player, a disappointment to many. Yet in the free agency market, he is highly sought after, receiving multi-million-dollar contracts even after significant injuries, simply because he can shoot and create space. Thus, mastering perimeter shooting is of utmost importance. Moreover, this is the caliber of shooting akin to the adorable God level. If all goes smoothly, he might even catalyze a basketball revolution ahead of schedule. Imagine a center shooting threes more accurately than a guard. How would one respond? Inside, I dominate. Outside, I annihilate you. What can you do about it? Is it competitive? Indeed. It is fiercely competitive, where every player counts, and every duo is a challenge. Dream Dance 35, Adorable God Sniper 210, Understanding of the Triangle Offense, and a 2-point shooting accuracy of 60. Upon reviewing his arsenal, Liu Xing noted that his progress is commendable, with elite physical attributes, exceptional one-on-one defense, a solid grasp of the triangle offense, and a reliable mid-range shot. If he were to enhance his passing stability, his impact could rival that of the legendary Pau Gasol. The strides he has made are indeed promising. However, Liu Xing remains humble. The NBA is filled with fierce competitors, and a single misstep could spell disaster for even the most talented. Daily, countless prodigies aspire to surpass him. Upon the arrival of the second evening, the desire to surpass Liu Xing intensified. Kevin Durant, the second overall pick of the Seattle Supersonics, displayed a rather petty demeanor. Under the guise of an alternate account, he ventured into forums, only to be met with derision that left him utterly humiliated. To compound his woes, he had missed the Rookie of the Week accolade for 2 consecutive weeks, whilst Liu Xing, his contemporaneous peer, had already been honored with the title. For Durant, who was keen to shed the label of a draft bust and aspire towards the Rookie of the Year award, the urgency to validate his prowess was palpable. There was no time to waste. The matchup against the Charlotte Bobcats presented an opportune moment to establish his credentials, as they too were a struggling team. That night, in the presence of the legendary Michael Jordan, revered as the basketball deity, Durant delivered an extraordinary performance. He played for 42 minutes, achieving an impressive 18 of 28 from the field, 12 of 20 from 2-point range, 6 of 8 from beyond the arc, and 7 of 8 from the free throw line, culminating in a remarkable total of 49 points, alongside 6 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. His dual prowess in offense and defense captivated the audience. Not only did his individual statistics shine, but Durant also led the Supersonics to their inaugural victory of the season. His formidable display compelled Michael Jordan, who remained stoic throughout the match, to repeatedly loosen his tie, as if yearning to step onto the court himself. Ultimately, unable to bear the humiliation of witnessing the team he had invested nearly $100 million in being outperformed, he stormed out in frustration. Post-game, a persistent reporter managed to corner Jordan, inquiring about his thoughts on Durant's performance that evening. Jordan remarked, "The young man is impressive, a natural scorer. Once he overcomes his flaws, he will evolve into a scoring machine that even I cannot rival. His talent is undeniable." Jordan, the basketball god himself, has always held a discerning eye, viewing most as novices and unworthy. Over the years, few newcomers have garnered his admiration, each being a remarkable talent in their own right, such as Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, and now Kevin Durant. In response, Durant humbly acknowledged, "Thank you, I will strive to improve." While the world assumed that Durant's words were mere rhetoric, after facing the Bobcats, he chose not to bathe, as the Supersonics were to spend the night in Charlotte. Instead, he returned to the very spot where he had missed his shots and commenced a rigorous shooting practice that lasted until the venue closed. Perseverance, indeed, rewards the diligent. Just 2 days later, during a match against the Houston Rockets, Durant found himself pitted against his idol, Tracy McGrady. The Supersonics, languishing at the bottom of the Western Conference, faced the Rockets, who ranked among the top 4. As the underdogs, or rather, the extreme underdogs, the Supersonics were in a challenging position. Yet Durant, inspired by his idol and role model, delivered an extraordinary performance. He played for 42 minutes, scoring 41 points, grabbing 5 rebounds, dishing out 2 assists, securing 1 steal, and blocking 3 shots, achieving an impressive plus-minus of 21. Furthermore, he accounted for 16 of the final 21 points scored by the Supersonics, almost single-handedly leading the last-place team to triumph over the 4th-ranked Rockets. This victory marked the Supersonics' 2nd consecutive win of the new season. These 2 games elevated Durant's reputation to new heights, earning him the title of Rookie of the Week, with some journalists even proclaiming, "Why not Rookie of the Week?" Comparisons to Liu Xing soon followed. Following their battle against the Clippers, the Lakers faced 2 more games, one against the Hawks and another in a cross-country match against the Raptors. Both of these encounters were back-to-back, with the latter being a transcontinental back-to-back. Liu Xing, a newcomer, faced the daunting challenge of his first back-to-back international games. The experience was truly beyond the reach of mere mortals. Transitioning from the warm beaches of Los Angeles to the frigid climate of Atlanta, he was immediately struck down by illness, suffering from a severe cold. Yet, in pursuit of the rewards for attendance, Liu Xing felt compelled to take the court despite his affliction. His efforts bore fruit. While facing the Atlanta Hawks, he acquired a fragment of the dreamlike dance step. This was indeed a worthy achievement. However, when compared to his previous performances, this outing was rather mediocre. He recorded 18 points, 15 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, statistics that, while respectable, paled in comparison to his usual standards. Nevertheless, he achieved the highest plus-minus rating on the Lakers, an impressive 21, surpassing Kobe's 15 by 6 points. The Lakers triumphed, earning him a reward of 1 gold coin. Following the game against the Hawks, he quickly traveled to Toronto for another back-to-back matchup against the Raptors. His cold had worsened, evolving into a high fever, yet Liu Xing persisted in his commitment to play. His determination proved fruitful once again, as he earned a fragment of the Mud God Sniper as part of the attendance rewards. Coupled with the Lakers' victory, which netted him 2 additional gold coins, he amassed a total of 3 gold coins, a bountiful harvest indeed. Amid his fever, Liu Xing's performance, while not dazzling, was indispensable. Even while battling illness, his presence on the court contributed to an 18-point victory for the Lakers. Conversely, when he was absent, the team suffered a 5-point loss. Over the course of 32 minutes, he tallied 16 points, 12 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, filling the statistics column thoroughly. Remarkably, his plus-minus rating stood at 18, with Kobe trailing at 8. Who truly reigned supreme in the 2007 class, Liu Xing or Durant? In his 2 recent contests, Liu Xing struggled due to a severe cold and high fever, resulting in a rather lackluster performance. Historically, his averages of 17 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block per game would have positioned him as a formidable contender for the Rookie of the Year title over the past decade. This year is no exception. However, in light of Kevin Durant's extraordinary displays, the media's portrayal of Liu Xing's performance has appeared somewhat subdued. Over the past week, Liu Xing's astonishing performances nearly rendered the Rookie of the Year race a foregone conclusion. At one point, TNT's renowned commentator Charles Barkley boldly asserted that Liu Xing was the clear frontrunner for the award, suggesting that others were merely vying for second place. Yet, following Liu Xing's bout with illness, his performance diminished, rekindling the competitive nature of the Rookie of the Year debate. Who truly stands as the strongest rookie of the 2007 class? Liu Xing or Durant? This question has once again become a captivating topic within the NBA landscape. Recently, media outlets and fans have been fervently discussing the merits of Liu Xing versus Durant in the context of the 2007 rookie class. Remarkably, Liu Xing, once an undrafted player on the brink of being cut from the NBA just 2 weeks ago, is now being compared to the prodigious talent of Kevin Durant. The second overall pick this year, often heralded by the media as a once-in-a-generation talent. This in itself is an extraordinary achievement. In 2007, many celebrated collegiate stars and top-tier students emerged, yet Liu Xing's journey has placed him in a league of his own, competing against an athlete of Durant's caliber, whose brilliance seems almost unattainable. Liu Xing, a member of the graduating class of 2007, is the one and only individual capable of competing with Kevin Durant. No, Durant remains the underdog, the challenger. This distinction is enough for an ordinary person to boast about for a lifetime. How many are the favored children of heaven? And how elusive is such a dream in this lifetime? Liu Xing has achieved remarkable success, and notably, he has outperformed Kevin Durant, earning the title of Rookie of the Week for 2 consecutive weeks, a feat Durant has yet to accomplish. As netizens humorously remarked, comparing Durant with Liu Xing is quite the spectacle. The media's ability to stir the pot is indeed formidable, especially following Durant's explosive performances in 2 successive games, which sparked speculation about his potential to surpass Liu Xing in the Rookie of the Week rankings, reaching a fever pitch in discussions. In response, the media conducted a special interview with Durant, where a reporter inquired about his thoughts on the ongoing comparison with Liu Xing. Durant found it amusing, stating it reminded him of the legendary duos of the 1980s. Clearly, being likened to Liu Xing exhilarates Durant, yet it also underscores his youthful ambition. At such a young age, he aspires to be compared to legends like Larry Bird and Magic Johnson, which reveals his extraordinary character. When asked if he believes he can defeat Liu Xing to claim the Rookie of the Year title, Durant expressed confidence, acknowledging Liu Xing's strength while asserting that at the end of the season, anyone who does not consider Durant as the best rookie must be out of their mind. The reporter remarked on his confidence, to which Durant replied, "I have never lacked confidence." When questioned about whether his confidence borders on arrogance, Durant firmly stated, "No, it is a fact." Durant has always been candid, speaking his mind openly. This forthrightness has led to him being branded as arrogant by many. In defense of his protege, Supersonics head coach Calabrese publicly supported Durant, declaring him to be one of a kind. While he generally strives for objectivity in other matters, he aligns with Durant on the Rookie of the Year issue, asserting that if, at the season's conclusion, anyone believes the title does not belong to Durant, they must be insane. Only I, who spend every day with him, truly understand his talent. He is destined for basketball and dedicates nearly all of his time to it. In this regard, there is simply no room for debate. No rookie has made a greater contribution to their team than Durant. They are incomparable. Coach Calabrese resolutely stood by his disciple, further emphasizing that Kevin Durant is an extraordinarily rare talent who should be compared to superstars like LeBron James, rather than to lesser-known players. The Supersonics head coach, Scottie Pippen, staunchly defended his players, which I can fully comprehend. However, in his eagerness to elevate Durant, he disparaged Liu Xing, likening him to insignificant figures, lesser than even the most obscure. Liu Xing has yet to truly showcase his potential, but the fervent supporters rallying behind him have unleashed a torrent of vitriol that has engulfed both Kevin Durant and Coach Pippen. On Twitter, Liu Xing's devoted fans pointedly targeted Durant and Coach Pippen, launching scathing remarks. How dare Durant compare himself to Liu Xing? Do you understand the game? Choosing Durant is sheer madness. He is merely a shadow. Durant has even caught a glimpse of Liu Xing's taillights. He is only fit to carry Liu Xing's shoes. Faced with this relentless onslaught, Durant was compelled to take to his alternate account to respond. Yet, as a solitary voice, he found it challenging to counter the legion of online critics. Liu Xing plays for the prestigious Los Angeles Lakers, a powerhouse in the world of basketball. In this city of immense fame, the attention he garners surpasses that of Kevin Durant by more than tenfold. The disparity in popularity is striking. Durant, meanwhile, finds himself in a diminished state online. The only arena in which he can validate his prowess is the basketball court. The day after, he led his team against the formidable Denver Nuggets, featuring the illustrious duo of Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson. Despite their remarkable performance, scoring a combined 64 points, they still succumbed to the NBA's most underperforming team, the Seattle Supersonics. In this game, Durant dazzled with 37 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, continuing his streak of brilliant performances and guiding his team to a third consecutive victory. Moreover, he emerged as the undeniable hero of the match. His 37 points included a pivotal three-pointer at the top of the arc with just 22 seconds remaining, which sent the game into overtime. This clutch shot was a testament to his skill. Furthermore, during the first overtime period, with only 5 seconds left on the clock, Durant once again showcased his prowess by sinking another three-pointer. These 2 critical shots led to the unfortunate defeat of the 5th-seeded Nuggets. Following the game against the Denver Nuggets, the once arrogant Iverson seemed to be humbled, taking to Twitter to proclaim Durant as the best rookie. Following Iverson, Anthony also tweeted his support for Durant. The latest buzz surrounding the Rookie of the Week award is fervently in favor of Kevin Durant, even surpassing that of Liu Xing. In response to the question of who performed better over the past week, ESPN aired a segment inviting NBA reporters Wenhua and Yi Yang from the United States. In this debate, Yi Yang sided with Durant, while Wenhua supported Liu Xing, resulting in a support ratio of 61 for Durant and 39 for Liu Xing. Yi Yang asserted that there was no doubt Durant had outperformed Liu Xing in the past week, and his argument was compelling. However, Wenhua disagreed vehemently, questioning what Durant could possibly compare with Liu Xing. Those who have watched the Lakers this season understand the significance of Liu Xing's contribution to their remarkable 7-game winning streak. His defensive coverage extends beyond the three-point line, and he moves with the agility of a guard, something even the great Dwight Howard cannot match. His ability to defend both inside and outside, against both larger and smaller opponents, showcases his elite level of play. To me, in the current NBA, only Howard and Kevin Garnett can be mentioned in the same breath as him defensively. I ask you, what can Kevin Durant compare in this regard? Yang, unwilling to concede, retorted that he was discussing the performances from the past week, asserting unequivocally that Durant had indeed been superior. Hee, I find it amusing, Stephen. Are you serious? Do you solely rely on statistics when watching the game? Wenhua inquired. Data does not lie. From the United States, argued relentlessly, leveraging Durant's impressive statistics from the past week. Over the last week, Durant exhibited unparalleled dominance, capable of leading his team to victory with his extraordinary skills, especially in crucial moments. In contrast, Liu's performance has been rather mediocre. Frankly speaking, he is unworthy even to carry Kevin Durant's shoes, he continued, becoming increasingly outrageous. Wenhua, exasperated, retorted with a smile, Stephen, you must stand by your words if you consider yourself a man. Of course, he scoffed. Dare you make a bet with me? Wenhua challenged. What kind of bet? He asked. Let us wager on who will be the Rookie of the Week. Will it be Durant or Liu? Wenhua proposed. On what terms? He inquired. If Kevin Durant wins, I shall publicly apologize to him before all the fans and buy you a week's worth of coffee. If Liu wins, you will apologize and add more. Before Wenhua could finish, he interrupted with a confident demeanor. Thank you for the coffee, with sugar and no ice, please. Stephen, aren't you speaking too soon? Wenhua remarked. Not at all. Let me put it this way. If Liu Xing secures the Rookie of the Week title, I will livestream myself washing your smelly socks for a week. He dismissed the notion with disdain. You said it. Wenhua affirmed. Indeed, he replied. Wenhua, no backing out. Absolutely not. He assured, brimming with confidence for good reason. Currently, Kevin Durant stands as the cornerstone of the Seattle Supersonics, possessing unlimited firepower, regardless of his shooting accuracy. He will always find a way to score. Moreover, his prowess from the perimeter naturally surpasses that of interior players. Additionally, Durant has the benefit of 2 solid performances to build upon. In the subsequent 2 games, unless Liu truly falters significantly, it will be challenging for him to surpass Durant. On the other hand, Liu finds himself in the bustling market of the Lakers, which undoubtedly boasts significant visibility and fanfare. Yet, within the Lakers, there is Kobe. Liu is not the primary offensive focus. While he serves as a defensive cornerstone, defense does not translate into statistics. What's more, unless Liu can deliver an astounding performance akin to 61 points and 23 rebounds, or an extraordinary quadruple-double, he stands little chance. But is that even possible? It is absolutely implausible. On the day following the broadcast of this podcast, the Seattle Supersonics faced off against the Boston Celtics in an away game, while the Lakers hosted the Denver Nuggets. The match between the Seattle Supersonics and the Boston Celtics commenced first. In this contest, the Supersonics suffered a predictable defeat. Kevin Durant found himself stifled by the Celtics' formidable defense. However, as American commentator Yang noted, Durant is a prized asset for the Supersonics. Having been nurtured with utmost care and provided with every resource imaginable, he was granted the freedom to shoot at will. Over the course of the game, Durant scored a disappointing 4 out of 35 attempts, yet managed to accumulate 21 points through free throws, along with 5 rebounds and 4 assists. It must be said that the NBA is currently engaged in a star-making endeavor employing rather unique methods. After the game, the Celtics head coach expressed his frustration, sarcastically commenting on the officiating. Ultimately, the Celtics decisively overpowered the Supersonics, making light of the situation seem somewhat frivolous. Following the match, Yang tweeted, "One Horst, are you ready for a week's worth of coffee? No ice, mocha, large cup." Yang believed he was on solid ground. Yet, Liu Xing cautioned him not to be so certain. The Lakers were set to confront the Denver Nuggets, who were eager to regain their confidence after 3 consecutive losses, hoping to halt their downward spiral. Before the game, both Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony expressed sentiments of focus and determination to win. What a coincidence! Liu Xing caught a cold and fever in Canada, but upon returning to Los Angeles, he recovered. However, his teammates were not as fortunate, and Zhu suffered the most, succumbing to a severe cold and high fever, rendering him unable to compete. The Lakers' formidable interior duo was now missing a vital player. Additionally, Kobe was also afflicted with a severe cold. Yet, demonstrating remarkable resilience, Kobe took to the court despite his illness, battling through a high fever. The outcome? That remains uncertain. The long-awaited whistle signaling the start of the game echoed through the arena. A fierce showdown between the Lakers and the Nuggets was imminent. As Liu Xing stood on the court, a notification chimed in his mind. Check-in successful. Rewards have been issued. Host, please verify. Liu Xing opened his eyes wide, his jaw dropping in disbelief, his gaze as wide as saucers. He hadn't even had the chance to enhance his skills before the referee urged the players to take their positions. With Zhu absent, Liu Xing leaped for the jump ball. Facing him was the half-orc Innate, who regarded Liu Xing with disdain, as if looking down his nose at him. Liu Xing, however, found this amusing and thought to himself, this is intriguing. As the new season commenced, expectations for the Denver Nuggets were soaring. With the dynamic duo of the Golden Guns, a resurgent Martin, and the renowned coach George Karl at the helm, this was their season to prove themselves. Indeed, as the Nuggets core player Iverson had stated before the season began, I believe we will win 60 games, if not more. My sole purpose in Denver is to pursue the championship. However, the season began poorly, with a dismal record of 2 wins and 5 losses over the first 7 games, including a shameful 3-game losing streak, falling to the hapless Seattle Supersonics, resulting in much public outcry. TNT commentator Barkley even declared, "If you want to understand what a pretender looks like, just look at the Denver Nuggets. A person has their pride, and a tree has its bark." With such remarks, the pressure was on to achieve results. That evening, the Nuggets were determined to assert their presence against the Lakers, embodying the mindset of capitalizing on their adversary's weakness. The Nuggets fielded their strongest lineup: Camby, Nene, Melo, Iverson, and Atkinson, while the Lakers started with the underperforming rookie Liu Xing, Odom, Kobe, and Fisher. As the game commenced, the Nuggets unleashed their full force. And after Liu Xing secured the jump ball for the Lakers, they found themselves under intense pressure from the Nuggets. Known for their offensive prowess, but defensive frailties, the Nuggets surged forward with their star players. Melo scored 4 consecutive points over Odom, while Iverson racked up 6 points over Kobe, igniting a 10-0 run to start the game. The Lakers lost their early advantage. Coach Phil Jackson, who typically refrained from calling timeouts so early, was compelled to intervene, having witnessed his team fail to score in the first 3 minutes. It was previously mentioned that George Karl was unwilling to accept defeat, But how could Jackson wish for anything less than victory? With the Lakers riding a 7-game winning streak, as Jackson had emphasized in the pregame rally. Let us applaud our own contributions, 7 consecutive wins to start. Yet, was that sufficient? No, it was not enough. More victories were imperative. The adjustments made by the Zen master proved rather ineffective, as the Lakers' primary scorer, Kobe Bryant, was severely weakened due to a high fever, resulting in a dismal performance that had a detrimental effect on the team. His inability to score and the defense being dismantled by Allen Iverson placed the Lakers in a dire situation. By the end of the first quarter, the Lakers trailed 19-31, a deficit of 12 points. During the second quarter's rotation phase, the Lakers were overwhelmed once again, finishing the half down by 24 points, at 31-55. The fans at the Staples Center were on the brink of despair, nearly erupting in frustration and demanding refunds. What weighed heavier on the hearts of the devoted Lakers supporters than the 24-point deficit was the news that Kobe, suffering from severe dehydration due to his fever, would be unable to return for the second half, with no clear timeline for his recovery. With the absence of both Kobe and the injured Andrew Bynum, the Lakers found themselves in a predicament where misfortunes compounded. In stark contrast, the Denver Nuggets, feeling confident by halftime, reveled in their apparent victory, with players celebrating prematurely. Allen Iverson, who had scored 18 points in the first half, roared alongside Carmelo Anthony, proclaiming, "I told you we would win." Indeed, they echoed his sentiment. Nuggets head coach George Karl was pleased with his team's performance, emphasizing in the locker room, "Well done, gentlemen. Let us go out there and secure the victory." The entire Nuggets squad responded in unison, assuring Coach Karl, "Rest assured, Mr. George, tonight we shall triumph over the Lakers." With this assurance, a radiant smile blossomed on Karl's face. Meanwhile, ESPN commentator Stephen A. Smith took to Twitter, asserting that Kevin Durant would undoubtedly be named the Rookie of the Week, saying, "Mocha, are you ready? No ice, with sugar, please." In Boston, following a match between the Boston Celtics and the Seattle Supersonics, Kevin Durant was residing at a local Hilton hotel. Typically, at this time, Durant would review the game, but today was an exception. Instead, he watched the Lakers versus Nuggets clash. After viewing the first half, he cast aside his iPad and began engaging with various netizens under his alternate persona. The omnipotent number 35. Omnipotent 35 declared, "Whoever said Kevin Durant isn't worthy of tying Liu Xing's shoes, step forward. I promise I won't hold back." He continued, "Basketball is full of uncertainties. There are no perennial victors. The first to win is just paper, while the true victor is the one who reaps the reward." Lastly, he asserted, "Kevin Durant will surely be named the Rookie of the Week. Mark my words." Durant, transformed into a keyboard warrior, unleashed his fury upon various netizens, who could only endure his onslaught. Basketball is a game of possessions, and in this moment, Durant held the upper hand, leaving Liu Xing's fans powerless, forced to lie low. However, Durant's joy was short-lived, lasting less than 10 minutes. Just as the world assumed that the Lakers, deprived of Kobe and the likes of Nju, were doomed to failure, trailing by 24 points at halftime, the narrative shifted. Even before the second half of the Lakers versus Nuggets game commenced, the commentary on Tian Chao XL livestream turned to casual banter. Host Wang Ming quipped with Sue Lauscher, inquiring about his passion for photography, an indication that the host deemed the outcome of the match to be a foregone conclusion. The Nuggets, brimming with confidence and vigor, were poised to end their 3-game losing streak, the pressure seemingly lifted. Nuggets head coach George Karl beamed like a child who had just received her cherished toy. Nene, matching up against Liu Xing, immediately executed a backdoor play, connecting with Iverson for an emphatic dunk. Following this successful score, Nene danced wildly, shaking his head and roaring incessantly, as if desperate for everyone to acknowledge his contributions in this game. This moment marked the turning point of the match. Liu Xing understood that it was time to take action, activating the instantaneous skill Court Tyrant to commence his slaughter. The Court Tyrant is an SSS rank instantaneous skill, characterized by its omnipotence and absolute dominance over the court, excelling in both offense and defense. However, it bears the drawback of a 12-minute duration. In this moment, a player, oblivious to the impending doom, charged forward, casting a disdainful glance at Liu Xing and taunting, "Rookie, welcome to the NBA." Liu Xing laughed heartily. Immediately, in the next round, positioning himself, he seized upon Nene, leaning against him, and shouted towards the ball handler, "Fisher, pass me the ball." Liu Xing's voice was not loud, yet it was undeniably present. Fisher immediately passed the ball over. Are you going to hit me? Rookie, you still have 10 years to go before you can talk back. As his words fell, he caught the ball and swung it, thrusting his rear end forward as he charged in. Initially, Nene wore an expression of disdain, ready to retort, with your lanky frame? But in the next moment, his gaze faltered. In truth, it was not just Nene, his teammates nearby, including Iverson and Melo, observed Liu Xing attempting to position himself against Nene, and they could hardly contain their amusement. Iverson remarked, "This rookie must have water in his brain." Melo added, "Only a fool would make such a choice." However, Liu Xing retorted, "Let your mouth run. Let your nonsense flow." An astonishing scene unfolded as Nene, who was a year older than Liu Xing, found himself being pushed back by Liu Xing, unable to resist. Suddenly, Liu Xing executed a remarkable leap, sending Nene flying backward like a kite severed from its string. This spectacle left everyone aghast. Is this real? Can this truly be happening? He is Nene, the half-beast Nene. And yet he has been knocked over like this? This is simply too unbelievable. The previously raucous Staples Center fell silent in an instant. All eyes were on Liu Xing as he had toppled Nene, his arms triumphantly above the rim, producing a thunderous sound as he hung from the hoop. Gazing down at the stunned Nene sprawled on the floor, an aura of dominance radiating from him. The resounding noise echoed like a starting gun, and the Staples Center erupted in a wave of astonished cheers, engulfing the arena. The Lakers' prior slump vanished entirely. Nene, still on the ground, struggled to comprehend the reality of the situation. I was knocked over by a lanky guy? His face a canvas of bewilderment. Teammates rushed over to assist him, with Iverson being the first to speak. Your acting was impressive. Nene wanted to protest. I wasn't acting. I was genuinely knocked over. But he couldn't muster the words. Melo chimed in. I give your performance a perfect score. Nene felt a pang of frustration but remained silent. In the live broadcast of the Tianchao XL studio, host Bald Wang Ming continued discussing photography when he witnessed the scene unfold, dismissively commenting, Nene, that acting was a bit exaggerated. Conversely, guest commentator Su Kun, with a grave expression, remarked, it seems more complicated than it appears. Heavens, Su, you can't possibly think that a lanky Liu Xing could truly topple Nene. Wang Ming exclaimed. Su Kun remained silent, intently watching the game. As Nene rose from the ground, he feigned resilience, trying to appear unbothered, and aimed a retort at Liu Xing. That was a fluke. What about this? In a moment of fierce competition, Sweet Melon attempted a mid-range shot, only to be thwarted. Turning back to the same spot, Liu Xing once again sent Nene sprawling to the ground. After dominating the rim, he bellowed triumphantly at the fallen Nene, exuding an aura of undeniable power. The half-orc Nene, seething with frustration, wished to devour Liu Xing, yet found himself utterly powerless against him. Earlier, he had appreciated Nene's performance, but now, Allen Iverson was taken aback. This was no mere display of skill. That young man possessed something extraordinary. Sweet Melon was no fool. To topple Nene twice in a single game was a feat not easily accomplished, even by Martin, a teammate. Sweet Melon's mouth hung agape in astonishment. Liu Xing stood at the free throw line, and a voice echoed throughout the Staples Center. Liu Xing, Liu Xing, Liu Xing, Liu Xing. Liu Xing, Liu Xing. In the Grand Hall of the Celestial Empire's XL live broadcast, the host, the bald Wang Ming, suddenly jolted upright. What? What have I just witnessed? Teacher Su, please slap me twice. I need to ascertain whether I am ensnared in a dream. If this is indeed a dream, it is astonishingly vivid. I, too, could scarcely believe the reality before me. Yet it is true. Liu Xing has decisively knocked Nen off his feet. How terrifying. Teacher Su marveled as well. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, Liu Xing executed an additional penalty and scored. The Lakers trailed by 19 points, 36-55. Although the deficit remained in double digits, Liu Xing's commanding two emphatic dunks on none dispelled the Lakers' despondency, igniting their resurgence. At this moment, the Nuggets remained oblivious to the nightmare that was unfolding. The massacre orchestrated by Liu Xing has commenced. At this moment, Nuggets head coach George Karl remains ensnared in the sweet reverie of the Celestial Empire, oblivious to the unfolding chaos as Liu Xing swiftly accrues 4 points, failing to rouse him from his stupor. His countenance still radiates a vibrant smile akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, and despite the relentless onslaught faced by Nene, he remains unfazed, simply urging Nene from the sidelines to focus. Nene, on the verge of tears, wonders if this is truly a matter of grave seriousness. His adversary is nothing short of a demon, one he cannot seem to thwart. Time and again, Nene questions himself, pondering whether he is indeed too soft. He repeatedly reassures himself that if he were a weakling, then the entire NBA would be devoid of tough players. Yet, why is he unable to withstand the assault? Ultimately, he arrives at a haunting conclusion. The outcome is not of this world. It is that of a demon. On this night, the demon dons a basketball jersey. Indeed, it must be so. Arriving at this conclusion, Nene fears he has lost his sanity. However, as Liu Xing continues to claim rebounds above him and Martin, swatting away layups from Iverson and Melo, he realizes he is not mad. Yes, he is a demon. No, a devil. He has seized dominion over the game. In the opening 3 minutes of the third quarter, the Nuggets have yet to score. The Lakers, in stark contrast, find themselves mercilessly slaughtered in the paint by Liu Xing, who proves insurmountable. 5 attempts at the basket yield success, and he steps to the free throw line 3 times, amassing a staggering 13 points. The score now stands at 44-55. Liu Xing not only dominates the offensive front but also reigns supreme in defense. He is omnipresent. He transforms into the guardian of the hoop. With 3 blocks and 4 rebounds over the span of 8 possessions, his hands resemble magnets, seemingly capable of attracting every rebound within his reach. Liu Xing's unparalleled offensive and defensive prowess ignited the Staples Center, transforming the arena into a cauldron of fervor. As though a single drop of water had caused a boiling pot of oil to erupt. The fervent cries of Lakers fans resonated so intensely they seemed capable of piercing eardrums. Legendary coach George Karl, sensing the impending crisis, tightened his grip and called for a timeout to make adjustments. But it was already too late. Liu Xing is unstoppable. Even with the formidable duo of Martin and Nene deployed to intercept him, their efforts proved futile. Witnessing Martin, akin to a kite severed from its string, toppled to the ground by Liu Xing's prowess, George Karl trembled, feigning composure while his quaking legs betrayed his fear. In his mind, he pondered. When did the Lakers acquire such a monstrous talent? Are they cheating? I must report this. With Martin sprawled on the floor, Liu Xing executed a powerful drive, scoring and drawing a foul from Nene, earning himself a trip to the free throw line. At that moment, the Staples Center erupted in a thunderous cheer, a cacophony of sound building upon itself. In the first half, the Nuggets' dynamic duo, Answer and Carmelo, were left dumbfounded by Liu Xing's extraordinary display. Their faces a mixture of shock and frustration. How could he be so formidable? Their astonishment stemmed from his overwhelming strength, while their frustration grew as they questioned their ability to compete. What was even more disheartening was the emergence of this new generation of players, so incredibly talented. Just 2 days prior, the arrival of Kevin Durant had left them in awe, but now they faced a court tyrant. Durant, though exceptional, could be somewhat contained. But Liu Xing was on an entirely different level, an unparalleled force that rendered their skills seemingly obsolete. Playing against him felt akin to being utterly inept. Is it not infuriating? Liu Xing has adopted a rather playful demeanor. Allen Iverson, despite his intentions to diminish Liu Xing's assertiveness, attempted to exploit his speed against the rookie. Believing he could impart wisdom through experience, "Welcome to the NBA," he proclaimed, only to regret his words instantaneously. This towering figure was not the typical giant, tall, swift, and incredibly agile. A shot was out of the question. He could only drive. Yet, to Iverson's surprise, the speed he prided himself on could not surpass Liu Xing. He managed to steal the ball through rhythm, but Liu Xing was already behind him, ready to deliver a resounding block, pinning the ball against the backboard. After 2 consecutive failures, Iverson's composure began to fracture. Carmelo Anthony, known as an offensive virtuoso with a mid-range game that is a sight to behold, mirrored Iverson's plight. He attempted to challenge Liu Xing's defense with a powerful stop and pop, only to be thwarted twice. Infuriated, an agitated Anthony sought to muscle his way inside, but everything remained firmly under Liu Xing's control. His attempts at a layup ended in rejection. The dynamic duo of the Denver Nuggets found themselves utterly stifled when facing the formidable interior presence of Liu Xing, their confidence shattered, leading to a series of blunders. By the midway point of the third quarter, the Nuggets had shockingly failed to score a single point. Similarly, the mental fortitude of Martin and Nene, who were directly matched against Liu Xing, crumbled. Nene, who had not committed any fouls or mistakes in the first half, found himself burdened with 4 fouls and 3 turnovers in the third quarter, 2 of which were directly attributable to Liu Xing, remarkable considering it was still early in the period. Nene's psyche had disintegrated. Martin, on the other hand, was left questioning his existence. This young man was a force to be reckoned with. In the first half, he held his own against the likes of Kwame Brown, but in the fourth quarter, facing Liu Xing, he was blocked twice and accrued 4 fouls, all against Liu Xing. By the halfway point of the third quarter, he too was compelled to take a respite. With Liu Xing's influence, the Lakers surged to a score of 54-60, trailing by a mere 6 points. They unleashed a formidable 23-5 run during this stretch. Moreover, Liu Xing's dominance forced both Nene and Martin to the bench with 4 fouls each. The once radiant smile of George Karl, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum, had vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow, etched with concern. The Staples Center was in a state of fervor. Without Nene and Martin, the Nuggets were left defenseless against Liu Xing's relentless prowess. Liu Xing assumed the role of the Axis, capable of launching attacks on his own. Moreover, the coach made a bold attempt by deploying 4 shooters alongside Liu Xing. Upon returning from the timeout, Liu Xing scored 6 consecutive points, leveling the score at 60-60. Faced with the necessity of employing a box-and-one defense against Liu Xing, the Nuggets found themselves at a disadvantage as he dished out 5 assists, aiding the Lakers in surging ahead by 10 points. George Karl, witnessing this, was filled with frustration and helplessness, gesturing towards the air in exasperation. In a bid to halt the downward spiral, he had no choice but to bring Nene and Martin back into the game. Failure to do so would surely lead to disaster. However, the Lakers' momentum was relentless. As soon as Nene entered the game, Liu Xing targeted him, who, fearing fouls, was hesitant to challenge. Nene faced continuous isolation, exacerbating the situation. Martin encountered similar predicaments, rendering the Nuggets' defense utterly ineffective. In the latter half of the third quarter, Liu Xing exhibited remarkable dominance on both ends of the court, truly controlling the game. Nene accumulated 5 fouls in a single quarter, reaching his limit alongside previous infractions. As he took a breather, the Lakers not only erased a 24-point deficit but also established a 21-point lead over the Nuggets. Under Liu Xing's leadership, the Lakers unleashed a staggering 47-6 run, ending the third quarter at 82-61. Liu Xing emerged as the undeniable architect of this comeback, scoring an astonishing 37 points in the quarter, accounting for 37 of the Lakers' 47 points. His presence on the offensive end was nothing short of overwhelming. Furthermore, on the defensive front, his influence was equally formidable, amassing 12 rebounds, 6 of which were offensive, and contributing 8 assists. Remarkably, his shot-blocking tally exceeded his assists, reaching a staggering 12. He transformed into an indomitable force. As the Lakers DJ humorously remarked, tonight, every player from the Denver Nuggets seemed to be at Liu Xing's mercy. The entire third quarter became a stage where he danced alone, orchestrating this remarkable turnaround single-handedly. As the third quarter concluded, the Lakers DJ could not contain his excitement, exclaiming that this was the most astonishing individual performance he had ever witnessed, declaring that tonight, a deity donned the jersey of Liu Xing. He was omnipotent. The live stream from the Tianchao XL channel had erupted in excitement, filled with gasps and astonishment throughout the third quarter. Consequently, as the quarter ended, the bald host Wang Ming's voice was hoarse, nearly unable to articulate his thoughts. Yet, he persisted, stating with a strained voice that tonight, a deity played basketball in Liu Xing's jersey. The commentary guest, Su Kun, had also lost his voice, breaking his usual composure to apologize to viewers, admitting that in his 10 years of basketball commentary, he had never lost his composure like this. He concluded by asserting that if given another chance, he would act the same way, for this was the most extraordinary individual performance he had ever witnessed, without exception. The Zen master added a remark, embodying his usual calm demeanor. As a coach adorned with 9 championship rings, he has witnessed countless grand spectacles. At his age, it is rare for anything to stir his emotions. However, this evening, during the third quarter, he resembled a little girl who had just received her cherished toy, bouncing with unrestrained joy on the sidelines. When the final buzzer of the third quarter sounded, he could hardly contain himself, rushing onto the court to lift Liu Xing high into the air. This left Liu Xing quite embarrassed. Just say it, Zen Master, don't get carried away. Had the game not been ongoing, one could imagine the Lakers players tossing Liu Xing into the air in celebration. While the Lakers reveled in their triumph, the Nuggets found themselves engulfed in despondency. In the first half, they had been hopeful, believing they could triumph over the Lakers and end their losing streak. The Lakers had granted them a glimmer of hope, leading by as much as 24 points, and with Kobe sidelined, the Nuggets thought victory was within their grasp. Yet, this situation inadvertently unleashed the formidable Liu Xing. The Denver Nuggets were left stunned, their morale shattered. Led by Iverson, the players appeared hollow and lost, questioning the very essence of their existence. George Karl felt a tumult of frustration within, powerless to effect change. Time and again, he raised his hand as if to strike, only to end up striking the air in futility. Iverson's eyes were vacant, his gaze seemingly directed at something yet devoid of focus. Melo mirrored this expression, as did Martin. Observing his players in such a state, Karl, in the fourth quarter, opted not to resist further, surrendering to the inevitability of their decline in confidence. 057 Iverson. The 2007 rookie class can be divided into two categories. One is Liu Xing, and the other is everyone else. As the lengthy game concluded with the final buzzer echoing throughout the arena, the score settled at 120-88, with the Lakers achieving a resounding 32-point victory over the Denver Nuggets. This triumph not only marked a remarkable 24-point comeback, but also stood as the most dramatic turnaround of the season. In the process of overcoming a 24-point deficit, the Lakers also established a new season high for first-half scoring. In the second half, they unleashed a staggering 84 points, the highest halftime scoring in the NBA this season, and indeed, the highest in the past 5 years. Furthermore, while the Lakers amassed 84 points, they limited their opponents to merely 33, creating the largest scoring differential in the second half in the NBA over the last 5 years. The reason behind this astounding feat was none other than Liu Xing. Throughout the match, Liu Xing recorded 8 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block in the first half, and in the third quarter alone. He racked up 37 points, 12 rebounds, and 5 assists, with an astounding 12 blocks. It was his explosive performance that enabled the Lakers to fill the 24-point chasm they had dug themselves into in the first half. His prowess left the opposition in disarray, causing the Denver Nuggets players to question their very existence. During a timeout in the fourth quarter, Nuggets head coach George Karl was asked about the team's inability to defend against Liu Xing. Frustrated, he shot a glare at the reporter and chose not to respond, retreating to the sidelines in silence. By the end of the game, Liu Xing had played 36 minutes, accumulating 45 points, 18 rebounds, 10 assists, 1 steal, and 12 blocks. Following his previous remarkable achievement of a quadruple-double, Liu Xing once again delivered astonishing statistics: 45 points, 18 rebounds, 10 assists, 1 steal, and 12 blocks. He accomplished what many of his predecessors were unable to achieve, carving his name into the annals of NBA history. As noted by the esteemed editor of the Basketball Pioneer newspaper and renowned commentator, Teacher Sue, during the live broadcast, Liu Xing's performance is unparalleled in NBA history, second only to Wilt Chamberlain, without exception. My goodness, what caliber of career inception is this? It feels as though I am reading a novel. Yet even the most imaginative author would hesitate to craft such a narrative. In his first 8 games, he recorded one instance of 61 points and 23 rebounds, 2 quadruple doubles, and additionally set the record for the highest single-quarter scoring, achieving 37 points in a single period. Previously, the highest single-quarter scoring record stood at 32 points. His performance is simply beyond belief. I can scarcely fathom it. It is essential to recognize that he plays in the paint, where scoring is notoriously challenging. Scoring 37 points in a single quarter without a single three-pointer? What level of dominance is this? He has displayed the most formidable prowess imaginable. As the 2008 Beijing Olympics approached, I found myself eagerly anticipating the formidable duo formed by him and Yao Ming in the paint. If these two were to join forces, I believe they would possess the strength to challenge even the American team. The prospect of a twin tower combination was simply exhilarating. After the match, what astonished Liu Xing was the remarkable attention bestowed upon him by the state media. The state media dispatched a lavish interviewing team, including the esteemed Zhang Li, often referred to as the Wei Ping Bryant, and Zhao Bingbing, celebrated as the most beautiful host of the state media and a member of the National Aesthetic Ensemble. Although netizens often jest about the venerable Zhang Li, his status within the realm of Chinese basketball is undeniable. He is a former scoring champion of the World Championship and has previously served as the head coach of the national team. Whenever significant NBA events occur, such as the All-Star Game or the Finals, it is he who presides over the live coverage. Regular season games typically do not warrant his attention. As for Zhao Bingbing, she is the rising star of the state media, renowned for her sweet appearance and currently the most popular newcomer. Liu Xing's sister, Xiaoyu, is a devoted fan of Zhao Bingbing. Since watching Zhao Bingbing's show, Xiaoyu has aspired to become an equally outstanding host in the future. The allure of Zhao Bingbing is evident, as she has earned the title of the nation's first love among hosts. The state media's interest in the NBA is notable, yet it primarily focuses on the playoffs and the finals. It is indeed rare for such a luxurious delegation to be dispatched for an ordinary regular season game, especially to interview a basketball star. Even Yao Ming, who entered the NBA as the first overall pick, did not receive such treatment in his early career, which underscores the significance the nation places on Liu Xing. With a microphone in hand, Zhang Li approached Liu Xing, who was noticeably taller. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhang Li rushed forward to embrace Liu Xing, showering him with compliments. Beautiful, simply beautiful. This is the greatest comeback I have ever witnessed, in the most dominating third quarter. To be honest, while Liu Xing often saw this elder on television, it was his first time encountering him in person. The familiarity displayed by Zhang Li took Liu Xing aback, particularly the exuberance of the embrace, which was a bit overwhelming. After the embrace, the excitement continued as Zhang Li shook Liu Xing's hand, his eyes gleaming with admiration, fixated on Liu Xing for what felt like an eternity. After approximately 10 seconds, Liu Xing could no longer endure the intense gaze and cleared his throat to subtly remind Zhang Li to maintain decorum. Meanwhile, Zhao Bibing, sensing the awkwardness, hurriedly tugged at Zhang Li's sleeve, but he remained blissfully unaware. Liu Xing found himself in a predicament. Teacher Zhang, how about we commence the interview? Your constant gaze upon me is rather unsettling. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Zhang Heli offered a couple of forced smiles before swiftly regaining his composure. Greetings to the esteemed fans watching from home. Today, we are privileged to have the rising NBA star Liu Xing with us for an exclusive post-game interview. Liu Xing, please extend your greetings to the nationwide audience. Hello everyone, I am Liu Xing. Today, we have the esteemed teacher Zhang Heli with us. And I must admit that I am quite exhilarated by this interview. I am uncertain whether Zhang Heli is jesting or if this is indeed a reality. Today, you orchestrated a remarkable comeback against the Nuggets, overcoming a 24-point deficit and triumphing by an astounding 32 points, achieving an unprecedented 8 consecutive victories at the start of the new season. How did you accomplish such a feat? This revelation has truly astonished me. Having played and watched basketball for many years, I have never witnessed such a dramatic turnaround, especially one executed single-handedly. My question is, how do you feel now after leading your team to such a spectacular comeback? Liu Xing, a name that resonates with brilliance. He then added, as you know, as a player, I harbor an intense aversion to losing. Allen Iverson remarked, the rookies of the 2007 class can be divided into two categories. One is Liu Xing, and the other is everyone else. Following his astonishing performance of 61 points and 23 rebounds, and a remarkable quadruple-double of 40 points. This evening he continued to astound with a staggering tally of 45 points, 18 rebounds, 10 assists, 1 steal, and 12 blocks, an unprecedented display by a rookie in NBA history. The last to achieve such a feat was the legendary Wilt Chamberlain. I must inquire, how on earth did you accomplish this? Zhang He replied in awe while conducting the interview. I am not entirely sure. I simply detest losing. As you can see, my rhythm in the second half was excellent, and my shooting touch was quite favorable. I merely approached the game with a greater sense of aggression. Liu Xing inquired, before the season commenced. Did you ever contemplate these matters? Zhang Heli responded, not at all. As you know, I was an undrafted player, and just half a month ago, I was on the verge of having no game to play. Liu Xing then asked, could you share a few moments of adversity from your basketball career? How did you endure those times? Zhang Heli replied, adversity? What adversity do I face? I started off with a royal flush from the very beginning. Adversity? Does it even exist for me? Brother, I am at the pinnacle. There is no such thing as a low point. I debuted at my peak, while others falter. There have been countless trials. Before securing a formal NBA contract, I lived in a state of torment nearly every day. Liu Xing queried, how did you manage to persevere? At that moment, Zhao Bibing, who was nearby, listened intently, her gaze filled with curiosity. Liu Xing pondered, the moment to shine before the crowd had arrived. He took a deep breath, his gaze intense, and confidently seized the microphone from Zhang Heli's grasp, believing in himself. Those adversities that do not defeat you will only render you stronger. Zhang Heli and Zhao Bibing applauded enthusiastically. After Zhang Heli's performance concluded, it was Zhao Bibing's turn. There is a reason why she is regarded as the nation's first love. Her charm is undeniable. When she speaks, her eyes sparkle with joy, reminiscent of a long-lost friend. Now that the competition has ended, having consecutively shattered records, how does it feel? Liu Xing found himself unconsciously affected by the emotions around him, pondering why his sister was so fond of her. In this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The opportunity to accept an interview with teacher Zhang Heli was delightful. Upon hearing Liu Xing's words, Zhao Bingbing's lips gradually curled into a smile, her eyes squinting into crescents. And she burst into laughter. What a charming individual! Teacher Zhang Heli also laughed heartily, promptly joining in applause. May I send you this interview afterward? I inquired. Zhao Bingbing's smile broadened, her eyes narrowing into slits. Liu Xing turned his head, grinning widely. Just when Liu Xing thought the moment was concluding and he was about to depart, Zhao Bingbing added, I wonder if I might have the honor of taking a photo with you? Of course, Liu Xing replied with enthusiasm, as she generously positioned herself in front of him. Zhao Bingbing took out her phone to capture a picture of the two. However, to Liu Xing's eyes, the pixels of her iPhone 4S appeared rather mediocre. Yet, there was little choice. It was the best device available in this day and age. Fame, too, carries its burdens. Liu Xing found himself in quite the predicament. Having just finished managing the inquiries from the state media and fresh from a shower, he had yet to dry off when the Lakers' public relations team, relentless as ever, urged him to partake in an interview. Liu, I understand your frustration, but this is ultimately for your benefit. It is an exceptional opportunity to enhance your visibility, they insisted. Currently, the press room is teeming with reporters from all corners of the globe. What better occasion could there be to promote yourself? Moreover, this comes at no cost to you. After this wave, you can expect to be hauling in cash by the truckload. I can already envision a rain of currency descending from the heavens. At this moment, Liu Xing was akin to royalty among the Lakers. His status only eclipsed by that of Kobe Bryant. The upper echelons of the Lakers had decreed that Liu should be treated with utmost care and comfort, ensuring that he harbors no discontent. Should he be displeased, those responsible would face dire consequences. General Manager Jerry West had emphasized this point, as had the Lakers' minority owner, Aunt Jeannie. While the public relations team was insistent, they dared not apply the same pressure to other players. Had they attempted such with Lamar Odom, they would have faced a barrage of complaints. For Liu Xing, the public relations team was almost eager to assist him in drying off, all in a bid to expedite his appearance. Liu, are you ready? This is all about the money. They pressed. Vulgarity abounds. And do I appear to be in need of a few truckloads of cash? Liu Xing emerged from the changing room, draped in a towel. As the public relations team prepared to speak further, Liu Xing swiftly dressed in less than 30 seconds, fastening his belt as he walked. What are you waiting for? Lead the way. I assure you, my motivation is not solely financial. It's simply that we have kept them waiting for too long, which is rather impolite. Wouldn't you agree? The public relations team, not daring to utter a word of dissent, nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, you are absolutely correct. When they finally escorted Liu Xing into the press room, he was taken aback. This was neither the playoffs, nor the finals, nor the All-Star game. It was merely a routine regular season match. Yet, the Lakers had arranged for the press room to be brimming with reporters, a sea of journalists armed with cameras and microphones. The moment Liu Xing appeared, the media swarmed him like locusts, and he was instantly engulfed. Questions erupted from every direction, a cacophony of inquiries. Having contributed another quadruple-double and secured victory, how do you feel? With Kobe absent, does leading the team to a 24-point comeback hold significant meaning for you? Did your explosive performance tonight relate to the Rookie of the Week competition with Kevin Durant? What are your thoughts on Durant claiming he is the best rookie? Liu Xing felt utterly bewildered by the barrage of questions. The reporters fired inquiries one after another, chattering incessantly, leaving Liu Xing at a loss as to which question to address. Liu Xing achieved an astonishing 61 points and 23 rebounds, contributing yet another remarkable quadruple-double after a previous feat of the same nature. His performance not only facilitated a stunning 24-point comeback against the Denver Nuggets but also ignited fervor within the American media. The Associated Press was quick to publish their commentary, declaring that he had salvaged the Lakers this evening. With sheer determination, he dismantled his opponents, dominating the game with 37 points in a single quarter and finishing with 45 points, 18 rebounds, 10 assists, 1 steal, and an impressive 12 blocks. The last rookie to accomplish such a feat was none other than Wilt Chamberlain. Even the typically critical American media acknowledged that by halftime of the Lakers vs. Nuggets game, 70 of the fans had departed, most opting to watch the football game on Monday night. In this moment, Liu Xing once again stirred the winds of his namesake, asserting his control over the match. Allen Iverson stated, in the 2007 rookie class, there are 2 types. One is Liu Xing, and the other is everyone else. The renowned American media outlet, Grand, also remarked that he achieved what even the basketball deity Michael Jordan never accomplished. A feat unparalleled in NBA history that harkens back to the ancient era of Chamberlain. He astounded the world, and compellingly, just half a month ago. He was nearly without a contract. 6 months prior, he had been denied a tryout invitation by the legendary Miami Heat general manager Pat Riley, known for his astute judgment. Now, witnessing his astonishing success, can you believe it? The article concluded with a remark. Pat Riley, the sage, is bewildered. One could almost envision Riley rolling his eyes in exasperation, exclaiming, "How rude." A day later, in the Miami Heat's corporate office, the astute Pat Riley, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, had performed commendably in front of his wife the previous day. For the first time in over 6 months, his wife praised him effusively, bringing him immense joy. However, his elation was swiftly overshadowed when a secretary accidentally spilled coffee on him. His mood soured dramatically upon glancing at the latest edition of Grand on his desk. Is Grand being polite? He fumed, tearing the paper to shreds before discarding it into a shredder in a fit of rage. But that was not the end of it. Employees outside his office could hear the sounds of cups and phones being hurled against the wall. The unfortunate staff member who stained his shirt was summoned and berated for a full 3 hours, from morning until noon. The sage, Pat Riley, indeed found himself in a perplexing situation, a predicament that seems to have followed him throughout his life. However, Riley was not the most unfortunate. In the aftermath of Liu Xing's explosive performance, the true victims were the dynamic duo of the Denver Nuggets and their legendary coach, George Karl. When asked by reporters about the game, given that the Nuggets led by 24 points at halftime, but ended up losing by 32, Karl faced the daunting question, what transpired during the game? If one were to claim that Liu Xing merely drove a stake into the heart of the Nuggets during the match, then the reporter's audacious line of questioning is akin to pouring salt into an open wound, further exacerbating the injury with relentless prodding. George Karl maintained a stern demeanor throughout, his expression seemingly conveying, "Is this how you choose to inquire? Is this polite?" In a display of professional decorum, Karl forced himself to remain composed, stating, "As you can see, we faced a massacre in the third quarter. Even though half an hour had elapsed since the game concluded, and the necessary reflections had been made, the painful memories resurfaced, causing him to involuntarily draw a sharp breath, as if a knife were twisting in his heart." The reporter, undeterred, pressed on. "Can you elaborate on what transpired?" Karl, despite his usual patience, reached a breaking point. This horde of journalists was compelling him to relive a nightmare. In a fit of frustration, he hurled the microphone down and walked away in anger. Was it truly permissible to treat someone this way? Should a loss render one unworthy of existence? Where's the justice in this? Must a good person always be a target for bullying? The reporters recognized they had overstepped. And during the interview with Allen Iverson, they treaded more cautiously. "Mr. Iverson, following tonight's significant turnaround loss, is there anything worth summarizing?" Even though more than half an hour had passed since the game, Iverson appeared dazed, seemingly trapped within the recent nightmare. It was only upon the second inquiry that he snapped back to reality, declaring, "I don't think we need to summarize anything. We didn't lose to the Lakers. We lost to Liu Xing. He single-handedly defeated us. I still can't believe this is real. I must be dreaming." The reporter interjected, "No, you're not." Iverson almost implored, "Could you show a little consideration?" Ignoring the reporter, he reflected on the formidable challenge presented by an opponent capable of scoring 37 points in a single quarter. Winning under such circumstances is exceptionally arduous. The reporter continued, "Previously, you posted on social media stating that the 2007 rookie Kevin Durant was the best rookie. After this game, do you still hold that view? Additionally, having faced both Durant and Liu Xing, could you briefly evaluate these two players?" Upon hearing this, Iverson inhaled deeply and stated, "First and foremost, I must apologize to Liu Xing." His words sent shockwaves through the assembled journalists. This was Iverson, the fearless and defiant Iverson, who had always been the one to receive apologies. When had he ever offered an apology himself? He is Allen Iverson, a man who would never admit to being wrong, even in the face of his own mistakes. Yet today, he has unexpectedly humbled himself, stepping forward to utter the words, "I apologize." This apology, however, is directed towards a rookie, one who was on the brink of being cast aside by the NBA merely a fortnight ago. Not only rookies, but even some well-established stars would likely not warrant a glance from Iverson. As if to ensure that the reporters grasped the gravity of his admission, Iverson reiterated, "I apologize. I was mistaken and narrow-minded." The atmosphere, once filled with the chaotic buzz of the press room, fell into an eerie silence. within that stillness, one could faintly hear the clicking of cameras and the sound of breaths from an unseen source. I have previously stated that Kevin Durant is an exceptionally gifted player, a rare talent that astounds. At that moment, I believed he was the best rookie with no one else to rival him. However, after tonight, I realized the folly of my previous assertion. I must amend my perspective, hoping it is not too late. The 2007 rookie class can be categorized as follows. One is Liu Xing, another is Durant, and the rest are merely others. This may seem disrespectful to Durant. Yet Liu Xing deserves such commendation. He possesses a dominance surpassing that of the Shaquille O'Neal of yesteryears. The reporters gasped in astonishment. But the revelations did not cease there. Carmelo Anthony chimed in, expressing his understanding of Allen's sentiments, stating, "I can comprehend why Allen feels this way. That guy is truly terrifying. I have never encountered such a formidable force." Meanwhile, online, Durant engaged in a battle against internet trolls, relishing the moment as he spent a good 10 minutes in a group chat before heading off to practice. Upon completing his training session, drenched in sweat, he neglected the opportunity to shower and instead reached for his phone to witness the trolls' futile reactions to his prowess. However, the ultimate outcome left him utterly astonished. 060 Howans. Does Durant even dare to compare himself to Liu Xing? Such terror. This kid from the East has defied expectations, following his 61-point, 23-rebound game with another 40-point performance, leading the Lakers to an 8th consecutive victory. If he continues this way, even Kobe will become a mere supporting figure. This Eastern prodigy is simply too formidable. TNT declared, "I announce Liu Xing as the best rookie. The others are merely vying for second place." Those who claim Durant is the best rookie must step forward and assure they won't be harmed. Does Durant really believe he can compare himself to Liu Xing? Observing these headlines, Durant's expression shifted from red to pale, revealing his discomfort. After perusing the news for about 10 minutes, Durant switched off his phone. Originally intending to shower and return home, he instead changed into a dry jersey and headed back to the basketball court. Upon returning to the training camp, a trainer resting on the floor noticed Durant's return and curiously inquired, "Kevin, did you forget something?" With a stoic expression, Durant replied, "No." The trainer, intrigued, asked, "Then what brings you back?" Durant simply stated, "To continue training." Durant resolutely declared. The trainer, incredulous, asked, "Are you certain you are not jesting?" Durant replied, "I assure you, I am not." And with that, he picked up the basketball. It was already midnight. The trainer remarked, "Less chatter. If you wish to retain this job." Durant, expressionless, continued without a word, taking the ball and commencing his shooting practice. The trainer gazed at Durant with a look of bewilderment, pondering, has he lost his mind? It is midnight. Could he be under some extraordinary stimulus? Today is a rest day. On rare rest days, players train and compete, which is arduous enough. Typically, over 90% of athletes indulge in restful slumber, engage in gaming, or even revel in nightlife, seeking to unwind. Those who profess their love for basketball often do not demonstrate it on their days off, especially when the media is absent. Yet Durant is different. He is consumed by basketball. For 24 hours a day, he practically resides in the gym. He arrived at the court at 6 in the morning, took a 2-hour lunch break, returned at 6 in the evening for another 2-hour respite, and claimed he would merely play casually. Yet by 10 o'clock, he had already left. In reality, by that time, Durant's arms could barely lift. However, shortly thereafter, he reappeared on the court, as if rejuvenated, and resumed his training. The trainer observed this seemingly frenzied Durant and silently admired him, thinking, if such a person does not succeed, who can? A talent like his is rare. Yet he is undoubtedly the most diligent. Liu Xing has exploded onto the scene. The journalists are adept at stirring controversy. In this instance, they sought to interview Durant. Yet he declined. Consequently, the Seattle Supersonics had no choice but to send their head coach, Colissimo, to take the heat. The journalist inquired, "Mr. Colissimo, do you still believe that Kevin Durant is the finest rookie of the 2007 draft class?" Colissimo, reflecting momentarily, replied, "It is undeniable that Liu Xing's performance has been astonishing. He has truly amazed me. His display is akin to a divine entity donning his jersey. To my recollection, even Shaquille O'Neal has not achieved such feats." The journalist pressed, "So what is your answer?" Colissimo responded, "I still maintain that Kevin Durant is the most outstanding of the 2007 class. Liu's performance is surreal, and his explosive display may lead to his rookie wall arriving prematurely. At that juncture, he will be thrust into the limelight, subjected to rigorous scrutiny. and it remains uncertain whether he can endure. As the journalist attempted to continue, Colissimo interjected, moreover, while his physical attributes as an interior player are commendable, he remains rather slender, resembling a mere reed. I am uncertain about the durability of his physique. Whether it can withstand the rigors of an entire season is yet to be determined. There is much he still needs to prove. Thus, my response remains unchanged, regardless of how many times you ask. I continue to choose Kevin Durant. Colissimo stands resolutely by his protege. This interview, upon its release, has elicited a wave of derision from countless critics. Liu Xing, the bamboo pole. Does that mean Durant is not a bamboo pole? What qualifications does Durant have when compared to Liu Xing? Is it merely by virtue of his head? A true iron deity, the verdict is in. Let us wait until Durant secures a quadruple-double before passing further judgment. Oh, no, that would be too demanding. Scoring 60 points in a single game? No, that too is beyond reach. Of course, Liu Xing is not universally adored. He cannot satisfy everyone as preferences. For every admirer, there exists a detractor. Many concur with Calipari's sentiments, aligning with his perspective. In a comparative analysis, Durant possesses superior qualities when juxtaposed with Liu Xing, standing nearly 10 meters tall. His physique is remarkably well-coordinated and agile, enabling him to dribble like a guard, an unparalleled feat in the annals of history. In contrast, Liu Xing is merely a product of innate talent. Even with exceptional development, he remains a primarily opportunistic interior player, with ball handling being his Achilles heel. Moreover, his slender build raises concerns about his ability to endure the rigors of an entire NBA season without succumbing to injury. This remains to be substantiated. The debate regarding who reigns supreme between Liu Xing and Durant has ignited heated discussions, trending on social media. In response, ESPN has launched a dedicated program to dissect the question of who is the superior rookie, Liu Xing or Kevin Durant. The hosts include renowned ESPN journalist Horowitz and the American basketball commentator Stephen A. Smith. After the opening remarks, Horowitz, in support of Liu Xing, directly challenged Smith, asking, "How is your face holding up?" Horowitz referred to a previous episode where Smith favored Durant, whose statistics were indeed superior at that time. However, Liu Xing's recent performance has undeniably challenged Smith's stance. As a devoted fan of Liu Xing, Horowitz reveled in this moment. Smith, maintaining a serious demeanor, retorted, "Horowitz, do not be overly pleased. This is but a single game. A fleeting statistic does not encapsulate an entire season. There remains much for him to prove." The double standards exhibited by American commentator Yang Yi are rather pronounced. The last time Howens made a similar remark, he was promptly countered by Yang Yi. Utilizing the same logic against him, Howens presented an array of astonishing statistics regarding Liu Xing from the past week, effectively silencing Yang Yi. Known for his eloquence, Yang Yi found himself at a loss for words, his face stoic and his gaze lowered, refraining from utterance. This marked a first for him. And it occurred during a live broadcast across the nation, with the entire American audience bearing witness. Liu Xing was undoubtedly named the Rookie of the Week, the youngest in history to achieve such a distinction. Howens cited a plethora of statistics, emphasizing Liu Xing's remarkable quadruple-double in the Lakers' 8-game winning streak, underscoring Liu Xing's indispensable role. With a touch of sarcasm, he posed a question to Yang Yi, "Mr. Steven, do you still believe Liu Xing is merely a subordinate to Kevin Durant?" To dismiss any other considerations, let us focus solely on Liu Xing's quadruple-double and the Lakers' 8 consecutive victories. Durant would not even catch a glimpse of Liu Xing's taillights, let alone claim that Liu Xing serves him. It might well be Durant who is in the position of servitude, contingent upon Liu Xing's mood. Without question, Liu Xing will be recognized as the latest Rookie of the Week. Of that, there is no doubt. And what of others beyond Durant? Teammate Jeff Green has been part of a franchise, the Supersonics, renowned for their unparalleled draft acumen. They have never missed a beat. This year, they selected Durant while deftly avoiding the calamity that is Greg Oden, and they also secured Green with the 7th pick, a player undeniably among the top 5 rookies this season. When a reporter inquired whether he harbored aspirations for the Rookie of the Year title, Jeff Green simply shook his head, indicating he had none. A wise individual recognizes their place. With those two players, everyone else merely plays a supporting role. The two individuals in Green's remarks are undoubtedly Liu Xing and Durant. In this instance, Liu Xing has effectively thwarted Durant's aspirations for the Rookie of the Week title, rendering it a rather unambiguous situation. When confronted with such an embarrassing inquiry, even the thick-skinned American commentator Yang Yi could not conceal his discomfort. His expression soured. a reflection of his racial background that rendered the change in his countenance somewhat obscured. Nevertheless, the intensity of his gaze directed towards Howins seemed predatory, as if he were poised to consume him whole. Yet, Howins, seemingly oblivious, persevered, proclaiming, "Stephen, I have always regarded you as an honest and kind individual. You would not dispute that, would you?" To which Yang Yi readily acquiesced. "Given that, it is time for you to fulfill your promise," Howins asserted, tossing a form onto the table before Yang Yi. Upon inspecting the document, Yang Yi's expression morphed in a most entertaining manner. The form distinctly declared the Eastern Conference Player of the Week as LeBron James of the Cleveland Cavaliers, and the Eastern Conference Rookie of the Week as Al Horford of the Atlanta Hawks. Moreover, it proclaimed Liu Xing as both the Western Conference Player of the Week and the Western Conference Rookie of the Week for the Los Angeles Lakers. Initially, Yang Yi believed he had misread the information and questioned the legitimacy of the source from which the form had emerged. The producer then clarified that this was indeed the latest announcement regarding the weekly honors, with a guarantee of its authenticity. Yang Yi's reaction was captivating. His mouth formed an astonished O, and his eyes bulged like brass bells, his mutterings of disbelief echoing, "No, no, this cannot be true. How is this possible?" He remained in a state of incredulity. "Stephen, accept reality. You have lost," Howins remarked, forcefully bringing him back to the present. Yet Yang Yi remained unconvinced. Unable to accept that, merely a fortnight prior, the lanky young player from the Middle Kingdom, barely 20, and previously disregarded, had ascended to become the most distinguished rookie of the 2007 class, surpassing even his favored Durant in prowess. Moreover, his current performance had proven indispensable to the Lakers, earning him the title of Western Conference Player of the Week, which implied that over the past week, Liu Xing's performance had outshone that of the Lakers star, the current NBA luminary, Kobe Bryant. To label him as Rookie of the Week is beyond reproach, and I am willing to concede. However, to designate him as Player of the Week in the West, where does that place Kobe? Yang Yi articulated his skepticism, a sentiment undoubtedly shared among fans. "Howins, this is the latest data as officially recorded by the statistics website. Are you questioning the credibility of the statistical authority?" Upon hearing the news, Yang Yi from the United States sank into his chair. The data statistics website, a bastion of authoritative analytics for the NBA, houses a plethora of player statistics, including game time, points, rebounds, and assists. Beyond these fundamental metrics, the site also offers an array of advanced statistics, meticulously developed through years of research and practice, such as the plus-minus rating. These figures are undeniably accurate and credible. The latest announcement of the Player of the Week, derived from the data statistics website, is beyond reproach. Thus, upon realizing that this information came from such a reputable source, Yang Yi was rendered momentarily speechless. Slumping at his desk, then came Howins' masterstroke. "Mr. Stephen, as a man of your word, you must publicly apologize to Liu Xing in front of the national fanbase. Also, I could use a week's worth of coffee, and by the way, my socks are rather odorous and in need of your attention." He genuinely bent down, removed his shoes, and revealed his socks, even going so far as to sniff them, which nearly made him retch. It seemed he had neglected laundry for over a week. Yang Yi felt overwhelmed, yet the words had been uttered. What could he do? He found himself without options. Reluctantly, he stood up, faced the camera, bowed, and expressed, "I apologize, Liu Xing, I was wrong." "Speak louder. Have you not eaten?" Howins was unyielding. "I'm sorry, Liu Xing, I was wrong," Yang Yi said, this time with a bit more conviction. Satisfied, Howins concluded, "For my week of coffee, I'll take a mocha, full sugar, no ice, thank you." In the United States, Yang Yi harbors an intense disdain for Hayworth, his malicious demeanor evoking feelings of revulsion. Yet, he finds himself powerless, grappling with his discontent in silence. He presumed that the situation had reached its peak. However, Hayworth instructed the staff to fetch detergent and water, compelling him to wash his foul socks. The stench of Hayworth's socks overwhelmed Yang Yi, causing him to retch on the spot. When Jerry West received the latest accolade for Player of the Week, he found it difficult to articulate whether his feelings leaned more towards excitement and joy or sadness. His exhilaration stemmed from Liu Xing's presence on the Lakers. Yet the sadness was equally palpable due to the same reason. That cursed contract. The Lakers' patriarch, Jerry West, experienced a tinge of regret for having signed that gamble of a contract with Liu Xing. He recognized Liu Xing as a promising talent. Yet he had no inkling that Liu Xing would develop so rapidly. It had been less than 20 days since the contract was inked, and he had already emerged as a formidable contender for Rookie of the Year. The 2007 rookie class, while not heralded as a banner year for the draft, still boasted considerable talent, including the once-in-a-half-century prodigy, Durant. Nonetheless, Liu Xing distinguished himself above Durant. If it were merely a matter of overshadowing Durant, Jerry West might not have felt such exuberance. However, Liu Xing had not only managed that, but he also surpassed Kobe Bryant to become the Player of the Week. It is essential to recognize who Kobe is. Today, he is widely regarded as the premier player in the NBA, a man who single-handedly challenges the entire league. While it is true that luck played a part in Liu Xing's achievements, replicating such feats would be a daunting task. Nevertheless, at the tender age of 19, with his exceptional talent, one might say that the sky is merely his limit. No, the universe is his limit. With a weekly salary of $60,000, 10,000 for Rookie of the Week and $50,000 for Player of the Week, this sum is relatively modest compared to some of the league's superstars. Yet, it is crucial to remember that this is only Liu Xing's second week in the professional realm. If this trajectory continues, Jerry West dares not envision the possibilities. Globally, the highest weekly salary among athletes belongs to Lionel Messi of Barcelona, who earns $900,000 per week. This translates to an astounding $130,000 per day, $5,000 per hour, and $100 per minute. Converted into Chinese currency, this means that Messi can earn a staggering 700 yuan every minute. Jerry West subtly sensed that Liu Xing might be heading in that direction. However, this notion was swiftly suppressed. How could that even be plausible? In order to secure such a weekly salary, he must maintain a high standard throughout the lengthy season and earn the accolades he deserves. This is no simple task. The NBA has never lacked for dazzling shooting stars. However, while Liu Xing's brilliance is indeed radiant, it is fleeting. What the NBA truly lacks are the steadfast, unchanging stars that shine consistently, day in and day out, over the course of a decade. Perhaps I am overthinking this, the Lakers' patriarch mused quietly. Nevertheless, despite his musings, Jerry West's unsettling premonitions grew ever more pronounced. Liu Xing remained oblivious to the patriarch's specific thoughts. Yet, when he went to collect his salary, the receptionist gazed at him with eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, affectionately placing her hand on his shoulder and exclaiming, "Liu Xing, you are truly remarkable." Liu Xing basked in the compliment, thinking to himself that he was far from it. It was a rare moment to shine in front of others, and he decided to play it up. However, the inherent nature of his flirtatious spirit remained unchanged as he looked at the charming Susan. He felt a teasing inclination arise within him. "In fact, my younger brother is even more impressive. I'll introduce you to him another day." "Brother? You have a younger brother? Didn't you say you only had a sister?" Susan inquired, puzzled by what she perceived to be conflicting information. "Oh, that younger brother," Liu Xing replied with a mischievous grin. "Forget it, Liu Xing," Susan said, seemingly understanding, her cheeks flushed with shyness. After collecting his paycheck, he visited the hospital, where his sister was recovering quite well. Her complexion was noticeably improved, and the doctor mentioned that, at most, within 3 months, at the very least, 6, she could be discharged. If the doctor had spoken to him in such a manner in the past, he would have certainly taken a brick and smashed it down in frustration. This was merely a ploy to extract money from patients in the hospital. However, now, he was not short of funds. Despite the expenses, his sister, having just regained a semblance of her health, insisted on being discharged, saying, "Brother, I'm fine now. I want to go home." "No," Liu Xing replied firmly. His sister was the only family he had left on this planet. As a time traveler, if he could not ensure her safety, he might as well meet a tragic end. There was no room for negotiation on this matter. "Liu Xing," she pleaded weakly, "this must cost a lot of money, right? What are you thinking? Money is no object for me. To me, it is merely a number." Liu Xing feigned bravado, and upon hearing this, his sister chuckled, her expression reflecting that of a brother who truly knows how to amuse. Liu Xing was too weary to offer him an explanation. During this recent period, he had skyrocketed to fame, his reputation soaring. Apart from his salary, he had already secured numerous endorsements and had begun to attract offers for collaboration. Most notably, the esteemed Li Ning Company, under the leadership of its chairman, Li Ning himself, reached out directly to Liu Xing, expressing a keen interest in establishing a partnership with him. Remarkably, even before any contracts were signed, Chairman Li Ning personally assured Liu Xing that a check was ready, allowing Liu Xing to dictate the specific amount. Furthermore, he pledged that once Liu Xing entered into an agreement with Li Ning, he would become the company's most prominent athlete. with plans to create a personalized signature basketball shoe for him. The Li Ning company demonstrated exceptional goodwill in their proposal, even going so far as to design a series of experience models of sneakers, which they sent to Liu Xing, not only for him, but for others as well. Liu Xing's younger sister discovered that he was wearing a remarkable pair of Li Ning shoes, and she insisted on having an identical pair. As a result, Liu Xing merely mentioned this desire in passing, yet Li Ning treated it as a matter of utmost importance, designing 6 distinct colorways specifically tailored to her foot shape. Furthermore, they offered various sizes ranging from small to large. In just 3 days, with the efficiency of international logistics, the shoes arrived directly in Liu Xing's hands, showcasing Li Ning's sincere dedication. Not only Li Ning but also Innate, a prominent brand in China, sought to capture Liu Xing's attention. Additionally, global sports giants such as Nike, Adidas, and Puma were vying to enlist Liu Xing as their brand ambassador, each offering substantial sums. In their fervent pursuit, these corporate behemoths were almost relentless, attempting to contact Liu Xing at all hours to secure his endorsement. However, Liu Xing found himself too occupied. His primary focus was on playing basketball, leaving little room for discussions about endorsements or collaborations, which seemed trivial in comparison. It became evident that he needed a manager to articulate his concerns, and Tang Yu provided valuable insights. Liu Xing remains oblivious to the necessity of acquiring a manager. However, a manager is a lifelong partner, and reliability is of utmost importance. One must avoid a fate akin to that of Bao Chong, who was deceived by his manager, losing both his wealth and his partner. Thus, while this matter is urgent, it cannot be rushed. Who is unaware of this? Trustworthy candidates are scarce. During this period, numerous managers and agencies have reached out to him, eager to offer their services. Yet, without exception, he has graciously declined them all, including prominent figures like David Falk. Perhaps you may not recognize him if you are not an ardent fan, but once it is mentioned that he was Michael Jordan's manager, you would undoubtedly be aware. This individual was, at the height of his career, the foremost manager in the NBA. Nevertheless, Liu Xing still turned him down, reasoning that without Jordan, he is nothing. Kobe had also recommended his own manager to Liu Xing. Yet seeing Pelinka's subsequent ill-advised maneuvers, Liu Xing harbored reservations about Pelinka's professional capabilities. Consequently, a manager has yet to be solidified. I do have a candidate in mind. A close friend of mine, a graduate of Harvard University, is reliable and possesses commendable business acumen. She has just left her previous position, and if you're interested, I could facilitate an introduction. Moreover, she is quite a beauty. Tang Yu looked at Liu Xing with keen interest. Really? That would be splendid, Liu Xing replied. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's expression shifted slightly, prompting Liu Xing to amend his statement. Of course, beauty is not the most important aspect. It would have been better left unsaid. Now, Tang Yu's demeanor appeared even more disconcerted. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Liu Xing's mind. The reward for defeating the Denver Nuggets has been issued. Please check your account. Followed by another chime. Dreamlike dance steps fragment. Dreamlike dance steps fragment. Liu Xing began to pray, harboring a profound obsession with the skill known as the dreamlike dance. Now, as his exposure within the league increases, so too does the scrutiny from the other 29 NBA teams. Despite his remarkable talent, it is important to recognize that in the NBA, exceptional talent can be extinguished by a single misstep. Every player who reaches the NBA is undoubtedly a standout in the realm of basketball. Liu Xing's aspiration to navigate the league solely on the strength of his innate abilities is, however, unrealistic. Exceptional talent must be complemented by technical prowess to forge a path to greatness. Furthermore, while instantaneous skills may grant him a fleeting surge of unparalleled combat effectiveness, elevating him beyond his true capabilities, such bursts are inherently unstable. In the competitive environment of the NBA, stability reigns supreme. The competition is fierce, and the league operates in a turn-based manner. Perform well, and the world will sing your praises. Falter, and you will be met with scorn. Liu Xing, as a fervent fan of the NBA, understands this all too well. Currently, his stable skills include SSS-level physical attributes, the death spiral defensive technique, a 60 proficiency in positional mid-range shooting, along with 3 shards of the dreamlike dance and 2 shards of the divine sniper. His SSS-level physical attributes serve as a foundational skill, while the death spiral is a defensive maneuver. The 60 proficiency in positional shooting is indeed an offensive skill, yet it lacks the capability for ball-handling attacks, remaining a catch-and-shoot attribute. A star player without the ability to initiate offensive plays cannot truly be considered a force. The understanding of the triangle offense is an indispensable component within the Zen Master's system, but what happens when he operates outside of that framework? Aside from his exceptional physical attributes, other facets of his game are not irreplaceable. Although his performance over the past half-month has been commendable, statistics can often obscure underlying issues. Presently, Liu Xing stands merely as a physically capable blue-collar worker in the league, without the enhancement of instantaneous skills. Dominating the NBA seems an elusive dream. After a few years, he may find himself struggling to maintain a place as a blue-collar player, much like Howard's experiences. As competition within the NBA intensifies, technical skill becomes indispensable. Liu Xing is fervently eager to gather more shards of the dreamlike dance. In pursuit of further skills, he remains resolute. Perhaps it is his inner determination that resonates with the system. Upon opening a treasure chest, he is rewarded with a single shard of the dreamlike dance. Liu Xing felt a surge of delight. He was just one step away from obtaining the dreamy dance step 45, which fueled his determination even further. A single dreamy dance step would bring him immense satisfaction. What made Liu Xing beam with joy was the unexpected discovery of 2 treasure chests. The second treasure chest revealed a delightful surprise, one shard of the adorable deity's divine sniper. Liu Xing's mouth formed an astonished ta shape. Remarkably, the adorable deity has already acquired 3 fragments of the divine sniper, 310. The future is indeed promising. Do not be deceived by the current state of the NBA. It may seem diminutive, yet the supremacy still lies within the paint. However, Liu Xing understands that the essence of basketball is fundamentally space. Space is everything in basketball. The three-point shot serves as the nucleus for expanding that space. The dream shake is for the present, while the divine sniper is aimed at the future. In time, the three-point shot will undoubtedly flourish. If all goes well, he may even supplant Curry and spearhead this three-point revolution. Just the thought of it brings a smile to Liu Xing's face. As he opened the third treasure chest, a sense of disbelief washed over him. What the hell? Liu Xing exclaimed, venting his frustration. Is this meant to make me show off, to flaunt before others? Am I destined to stray further down this path? Damn it. I do not wish to put on airs. Truly, I do not. Alas, it seems all of this is fate. Kevin Durant is a formidable force, endowed with extraordinary talent. He may very well be among the most gifted individuals the NBA has seen in over 50 years. He is a prodigious talent, capable of playing and shooting like a guard despite his towering height and unparalleled feat within the league. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in his relentless drive and unparalleled commitment. Dubbed the King of Grind, this moniker is certainly justified. With such exceptional talent, he also possesses an unwavering work ethic. In his life, 100 of his time, barring a mere 5 dedicated to other pursuits, is consumed by basketball, purely basketball. According to his trainer, the cost of training Durant must be doubled. That individual is not merely human. He is a basketball aficionado. He dedicates nearly all of his waking hours to the sport. When he is not playing basketball, he is on his way to play basketball. Thus, it is only fitting that such a person achieve success. After Liu Xing was named Rookie of the Week for 2 consecutive weeks, and even secured the title for 1 week, he found himself consumed by jealousy akin to Durant's fierce competitiveness. Prior to games, he trained 2 hours in advance. And after games, he would add another 2 hours of practice, resembling a madman. Typically, coaches encourage players to train diligently, yet the Supersonics coach, Kalamosai, was quite distressed by Durant's behavior. To prevent Durant from overtraining, he specifically instructed the arena security to lock the doors as soon as practice time concluded. But did that halt Durant? Not at all. He even personally funded his own training sessions at other venues. I will not lose. I cannot lose. I am the strongest rookie. The diligent shall not be forsaken by fate. 3,000 troops from you can conquer Wu. The owner of the Bobcats, the basketball deity Michael Jordan, observed Kevin Durant's performance during the halftime of the match with a visage filled with fury, storming out as flames of indignation flickered in his eyes. Throughout the game, Jordan repeatedly removed his jacket and unbuttoned his shirt, seemingly ready to take to the court himself. Both the Bobcats and the Supersonics are regarded as underdogs, one from the Eastern Conference and the other from the Western. In the realm of the NBA, neither team holds an upper hand over the other. Nonetheless, this season, the Bobcats initiated their campaign with an explosive momentum, achieving a remarkable 3 consecutive victories before facing the Supersonics. Thus, Jordan, the owner, attended the game in person to rally his team. Unexpectedly, he witnessed the divine prowess of Kevin Durant, who played with an unstoppable spirit, embodying a force that seemed to vanquish all who stood in his way. Against the Bobcats, Durant transformed into a harbinger of death, single-handedly shouldering the entire Supersonics team. He played for 42 minutes, attempted 35 shots, and made 23, amassing a staggering 59 points. Along with 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks, an extraordinary performance indeed. He became the second rookie since Liu Xing in 2007 to achieve such remarkable statistics in his debut season. Post-match, ESPN published a piece stating, when he raises his hand, "He is an omnipotent harbinger of death. He is Kevin Durant." Liu Xing remarked, "My only opponent is myself." Durant's performance undeniably astonished Liu Xing. His scoring ability and consistency are beyond reproach, especially in critical moments, where his finesse has reached a legendary status in NBA history. No one can contest this fact. However, he has faced criticism for the infrequency of his highest-scoring games. In a previous life, his peak scoring was 54 points. Despite his undeniable skill, fans began to ridicule Durant's stamina, suggesting he struggles to maintain high scores, with some detractors even linking it to his past lifestyle choices. This has been a significant blemish on his reputation. Yet, in this current life, the butterfly effect has taken place. Durant has surpassed his career limitations, setting a new personal scoring record, leaving Liu Xing astounded. What wind has blown him to this? It is indeed challenging to return from the past and still be so competitive. Liu Xing harbors deep resentment towards Durant. Durant has gone mad, utterly relentless. During a game against the Bobcats, Durant unleashed a staggering 59 points, setting a new career high. While this should have been a cause for celebration, many began to criticize him, branding his performance as meaningless scoring and labeling him a mere stat padder. Subsequently, in a back-to-back matchup against the Toronto Raptors, Durant delivered yet another career-defining performance. Playing for 38 minutes, shooting 22 out of 30, and amassing 48 points, 11 rebounds, 2 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks, thus filling the stat sheet to the brim. The world was momentarily dazzled. After the game, a reporter managed to interview him, inquiring what provoked such a frenzied output. Durant, known for his straightforward nature, answered candidly, devoid of the high emotional intelligence often expected, attributing his drive to Liu Xing. "I wish to prove that I am the finest among the 2007 draft class. I am the best," he declared. His agent, taken aback, questioned whether such statements were prudent, fearing that they would make him a target. "You shouldn't say that," his agent warned. "Why?" Durant asked, perplexed. "You will become the center of a storm," replied the agent. "What is there to fear?" "I was always meant to be the best," Durant asserted resolutely. In light of Durant's comments, a reporter sought out Liu Xing before the Lakers faced the Utah Jazz, specifically asking about Durant's assertion of being the best rookie from the 2007 class. Liu Xing responded nonchalantly, "I haven't seen it. What he thinks has no bearing on me." The reporter pressed further, "What are your thoughts on Durant as a player?" "He is formidable," Liu Xing replied. The reporter, believing Liu Xing had softened, was disappointed as they had come to provoke. Just as they were about to continue questioning, Liu Xing interjected, "However, the strongest rookie from the 2007 class is me. I am the best. The others are merely vying for second place." This response, somewhat juvenile, revealed Liu Xing's restrained yet still evident bravado. The reporters were taken aback, thinking Durant was audacious, yet they had not anticipated that when it came to arrogance, Durant would pale in comparison to Liu Xing. The reporter continued, "You must be the most exceptional Asian rookie in NBA history, surpassing Yao Ming's rookie season. What do you think about that?" Liu Xing retorted, "Don't even start." Before the series opener between the Lakers and Jazz, during training camp, a few African-American players from the Jazz gathered on the court to stretch. One towering figure distractedly watched videos on his phone, muttering about the light of the celestial empire and yellow saviors. "Bullshit," he exclaimed. The towering figure spoke, his eyes betraying an unmistakable air of disdain and contempt. "In the realm of the NBA, there exists a clear mandate against racial discrimination, yet the reality of such a prohibition is often divorced from the actions of individuals. The NBA venerates its African-American athletes, while Caucasians find themselves less welcomed in this domain. If Caucasians are met with skepticism, one can only imagine the treatment reserved for those of Asian descent. A significant number of African Americans harbor an ingrained belief that individuals outside their race are inherently inferior, unable to run swiftly, jump high, or withstand physical confrontations. In essence, they are deemed weak. And what of Asians? Not only are they perceived as weak, but they are also viewed as being in a state of poor health. To put it plainly, as unwell. Boozer, observing the idle chatter, approached with a slight curl in his forehead hair and inquired, "What are you looking at?" The giant replied, "Darren, don't you think this report is utterly ridiculous? These journalists seem to have nothing better to do." Darren, upon reviewing the article, chuckled derisively. "Ah, the pride of the Middle Kingdom, the hope of East Asia, what a laugh. That slender figure, does he even compare to Yao? Surely, I must be mistaken. He wouldn't even be worthy of carrying Yao's shoes." Darren continued, "Over the years, the Jazz have faced the Rockets in numerous playoff bouts, and Yao has thoroughly outmatched Boozer time and again. Now, they suggest that this rookie is somehow superior to Yao. Are they not slapping my face in front of the entire world?" Boozer felt a pang of discontent. "Darren, don't you think it is necessary to teach this kid a lesson?" Boozer proposed, his mind racing. Darren's expression darkened at Boozer's words. He initially thought Boozer was displeased. However, Darren waved him off, saying, "Boozer, your perspective is rather narrow. What do you mean by making someone suffer? Such talk could lead others to misconstrue us as racially biased." Yes, Captain, you are right," Boozer conceded. "We are not here to make others suffer. Rather, we are here to guide the newcomers through their initiation. It is our duty as seasoned players. If we do not mentor the rookies, how will they ever find their footing in the NBA? Would you not agree?" Darren asserted. "Indeed, Captain, you speak wisely. We shall heed your command," Boozer responded. Darren was pleased with Boozer's reaction and summoned other Jazz players to engage in a thorough discussion on how to address Liu Xing, the supposed pride of the Middle Kingdom. However, Darren and his companions might harbor misconceptions about Liu Xing. Despite his seemingly innocuous demeanor, beneath that exterior lies the heart of a fighter. Liu Xing relishes dueling. Much like a shark detecting the scent of blood, Liu Xing has a penchant for competition, a fact perhaps little known to the outside world. However, Kwame Brown, the infamous first overall pick, possesses considerable authority on the matter. Just a fortnight ago, Liu Xing ascended to fame overnight, officially joining the Los Angeles Lakers. The arrival of Liu Xing nearly exhilarated the repressed Kwame Brown, whose frustrations had teetered on the brink of aberration. In the realm of the Lakers, he had perpetually been the target of ridicule, seldom experiencing the pleasure of turning the tables on others. Even the likes of Vujasic could not be intimidated. Bear the grievances alone was his only recourse. Finally, a rookie had arrived, and to make matters even more delightful, he hailed from the Middle Kingdom. Initially, Kwame Brown assumed that Liu Xing was merely there to serve as his substitute. Thus, on Liu Xing's inaugural day, he sought to assert his dominance over the newcomer. "Rookie, let us engage in a one-on-one." Kwame Brown presumed that Liu Xing would be paralyzed by fear. However, without uttering a word, Liu Xing boldly accepted the challenge, declaring, "Let us battle until submission. No one leaves without yielding." Kwame Brown added emphatically, "Lock the doors." Liu Xing defied conventional tactics, much to the dismay of Kwame Brown. However, the real source of Brown's frustration lay not in the unpredictable gameplay, but in the inadequacy of his own preparations. Brown unleashed a torrent of trash talk. Yet Liu Xing's retorts were far more cutting. In physical confrontations, Liu Xing's aggression surpassed Brown's. Within mere moments, Brown was soundly defeated. He presumed that the ordeal had ended. But it was far from over. Not only did he lose, but he was also subjected to further humiliation. Brown, typically mild-mannered and rarely angered, found himself incensed that day, even resorting to violence. Yet, Liu Xing matched his ferocity. Brown was left battered and bruised, lying on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. But Liu Xing was not finished. He delivered a few more kicks, ensuring Brown's utter defeat before departing with a disdainful spit. Did you think that was the end? No, it was not. Subsequently, whenever Brown encountered Liu Xing, he would immediately turn away, terrified at the prospect of facing such a ruthless adversary. Liu Xing had instilled a deep fear in him. However, Liu Xing had no intention of showing mercy. Each encounter resulted in another beating. Of course, this was an exaggeration, but it was true that thereafter, Brown harbored no ill will, greeting Liu Xing with a courteous brother Xing whenever they crossed paths. The Lakers were set to challenge the Utah Jazz that evening at 8 p.m. The Jazz had suffered 3 consecutive defeats, plummeting to 12th in the Western Conference. Only half a game ahead of the 13th-place Timberwolves. Should they lose again, they would fall to 13th. The Timberwolves had recently pulled off an upset against the Houston Rockets, tying their record with that of the Jazz. This meant that the Jazz had no choice but to secure a victory against the Lakers. A loss would see them tumble to 13th place. The Jazz were not a team to be underestimated. Ever since acquiring Darren Williams and Carlos Boozer, they had consistently been playoff contenders. As Williams stated, their goal for the season was the championship. Although the season was still in its infancy, and the data sample was too small to draw definitive conclusions, the Jazz were determined to defeat a formidable opponent to reverse their recent misfortunes. The Lakers, boasting an impeccable record of 8 wins and 0 losses, were the ultimate challenge. What better way to boost morale than by vanquishing an undefeated team? Before the game, the Jazz players expressed their fervent desire for victory, with Darren emphasizing the urgent need to break free from their current slump. The Lakers, with their remarkable winning streak, were indeed the most formidable of opponents. In the realm of discourse, there exists a palpable disdain towards the current winning streak of the Lakers, who have achieved an impressive 8 consecutive victories. This sentiment is not confined to the Jazz alone. Rather, it permeates the entire league, which perceives the Lakers as nothing more than a sudden lottery winner, lacking foundation and depth. This viewpoint is not without justification. In the previous 2 seasons, the Lakers were eliminated in the first round of the Western Conference playoffs, having been ousted by the Suns for 2 consecutive years. This dire situation even prompted the Lakers' core player, Kobe, to contemplate a trade, a matter that reverberated throughout the NBA. Though the Lakers' recent victories may temporarily obscure numerous underlying issues, the essence of their roster remains largely unchanged from last season. The only notable additions are Liu Xing and Fisher, who was deemed expendable by the Nuggets. Conversely, the Jazz, having finished 7th in the Western Conference 2 years ago and again last season, have consistently overshadowed the Lakers. In their 3 encounters last season, the Lakers suffered 2 defeats and secured only 1 victory against the Jazz, indicating that the latter possesses a significant understanding of how to confront the Lakers. The media even humorously dubbed the Jazz as a team that eats, sleeps, and plays against the Lakers. Darren was rather coy in his comments, while Boozer openly expressed contempt, asserting that the current Lakers are merely nouveau riche and that they are capable of defeating them. Such words carry a bold audacity. The Jazz as head coach proclaimed the imperative of victory. Beyond mere rhetoric, the Jazz expressed their unwavering belief in triumph by reinstating their best 6th man, the Russian Kirilenko, affectionately known as AK-47. In this impending clash between the Lakers and the Jazz possess compelling reasons to win. While the Lakers chase their 9th consecutive victory of the new season, the stage is set for an epic confrontation. The Jazz's starting lineup features Oker, Boozer, Kirilenko, Brewer, and Darren. Typically, Kirilenko serves as a substitute, entering during crucial moments. However, his inclusion from the outset signifies that the Jazz intend to reveal their full strength right away, a clear indication of their aggressive approach. The Lakers, on the other hand, maintain their familiar starting trio: Fisher, Kobe, Odom, Liu Xing, and Zhu. As the lengthy whistle signaling the beginning of the game resonates, the Jazz's home court, the Energy Solutions Arena, rightfully earns its reputation as one of the most formidable venues in the NBA. The high altitude presents an initial challenge, as players must contend with altitude sickness. Furthermore, the arena's structure resembles a well, amplifying echoes and creating an atmosphere where fan fervor reaches deafening heights, almost piercing one's eardrums. In the Energy Solutions Arena, one resounding voice prevails, B. However, Liu Xing remains unfazed, his feet firmly planted on the wooden floor, as he successfully marks his arrival at the Energy Solutions Arena. With rewards duly issued for the host to collect, Liu Xing felt a surge of delight. Is there anything more gratifying in this world than reaping rewards without exertion? There is none. He eagerly opened the treasure chest. Oh, God, I truly do not wish to feign superiority. This damned instantaneous skill is daunting. The match commenced. Zhu and Uku jumped for the ball. Zhu struggled initially, falling behind as Uku successfully secured the ball. He swiftly scored the first points for the Jazz and then passed the ball to Darren as he retreated towards the backcourt. Darren advanced past the half-court line. Immediately, he reached out for a screen, prompting Boozer to emerge from the paint. Opposing Boozer was Liu Xing, who followed suit, trailing closely behind. As the screen was set, Fisher could not maneuver past, and Liu Xing found himself positioned directly in front of Darren. Liu Xing found himself enraptured by the exhilarating joy of acquiring this extraordinary instantaneous skill. His focus wavered slightly at the beginning, as he was not sufficiently attentive to Darren. Engaging Liu Xing, a towering figure, Darren felt a sense of advantage. It was merely a typical case of the smaller overpowering the larger. He commenced with a barrage of taunts. Rookie, welcome to the NBA. Yet, Darren possessed undeniable talent. His dramatic and exaggerated change of direction was a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary player. Liu Xing, not entirely concentrated, stumbled slightly, barely managing to keep pace. In that fleeting moment, Darren abruptly halted and took his shot, instantly pivoting, raising his hands in premature celebration. Liu Xing cursed inwardly, astonished as he turned to witness the outcome. Indeed, the ball thundered through the hoop, producing a sharp swish. The Energy Solutions arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers, with fans fervently chanting Darren's name. Darren reveled in the moment, placing his hand to his ear, urging the crowd to amplify their enthusiasm. The game commenced with an explosive fervor, reaching an immediate crescendo. Was it truly necessary for just a single basket? Liu Xing muttered under his breath, regarding Darren with a look of incredulity. This was merely the beginning. Liu Xing discerned the truth. Tonight, Darren had come solely to humiliate him. No, it was not just him. One could say the entire Jazz team was in on it. The Lakers held possession of the ball. Kobe attempted a mid-range shot, but missed. Underneath the basket, Liu Xing positioned himself, yet Boozer, standing in front of him, was not merely occupying space. His hand tugged at the hem of Liu Xing's shorts while he cleverly evaded the referee's gaze, delivering a covert elbow strike to Liu Xing's abdomen. This blow landed precisely where the lungs and chest converge, a sensitive spot known to those who have endured similar strikes. It was a critical point, comparable to the most vulnerable areas. The pain was unbearable, far beyond what a mere mortal could endure. Liu Xing found himself momentarily gasping for breath, a sensation of discomfort overwhelming him. The basketball was cradled in Boozer's arms, who subsequently passed it to Darren. Initially, Liu Xing perceived no malice in the situation, assuming it was merely an inadvertent act. After all, in the realm of basketball, such physical contact is commonplace, and one might consider it merely a part of the game. However, his thoughts were not shared by others. Following a surreptitious elbow jab, Liu Xing struggled to regain his composure, while Boozer feigned ignorance, deliberately ignoring Liu Xing's evident distress as he clutched his abdomen. Caught unprepared, Liu Xing was jolted off balance, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet the ordeal did not end there. Boozer, dismissive of Liu Xing's plight, shot him a scornful glance filled with contempt, and with audacity, made a gesture across his throat, exuding an air of extreme arrogance. Liu Xing had never been so infuriated. Just because the tiger does not roar, do you take me for a sickly cat? Does everyone wish to trample upon my dignity? While my sister-in-law may endure, my uncle shall not. Liu Xing initially intended to retain the instantaneous skill he had just acquired for later use. However, he has now altered his decision. The Jazz possessed the ball. Darren, with the ball in hand, crosses half-court. Liu Xing endured the pain as he crossed half-court, establishing his position. Darren stood at the top of the three-point arc, orchestrating the offense with a gesture. The other Jazz players immediately understood and spread out, clearing the court. Beneath the basket stood Boozer and Liu Xing, with Boozer backing into Liu Xing, demanding the ball. Darren passed it in. The Jazz fans in the front row rose to their feet, cheering for Boozer, while some more fervent supporters hurled insults at Liu Xing, tearing him apart like a yellow-haired monkey, crushing him. With the support of his hometown fans, Boozer grew even more invigorated, holding the ball with his back to the basket, presenting a triple threat stance against Liu Xing. A scornful smile spread across his face as he sneered, "Rookie, welcome to the NBA. No, I'm not looking for trouble with you. Yet you seem to provoke me even further." Liu Xing quietly cursed under his breath. He immediately activated the death embrace, and not only that, he also invoked the instantaneous skill, King of Blocks. This skill disregards any form of attack and guarantees a total of 17 blocks once activated. In the Tianqiao XL live broadcast room, the host Kofan, along with others, stepped aside, while Boozer made his move against Liu Xing. The Jazz were clearly exploiting Liu Xing's lack of physicality. This is the nature of competitive sports. The arena is a battlefield where weaknesses are ruthlessly magnified. The Jazz had accurately identified Liu Xing's physical shortcomings and were intent on taking full advantage of them. Liu Xing was in trouble. The renowned commentator Yang Yi added. As Boozer moved in, he charged forward, attempting to use his body to clear a path against Liu Xing. However, upon collision, he was taken aback. His gaze faltered. Bewildered, what was going on? This slender core was remarkably strong, like an immovable mountain. Boozer thought to himself, after the first attempt, he could not budge Liu Xing. He tried again, but Liu Xing stood firm, arms outstretched in a solid stance. Despite Boozer's persistent efforts, he found himself unable to overpower Liu Xing. Not even 3 minutes into the game, beads of sweat were already rolling down Boozer's forehead. The Jazz fans on the sidelines were growing impatient, shouting, "What are you doing? Boozer, tear him apart." Boozer crush him. Yet, in that moment, Boozer opted to pass the ball to Darren. Darren received the ball and passed it back to Boozer. Whether he wanted to or not, Boozer had to engage. Resolute, he charged once more, but still could not break through. Thinking, this kid is remarkably tough. Unable to overpower him, he decided to employ finesse. He attempted to push again, but failed to make contact. Seizing the moment, Boozer spun around and took a jump shot. Smirking to himself, no matter how tough you are, you can't stop my shot. However, in an instant, his confidence was shattered. A shadow leaped into the air, launching a ferocious block against his shot, sending the basketball soaring away like a cannonball, crashing to the floor and then bouncing out of the arena. This spectacle unfolded too swiftly for Boozer to react. He was left stunned. Was that even possible? Within the once boisterous Energy Solutions arena, an eerie silence fell. Having successfully blocked the shot, Liu Xing descended, shaking his head and wagging his right index finger at Boozer, murmuring, In the Tianqiao XL live broadcast room, host Ke Fan exclaimed with glee as he remarked on Liu Xing's impressive block, describing it as a magnificent volleyball-style rejection that sent the ball flying at least 10 meters out of bounds. I told you, Boozer shouldn't play like that against Liu Xing. Isn't he courting disaster? Renowned commentator Yang Yi hastily adjusted his earlier statements. Host Ke Fan, with a look of incredulity, noted the inconsistency. Teacher Yang, I remember you didn't say that just a moment ago, did you? Oh dear, let us not dwell on such trivial details. Boozer was infuriated. To be provoked by a novice he was meant to mentor, especially on his own turf and in front of so many local supporters, was more than he could bear. The Jazz fans at the Energy Solutions arena could hardly contain their disdain. An overwhelming tide of boos engulfed the venue in an instant. The spectators were so incensed that they unleashed a torrent of venomous curses, wishing they could tear Liu Xing apart. Boozer strode towards Liu Xing, puffing out his chest and glaring fiercely, as if he intended to devour him. He sought to intimidate Liu Xing with his imposing presence, hoping to compel him into submission. Yet, Liu Xing was no stranger to high-pressure situations. Before Boozer could utter a single taunt, Liu Xing dominated the game with his remarkable shot-blocking prowess. Years later, in a bid to earn a living, Boozer reluctantly participated in a podcast. During the show, the host inquired, throughout your career, you faced the legendary Liu Xing multiple times. Could you share with us your strategies for dealing with him? At the mere mention of Liu Xing, Boozer became visibly agitated. After a lengthy pause to compose himself, his eyes filled with trepidation, he inhaled deeply for about 10 seconds before slowly responding, I had no effective strategy against him. However, I knew one thing, do not provoke him. The consequences of angering him are severe. So, are you looking for a fight? What grand scenes has Liu Xing not witnessed? Certainly, he would not be intimidated by Boozer. Fighting is a relic of the Republic era. In this day and age, such trivial pursuits are hardly engaged in by anyone. Liu Xing made up his mind. If Boozer truly intended to engage, he would falter at the slightest touch, a single punch worth 100,000. Let us see how much he possesses. The truth revealed that Boozer was merely a paper tiger, proficient only in hollow bravado. With Liu Xing's powerful shout, Boozer's momentum suddenly diminished. Why had no one come to his aid? How would this situation conclude? He certainly would not resort to violence. His wealth had not been acquired through mere chance. His intention was merely to intimidate Liu Xing, yet he had not anticipated Liu Xing's remarkable fortitude. At last, reinforcements arrived for Boozer, revitalizing his spirit. Rookie, you have provoked me, and the cost will be beyond your comprehension. Just wait, he said. Jabbing his index finger menacingly at Liu Xing harbored a profound disdain for anyone who dared to point a finger at him. None were exempt from his ire. You wish to part with your finger, do you? He uttered as he advanced menacingly towards Boozer, intent on dislodging the offending digit. Boozer found himself momentarily intimidated by Liu Xing's formidable presence, his bravado swiftly dissipating as he retreated while muttering, Don't pull me back. I intend to deal with this rookie. Yet, his teammates remained unyielding, offering him no assistance. The referee intervened, administering equal punishment to both parties, which finally brought a semblance of calm to the scene, allowing the match to proceed. It was only then that Boozer exhaled in relief. He had genuinely been unsettled by Liu Xing's imposing demeanor. He had never anticipated that a mere fledgling in the sport could possess such an alarming aura. Since joining the NBA, this was an unprecedented experience for him. Trembling with trepidation, Boozer maintained a day of bravado, for despite the Jazz's 24-second violation, the ball, though deflected out of bounds by Liu Xing, remained in the possession of the Lakers. Liu Xing requested the ball at the free throw line. Kobe passed it to him. In this match, Kobe demonstrated remarkable patience. First engaging his teammates in the play, Liu Xing received the pass. Boozer allowed Liu Xing a moment's space. Observing that Boozer did not approach, Liu Xing took the shot directly. Boozer, thinking Liu Xing would miss, turned to position himself for a rebound as soon as he saw Liu Xing release the ball. He attempted to defend Liu Xing in the same manner he would against Howard, which seemed rather dismissive. In response, Liu Xing merely chuckled, executing a swift motion as the ball sailed through the net, effectively slapping Boozer's expectations in the face. Coincidentally, as he passed by Liu Xing, Boozer remarked with a hint of arrogance. To this, Liu Xing simply chuckled. The Jazz were not a concern. Liu Xing secured the rebound, positioning himself at the free throw line, calling for the ball. Kobe responded, passing it back. This time, Boozer lunged towards Liu Xing, verbally insisting, "Don't score, don't score." Yet his body betrayed him as he leaped in to disrupt. Nevertheless, Liu Xing faced his defense boldly and scored once more. Swish, the ball went through the net. Liu Xing opened the game for the Lakers, establishing an early lead of 4-2. Boozer, still underestimating Liu Xing, remarked, "All right, this kid can be quite deceptive. Now, I shall show you what true physicality means." As he defended Liu Xing, Boozer shed any semblance of underestimation. With the ball in hand, he charged forward, as if determined to merge his body with Liu Xing's. Yet, would this be enough? With a swift motion, Liu Xing took the shot, effortlessly scoring, bringing the tally to 6-2. At that moment, the hoop seemed as familiar to Liu Xing as his own home, wide as the Pacific Ocean. Boozer stood stunned, momentarily lost in disbelief. Is this really happening? This kid possesses something special. After sinking 5 consecutive shots, Liu Xing glided past Boozer, casually uttering, "Just a coincidence." Boozer's composure began to unravel. At that moment, Liu Xing ignited a fire within him, declaring, "Rookie, you have crossed me, and there will be dire consequences." The severity of Liu Xing's situation remains uncertain. However, it is an undeniable fact that Boozer has faced considerable hardship. The Lakers boast a formidable duo in the paint, comprising Liu Xing and the imposing figure of Boozer. Given Boozer's substantial physique, any player daring to approach him in the paint is practically courting disaster. Additionally, Liu Xing, with his spider-like height and impressive wingspan, excels in defensive assistance, effectively stifling the Jazz's interior scoring prowess. Moreover, the Jazz's perimeter shooting today has been notably inaccurate. In the opening 5 possessions, they attempted 5 three-pointers, yet failed to convert a single one. Consequently, the Jazz have been compelled to rely more heavily on their inside game. In the presence of Liu Xing, a formidable force, every opponent who dares to challenge him meets their demise. 1 falls, 2 perish in tandem. He guards the paint with an aura that suggests a fatalistic welcome to any who dare approach. Merely 3 minutes into the first quarter, Liu Xing has already recorded 6 blocks, 4 against Boozer and 2 against Darren. This relentless display of defense compelled Sloan to request a timeout even before the official one arrived. He had no choice. The game would slip away if he hesitated any longer. With a score of 16-2. It was only after Darren managed to score 2 points that the Lakers seized the initiative, propelled by Liu Xing's blocks, unleashing a devastating 16-2 run. The Jazz appeared to be on the verge of being overwhelmed. Of those 16 points, Liu Xing alone contributed 10, while Kobe added 6. The Lakers' scoring was intricately linked to the counterattacks following Liu Xing's defensive prowess. The Jazz were stifled by the Lakers. More accurately, they were halted by Liu Xing. Darren, feeling increasingly frustrated, had already been blocked twice within the first 3 minutes. This humiliation drew discontent from the fans at the Energy Solutions Arena. As the star player, being embarrassed on home turf was a bitter pill to swallow. Darren vented his frustration towards Boozer during the timeout, exclaiming, "Damn it, that kid has some serious skills. He doesn't play like a rookie, he resembles a seasoned veteran." However, despite his bravado, Boozer felt a twinge of insecurity. Speaking of making Liu Xing pay was one thing, executing it was another matter entirely. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Sloan, attempting to instill a fighting spirit in his team, reminded them that this was their territory. Yet, the Lakers' methodical dismantling of the Jazz left them utterly flummoxed. With 2 monstrous defenders patrolling the paint, one an immovable force, the other a relentless behemoth, the sight alone was disheartening for the Jazz. Furthermore, the Jazz's lack of outside shooting proved catastrophic. Each time they attempted to penetrate the Lakers' interior, Liu Xing stood resolute. Darren, feeling the weight of repeated blocks from Liu Xing, initially struggled to comprehend how to breach this defensive wall. Following the timeout, he attempted a shot from the perimeter, only to miss entirely, the ball clanging off the rim due to Liu Xing's interference. A rare smattering of boos erupted from the crowd, and though faint, they were unmistakable to Darren. Being jeered by his own fans in his home arena was a dismal experience, and all of this was orchestrated by Liu Xing, who had ascended to the status of the Lakers' guardian of the paint. His partnership with the formidable center fortified the Lakers' defense, rendering it impenetrable. Sloan, observing Liu Xing's commanding presence, felt his composure begin to fray, muttering to himself in frustration, "What manner of monster is this? The Lakers must be cheating." Inju, renowned as the Little Shark, has earned his place among the elite centers of the NBA. Now, with the addition of Liu Xing, the situation becomes increasingly challenging. The Jazz struggle to find their rhythm from the perimeter, while the Lakers' interior defense stands resolute as an impregnable fortress, leaving Sloan utterly perplexed. A timeout was called, yet it yielded no tangible results. The Jazz found themselves ensnared in a scoring drought, akin to a power outage, with no points to their name. Conversely, the Lakers flourished, extending their lead to an astonishing 24-2, a disparity that marks the largest margin at the season's onset. The arena's DJ even exclaimed in disbelief, questioning the Jazz's dismal performance as they wrestled with unprecedented difficulties. What began as mere scattered boos escalated into a prolonged 6-minute period without a single point from the Jazz, prompting disgruntled fans at the Energy Solutions Arena to voice their discontent. What kind of abysmal display is this? They paid to witness such agony? Frustration led to calls for refunds as Jazz supporters, once filled with high expectations, now grappled with the harsh reality, creating a palpable imbalance in their sentiments. At the 6:36 mark, an official timeout was called earlier than usual, granting the Jazz a fleeting moment to regroup. However, this respite was short-lived as they faced the relentless advance of the Lakers. With no viable options left, Sloan made a decisive gesture, instructing Darren to unleash his full potential and ace up the Jazz's sleeve. From the outset, this was the strategy the Jazz needed to employ. The Lakers' defense imposed tremendous pressure. Yet Darren welcomed the challenge with open arms, seizing the opportunity he had long desired. The Jazz fans, eager for a spark, directed their fervor towards him in such moments. Failure to rise to the occasion would jeopardize his standing with the Utah Jazz faithful. To bolster his confidence, Darren took a bold step, confronting Liu Xing, warning him not to revel in his moment, for the true spectacle was just beginning. Liu Xing felt a sense of bewilderment, as he had no past grievances with DeLong, nor any recent animosity. Such insolence from an uncle is intolerable, and my sister-in-law will not stand for it. I eagerly anticipate the outcome, Liu Xing retorted. Without instantaneous skills, Liu Xing was undeterred by the diminutive stature of DeLong. With such skills, it would be a complete rout. Liu Xing gazed at Darren with a mixture of sympathy and pity, pondering whether this match would lead him to question the very essence of life itself. Yet, this thought was swiftly cast aside. The moment he recalled how Darren had flaunted himself right from the start, he felt little remorse. He believed that those who show off often invite misfortune upon themselves. And in this instance, Darren was no exception. A long, piercing whistle echoed, signaling the continuation of the match. The Jazz now possessed the ball, with a score of 24-2. The Jazz had been thoroughly dominated by the Lakers at the onset, and they were in dire need of a player to step up and break the deadlock. Darren, without hesitation, took charge. He dribbled past half-court, gesturing to his teammates to create space, then signaled for Boozer to come out for a pick, seeking an opportunity to exploit a mismatch. As Boozer stepped forward, Liu Xing positioned himself directly in front of Darren. The latter, facing Liu Xing, alternated his dribbling between hands while muttering words of caution about Liu's ribs. Suddenly, Darren executed a sharp rightward change of direction, a signature move characterized by a dramatic shift in momentum. This maneuver was typically insurmountable for most, and Darren's attempts to exploit size mismatches had proven consistently effective. However, Darren had underestimated Liu Xing. Liu's relentless defense was not mere bravado. He preemptively positioned himself in Darren's path, effectively thwarting his advance. This unexpected resistance left Darren momentarily astonished, for most opponents would have succumbed to his tactic. Nevertheless, a fleeting surprise was all he allowed himself, and he quickly resolved to execute a series of moves. After the change of direction, he sidestepped one step, creating space. With a fluidity that was nothing short of mesmerizing, Darren rose to take a shot. The sequence unfolded with grace, captivating the spectators, who gasped in awe at the front row. In the broadcast booth, host Kofan exclaimed in astonishment, "Here it comes." Darren's signature move, a front change of direction followed by a lateral step jump shot. This one-on-one is nothing short of textbook perfection. Liu Xing's defense had been commendable. Yet against elite offense, he still appeared somewhat inexperienced. Famous commentator Yang Yi echoed this sentiment. However, as soon as his words left his lips, Liu Xing delivered a resounding rebuttal, akin to slapping a pig. Darren's lateral movement seemed to have shaken Liu off, yet he had underestimated Liu's explosive power and innate abilities. As Darren released the shot, the ball ricocheted off the rim. In an instant, Liu Xing shouted and leapt into action. He soared through the air like a formidable barrier. Darren was left dumbfounded, his lips quivering as disbelief washed over his face. In midair, Liu Xing swung his right arm, tracing a semicircle, and with tremendous force, he swatted Darren's shot away, sending the basketball soaring into the open space behind Darren. With a resounding thud, the ball was propelled high into the air. The Jazz fans at the Energy Solutions Arena were left astonished. The previously boisterous arena fell into an eerie silence, as if frozen in time. Every Jazz fan wore a singular expression, mouth agape in disbelief, eyes wide as saucers, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. After a prolonged moment, the arena DJ stammered, "What? What have I just witnessed?" The voice trembled slightly. The first to react were the Lakers players, led by Kobe, who hurried over to high-five Liu Xing and thump their chests. Kobe was particularly exuberant. Liu Xing's block seemed to bring him as much joy as if it were his own. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was even happier than Liu Xing himself. "What a magnificent star we needed!" Kobe exclaimed animatedly, spitting words in excitement. Liu Xing could tolerate this exuberance, but he cautioned, "Kobe, please mind your language. Calling me a star may lead to misunderstandings. I am not involved in that. Furthermore," he added, "your eyes are filled with hearts. Tone it down a bit. It creates a rather poor impression." The Lakers' head coach, known as the Zen Master, was already grinning from ear to ear. As a legendary coach, he had witnessed countless grand moments, yet it was rare for anything to truly move him. However, Liu Xing's performance had indeed astonished him, and a radiant smile blossomed on his face, akin to a flourishing chrysanthemum, as he applauded vigorously. In the XL live broadcast room, host Kofan was beside himself with excitement, leaning forward as his mouth nearly split from ear to ear, his eyes popping out of their sockets. "I can't believe this. This reaction time, this defensive coverage. After all these years of watching games, I have never seen anything like this. It is simply unbelievable." He requested the director to replay the moment. Renowned commentator Yang Yi quickly corrected himself, saying, "No, that's not right. I misspoke. What I meant to say is that Darren has encountered trouble." Host Kofan, with a furrowed brow, asked, "Teacher Yang, are you serious? The internet does have a memory. You know." Ultimately, he remarked, "Teacher Yang, how are you holding up?" Liu Xing executed a remarkable block. In an instant, Kobe seized the ball, launching a swift counterattack. The Lakers, executing a flawless defensive transition, scored another 2 points, bringing the tally to 26-2. This score not only marked the largest opening margin in the NBA's new season, but also signaled an impending rout for the Jazz. Darren, undeterred by the unfolding chaos, found himself somewhat intoxicated by the moment. He approached with the ball, seeking out Boozer, intent on a screen-and-roll play against Liu Xing. He was fiercely determined to prove his worth. In an aggressive move, Darren unleashed a shot, attributing his earlier success to mere chance. He declared, "Do not waste your efforts. You cannot contend with me." Liu Xing, however, retaliated with an unrelenting counter, infuriating Darren beyond measure, his eyes ablaze with fury. Without hesitation, he charged forward, playing with an urgency that overshadowed his reason. Ignoring the coach Sloan's advice to remain calm, he was singularly focused on dismantling his opponent. Yet, in his fervor, Darren, with aspirations soaring high, found himself vulnerable as Liu Xing thwarted his advance with another astonishing block, eclipsing him entirely. In a surprising turn, Darren collided with Liu Xing. And amusingly, the lanky Liu Xing sent the stout Darren sprawling out of bounds, tumbling to the ground. The fans at the Energy Solutions Arena gasped collectively, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. The DJ, equally bewildered, exclaimed, "What? Did I just witness that? Is this real? Am I dreaming?" His incredulity mirrored that of the stunned audience, who were left in disbelief. The high-definition cameras captured Darren's astonished visage, filled with frustration. A frustration that quickly morphed into humiliation. After being thwarted 4 times in the first quarter alone, he had not only failed but had also suffered a grave indignity, as Liu Xing had decisively bested him. Despite being an all-star, he found himself outmatched by a rookie, leaving him utterly disgraced. Struggling to regain his composure, he sought to confront Liu Xing, yet such a display was patently unbecoming. The fans in the arena sensed his profound embarrassment. In truth, Darren had no reason to feel alone in his shame, as the entire Jazz team had been collectively overwhelmed. In the first quarter, Liu Xing seemingly overpowered every member of the Jazz, leaving none untouched as he skillfully dominated the court. Liu Xing executed a magnificent block. The Jazz possessed the ball. With only 2 seconds remaining in the 24-second shot clock, it appeared the Jazz were on the verge of a turnover. Darren, in a moment of inspiration, unleashed a spectacular move, hurling the ball directly towards the hoop. There was a slight opening beneath the Lakers' basket, an opportunity that the Jazz's AK-47 astutely seized. With a bend of the knees and a powerful leap, he was poised to break the scoring drought for the Jazz. For the past 6 minutes, they had been unable to score a single point, and as this shot seemed destined to succeed, many Jazz fans seated in the front row began to rise in anticipation, ready to cheer. Scoring even 1 point was a monumental challenge for the Jazz. This shot felt like a refreshing bottle of chilled plum juice on a sweltering summer day. Just as AK-47 believed he was about to shatter the scoring drought for the Jazz, Liu Xing, once again, emerged as the decisive force. Liu Xing is akin to a guardian deity of the Lakers' paint, omnipresent and capable of achieving the impossible, while his adversaries remain oblivious to his prowess. AK-47 is no fool. Having witnessed Darren and Boozer being relentlessly thwarted, he became wary of Liu Xing. Before embarking on his own maneuver, he deliberately sought out Liu Xing's position, only proceeding when he deemed Liu Xing to be at a safe distance. He believed success was within reach, yet to his astonishment, Liu Xing's movements were astoundingly swift. His defensive coverage expansive. Indeed, his agility rivaled that of lightning, complemented by the impressive height and wingspan of this lanky youth. AK-47, a prodigy of Russian basketball, had always stood out amongst his peers, ultimately making his way to the NBA, where he had encountered every form of talent imaginable. However, Liu Xing, a rare amalgamation of strength, speed, and leaping ability, was unlike any he had ever faced. In that moment, AK-47 felt the crushing weight of Liu Xing's innate gifts. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he pondered the significance of the sport itself. It was a disheartening realization, akin to awakening from a dream only to find it shattered. Particularly after Liu Xing's imposing volleyball-style block, the intensity of his gaze instilled a sense of unease within AK-47. Regret washed over him for having heeded Boozer's foolish advice to teach the young talents from the East a lesson. Given the circumstances, merely avoiding humiliation felt like a stroke of luck. Not only was AK-47 ensnared by Liu Xing's prowess, but Jazz center Oker also found himself under the young athlete's spell. In a bid to exploit the perceived mismatch, Oker attempted to back down Liu Xing. While he was no offensive juggernaut, he was still a remarkable talent within the NBA, a realm where only the exceptional thrive. Relying on his additional 40 pounds of weight, Oker aimed to overpower Liu Xing. However, the outcome was painfully evident. Despite his weight advantage, he could not budge Liu Xing an inch. Liu Xing resembled a small mountain. The first attempt by Oker was futile. The second attempt also yielded no success, yet he persevered with a third endeavor. Liu Xing abruptly withdrew his chair, and Oker, whose lower limbs were already compromised, dashed off the court, violating the walking rule. The Jazz fans were filled with discontent, exclaiming in frustration that even a bamboo pole could not withstand such force. The chorus of derisive softies echoed incessantly. In Oker's heart, he could not express his thoughts. If you're so capable, why don't you step up? The struggle was indeed arduous, yet Oker was more astonished by the sheer strength of this bamboo-like individual, who weighed 40 pounds less than him. Despite exerting all his might, he could not budge him an inch. To make matters worse, he was toyed with. Was this person a rookie? Why did he resemble a beast? After experiencing this humiliation, Oker turned to Boozer with a questioning gaze, seeking confirmation. My big-chested brother, was the intel incorrect? You called him a rookie? He is nothing short of a prodigy. With a record-setting 70 blocks, he became the youngest player to achieve such a feat in history. As the first quarter concluded, the whistle blew, and the score stood at 8-41, with the Lakers dominating the game through Liu Xing's fierce and relentless defense, utterly overwhelming the Jazz, who faltered in that quarter. Liu Xing achieved an astonishing 12 blocks within a single quarter, establishing a new record for the most blocks in NBA history for a single period. Furthermore, during this remarkable feat, he also scored 16 points, attaining an impressive plus-minus of 36 in the first quarter. This figure surpasses even that of the Lakers star, Kobe Bryant, who managed to score 18 points during the same quarter, contributing to the Lakers' total of 80 points. In addition, Kobe delivered several breathtaking offensive plays that left fans in awe. However, when comparing their core contributions, Liu Xing outperformed him by 12. Thanks to the stellar performances of Liu Xing and Kobe, the Jazz suffered a humiliating defeat, marking the largest single-quarter point differential in NBA history at 8-41, resulting in a 31-point loss for the Jazz. As the first quarter concluded, Jazz fans at the Energy Solutions Arena were incensed, questioning the team's promise to triumph over the Lakers and end their three-game losing streak. They had anticipated a decisive victory, believing the Lakers were not formidable. In summary, the pregame confidence of the Jazz players was met with a harsh reality. Initially, Jazz fans sensed something amiss as their team was being overwhelmed. But they could hardly have foreseen the ferocity with which the Lakers, under Liu Xing's leadership, executed their suffocating defense. As the game progressed, they exclaimed in disbelief, "What is happening?" By the end of the first quarter, discontent erupted, and fans expressed their frustration openly. Located in Salt Lake City, Utah, a region often overlooked economically, the Jazz nonetheless boast one of the most passionate basketball fan bases in the country. Due to its geographical positioning, Utah Jazz also holds the title of the NBA's most formidable home court. However, even the most devoted fans turned against their team after such a dismal performance in the first quarter, showering them with boos, an unusual occurrence directed towards their own players. In an effort to provoke the Jazz, fans even cheered for the visiting Lakers. Before the game commenced, Jazz supporters rallied under the slogan "Be," but by the second quarter, their chant had morphed into "Let us go." The rapid turnaround left many astonished. Renowned commentator Yang exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Did I just hear support for the Lakers here in Salt Lake City, at the Energy Solutions Arena?" It was an unprecedented moment, one that I, as a basketball news editor and commentator for many years, had never witnessed before. This is Salt Lake City, home of the Utah Jazz and the NBA's most daunting arena. And yet the fans had turned against their team. In the past, when Michael Jordan triumphed over the Jazz to claim championships, their fans had not been as despondent. It seems the hearts of Jazz supporters have been truly shattered. Yang continued to speak. It is not solely Yang, the renowned basketball commentator from ESPN, often referred to as the American Yang Stephen A. Smith, exclaimed after witnessing the first quarter of the Jazz game. "What on earth has transpired?" TNT's esteemed analyst Charles Barkley jested, "Am I mistaken? Aren't the Lakers playing away tonight, rather than at home? I can't believe I'm hearing cheers for the Lakers at the Energy Solutions Arena." The depth of affection breeds a fervent criticism. With such adoration comes an equal measure of disdain. The Jazz fans not only rallied vocally for the Lakers, but also erupted in wild cheers at the mere touch of Liu Xing's ball. When Liu Xing approached the free throw line, they vociferously chanted his name, while the Jazz supporters shouted VP. The Jazz head coach, Jerry Sloan, wore a grim expression, as this moment stands as one of the most humiliating in his coaching career. Since 1988, Sloan has been at the helm of the Jazz, marking his 20th season today. In the realm of the NBA, it is well acknowledged that the average tenure of a head coach seldom exceeds 8 years. Surpassing this threshold signifies a commendable coach, while doubling it elevates one to the status of an elite coach. In light of this, should a head coach dedicate their entire career to a single franchise and achieve the remarkable feat of 1,000 victories? It borders on the extraordinary and is destined to be etched in history. To label such an individual a legend would be no exaggeration. However, the prolonged tenure of Jerry Sloan with the Utah Jazz was not merely a matter of clocking in years. It was a testament to his exceptional prowess. His hallmark was a steely resolve and unyielding spirit. Under his stewardship, the Jazz embodied this indomitable attitude. Losing was never an option. At the conclusion of the first quarter, Sloan fervently rallied his players, exclaiming, "Gentlemen, this is a battle, a contest between men. Steel yourselves and do not falter like a weakling. Look at the fans who support you." Surprisingly, his motivational approach, honed over the years, proved effective. Following the first quarter, the Jazz players appeared disheartened, particularly the core player Darren Williams, who looked vacant and lifeless, akin to a wilted vegetable. Yet, Sloan's stirring words reignited their fighting spirit. As the second quarter commenced, the Jazz abandoned their regular rotation, opting to keep their starters on the floor, intent on narrowing the deficit. Within the first 3 minutes of the second quarter, they achieved some success. The early part of the second quarter coincided with the Lakers' star players, Kobe Bryant and Liu Xing, taking their customary rest. Despite their substantial lead from the first quarter, Phil Jackson remained unfazed by the Jazz's decision to utilize their full strength. While understandable, this strategy exhibited a hint of complacency. The Lakers' current lineup was not as invincible as he had presumed, leaving little room for error. Moreover, Darren played with a burning intensity. Without Liu Xing's presence, the defensive pressure on him was significantly alleviated. The Jazz maintained their conventional tactics, utilizing a pick and roll between Darren and Carlos Boozer. When Darren faced off against the sluggish defender, Andrew Bynum, he initially encountered some difficulty. However, upon realizing that Bynum's reaction speed paled in comparison to Liu Xing's, he thrived. With a swift change of direction, Bynum was caught off guard, allowing Darren to rise up for a jump shot with unshakable confidence, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. The rhythm returned, and the ball struck the target with precision, producing a satisfying swish. Darren, brimming with pride, not only celebrated his success but also cast a challenging glare towards Liu Xing on the Lakers bench, clearly indicating his intent to dismantle the Utah Jazz. The provocation was unmistakably evident. Liu Xing mused to himself, "The little chubby one truly does not grasp the gravity of his situation. Just wait. You shall experience the consequences of your actions." In the face of the system, he remained unfazed by Darren's provocations, turning away dismissively, choosing to cleanse his vision from the trivialities before him. However, with Liu Xing's formidable presence no longer dominating the interior, it was no wonder that the Jazz aspired to claim the championship title. Such aspirations were not unfounded. They played with remarkable coherence, especially after Darren regained his confidence, scoring 6 consecutive points, all through penetrating the Lakers' defense. With Liu Xing absent, Nju's solo efforts to protect the rim proved insufficient, a fact exacerbated by his sluggish movements. Moreover, Nju displayed a distinct lethargy. Should he fail to receive the ball within 2 possessions, he would lose the will to run, a common affliction among towering centers. The Lakers, plagued by a succession of errors, allowed the Jazz to seize the opportunity, narrowing the score gap to 24 points. Nevertheless, the Zen master remained unperturbed, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. Seated on the bench, he bore a Mona Lisa smile, embodying the essence of assured victory. This demeanor incited frustration in Sloan, who thought to himself, "With Kobe, Jordan, the Big Shark, and today's Liu Xing, I too can prevail." The Zen master maintained his composure while Darren flourished, and the rebellious Boozer, unshackled from Liu Xing's constraints, unleashed his full potential. With a pick and roll at the top of the arc, Boozer drove down with the ball, exploiting Nju's absence from the help defense and his fleeting moment of distraction. Boozer seized the opportunity, charging forward for a commanding dunk. This display of athleticism ignited a fervor among Jazz fans who had momentarily turned against their team. The energy within Energy Solutions Arena surged as the crowd erupted in chants of "B," the exuberance reverberating as if it could shatter the arena's overhead screens. The Jazz glimpsed the light of victory. Within 3 minutes of the second quarter, they had reduced the 33-point deficit to just 22, seizing the initiative. There was a palpable sense of joy akin to recovering something precious, invigorating the team. Additionally, the previously subdued players had regained their vigor. Following his emphatic dunk, Boozer's competitive spirit soared as he showcased a stunning block against Odom, who had attempted to dominate the rim. With precision, Boozer targeted the opportunity, delivering a resounding rejection. Having endured a relentless first quarter at the hands of Liu Xing, Boozer finally found his rhythm in the game. After successfully blocking the shot, he stood beneath the basket, gazing skyward and unleashing a triumphant roar. Still not satiated, he pounded his chest twice, channeling his exhilaration. The Jazz fans, their blood surging, reveled in the spectacle. As the arena erupted in waves of sound, each crescendo threatening to collapse the very roof above them. In the Tianchao XL live broadcast room, host Kufan expressed his concerns, stating, "The Jazz are gaining momentum. The Lakers are in trouble." Once the Jazz gained momentum, it became exceedingly challenging for the Lakers to stifle their advance. Despite the Jazz initially being taken aback, one must remember that they are a formidable team in the Western Conference, not to be underestimated. Should they catch a glimpse of opportunity, they will fight tooth and nail. Teacher Yang, what strategies do you believe the Lakers should employ to curb the Jazz's surge? Yang Yi candidly remarked, but Liu Xing on. Currently, the Lakers are grappling with lax defense that the Jazz have exploited. In the next round, the Zen Master ought to call a timeout. However, in the ensuing play, despite the opportunity for a dead ball, the Zen Master remained seated on the bench, showing no intention to substitute players. This left Yang Yi astonished, exclaiming, "What? The Zen Master hasn't he made a substitution? That seems rather reckless." With the Jazz's three-pointer, the gap had widened to 17 points. And it was only the second quarter. 17 points is no small deficit, yet it is also not insurmountable. Host Kofan echoed this sentiment, questioning the Zen Master's apparent hesitance. Indeed, while Liu Xing's defense is commendable, with the Jazz currently on the rise, whether he can effectively contain them remains uncertain. Yang Yi expressed with concern. With a score of 29-46, the Lakers had managed only 5 points in the past 3 minutes. While the Jazz had amassed 21, both their offense and defense were in disarray. The Jazz were fully unleashed. With possession of the ball, Darren and Boozer executed a pick and roll. After the play, Darren faced off against an opponent, brimming with confidence, and, from beyond the arc, he showcased his skills. A lateral step, followed by a three-point shot. And Darren was in a celebratory mood, turning to raise his arms in triumph, exuding confidence. The ball soared through the air, crashing into the net with a resounding swish. The DJ at the venue deliberately elongated the announcement of Darren's name, as his reversal of fortune electrified the Energy Solutions arena. Jazz fans reveled in their team's success, chanting Darren's name in unison. With newfound confidence, Darren cast a glance towards the Lakers bench, specifically at Liu Xing, glaring at him while making a throat-cutting gesture, exuding an air of provocation. In response, Liu Xing simply chuckled, glancing at the Zen Master, who reciprocated the look, exuding an unshakable calm, as if to suggest he had an ace up his sleeve. However, he dismissed the notion, recognizing that the Zen Master was not destined for greatness. With no substitutions called, the Zen Master had limited options available to him. Kobe also glanced at the Zen Master, who did not summon him either, leaving Kobe feeling somewhat anxious. The Jazz's momentum had reached a fever pitch, and the Salt Lake City crowd roared, eager to devour the Lakers. In the XL Live broadcast, host Kofan expressed his concerns. The Lakers have truly faltered, with a score of 32-46 and a 14-point deficit. The first half is not yet over, and the Jazz still have ample time. 14 points is not an insurmountable gap. The Jazz is currently surging, and it seems the Lakers are facing difficulties. Who can argue otherwise? It would have been prudent for the Zen Master to make early substitutions. They are, in essence, complicating their own circumstances. It appears the Lakers are destined for tragedy tonight. As Yang Yi remarked, historically, arrogant warriors are bound to fail. The host, Kofan, pondered the Zen Master's reluctance to substitute Kobe and Liu Xing, questioning the underlying reasons. Is it perhaps due to injuries? Yet there have been no reports concerning either player's health prior to the game, leaving many perplexed. Yang Yi suggested that only the Zen Master truly understands this decision, though it is not entirely surprising. This has been a recurring issue for him. He is reluctant to call timeouts and generally prefers that players resolve matters themselves. Only when they are unable to do so does he intervene. Finally, as the second quarter reached 5 minutes and 36 seconds, an opportunity for a timeout arose during a dead ball. The Zen Master, who had been as still as a meditating monk, finally rose to make the necessary substitutions. Liu Xing and Kobe have returned to the arena. The Utah Jazz, with a score of 0-72, are on the verge of disbandment. Coach Zen's adjustments have drawn immense criticism, particularly when Liu Xing and Kobe entered the game. Their impact was not immediately evident. Instead, the Jazz managed to narrow the deficit to a mere 9 points, 37-46. The Energy Solutions arena erupted with cheers for B, resonating through the air, while the jeers directed at Coach Zen surged like a tide, engulfing him. The on-site photographers focused on Zen, who sat at the sidelines like a meditative monk, unperturbed, devoid of any emotion. His demeanor projected an air of ineptitude and indifference. The live broadcast even showcased his expression on the big screen, prompting Sloan to glance up in displeasure, muttering, "What a show-off." Yet, he remained wary. Why was Zen so composed? Did he have a hidden strategy? Why did he exude such confidence? In the Tianchao XL livestream, host Kofan directly critiqued Zen, stating that although he may be a ringmaster among NBA coaches and a future legendary figure, his recent substitutions were indeed tardy. Kofan remarked that Phil Jackson essentially dug his own grave. His frustration was palpable, questioning Zen's coaching abilities. After all, the Lakers had seen a 33-point lead evaporate into single digits, with Zen bearing a significant share of the blame. He should have called a timeout. Had he made earlier substitutions, the Lakers might not have found themselves in such a precarious situation. Renowned basketball commentator Yang E echoed these sentiments, stating the Lakers are currently struggling, while the Jazz are gaining momentum, with Darren and Boozer finding their rhythm, leaving the Lakers unable to contain them. Host Kofan expressed his concern, lamenting how a favorable situation had turned into a dire one. The Lakers' mismanagement was catastrophic, and those fans hoping for a 9-game winning streak to start the season could now rest their hopes. The largest basketball fan community in Tianqiao, the MOP community, erupted in reaction. The game slipped through their fingers, one user assessed. Another remarked, "I've already thought of the post-game headline. Lakers falter, suffering a devastating 33-point turnaround. They are the biggest joke of the night. You know my strengths, and I understand your weaknesses," said another. Liu Xing and Kobe cannot rescue Zen. With such abysmal on-the-fly adjustments, I would rate him a mere 1 out of 10. If there were a lower score, I wouldn't hesitate. Who among Popovich and Zen is the greater coach? This topic has consistently maintained a high level of interest within the NBA. While the Zen master possesses an impressive array of championship rings, there exists a prevailing sentiment that both reveres and disparages his approach. Indeed, in comparison to Coach Popovich's clear and readily comprehensible strategies, marked by timely adjustments and remarkable rationality, akin to an old Mercedes renowned for its stability, durability, and guaranteed quality, the Zen master's methods resemble a Ferrari, seemingly flashy and exhilarating, yet lacking in practicality. At times, the Zen master's tactics appear enigmatic and irrational, leaving observers bewildered, as if he has spoken yet conveyed nothing substantial. Furthermore, his ability to adapt during games has often been criticized for its sluggishness. This has drawn considerable ire from fans, especially when the Lakers, having led by 33 points in the first quarter, found their advantage dwindling to a mere 9 points midway through the second quarter. This instance is not an isolated one in the Zen master's coaching career. Rather, numerous games have unfolded in a similar fashion, leading to widespread derision. Nevertheless, history favors the victors, and despite the Zen master's apparent shortcomings in real-time adjustments, he is often lauded posthumously for his unwavering trust in his star players. However, this perception is misleading. In his autobiography, chronicling his 11 championship rings, he explicitly states, "Please do not speculate on my personnel decisions, for at that moment, I genuinely had no alternative. I could only trust my star players." Returning to the present moment. As the deficit shrinks to 9 points and the Jazz's pursuit intensifies with fervor, the camera sweeps across the faces of Liu Xing, Kobe, and the Zen master on the sidelines. Liu Xing remained composed, exuding an air of confidence. Kobe's expression revealed some dissatisfaction. Losing a game in which they led by 33 points would be unforgivable to him. As for the Zen master, under the spotlight, he appeared as tranquil as a meditative monk. Yet, in reality, his palms and the back of his hands were clammy with sweat, and his back was drenched in cold perspiration. He had begun to pray, having freed himself from Kobe and Liu Xing. The outcome now rested solely in the hands of others. The Jazz began to gain momentum. Darren was elated, and as Liu Xing stepped onto the court, the Jazz scored 2 consecutive baskets. He charged toward Kobe, tauntingly declaring, "Kobe, tonight you are destined to become the biggest laughingstock in the NBA." His demeanor was one of pride and arrogance. With that, Darren shot a glare at Liu Xing standing beside him. Liu Xing found himself perplexed. Despite DeLong's unwavering restraint, he was still capable of causing havoc. In comparison to DeLong, Boozer's actions were even more egregious. During Liu Xing's absence, Boozer's presence was profoundly felt, as he relied on opportunistic scoring to achieve double digits. In less than half a quarter, he nearly accomplished the entirety of the team's scoring objectives. Throughout this segment of the match, he played with remarkable exuberance. Liu Xing makes his appearance once again, as Boozer approaches with a taunt, proclaiming, "I have only just begun to find my rhythm. Your good times are numbered. Prepare to face the consequences. Rookie, welcome to the NBA." Liu Xing's forehead was adorned with dark lines, as he had been subjected to a torrent of words from Boozer, who had uttered everything that should and should not be said, and all that could and could not be articulated. This fellow truly had a loose tongue. Liu Xing spoke no more than necessary as the Lakers gained possession. Fisher dribbled past half court, while Kobe emerged at a 45-degree angle, ready to receive the ball. Poised in a triple threat position, Liu Xing positioned himself at the free throw line, a staple of the Lakers' traditional triangle offense. As Kobe passed him the ball, Liu Xing held it at the free throw line while Boozer approached, wary of Liu Xing's shooting prowess. Boozer raised his hands high, seemingly wishing to merge with Liu Xing like an adhesive, determined to stick close to him. He leaned in to disrupt Liu Xing, taunting, "You won't score." In response, Liu Xing took a decisive step, effortlessly maneuvering past Boozer's front foot. With his body now shielding Boozer, the latter found himself unable to move. Although he contemplated pushing Liu Xing back in a show of physicality, he soon realized that any attempt to do so was futile. Beneath what appeared to be a slender frame, Liu Xing possessed an explosive power akin to that of a cheetah. Liu Xing commenced his advance from the free throw line, and when he surged forward, it was almost as though the opportunity was handed to him on a silver platter. His exceptional athletic prowess is truly remarkable. Beneath the basket, Oker found himself in a position to provide help defense, yet he could not ignore the sight of Liu Xing, who held the ball aloft with one hand as he charged in. With a fleeting glance, Oker averted his gaze, swiftly sidestepping the impending collision. He had no desire to become a mere backdrop. To evade might render him the subject of ridicule, yet to remain stationary filled him with trepidation, fearing he could be propelled off the court, or worse, necessitate the presence of an ambulance. Having faced Liu Xing in competition before, Oker was acutely aware of the formidable destructive potential concealed beneath Liu Xing's slender frame. Truly, Master Zen is a remarkable individual. Oker shielded his head in an attempt to evade the impending impact. Liu Xing charged forward with unyielding determination, igniting the atmosphere with a fiery intensity that commanded attention. With a resounding crash, he found himself suspended from the rim, which, under Liu Xing's relentless grip, contorted into a grotesque deformation, emitting a mournful creak. The backboard swayed perilously, as if on the brink of collapse. No one could have anticipated that beneath Liu Xing's slender physique lay such formidable destructive power. The Jazz enthusiasts at the Energy Scheme Center arena were momentarily rendered speechless, their astonishment palpable. Liu Xing once again assumed the role of a silencer in the visiting arena, plunging the venue into an eerie silence. This is possible. The live DJ was momentarily overwhelmed by the unparalleled force exhibited by Liu Xing, rendering him speechless. Beside him, Kobe, brimming with excitement, could hardly contain himself. As Liu Xing landed gracefully on the ground, Kobe, who was supposed to retreat, surged forward and, using Liu Xing's chest as leverage, pushed him with vigor, bellowing with a fierce countenance. Incredible. The other Lakers players swiftly approached, exchanging high fives and chest bumps with Liu Xing. On the sidelines, the Zen master instinctively felt an urge to leap up, tearing his voice in a roar, but he managed to rein in this impulse, for he needed to maintain his enigmatic persona. Thus, under the camera's gaze, the Zen master merely displayed a Mona Lisa-like smile, exuding an air of inscrutable mastery. In truth, however, he was even more elated than Kobe. In stark contrast, the entire Jazz team, led by Darren, appeared utterly stunned. What level of destruction is this? They were left dumbfounded. Sloan, too, was taken aback. As an insider, he understood all too well the devastating power of Liu Xing's attack. If it weren't for Liu Xing's slender physique, he might have mistaken him for Shaquille O'Neal. Yet, with the game at this juncture, the Jazz's morale had only just begun to rise. They could not afford to be disheartened by a single dunk. He shouted at his players on the court. "What are you standing there for? It's just one play. Get your spirits up." Sloan's assertion was flawed. This was far more than just a single play. Boozer was the first to regain his composure, having been outmaneuvered by Liu Xing, which already left him dissatisfied. His teammate Oker, positioned to assist defensively, shockingly retreated instead, prompting Boozer's ire. He stormed over to Oker, barking, "Can you be tougher? Stop being so soft." Before Boozer could finish the word soft, Oker exploded. "Do you have any idea of the power we're dealing with here? If you think you can handle it, then step up." Boozer, the Jazz's second in command after Darren, felt the sting of being challenged by a rookie. His attempt to discipline Liu Xing had backfired, and now his own teammates were rebelling against him. He was incensed, demanding, "If you have the guts, say it again." Oker was equally displeased, feeling the pressure of being an established player in the team. "You are incapable. Why demand that of me? Just say it. If you were capable, then step up. If not, refrain from idle chatter. Do you believe I won't strike you? As Buzzle spoke, he gestured as if to throw a punch. Fortunately, his teammates intervened in time. Otherwise, a genuine altercation between Buzzle and Oko might have ensued. Consequently, Sloan was compelled to call a timeout to make necessary adjustments. This unexpected turn of events was sudden and caught everyone off guard. Although Sloan endeavored to soothe the situation, his efforts proved largely ineffective. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. This farce inflicted considerable damage on the Jazz. Buzzle played somewhat passively, yet he still met Darren's tactical demands, bringing Liu Xing before him. Darren, resolute tonight, was determined to confront Liu Xing and reclaim his sense of relevance. He felt confident in challenging Liu Xing one-on-one, boldly declaring, "I am serious now." Liu Xing wished to laugh, but was Darren truly not taking it seriously? Was it so difficult to play? Darren's disdainful smile momentarily overwhelmed him, leading to a drastic change of direction, a sudden stop, and an impulsive shot. This choice was hardly rational, as Liu Xing had not lost his position at all. Darren acted in haste. The basketball rolled off the tip of Darren's finger, and as it left his grasp, Liu Xing let out a powerful shout. In an instant, he leaped into the air, delivering a resounding block to Darren's shot. What? Darren's gaze faltered, and he began to question his existence. Was he some kind of monster? How could this be possible? In the Energy Solutions arena, the previously resonant cheers for B abruptly ceased, leaving the venue in profound silence. The Jazz fans, who had anticipated Darren's triumph over Liu Xing, now found their eyes devoid of light. Their expressions turned vacant. Liu Xing's recent assault has caused a rift among the Jazz players. This defensive play made Darren the Jazz's strongest asset during their scoring spree. Feel the weight of Liu Xing's talent bearing down upon him. The hard-won confidence he had built was shattered into countless fragments by Liu Xing's prowess. He found himself questioning his purpose in basketball. Was he truly suited for the game? As the Lakers regained their footing under Liu Xing's offensive and defensive prowess, the Jazz's momentum was decisively stifled. In the Tianchao XL live broadcast, host Kafan observed that Liu Xing faced a double team at the free throw line. As if he possessed a sixth sense, he adeptly passed the ball to Wenju beneath the basket, who executed a flawless alley-oop dunk. The Lakers stabilized their position, extending their lead to 13 points. With the Jazz now in possession, the question arose, how would they respond? Would Darren take charge? No. Instead, he distributed the ball. After 4 passes, the ball found its way to Boozer. Would he challenge Liu Xing one-on-one? No. With only 24 seconds left on the shot clock, time was running out. Would Boozer pass again? Indeed, he did. Oh dear, why did Boozer opt to pass? Sloan was not pleased. The Jazz were stifled into a 24-second violation. This marked the 3rd time this quarter. Sloan's expression darkened, and the fans began to boo. Liu Xing, ever the stalwart, provided excellent help defense, blocking Darren's drive. Goodness, Liu Xing has turned this match into a veritable feast of blocks for the entire Jazz team. This marked his 17th block of the game, incredibly tying the NBA historical record. Under his dominant performance, the Lakers extended their lead to a staggering 30 points, leaving the Jazz utterly bewildered. In the largest fan gathering place in Tianchao, the Mop Basketball Forum erupted. Guanbao's exchange, Masters in, since the crowd is thin. Allow me to pay my respects. Flowing water, Masters in. I believe I may have misunderstood you. I know your depths. You understand my lengths. Masters in. Truly, you are remarkable. Intricate yet simple. Never doubt a coach adorned with multiple championship rings. Clear distinctions. Masters in. You truly have a gift. I am in awe. In competitive sports, victory is paramount. The Lakers held a significant advantage, leading by 33 points in the early stages of the second quarter, only to see the Jazz narrow the gap to 9 points in a matter of moments, drawing criticism towards the Zen Master. However, as the second quarter concluded, bolstered by the formidable performances of Liu Xing and Kobe, the Lakers managed to extend their lead back to 30 points. On the forums, the Zen Master received adulation from fans, hailed as a celestial being, unparalleled on earth, a tactician of extraordinary skill, akin to Zhuge Liang among coaches. Who is Popovich in comparison? Not even worthy to carry the Zen Master's shoes. Such is the nature of fans. When you win, the world belongs to you. When you lose, the sentiment shifts abruptly. The renowned basketball commentator Yang expressed his astonishment, recalling the words of the legendary basketball god, Michael Jordan, who once stated that he would only play for Jackson. There is profound wisdom in that sentiment. It is truly remarkable how the Zen Master maintains his composure, exhibiting absolute trust in his players. While a typical coach might have pulled players to chastise them after a 33-point lead dwindled to 9, the Zen master remained unperturbed, steadfast in his strategy, embodying the poise of a master tactician, capable of orchestrating victory from afar. The Zen master's demeanor is indeed extraordinary. Host Kofan remarked that it is undeniable to admire such composure. Even as spectators began to express their frustrations, the Zen master remained resolute, refusing to call a timeout or make substitutions. He appeared unfazed, seemingly unaware that the 33-point lead had shrunk to just 9. Jerry Sloan is indeed a legendary coach. Yet in the presence of the Zen master, he seemed but a hasty youth. At the scene of the match, not only the Jazz players were rendered silent and despondent by the Lakers, their faces etched with doubt and despair, but also Sloan found himself grappling with existential questions amidst his duel with the Zen master. He began to feel an overwhelming sense of futility, as if no matter how hard he tried, the Zen master would always remain an unattainable deity in his life. Observing the Zen master, Sloan sighed deeply, lamenting the existence of both Yu and Liang. Meanwhile, the Zen master appeared to embody the tranquility of an old monk, exuding an air of indifference as if everything was within his control, a subtle smile perpetually gracing his features, presenting an image of a transcendent being. Yet, internally, he was anything but calm. He breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he narrowly avoided exposure. It was all thanks to Liu Xing and Kobe. Otherwise, the situation could have spiraled into a farce. This wretched tendency to become utterly flustered when facing adversity, leaving his mind a blank canvas, seemed impossible to amend. In his heart, the Zen master silently offered countless praises to the heroes of the Lakers' comeback, Liu Xing and Kobe, even bowing in admiration. Yet, such sentiments would remain buried within him, never to be spoken aloud. Indeed, the Zen master owed Liu Xing and Kobe a profound debt of gratitude, especially to Liu Xing. Liu Xing's presence bestows upon the Lakers an immeasurable margin for error. It is due to him that the team managed to stave off a near comeback, re-establishing a commanding lead of 30 points by the conclusion of the second quarter. Consequently, the Jazz could only muster a token struggle in the latter half, their collective confidence utterly shattered. Tensions escalated on the court, leading to heated exchanges among the Jazz players, with the threat of physical confrontation looming. During a particular defensive possession, Liu Xing held the ball at the free throw line. In this position, when Liu Xing receives the ball to shoot, it is akin to gifting points, as his accuracy is unparalleled. This has instilled a palpable apprehension within the Jazz regarding Liu Xing's shooting ability from that spot. Typically, when Boozer is blocked, Oker is expected to step up. However, Oker perceives Liu Xing's possession as essentially a guaranteed score. Should he advance to defend, it would leave the area wide open, inevitably allowing Liu Xing a direct path to the basket. Thus, he refrained from moving up. Liu Xing deftly found his mark. Boozer, infuriated, confronted Oker, demanding to know why he was not involved, as it was his responsibility. Oker, unyielding, retorted, questioning Boozer's own absence from the fray. The tension escalated, with Boozer's ire intensifying. Had it not been for the intervention of other Jazz players, it seemed inevitable that the two would come to blows. This farce nearly signaled the conclusion of the Jazz's chances in the match. Sloan called for a timeout, opting to remove both players from the equation. The entire Jazz starting lineup was outmatched, let alone the substitutes. The Lakers had once stretched their lead to a staggering 44 points. Recognizing the futility of victory, Sloan conceded. In a gesture of surrender, he opted to forfeit the latter half. The Zen master, having no significant animosity towards Sloan, also chose to field his reserves. Mindful of the Lakers' upcoming back-to-back games, Liu Xing and Kobe had previously established a commanding advantage of 44 points, and the Jazz faced internal strife, ultimately failing to mount any significant challenge. As the final buzzer echoed, the score was locked at 124-89, marking a resounding 35-point victory for the Lakers on the road against the Jazz. In this contest, Kobe emerged as the highest scorer, amassing an impressive 35 points in merely half a game, with a shooting efficiency of 50, landing 12 of 24 attempts. He recorded 35 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, showcasing a series of exquisite basketball maneuvers, yielding a plus-minus of 21. In previous instances, such statistics would have undoubtedly positioned Kobe as the primary architect of a Lakers victory. However, in comparison to Liu Xing, he paled considerably. It is an undeniable fact that Liu Xing scored fewer points than Kobe, finishing the game with only 24 points. However, Liu Xing achieved an impressive 16 rebounds and delivered 17 blocks, alongside 8 assists and 2 steals, thus filling the statistics sheet remarkably. His performance of 24 points, 16 rebounds, and 17 blocks can be regarded as an extravagant alternative triple-double. Notably, the 17 blocks set a new record for the most blocks in a single game in the history of the Lakers, a feat last accomplished during the ancient era of Wilt Chamberlain, who recorded 14 blocks in a single game. Liu Xing has participated 3 additional times compared to others. Liu Xing's remarkable performance not only matched the NBA's single-game record for the most blocks, but also equaled the historic feat of 17 blocks set by Elmore Smith. It can be said that the Lakers, through Liu Xing's exceptional shot-blocking prowess, effectively seized the Jazz by the throat, delivering a decisive blow. The presence of Liu Xing has rendered the Lakers' games remarkably effortless. Sloan remarked, "He is a demon. He single-handedly annihilated us." In the aftermath of the match, the renowned basketball commentator Yang offered his insights, stating that while many fans might extol Kobe's 35 points and marvel at his exquisite skills, today he wishes to commend Liu Xing's extraordinary shot blocking. 17 blocks, my goodness, co-fan, can you fathom an individual achieving 17 blocks in a single game? I truly cannot grasp it. Were it not for the fact that it genuinely occurred. With 17 blocks, the Lakers collectively achieved 24, while the Jazz managed a mere 8, signifying that Liu Xing's blocks surpassed those of the Jazz by a factor of 2. To my recollection, the Lakers' highest single-game block tally was 24, accomplished during a match against the Raptors. I can envision this record being broken, yet I never anticipated it would transpire in such a manner. I can assert with utmost certainty that the Jazz's defeat in this game was primarily due to Liu Xing's 17 blocks, which fortified the Lakers' interior defense to an impregnable level. Co-fan, who co-commentated with Yang, also noted that this was the most astonishing defensive spectacle he had ever witnessed. Truly explosive. While blocking can be quantified with statistics, which are indeed observable, the data fails to encapsulate Liu Xing's impact within the Lakers. His influence transcends what mere numbers can measure. Otherwise, he would not have recorded a plus-minus of 40 post-game, the highest on the team and indeed the highest of all. With Liu Xing on the court, the Lakers triumphed by a margin of 30 points. With Liu Xing absent, the Lakers suffered a defeat by 10 points. The significance of Liu Xing transcends mere statistics. During a break in the fourth quarter, the coach, known as Zen Master, was interviewed by reporters who inquired how he remained so composed when his team went from a 33-point lead to just a 9-point margin. Was he not afraid of a potential collapse, considering the Jazz were not to be underestimated? The Zen Master attributed his calmness to Liu and Kobe, notably placing Liu's name before Kobe's. With such a formidable duo, it was akin to possessing a royal flush. What was there to fear? The coach spoke with a palpable sense of pride. After the game, the Lakers star player was also questioned about the team's roller coaster performance, leading by 33 points, dwindling to 9, and ultimately winning by over 30. Kobe candidly responded that it was due to Liu. As he perused the statistics on the interview table, he exclaimed in astonishment, 17 blocks. Can you believe it? One player managed to achieve that in a single game. He noted that their team averaged 8 blocks per game this season, and Liu's extraordinary feat made winning nearly inevitable when such a performance was delivered. Kobe lavished praise upon Liu, stating, "I absolutely adore this guy. His blocks demoralize our opponents, and his help defense is truly remarkable." He recounted a moment during the game when Oker had a clear opportunity for an easy basket. Despite having previously been blocked by Liu, Oker hesitated this time, allowing Kobe to seize the chance for a steal. Many spectators, lacking keen observation, mistakenly credited the play to Kobe, but it was Liu's defensive prowess that instilled that hesitation. Kobe's admiration for Liu was evident, as he expressed, "He is simply exceptional. I cherish everything about him." Even the player known as Little Shark, referred to as Nju, commented, "With Liu on the team, I feel liberated. He allows us to play with greater ease and transforms our game into a more effortless experience." Although Liu Xing's teammates may have exaggerated, the opponents certainly did not. After the defeat, the Jazz, who were mercilessly criticized, saw their head coach, Sloan, addressing the media to confront the crisis. Inevitably, Sloan was questioned about the discord between Boozer and Oker. Sloan assured that they were fine, stating it was merely a trivial quarrel that had been resolved, and that there were no issues at all. While this assertion might have been correct, one could sense that even Sloan himself struggled to believe his own words. A reporter inquired, "You were down by 33 points and managed to close the gap to 9. Their morale surged, and you had a chance to turn the game around. What transpired in the end?" Sloan shot a pointed look at the probing reporter, bluntly stating, "I refuse to answer." Undeterred, the reporter persisted, "Where do you think you lost this game? Can you name 3 reasons?" Sloan raised one finger, Liu Xing. He raised a second finger, Liu Xing. He raised a third finger, Liu Xing. The volume of his voice escalated, culminating in an expletive-laden outburst. "Damn it, we were dismantled by a rookie. He single-handedly defeated us. Am I clear now?" With that, Sloan slammed the table and stormed out. Sloan is undoubtedly a coach of iron will, a fact beyond dispute. However, his loss of composure in front of the media was a rare occurrence. Sloan's interview was followed by one with Darren, the core of the Jazz, who was not spared from scrutiny. In an effort to evade post-game interviews, Darren willingly opted to pay a fine, despite scoring 20 points, as Charles Barkley aptly noted. Darren's contributions were largely ineffective. Why, you ask? He committed an alarming 10 turnovers during the game. While he did score 20 points, 6 of those turnovers were direct, meaning they directly led to points for the opposition. Additionally, his assist-to-turnover ratio was excessively high. The crux of the issue was that he failed to rise to the occasion when the team needed him most. Several heroic attempts were intercepted by Liu Xing, which was central to the Jazz's defeat. That night, Darren's performance was abysmal. He was well aware that an interview would subject him to media scrutiny. Thus, he sought to escape. However, reporters blocked the locker room door, leaving him no choice. Ultimately, Darren emerged wrapped in a towel to face the reporters. Unprepared for their incisive questions, he ultimately conceded, "The blame for our loss rests on my shoulders. I was thoroughly outplayed." Boozer, too, was in the hot seat. When a reporter recalled, "I remember you mentioned before the game that you would teach the rookies how to play. Have you achieved that goal now that the game is over?" Boozer erupted in anger. "Is that your idea of politeness? You are exceedingly impolite." Alas, Boozer ultimately had no choice but to declare that he is exceptionally formidable. He is not an ordinary newcomer. He is a prodigy. I stand corrected. 076 new skills. Coupled with the relentless pursuit of the second overall pick, Durant. Liu Xing's astonishing feat of 17 blocks in a single game has left the American basketball community in utter disbelief. Charles Barkley, a prominent commentator and regular guest on TNT, remarked that had he not watched the footage 100 times to verify its authenticity, he would have deemed it absurd and surreal. Can you fathom this? The current leader in blocks in the NBA is Dwight Howard, who averages 2.3 blocks per game, while Liu achieved an extraordinary 17. My goodness. He exists in an entirely different dimension. ESPN's stance on Liu Xing has been somewhat indifferent, led by the American equivalent of E. Jianlian, who typically dismisses Liu's prowess. However, even this time, he was left awestruck. Upon receiving the news during a television broadcast, he was visibly shaking his head in disbelief, questioning the veracity of the report. Once he confirmed the message was accurate, his eyes widened in astonishment, almost as if they were as large as saucers. His mouth agape to the point where one could almost glimpse his stomach. He was so engrossed in the news that he failed to hear his co-host's inquiries. After a moment of realization, he finally exclaimed, "He is inhuman." At the Amway Center in Orlando, where the Magic play, Dwight Howard, known by titles such as the Beast and Superman, delivered an exceptional performance against the Cleveland Cavaliers, a potential playoff rival. He played for 38 minutes, shooting 11 of 18 from the field, and despite struggling at the free throw line, he accumulated 26 points, secured 16 rebounds, and recorded 8 blocks, nearing a triple-double with a plus-minus of 21. He was undoubtedly the primary architect of the Magic's victory, even outperforming LeBron James. This summer, the media had previously stated that Howard was the only player in the NBA who could be traded straight up for LeBron James. Howard thought to himself, surely, this will garner some attention. After a satisfying shower and treatment, he eagerly checked his phone to see how the media would praise him. Yet, tonight, he found himself overshadowed. There were no headlines featuring him, not even a single notification. Instead, the trending topics were dominated by Liu Xing's 17 blocks, the Lakers' 9-game winning streak, or Kobe teaming up with Liu to annihilate the Jazz. Scrolling through the news on his phone, Howard found the situation ludicrous. 17 blocks. What does that even mean? He couldn't fathom it. Even achieving 8 blocks had been his pinnacle. The thought of Liu's 17 blocks was simply unfathomable. My goodness, where did this monster come from? In awe of the world of Warcraft, one might ponder when one could be so oblivious to the fall of their mobile device. In Houston, within the confines of a gym affiliated with the Houston Rockets, a towering figure was engrossed in an intense workout, sweat cascading down as he diligently trained, completely absorbed in his rhythm. Suddenly, at the entrance of the gym, a jovial, portly African-American, adorned in vibrant hip-hop attire, burst onto the scene, brandishing his phone. He rushed towards the giant, exclaiming, "Yo, yo, yo. Trouble is brewing. Your title as the blocking king is at risk." The interruption to his training irked Yao. Yet upon recognizing his friend, the exuberant figure known as Big Brother Fu, his irritation diminished by half. However, he remained steadfast in completing his set of weights. Once he finished, Yao exhaled deeply, regaining his composure before inquiring, "Brother, what is it?" "Your little brother from the Middle Kingdom is truly remarkable. He is poised to surpass you. Do you know what he accomplished tonight?" Fu teased. "Are you referring to Liu Xing?" Yao asked, curiosity piqued. "Who else could it be?" Fu replied. "He shattered records." Again, Yao exclaimed in disbelief. The difficulty of breaking NBA records was not lost on him, and yet here was Liu Xing, as if it were as effortless as eating or drinking, having only recently arrived and already surpassing expectations. Is he a walking record-breaking machine? Indeed. Do you know what he achieved tonight? Fu continued. What did he accomplish? Yao was eager to learn what record Liu Xing had broken this time. Take a guess. Fu prompted. Another quadruple-double? Yao speculated. No, it was a triple-double, Fu clarified. Having witnessed Liu Xing's previous quadruple-double performance, Yao was not particularly surprised by a triple-double. Isn't that quite normal? Normal? Far from it, Fu asserted, handing over his phone. As Yao accepted the device, his expression remained neutral at first. But ultimately he was left in astonishment, exclaiming, "My goodness, he is utterly incredible. I doubt I will ever have the opportunity to achieve such feats. The Middle Kingdom has a true successor." Excellent, excellent, Yao murmured repeatedly. Fu, surprised by Yao's reaction, pressed on, "No, Yao? I didn't share this news with you merely to witness your reaction." Yao, puzzled, asked, "Then what expression were you hoping to see?" "Look at the blocking leaderboard. Your title as the blocking king has been stolen from you." The esteemed leader remarked that thus far this season, after 10 games, as of yesterday, Yao Ming tops the shot blocking leaderboard with an impressive average of 2.4 blocks per game, solidifying his position as the foremost player. Following closely is Dwight Howard, averaging 2.2 blocks. Liu Xing claims the 5th position on the list with an average of 1.8 blocks per game. However, after tonight's game, Liu Xing's average skyrocketed to 3.5 blocks, surpassing the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th positions, thereby becoming the leading player. The esteemed leader noted this occurrence. He believed Yao Ming placed significant importance on such rankings. However, Yao Ming dismissed the notion, stating, "What does it matter? Having an additional talent in our national team capable of leading us towards revival is 100-fold, 1,000-fold more significant than this list." The esteemed leader pressed, "But?" Yao Ming retorted, "There is no but. Our country has nurtured me for this very purpose." The esteemed leader acknowledged, "While that is indeed true, I still feel." Yao Ming interrupted, "There is no but. On the contrary, if I were to join forces with Liu Xing, I believe the American team as championship would not be guaranteed." As Yao Ming contemplated the upcoming Olympics in his homeland next year, his eyes brimmed with fervent anticipation. Consider the disappointments of 2004 and 2007. Those are our humiliations. We cannot afford to falter in basketball for a 3rd consecutive time. The esteemed leader questioned, "What if?" Yao Ming firmly replied, "There are no what-ifs. Liu Xing's recent triumph has garnered immense attention, causing a stir across the United States. Esteemed publications such as the Associated Press, Today in America, and the Orange County Register have all reported on Liu Xing's remarkable achievements. His prominence is unparalleled at this moment. Not only has he made waves in the United States, but his success has also resonated deeply back in his homeland. Liu Xing graces the cover of Newsweek, marking him as the 3rd sports star from the Celestial Empire, following in the footsteps of the illustrious Yao Ming and Liu Fei. The publication has even described him as the youngest ever, proclaiming that only the sky is his limit. Furthermore, Liu Xing has also been featured in the prestigious Tianzhou Daily, a media outlet of significant authority in the region. This accolade is indeed a heavy honor. Yet, is this all? Observing Liu Xing's soaring popularity, sports channels are broadcasting his matches 3 times a day, continuously replaying them. Liu Xing even graced the evening news broadcast. In our beloved nation, the largest congregation of football enthusiasts can be found on the MOP forum. Liu Xing has supplanted Dayo, emerging as the most sought-after term in the realm of search engines. While Dayo possesses undeniable strength, having excelled in the NBA for 6 years as a top draft pick. His relentless efforts have hinted at a potential rise to the status of the premier center in the league. However, whispers from the outside world remain merely rumors. His achievements have, nonetheless, failed to leave a significant impact. In contrast, Liu Xing presents a different narrative. In the early stages of Liu Xing's career in the league, he was perceived as an ugly duckling. However, upon entering the NBA, his growth was remarkably rapid, successfully transforming from an ugly duckling into a magnificent swan. This journey of metamorphosis resonates deeply with the public. Moreover, when compared to the legendary Yao Ming, Liu Xing possesses an even more exceptional talent. With explosive athleticism and an intensely aggressive playing style that invigorates the adrenaline of fans. At a youthful age of under 20, he has shattered numerous records, each more astonishing than the last. Additionally, he plays for the Los Angeles Lakers, a team that enjoys considerable support in the Middle Kingdom. Liu Xing has made a tremendous impact. On the Cat-Poo platform, the names Liu Xing, Kobe, the Lakers, and Yao Ming dominate the headlines, leaving little room for others. The fervor remains unabated. On the East Coast, in the office of the Miami Heat's astute general manager Pat Riley, he gazes at his phone. Where a news headline reads Pat Riley confused. Enraged, Riley hurls his phone in frustration, exclaiming, "Oh, this is absolute nonsense. It seems never-ending." With a resounding crash, the screen of his Apple phone shatters. This month alone, Riley has replaced 3 phones. After each incident, he reminds himself to control his anger, for phones are expensive. Yet, he finds it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. What are these journalists thinking, indulging in such folly? In truth, much of Riley's ire stems from his own feelings of inadequacy. Liu Xing's remarkable performance only serves to intensify his self-reproach. He once possessed countless opportunities to seize Liu Xing, yet he failed to appreciate them, leaving him with nothing but regret. Imagine the pinnacle of Dwayne Wade combined with a towering interior powerhouse. Would that not be the fusion of the Flash and the Diesel? Moreover, at the tender age of under 20, Wade was indeed at his prime, capable of sustaining excellence for an additional 5 years with relative ease. The essence lies in Liu Xing's youth, allowing him to reap the benefits of his rookie season. Consequently, the additional funds could easily be allocated to acquire another star, thereby forming a formidable trio. In such a scenario, one must ponder who could rival them in the NBA. Establishing a dynasty is not as effortless as consuming food and drink. Alas, fate has dealt a cruel hand. Riley was granted an opportunity, but failed to cherish it. Now left with nothing but remorse. Particularly disheartening is the current plight of the Heat, whose record has plummeted, with Wade unable to halt their rapid decline. Presently, the Heat are mired in a 6-game losing streak, winning only 3 games since the season commenced. At this rate, a playoff berth seems unattainable, deepening Riley's regrets. Such is the nature of destiny, the soothsayer mused. In stark contrast, Lakers patriarch Jerry West finds himself grappling with the blissful dilemma of abundance. The Lakers boast a plethora of players benefiting from Liu Xing's rookie advantages, and their salary structure remains astutely balanced, affording them the luxury to acquire another superstar while maintaining their existing lineup. Imagine the trio of Kobe, Liu Xing, and Gasol, complemented by an all-star caliber player alongside solid role players like Odom, Fisher, and Ariza. Who could rival such a collection? Provided health remains on their side, they would undoubtedly emerge as another powerhouse. As Jerry West contemplates this prospect, he longs for a cigar, reflecting on the words of Greg Popovich, who remarked that the Lakers are essentially cheating. Following Liu Xing's astonishing tally of 17 blocks in a single game, Popovich's response to the press echoed his disbelief. Where else could one find a rookie of Liu Xing's caliber? West relished the thought, though his satisfaction was short-lived as he considered Liu Xing's contract, the dreaded incentive-laden agreement. With Liu Xing's current performance trajectory, West felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that his salary might soon exceed $10 million. Upon contemplating this, he shuddered with trepidation. In truth, Jerry West's imagination was rather limited. He craved more, much more. Seattle. The Seattle Supersonics had just concluded a grueling 3-game road trip. Over the span of 3 days, they played 3 matches, including 2 back-to-back. Even the most resilient of athletes would find this taxing. Before boarding the plane, every player on the Supersonics was vocal about their grievances, yet within a minute of settling into their seats, the cabin was filled with the sounds of slumbering breaths. The players were utterly exhausted. However, the fatigue of the body paled in comparison to the weariness of their spirits. In those 3 away games, they had been unceremoniously reminded of their limitations. 3 consecutive losses on the road. The Supersonics, once positioned 12th in the Western Conference, had now plummeted to 14th. They were bracing themselves to compete with the Timberwolves for the dubious honor of being the bottom of the Western standings. The long flight concluded at 2 a.m. As expected, Durant planned to return to his apartment for a good night's sleep, followed by training the next day. However, upon disembarking, he began to browse the internet and stumbled upon the news of Liu Xing's astounding achievement of 17 blocks in a single game. The yawning Durant was instantly revitalized, his fatigue vanishing as if he had been electrified. He texted the trainer, inquiring about his whereabouts, specifically mentioning that he should be available around the clock, ready to assist as needed. When he received no reply, Durant promptly called. After 48 seconds of silence on the first call, he tried again, only to be met with the same lack of response. He persisted through 10 attempts before the call was finally answered. Without any preamble, Durant stated, "I need to train. Meet at the Supersonics gym in 30 minutes. The trainer, utterly overwhelmed, had just finished a long shift and was struggling to muster any energy, hoping for a quiet evening, only to be interrupted. "Kevin, what time is it?" he stammered, attempting to defer the training. But Durant interrupted, "No more excuses. Goodbye." The trainer was left speechless. After hanging up, Durant held his phone firmly, gazing straight ahead with unwavering determination. "Liu Xing, I will not be defeated. I am the strongest." "Liu Xing, am I merely reliant on physical prowess? Surely, you must be mistaken." A notification chimed in Liu Xing's mind. "The reward for 17 blocks has been granted. Please check host." Liu Xing opened the yellow treasure chest, revealing what fragments? Liu Xing felt a tinge of disappointment. Although the fragment was of utmost importance and irreplaceable to him, he was merely one piece away from achieving the coveted dreamlike Dance 45, which would grant him the signature skill of Elijah. Just one fragment stood between him and that accomplishment, akin to having matched 6 numbers in a lottery draw, only to fall short by a single digit. Regardless of what the final number might be, anything other than that would seem utterly unsatisfactory. Even though Liu Xing had acquired a fragment of it was a meager consolation. Should he obtain yet another fragment, he would unlock 410, requiring just 6 more pieces to activate that skill. However, his yearning for the dreamlike dance fragment remained paramount, for he was just one piece shy of completion. As his fame grew, a multitude of critics began to voice their disdain for Liu Xing, labeling him as merely an athlete of physical prowess, a mere jumper who relied solely on his body to play the game, a rough-and-tumble player. While these remarks stemmed from envy and resentment, Liu Xing had once been a fan who harbored similar criticisms towards James, and even later towards Antetokounmpo. He understood the triviality of such fan sentiments all too well. Logically, he should have brushed off the comments. Yet, as an advocate of technical prowess, and given his own fastidious nature when it came to playing, how could he tolerate such disparagement? In response to these attacks, Liu Xing resolutely proclaimed, "No, what was truly excessive?" Now, many began to compare the two most prominent newcomers of the 2007 class, with the media painting Liu Xing and Durant as the modern-day Bird and Magic. They conducted a comprehensive comparison of the two, concluding that both Liu Xing and Durant were of the slender build, blessed with extraordinary talent, a rarity in 50 years. Liu Xing's trajectory leaned towards physicality, suggesting a shorter career span, while Durant followed a path of technical finesse, promising a bright future. The critique of Liu Xing's skills felt more painful than any insult. After facing the Utah Jazz, the Los Angeles Lakers immediately flew to Atlanta to challenge the Hawks. Before the clash began, Liu Xing encountered a familiar face from his own class, Al Horford. In a pregame interview, a reporter inquired about his thoughts on his contemporaries, Kevin Durant and Liu Xing, asking who he believed was superior. Initially, Horford's response was gratifying to Liu Xing. He described them as genius basketball players, blessed by the divine. It was hard to fathom how they possessed such height and remarkable wingspan, traits envied by every basketball player. Moreover, their impressive physical attributes could overwhelm any opponent. Liu Xing appreciated Horford's words, yet soon after, Horford's tone shifted, complicating the question of who truly was the best. The journalist inquired, if one truly had to choose, would it be Horford or Durant? He subsequently elucidated that Durant adheres to a technical style of play, one that could sustain him until the age of 40. The journalist then posited, do you imply that Liu Xing's reliance on physical prowess signifies a limitation to his longevity in the sport? The journalist displayed a knack for stirring controversy. Horford, with a slight chuckle, fell into silence. Sometimes, silence speaks volumes, suggesting tacit agreement. Liu Xing has undoubtedly seen this piece of news. Claiming he is unperturbed would be utterly implausible. He has inscribed Al Horford's name in bold, capital letters, marked in red, within his notebook. The reporters possess a remarkable talent for instigating controversy prior to the Lakers match against the Hawks. They took the liberty of interviewing Liu Xing and specifically mentioned Horford, alluding to the notion that his style of play is destined for failure. In response, Liu Xing firmly retorted, "What misunderstanding could he possibly have about me? I am a purveyor of pure technique, not merely a product of physical prowess. You may say whatever you wish about him, but to label him as someone reliant on physical attributes is something he would vehemently contest. If that is the definition of a physically oriented player, then your entire family embodies that description." Liu Xing harbors a profound obsession with technical prowess, which has even escalated to the point of being considered obsessive. His silence might have spared him, but once he spoke up, it incited glee among those who sought to find fault in him, igniting a fervor within the realm of Liu Xing's detractors. In an instant, disparaging remarks regarding Liu Xing inundated the discourse. A critic remarked, "He is merely a lanky individual who relies solely on his physicality to play the game. Such a style is destined for a fleeting career, at most 3 years, perhaps 5 at the pinnacle. Case closed." What is there to admire? A dimwit who can only play through his physical attributes. His ceiling is merely that of a competent blue-collar player. I have never believed in him. Another detractor, a fervent admirer of Durant, posed a challenge. "I wonder if he possesses the 3-level scoring ability? What does he have to compare with Durant? His head, perhaps? To put it plainly, he is not even worthy of carrying Durant's shoes." A further critic added, "Do not be deceived by his jumping ability. This is merely the regular season, and opponents will allow him to leap freely. Once the playoffs commence, achieving the current 60 will be commendable." Yet another chimed in, "His potential is limited to that of a superb blue-collar player." Case closed. Regardless of his high scoring, those points are largely inconsequential. He has yet to execute a single self-initiated offensive play. He merely benefits from others' setups or takes spot-up shots. In fact, he has not even attempted the most rudimentary post-up shot. A supporter of Liu expressed, "Apologies to the commenter above, but he lacks that ability." These critics, in their relentless pursuit of disparagement, have truly gone too far, escalating their vitriol. By the conclusion of the 2007 to 2008 season, the leading candidate for Rookie of the Year, Liu Xing, was so thoroughly vilified that he was deemed unworthy even to carry Durant's shoes. This situation even caught the attention of Kobe Bryant, who typically remained indifferent to such news during the season. Kobe sought out Liu Xing, advising him, "Do not pay heed to the voices online. They do not reflect reality. They understand nothing. They merely chatter." Liu Xing nodded in silence. "Such matters will arise frequently in the future. Do not dwell upon them too much. I understand that this is challenging for newcomers, yet you must learn to adapt," Kobe said earnestly. Kobe genuinely cared for Liu Xing, speaking highly of him both in private and in public, even sending him text messages to encourage his training. The attention Kobe bestowed upon him was not something that just anyone could receive. "Liu Xing, I am aware of that. I am doing well. Kobe, remember, the opinions of the outside world will not alter who you are, yet you possess the power to transform those opinions." Kobe then offered a rich and steaming bowl of chicken soup. In response, Liu Xing nodded in agreement, "Indeed." However, no sooner had Kobe departed than Liu Xing promptly took out his phone, connected to the internet, and registered a new account to engage in a spirited debate with the multitude. 079 Liu Xing. Am I merely a product of physical prowess? I believe there must be some misunderstanding on your part. Liu Xing has launched an omnipotent alter ego, embarking on a path of retort. Omnipotent, Liu Xing is not merely a product of physical prowess. He embodies a pure technical essence. This message has been disseminated, attracting a number of onlookers among Liu Xing's fans, who began to like and share it. In no time, the number of likes surpassed 100, and within 10 minutes, it exceeded 1,000, with shares reaching a remarkable 100. Due to its immense popularity, it transcended boundaries, drawing countless detractors who offered their critiques, with some exhibiting a sense of malice. One critic remarked, "Big-chested brother, I believe you harbor some misconceptions about technical prowess." Another, poised for an imminent rise, stated, "I concur. If he is a technical player, then I must be the progenitor of technicality." Yet another questioned, "Can he even dribble?" An ordinary fan added, "Spare yourself the embarrassment. Technical skills are not his domain. Do not tarnish the term technical." These detractors increasingly overstepped their bounds. Liu Xing was enraged. He took to his primary account and engaged in a direct confrontation. Liu Xing, I am a proponent of physical fitness. I believe there must be some misunderstanding on your part. A typical fan, Liu Xing, the real Liu Xing, has engaged with me directly. It truly is Liu Xing, and I am utterly exhilarated. Liu Xing, I was merely jesting. Greetings. Liu Xing jesting? Liu Xing took this not as a jest. He possesses a profound obsession with technology. A small faction of fans criticize Liu Xing, yet their intentions mirror those of an ordinary fan seeking attention. Their disparagement of Liu Xing is merely a means to garner his notice, rather than genuine disdain. However, there are others whose minds are distorted, dissatisfied with their own lives. They find no fulfillment in reality. Consequently, they engage in criticism for the sake of criticism, resorting to extreme actions to vent their emotions. Liu Xing's confrontation with a relentless detractor, whose username is a convoluted mix of characters, reveals a calculated malice. Upon witnessing Liu Xing's exit, this individual, with a seemingly sincere yet misguided intent, manipulated an image to superimpose Liu Xing's likeness onto that of a monkey, accompanied by the mocking phrase, I am a technical expert. This image carries undertones of racial discrimination, while the assertion of being a technical expert is steeped in derision directed at Liu Xing. Liu Xing initially did not pay attention, as this image had garnered countless likes, comments, and shares from numerous detractors. Upon seeing this, Liu Xing disregarded his own image entirely and directly retaliated with a series of 3 posts. Liu Xing, present your identification card. Liu Xing, I shall not let this matter rest. Liu Xing, I shall soon unveil the card of your impending bankruptcy. He shall undoubtedly bring ruin upon you wretches. Liu Xing erupted in anger. Another fan, under the alias Profound and Vast, retorted directly, you are a basketball player, a star athlete. You should not behave in such a vulgar manner. You are a crude individual. To this, Liu Xing swiftly replied, I am not a moral exemplar. Liu Xing instantly replied with 2 messages. Do not mistake your lack of manners for humor. Liu Xing was provoked. When someone pointed a finger at him and berated him, he naturally retaliated. This is a common human reaction. However, the American commentator Yang Yi from ESPN bluntly asserted during the program that Liu should not have reacted in such a manner, deeming it childish. Why engage in a quarrel with fans? Regardless of what the fans said, Liu should not have expressed such an emotional response on social media. Yang Yi, standing there, seemed oblivious to the weight of his words. He further remarked that the fans' comments were insignificant, labeling Liu as merely a player of physical prowess. His skills are rudimentary. When he has the ball, it is evident what he intends to do. Such a playing style may yield impressive statistics during the regular season, akin to a college-level competition. Yet, as a tall player, he lacks any substantial post skills or footwork. His potential appears limited. The reporters possess an exceptional knack for stirring controversy, and Yang Yi's criticisms can be likened to those of a mere jester seeking attention. The standards of ESPN journalists seem to be declining. Liu Xing retorted directly, stating, I am not merely a player of physical prowess. I am a pure technician. Upon seeing Liu's response, Yang Yi became even more emboldened. To stoke the flames further, ESPN specifically had Yang Yi commentate on the Lakers versus Hawks game. The Lakers were pursuing a 10th consecutive win, remaining undefeated at the start of the new season. The Hawks, despite possessing a formidable roster, struggled to find their rhythm, currently languishing at 12th in the Eastern Conference, with only a slight advantage over the 13th place. The situation was not favorable for them. This season, the Hawks were not without talent. They had players like the one-on-one specialist Joe and others. And they were even facing a luxury tax this season. Rumors circulated that the Hawks owner was dissatisfied with their current state and privately declared that if things continued this way, a roster overhaul would be imminent. No player was deemed untouchable. The emergence of this news invigorated the Hawks, who seemed rejuvenated, eager to turn their fortunes around. Prior to facing the Lakers, the team, led by their core player Joe, expressed a resolute belief in victory, stating before the game, why not continue the winning streak? Their confidence was not unfounded. The core of the team revolved around Joe and rookie Horford. Joe, known as the King of the Hawks, was undoubtedly the leader of the team. He gained notoriety in the league for his one-on-one prowess, possessing an array of moves that few could match. His mid-range jump shot bore a resemblance to that of Kobe. Previously criticized for his leadership qualities and mental attributes, this season, he has undergone a remarkable transformation, particularly evident in the last 3 games. Over those 3 matches, he averaged 32.1 points, showcasing his scoring ability in spectacular fashion. Additionally, He has made a significant contribution with a game-winning shot, leading people to liken him to the Mamba, demonstrating remarkable resilience at critical moments. This has transformed previous perceptions of him. ESPN has proclaimed him the next Jordan, and rightly so, as he embodies the essence of greatness. Moreover, the selection of Horford this year has proven advantageous. Despite being a newcomer, he hails from a prestigious basketball university. While his physical attributes may not be particularly outstanding, his intelligence and technical prowess are commendable. He has seamlessly integrated with the Hawks, and in the last 3 games, Horford has been elevated to a starting position. In these 3 matches, the Hawks have achieved a commendable record of 2 victories and 1 defeat. Horford's averages during this span include 18 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, showcasing a remarkably well-rounded performance. His efforts have garnered the recognition of the head coach, who has openly praised him, stating that he is exceptional and a true indicator of basketball acumen, a high commendation indeed. In addition to these 2 players, the team boasts Kenyon Martin, known for his dunking prowess and athleticism, earning him various nicknames. His physical condition is impressive. The Hawks' consecutive victories are not without reason. Their core lineup is exceptionally talented. The starting lineup for the Hawks can include Horford, Smith, Williams, Isolation Joe, and Williams. However, the focal point lies in Liu Xing's pursuit of Horford's misfortune. Liu Xing has become a topic of heated discussion in the NBA, largely due to Horford's controversial interview, which has had significant repercussions for Liu Xing. While not entirely to blame, Horford bears some responsibility. As the Lakers prepare to face the Hawks, the showdown is imminent. The Lakers' starting lineup remains unchanged, featuring Artest, Liu Xing, Odom, Kobe, and Fisher, supported by 2 towering figures in the paint and 3 perimeter players. Success at the Phillips Center has been confirmed, and rewards have been issued. Please check your account for the details. Liu Xing opened the treasure chest. After countless calls, it finally emerged. Dreamlike dance step fragment 1. Liu Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not what he had longed for? Previously, he remarked that gathering this final fragment would take an eternity. Yet, as fortune would have it, it has arrived at last. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Xing swiftly exchanged for the dreamlike dance skill. Ding! The exchange for the dreamlike dance has been successfully completed. The host has acquired the skill. As he gazed at the array of data in his mind, a broad smile spread across Liu Xing's face. And he thought to himself, with this skill in my arsenal, who would dare to claim that I lack technical prowess? The clash between the Lakers and the Hawks was about to commence. In the Tianqiao XL live broadcast room, host Ke Fan announced the start of the match. The Hawks continued their fiery momentum from the previous 2 games, with Horford striking first to secure the opening score. The Hawks seized possession and initiated their first offensive play. Williams brought the ball across half-court and passed it to Isolation Joe, who, facing Kobe's defense, exhibited a modest desire to score at the outset. He handed the ball to Horford at the free throw line, and without any interference, Horford took the shot and scored from mid-range. Good play. Horford has managed to secure the opening points for the Hawks. Ke Fan continued. Indeed, while Horford's reputation may pale in comparison to luminaries such as Liu Xing and Durant, he possesses undeniable talent, remarked Yang Yi, the guest commentator for the day. His style may not be the most explosive, but his positioning and fundamental skills are precisely what coaches cherish. This explains why he, as a rookie, can secure a starting position with the Hawks. Yang Yi's discerning was commendable. He was indeed one of the most admired writers for the Basketball Pioneer newspaper. The Lakers regained possession. Fisher maneuvered the ball forward, while Kobe positioned himself at a 45-degree angle, calling for the ball. Isolation Joe failed to advance, leaving Kobe momentarily unguarded. In an instant, Kobe soared into the air and released a 3-point shot. However, tonight, Kobe's shooting touch appeared to falter, as his first attempt fell short. This marked the Lakers' 2nd consecutive game, and it was evident that Kobe was feeling the effects. In truth, it wasn't just Kobe. The entire Lakers roster seemed to be struggling. Fisher, in an open position beyond the 3-point line, could only manage to miss entirely. Liu Xing delivered an alley-oop to Odom, yet surprisingly, he was thwarted by Horford. Nearby, Zhu swiftly seized the rebound, poised for a second attempt. Horford, despite being a rookie, consistently positioned himself in the most advantageous spots, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents. Zhu leapt into the air for a dunk, but Horford seized the opportunity and blocked him again. Horford's 2 consecutive blocks ignited a frenzy at the Phillips Center, with the crowd's deafening cheers resonating through the arena. On the other hand, the Hawks, thriving on their home court and bolstered by Horford's extraordinary performance, surged ahead with a 12-0 start, seizing the initiative. In the Tianchao XL live broadcast, host Ku Fan remarked on the Hawks' commanding lead, prompting Zen Master to call a timeout less than 3 minutes into the game. The Lakers found themselves in a precarious position, with even Kobe struggling to find his rhythm. The entire team's stamina appeared to be somewhat compromised due to the demands of back-to-back games. Ku Fan continued, "Coach Yang, what adjustments do you believe the Lakers need to make to reverse this downward trend?" Hearing this, Yang sighed and pondered for a moment. What issues are plaguing the Lakers? Their strategies remain the same, and they have executed them well. Yet, they simply cannot find the net. Their shots are falling short. Ultimately, it boils down to fatigue from consecutive battles, particularly in this second game of back-to-backs. "This issue seems almost insurmountable," he hinted. "Almost insurmountable? What do you mean?" Ku Fan inquired. "Unless someone steps up," Yang replied, continuing without waiting for a response. "In the Lakers games, we know someone needs to rise to the occasion, and that player must be Kobe. However, as you can see, Kobe is struggling tonight, as if his feet were weighed down by lead. Furthermore, I learned from TZ that Kobe's daughter has fallen ill. After the game against the Utah Jazz, he did not board the team flight to Atlanta, but instead took his helicopter back to Los Angeles to visit her in the hospital. He and Vanessa stayed by her side throughout the night." Yang reflected. Once her condition improved, he was reluctant to miss the game and flew to Atlanta, even foregoing warm-ups before taking to the court. Kobe is human, and under these circumstances, expecting him to deliver a stellar performance is exceedingly difficult, nearly an impossible task. This is the reality. Kobe is indeed human. Then, Coach Yang, do you think other players on the Lakers can step up? For instance, Liu Xing, whose scoring ability is quite remarkable, Ku Fan suggested. "It's challenging, very challenging. I do not mean to disrespect Liu Xing, but delivering an explosive performance has never been the forte of interior players. Moreover, while Liu Xing's scoring may appear impressive in certain games, those points are often the result of opportunities created by the team or second-chance efforts. He has yet to prove himself with the ball in hand. And given the intensity of this match, it is unrealistic to expect Liu Xing to exhibit an explosive performance." Yang remarked in the ESPN broadcast. The American Yang predicts the Hawks will hand the Lakers their first defeat of the new season. Just over a minute into the game, he declared the Lakers' fate. Host Kona inquired, "The first quarter isn't even over yet. On what grounds do you make such a statement, Stephen?" Yang responded, "This is a back-to-back game. The Lakers are facing considerable fatigue. Kobe has missed all 3 of his shots. His legs feel as if they are weighted down with lead. The Hawks are on fire. Every shot seems to find the net. Although the Lakers executed their tactics, it appears that the divine has taken away their shooting touch. For the Lakers to turn the tide, someone must step up. Yet that individual is not present in their lineup tonight." JJ, BR081, showcasing new skills. Hakeem Olajuwon's dream shake 2-0. Kona questioned Liu, "Isn't that possible?" Yang scoffed, dismissing the notion. If he were capable, the train could derail. When Kona attempted to continue, Yang elaborated, stating, "First, he lacks the ball-handling skills. Second, given the Lakers' current state, the Hawks will undoubtedly apply immense pressure. If he thinks he can shoot effortlessly, he is mistaken. Ultimately, relying solely on physical attributes, he is destined to remain a supporting character rather than a savior." This sentiment resonated as the timeout concluded, with Liu Xing failing to receive the ball at the free throw line, reaching a dramatic crescendo. Liu Xing failed to receive the ball at the free throw line, which signified the collapse of the Lakers' triangle offense. As the deficit widened, Kobe found himself ensnared in a series of individual plays, plunging the Lakers into a precarious predicament. The ball had traversed through 3 pairs of hands, yet no opportunities materialized. Ultimately, it returned to Kobe. With merely 2 seconds remaining on the clock, he had no choice but to shoot. In a hurried attempt, Kobe wasn't adequately prepared, and the shot fell short, ricocheting off the rim. Al Horford, with an innate instinct for the game, accurately anticipated the ball's trajectory and positioned himself perfectly. His substantial physique allowed him to secure his spot, rendering the talented but less assertive Nju powerless to claim the rebound over Horford. With unwavering determination, Horford seized the rebound, granting possession to the Hawks. On the sidelines, Hawks coach Nate McMillan beamed with delight. This was the agile, capable interior presence he desired. One who didn't demand the ball, but willingly undertook the dirty work and executed tasks meticulously. He couldn't help but applaud Horford, clearly enamored with this young talent. As the Hawks transitioned back on defense, McMillan playfully patted Horford on the back, offering encouragement that lifted Horford's spirits. Upon returning to the low post, Liu Xing was forced to retreat deeper due to Nju's lackluster defense, leading to a face-off between Horford and Liu Xing. It was Horford's inaugural encounter with Liu Xing. He noticed Liu's height, but found him slender. Invigorated by the challenge, Horford tugged at Liu's shorts and called for the ball. His intentions were clear. He aimed to back down and isolate Liu in a one-on-one confrontation. In the ESPN broadcast, commentator Yang expressed his admiration for the young Horford, recalling his college games and noting his proficiency in low-post techniques, predicting an impending showcase of skill. Meanwhile, in the Tianqiao XL broadcast, host Kufan remarked on Horford's intent to single out Liu Xing in the low post, signaling an opportunity to exploit Liu's perceived weaknesses. Yang added that one must commend Horford's court awareness. He consistently identifies mismatches, and now he was poised to capitalize on Liu's lack of bulk. In the realm of competitive sports, weaknesses are ruthlessly targeted. Liu Xing was now facing such scrutiny. On the court, as Horford received the ball with his back to Liu, he began to probe and taunt, declaring, "I play differently than those who rely solely on physicality. Which way will you go?" Liu's technical finesse had always been his Achilles heel, and now Horford was keen to exploit that vulnerability, provoking Liu with taunts. "You talk too much. You can't even stop me." Indeed, one cannot help but marvel at Horford, the 7-foot giant whose technical prowess is truly remarkable. While he engages in banter, he executes his maneuvers with finesse. After a shoulder dip, he pivots seamlessly, gliding effortlessly to the basket. Unlike the brutish players Liu Xing has encountered in the past, who rely solely on their physicality, Horford's skills are honed to perfection. At this juncture, most would surrender, arms raised in defeat. However, as Horford maneuvers into position, he effectively traps Liu Xing, rendering him immobile, and then surges toward the hoop with the intent to dominate. The solidity of Horford's fundamentals ignites a fervor within the Phillips Center, eliciting gasps from the Hawks fans in attendance. In the ESPN studio, the American commentator Yang could no longer contain his excitement. Upon witnessing Horford's successful turn, he erupted with enthusiasm, exclaiming "beautiful." Meanwhile, the host in the Tianqiao XL studio remarked that Liu Xing was outmaneuvered, leaving the Lakers' basket unprotected and raising concerns about an impending score that could widen the gap. Yang chimed in, praising Horford's lifelike movements, commenting on how convincingly he had outplayed Liu Xing. Just as the world anticipated Horford's imminent success, an astonishing scene unfolded. Liu Xing, seemingly immobilized, erupted like thunder from a clear sky, defying expectations as he sprang upward with the agility of a spring-loaded mechanism. In midair, he fully extended his arms, resembling a spider, creating an imposing defensive presence. Meanwhile, Horford, having bypassed Liu Xing, was fixated on the basket, dismissing Liu Xing's reputed defensive strength as inconsequential. However, in the blink of an eye, a shadow loomed behind him. Horford momentarily faltered as a powerful force swept through, causing the basketball to slip from his grasp. In a state of alarm, he turned to find Liu Xing, his teeth clenched and expression fierce, emanating an unwavering determination that seemed to communicate, "Bring it on." Horford was momentarily paralyzed by the sheer intensity of Liu Xing's presence. The crowd, too, was left in awe, captivated by Liu Xing's extraordinary display. A collective gasp resonated throughout the arena, with spectators' mouths agape and eyes wide, disbelief etched across their faces. The previously vibrant atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. Did you think this was the climax? No, this is merely the beginning. Liu Xing seized the rebound, leaving his teammates, even the legendary Kobe, momentarily stunned. The others were no different. At that moment, Liu Xing found himself without an available passer. With determination, he shouted and charged forward, accelerating as he carried the ball past the halfway line. Liu Xing's speed was remarkable, yet the ball did not slip from his grasp due to his swiftness nor his towering height. Rather, it seemed as though the ball was an extension of his very being. If Liu Xing's prior defensive maneuver had merely left spectators in awe, then his swift advance across the court while maintaining possession of the ball was nothing short of breathtaking. As soon as the Hawks head coach, Nate McMillan, settled into his seat, he was jolted upright as if he had been scorched by a hot iron. His jaw nearly dropped in disbelief at the sight before him, a nearly 2-meter giant dribbling the ball with the finesse of a guard. His astonishment was profound, but the thought dissipated as quickly as it came. A center pushing the fast break was a blatant affront to the Hawks' defense. He instinctively reacted, shouting at his team to halt Liu Xing's advance. The fans at Phillips Arena were equally taken aback, quickly responding with thunderous cheers that reverberated throughout the venue. Smith, the player closest to Liu Xing, was the first to react, shifting to obstruct Liu Xing's path and attempting to steal the ball. However, Smith underestimated the energy of Liu Xing's dazzling footwork. In a moment, Liu Xing executed a deft crossover, leaving Smith grasping at air. Having surpassed Smith, Liu Xing found himself at mid-court, where Isolation Joe awaited him at the three-point line. Poised and ready, he was convinced that Liu Xing would undoubtedly pass the ball. After all, a towering player attacking from beyond the arc was not within his realm of expectation. He believed he had 100 ways to intercept the ball the moment it touched Liu Xing's hands, a chink in the armor of a big man. Fisher, who was also sprinting alongside Liu Xing, recognized the predicament and called out, "Liu, pass me the ball." Yet, Liu Xing remained unfazed. This fast break demanded resolute decisiveness. Aimed straight for the basket. Any pass would only heighten the risk of a turnover, and besides, he was more than capable of scoring himself. With determination, Liu Xing charged directly towards Isolation Joe. As Liu Xing approached without any intention of passing, Isolation Joe shouted, "You're making a grave mistake." The Lakers bench was left in stunned silence, taken aback by the unfolding chaos. In the ESPN broadcast booth, commentator Yang Yi leaned forward, unable to contain his critique. What on earth is he doing? Does he really think he is Hakeem Olajuwon? Meanwhile, in the Chinese XL broadcast room, host Ku Fan marveled, exclaiming, "Wow. Liu Xing is fearlessly challenging Isolation Joe, heading straight into the heart of the Hawks' defense." Yang Yi chimed in, "This is not a wise choice. A turnover is imminent." Just as his words echoed, the action unfolded on the court. Liu Xing, with the ball in hand, charged towards the one-on-one matchup against Qiao. He opted for the right side, and Qiao, convinced that Liu would persist along that path, positioned himself to intercept, doubting that Liu would dare to alter his course in front of him. This overconfidence, however, proved detrimental to Qiao. As Liu approached him, he executed a sudden and pronounced change of direction, stepping decisively to the right and creating a gap of 3 meters between himself and Qiao. Qiao was left astounded, exclaiming, "Is this even possible?" If a player of his stature could perform maneuvers typical of a guard, what was left for others to showcase? The fans at the Phillips Center were equally astonished, witnessing a towering center, nearly 2 meters tall, executing technical moves akin to those of a guard, a truly breathtaking sight. The once boisterous arena fell into an eerie silence. In the ESPN broadcast room, the American commentator Yang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, "What on earth have I just witnessed?" Meanwhile, in the Tianqiao XL broadcast room, host Ku Fan leaned forward, his expression a tapestry of astonishment as if he had just witnessed the inconceivable. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and gasped, "What am I seeing?" Even the seasoned Yang Yi was taken aback, his eyes bulging in shock as he exclaimed, "Incredible." Yet, this was just the beginning. Liu Xing executed a dramatic change of direction, effortlessly bypassing the defender Joe. His foot landed directly on the free throw line. Before him loomed the hoop, and he scarcely registered the presence of Horford, who had just retreated to his position, still unprepared to make a move. In an instant, Liu Xing raised the ball high with one hand, advancing with remarkable speed, closing the distance rapidly, an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down on Horford. Instinctively, he shielded his head with his arms, only to discover that his chest was met by an unyielding force, as if struck by an immense weight, causing him to involuntarily tumble backward. In that moment, he heard a resounding crash, and then witnessed Liu Xing, suspended by one arm from the rim, surveying all beneath him, exuding the regal demeanor of a sovereign, casting a disdainful glance over his realm. At that instant, Horford's heart sank into silence. Prior to their encounter, he had clung to a glimmer of hope, dismissing Liu Xing as merely a talented anomaly reliant on physicality. It was nothing of consequence. Now, he understood, this was not merely a matter of envy. Liu Xing was far more than someone who merely relied on physical prowess. It is merely a matter of confronting the opponent directly, without unnecessary complications. The display of skill by Liu Xing was nothing short of extraordinary. Imagine a towering individual, nearly 2 meters tall, playing with the agility of a guard. His innate talent and technical prowess were overwhelming, leaving no room for his adversaries. In that moment, Horford felt as if the game of basketball had lost its significance. No matter how he played, He could never surpass Liu Xing. As Liu Xing released the ball and landed before Horford, he did not even glance at the fallen player. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings, taking note of the spectators who were left speechless in awe. With a cold gaze, he turned and jogged back to his defensive position. Throughout this process, he endured several encounters with teammates, particularly Kobe, who embraced Liu Xing warmly, showering him with praise, exclaiming that tonight, the dream is wearing your jersey. Such an accolade is indeed monumental. On the bench, the usually composed Zen master, who appeared indifferent to everything, was remarkably animated. His face alight with joy as he couldn't help but whistle and cheer, beautiful, while others were still in shock from the play. The Zen master rejoiced at discovering such a gem in Liu Xing, akin to unearthing a new world. Having players like Kobe and Liu Xing in a single team is an extraordinary fortune, akin to ancestral graves emitting smoke. The Zen master, grinning like a fool on the coaching bench, found this far more significant than the outcome of the match itself. There were mixed emotions. The discovery of Liu Xing delighted the Zen master, while Hawks coach McMillan was engulfed in sorrow. Where did this monster come from? McMillan murmured. One Kobe was already a headache. Adding Liu Xing into the mix seemed insurmountable. Shivering in disbelief, McMillan questioned the reality of the situation, insisting it must be a coincidence. He repeatedly asked his assistant, but silence was the only response. In the ESPN broadcast room, American commentator Yang Yi, having recovered from his astonishment, remained true to his stance. The play was indeed spectacular, but it did not necessarily signify anything substantial. Host Kona inquired, Stephen, do you believe this is merely a coincidence? Yang Yi replied, undoubtedly. Everyone experiences moments of brilliance. This surely is not his regular skill set. On what basis do you make such a claim? The host pressed. It is an instinct of mine, and my instincts are often accurate, Yang Yi asserted, as the host Kona was about to make a jest. The American commentator Yang Yi abruptly interrupted him. He remarked on the youth and towering height of a player, questioning whether such attributes could become his arsenal in regular season games. He added that if that were the case, even a sow could climb a tree. In the 60-year history of the NBA, only Hakeem Olajuwon has managed such feats. Do you truly believe that a rookie can achieve the same? Upon hearing this, host Kona fell silent. He could not deny that Yang Yi's words were harsh. Yet they were grounded in reality. In the Tian Chao XL live broadcasting room, host Ko-Fan expressed his amazement, exclaiming, what a display of dominance. Liu Xing has just dunked over Horford. Look at his gaze, his demeanor. Absolutely remarkable. I am enamored. He unabashedly revealed his exhilaration. Yang Yi acknowledged the quality of the play, stating it was indeed commendable. However, Ko-Fan interjected, hold on, we are still enjoying this, aren't we? Seemingly anticipating Yang Yi's next statement, Ko-Fan interrupted him. Yet Yang Yi insisted. I must address this point. However, this is not the role of a center. Ko-Fan, displeased, retorted, then what precisely should a center be doing? Yang Yi replied. A center should excel in the paint, avoiding unnecessary antics that fall outside their domain. After all, no matter how skilled you are, can you truly outplay a shorter guard? The answer is evidently no. Do you know why? Throughout the years, there has only been one Olajuwon in the NBA. It is because the technical difficulty increases with a player's height, which fundamentally explains why most post players possess rudimentary skills. Yang Yi spoke, and Ko-Fan attempted to interject, but found no opportunity. He realized that talent and hard work were both indispensable. After listening, Ko-Fan fell silent. He longed to refute the argument, but found himself lacking a counterpoint. Perhaps Liu Xing is indeed the exception? Ko-Fan mused. Impossible, Yang Yi declared with finality. However, no sooner had Yang Yi spoken than the narrative took an unexpected turn. The Hawks regained possession, and after a failed attempt by Joe from the perimeter, the score stood at 12-2. Liu Xing secured the rebound, but this time the Hawks swiftly retreated, leaving the Lakers with no opportunity for a fast break. Liu Xing engaged in a fierce battle against Fisher. In the Lakers' half-court, Kobe held the ball, challenging Joe in a one-on-one duel. He executed a jumper, but it fell short. Nevertheless, Liu Xing accurately anticipated the ball's trajectory. Horford positioned himself well, yet it proved inconsequential. In the face of unparalleled talent, his efforts were futile. Liu Xing soared over Horford, claiming the rebound with authority. Horford was left in disbelief. How could this be? Was there no fairness in the game? Despite his excellent positioning, Horford found himself outmatched and unable to secure the board. On the sidelines, Coach McMillan could only shrug in resignation, acknowledging that his player performed admirably. Yet they were not operating on the same plane of existence. And this was merely the beginning. Liu Xing seized the rebound, and in an instant, Kobe approached, demanding the ball. However, Liu Xing extended his hand in refusal. This scene astonished the onlookers. After all, it was Kobe. What was his intention? Even Zen Master was momentarily taken aback. Kobe was equally stunned. Positioned at the right baseline, Liu Xing had his back against Horford. This was not an ideal attacking position. The baseline loomed close, and Horford was an adept defender, effectively cutting off Liu Xing's path and leaving him with the challenge of navigating the baseline against two defenders. In the ESPN broadcast room, American commentator Yang Yi commented that Liu Xing was still too young. Meanwhile, in the Chinese XL broadcast room, host Ke Fan remarked that Liu Xing's decision to isolate against Horford was not a prudent choice. Yang Yi predicted an impending mistake. However, before their words could settle, Liu Xing at the baseline feigned a move toward the edge. Horford, delighted, thought to himself that he welcomed the challenge, positioning himself firmly to cut off the baseline. He was determined that once Liu Xing approached, he would fall to the ground, attempting to draw a charge. Horford was quite adept at this. He even envisioned Liu Xing appealing to the referee with a comical expression, exclaiming, "I did not foul." Horford was perhaps indulging himself a bit too much in his theatrics. Suddenly, Liu Xing took a decisive step, pivoting on his right foot like a spinning top, effortlessly creating an opportunity to face the basket. Rising up, he executed a powerful one-handed dunk. Horford was left in awe. The fluidity of Liu Xing's spin was astonishingly swift. To the untrained eye, it was merely a spectacle. But to the discerning, it revealed a mastery honed over years. Such a turn could not be achieved without a decade of dedication, a notion Horford found hard to believe. Liu Xing's remarkable display has utterly reshaped Horford's perception. This skill, combined with his physical prowess and innate talent, left Horford feeling that the game of basketball had become rather tedious. He found himself disinclined to continue playing. As a technician, he took note of this. Just as Horford was grappling with his astonishment, he heard Liu Xing's thunderous shout. Upon focusing, Horford noticed that Liu Xing was speaking earnestly, devoid of any trash talk. Horford, already captivated by Liu Xing's performance, remarked that Kobe, too, was a connoisseur of technique. He had discerned the nuances of the game and had previously felt a tinge of discontent over Liu Xing's reluctance to pass him the ball. However, in that moment, he dashed over to Liu Xing like an adoring disciple, exclaiming in excitement, "What a magnificent spin!" Meanwhile, Zen Master on the sidelines, akin to a discoverer of a new continent, beamed with joy, unable to contain his delight. Liu Xing's surprises are truly abundant and immense. He now resembles someone unboxing a mystery box, discovering treasures that are the very embodiment of people's desires. Mike Malone felt a pang of astonishment. Is this newcomer genuinely as inexperienced as he appears? The Lakers seem to be employing some sort of subterfuge. What other strategies could there possibly be? At the Phillips Center, the fans fell into a hushed silence. Observing Liu Xing was akin to witnessing a phenomenon. In the ESPN studio, American commentator Yang Yi leaned forward, replaying the footage repeatedly, ultimately exclaiming, "There's something remarkable here." His colleague Kona felt a bit awkward. Noting how rapidly opinions had shifted, it was as if sentiments were flipping like pages in a book. In the Tianchao XL studio, host Ke Fan marveled, "Wow, is this even possible? Director, could we please replay that?" After watching it 5 times, he exclaimed once more, "My goodness, this is utterly magnificent." Yang Yi's mouth nearly split from ear to ear as he shouted, "A dream too." Liu Xing asserted, "Remember, I am a master of technique." Liu Xing unleashed his fury. Despite scoring merely 2 points, his unstoppable prowess sent shivers down the spines of the Hawks. With possession in hand, the core player, one-on-one with Jordan, sought to make a statement. In a duel against Kobe, he deftly maneuvered past him, driving straight into the heart of the Lakers' paint. Jordan's execution was notably fierce as he faced Liu Xing head-on. Yet, in his overestimation of his own abilities and underestimation of Liu Xing's, Jordan miscalculated the challenge before him. Liu Xing feared, truly feared, the prospect of demise. As he beheld the approaching figure of Dunking Joe, poised to soar like a great eagle for a thunderous slam, Liu Xing shouted, raising his hands high, creating a formidable barrier akin to a volleyball block. Dunking Joe was left disoriented, utterly lost, in a state of shock. Dunking Joe thought to himself, what on earth is happening? Liu Xing's soaring ball was intercepted by the recent addition, Kobe. Upon gaining possession, Kobe promptly passed the ball to the advancing Odom, who effortlessly scored a layup against thin air, adding 2 points. The score now stood at 6-12, and the momentum had shifted in favor of the Lakers. Hawks head coach McMillan fell silent, deep in contemplation about strategies, only to realize he was at a loss. The reason? Liu Xing's defensive coverage has significantly broadened. In a one-on-one scenario against single-player Joe, he executed a pick-and-roll with Smith. As Smith set the screen, Kobe found himself ensnared, prompting Liu Xing to switch onto him. Observing Joe's demeanor in this isolation, it seemed he was prepared to take on Liu Xing alone. In a bid to showcase his leadership qualities, Joe leisurely dribbled while engaging in banter, making his intentions clear. "Rookie, pay attention." He continued his playful chatter as the isolation unfolded. Liu Xing is quite talkative. In a fit of frustration, Joe Johnson swiftly altered his direction, attempting to evade Liu Xing. Joe Johnson, known as ISO Joe, bears both commendatory and derogatory connotations. While the pejorative aspect of his isolation plays is prevalent, the commendatory side truly demonstrates his exceptional prowess. His one-on-one skills, however, pale in comparison to those of Kobe. In the heat of the moment, one might lose their balance with just a slight change in direction. Regrettably, Liu Xing is rather ordinary. Liu Xing maintained his composure, and his extraordinary explosive power allowed him to secure his position without losing ground. Single-handedly, Xiao was taken aback, realizing that he had fallen behind Liu Xing, pondering to himself how troublesome this opponent was. He swiftly gathered his energy and prepared to advance again. As he approached, however, he suddenly found his hands empty. Much to his dismay, the ball was gone. Xiao stood in shock, thinking to himself how swift Liu Xing was. The arena erupted with the disbelief of Hawks fans at this turn of events. In that moment of astonishment, the Lakers launched a counterattack. Kobe, Fisher, and Odom orchestrated a rapid play. Odom served as the pivot, while Fisher delivered an alley-oop to Kobe, who executed a thunderous dunk, concluding the offensive sequence. The score shifted to 8-12, and the Lakers gained momentum. The Hawks were compelled to call a timeout. During this pause, Hawks coach Nate McMillan merely offered motivational platitudes, which had little effect. The Hawks continued to rely primarily on their inside game. Yet Liu Xing and the steadfast presence of N'Ju at the Lakers' paint made it exceedingly difficult for them. Even in peak condition, N'Ju's formidable physique posed a significant threat. The Hawks struggled to find space, their attacks resembling a case of constipation. In stark contrast, the Lakers thrived. Liu Xing transformed into a dream, effortlessly dominating the paint as if traversing an ethereal realm, scoring with the ease of slicing through ripe vegetables. In any half-court battle, when the ball is presented, a score is inevitable. With 7 minutes and 36 seconds left, Liu Xing found himself matched up against Horford. It appeared that Liu Xing held a peculiar fascination for Horford, resembling a patron at an exclusive club captivated by an alluring technician, his eyes shimmering with eagerness as he seized every opportunity to strike. Horford, despite his physical prowess, found himself enduring significant psychological turmoil. Liu Xing relies solely on his physical prowess, overpowering his opponents with sheer strength and skill, while simultaneously exerting psychological pressure on Horford. The exchange of banter leaves Horford perplexed, questioning the cunning and strategy behind Liu's approach. Liu Xing, indeed a true master of the game, showcased his exceptional skills with a captivating dribbling maneuver, leaving Horford in a state of utter humiliation. Though Horford simmered with frustration, he found himself powerless to counter Liu Xing's brilliance. Consumed by rage, he could only watch helplessly as Liu Xing executed a dazzling display, dismantling the defense with ease, ultimately culminating in a resounding slam into the hoop. Following this, he was met with adulation from his teammates, while Horford faced the scorn of the audience, a reminder of his defeat. At the 6:23 mark, Liu Xing, poised at the free throw line, held the ball. Horford spread his arms wide, attempting to defend against Liu Xing, fully aware of the latter's formidable offensive prowess. Yet, a mere feint from Liu Xing exposed the basket behind him entirely. With no other option, Horford was compelled to concede a step. Recognizing this, Liu Xing seized the opportunity and leaped decisively. Horford rushed to intervene, left with no choice but to watch as Liu Xing effortlessly sent the ball into the net, dismissing any notion of interference with a casual remark. Horford, with his hands raised high, resembled one surrendering in defeat, his face etched with despair. The most poignant blow came from Liu Xing's subsequent strike, a testament to his technical finesse, a reflection of the match itself. Horford endured a harrowing ordeal, as Liu Xing's influence propelled the Lakers to a remarkable turnaround, concluding the first quarter with a score of 31-21, having transformed an initial deficit of 12-0 into a 10-point lead. Liu Xing has emerged as the most valuable player in the comeback, excelling in both offense and defense. On the defensive end, he recorded 4 blocks, 6 rebounds, and 1 steal, along with several disruptions, solidifying the Lakers' interior defense. Offensively, Liu Xing took charge of the Lakers' attack. With his high-arc shooting and powerful plays in the low post, he nearly dismantled the Hawks' defense in the paint. As Liu Xing ventured into the realm of the extraordinary, the Hawks found themselves on the defensive. In the first quarter, Liu Xing scored an impressive 18 points, accounting for nearly half of the Lakers' total points, trailing the Hawks' entire team by merely 3. Of those 18 points, 12 were achieved through his own proactive attacks with the ball. As the first quarter concluded, renowned ESPN host Yang Yi, with a shift in perspective, seemed to reconsider his previous assumptions about Liu Xing, suggesting a re-evaluation was in order. During a live broadcast, esteemed commentator Yang Yi exuberantly expressed a desire to pay his respects to Liu Xing. Furthermore, those who claimed Liu Xing relied solely on athleticism and finesse were assuredly mistaken, as they were left utterly defeated. The Hawks, once confident, found their morale crumbling by the end of the first quarter. In the second quarter, with Liu Xing resting, it appeared the Hawks had devised a strategy to contain the Lakers. However, upon Liu Xing's return, any hope of containment was quickly dashed. Following the adjustments made after the first quarter, Liu Xing found his rhythm once more in the second. Coach McMillan of the Hawks remarked that another dynasty for the Lakers was already in the making, watching Liu Xing dominate the paint with ease, instilling fear in his team. In response, he called a timeout, acknowledging that Horford was unable to effectively challenge Liu Xing. In front of many, Horford respectfully questioned the coach's approach, only to find himself humiliated. Once Liu Xing had the ball in the paint, he was met with double teams, yet the Hawks' defense crumbled under the pressure. McMillan, in a fit of frustration, circled Liu Xing's name emphatically on the tactical board. Initially, Smith was willing to engage, but as a renowned NBA big man, he felt insulted by the necessity of such tactics against a newcomer. Smith's patience wore thin, and he resolved to confront Liu Xing directly. However, after 3 plays, he found himself in foul trouble and had to sit out, leaving him seething at his own ineptitude as Liu Xing scored 8 points in the interim. In anger, Smith kicked the bench, cursing in frustration. The double teams proved ineffective against Liu Xing, who remained vibrant on the court. Under his leadership, the Lakers steadily widened the gap, bringing the score to a daunting 31-50. With a heavy heart, McMillan decided to utilize a timeout, instructing his team that once Liu Xing had the ball in the paint, they must double-team him without exception. With just 3 minutes and 36 seconds remaining in the first half, Liu Xing put forth an extraordinary performance, amassing 32 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 5 blocks, showcasing an unstoppable force that threatened to overwhelm the opposing team. Should he unleash his full potential, the Hawks were destined to become the subject of ridicule. Consequently, McMillan made a bold decision, opting to double-team Liu Xing at all costs. In addition to this defensive strategy, which also aimed to neutralize the perimeter threats posed by Kobe, Odom, and Ariza, McMillan's approach raised eyebrows among his assistants. They questioned whether he had fully considered the implications of such a tactic, especially regarding Kobe, who had regained his shooting touch and could prove lethal if left unguarded. In response to their concerns, McMillan cast a glance at his assistant and replied, tinged with resignation, "Is there truly a choice? We have none." As McMillan observed Liu Xing dominate the boards and execute thunderous dunks, his resolve only strengthened. He likened the situation to a choice between 2 vials of poison, stating that one must inevitably be chosen, even if it meant allowing Kobe to take uncontested shots from beyond the arc. The destructive capability of Liu Xing's presence simply could not be ignored. McMillan's lineup decisions left the fans in disbelief, with Hawks supporters questioning the rationale behind such a defensive scheme. "What are we witnessing?" they murmured. The implementation of a box-and-one defense seemed utterly bewildering. Meanwhile, on the Lakers bench, the players sat in collective silence, recognizing that the decision to double-team Liu Xing, while allowing Kobe to roam free, indicated that the Hawks were more fearful of Liu Xing than they were of Kobe. The Zen master smiled, understanding that the Hawks' defensive strategy was indicative of their disarray. The presence of Liu Xing compelled the Eagles to alter their defensive strategy, indicating that the Lakers held absolute dominance. More astonishing than this was the admiration expressed by the Zen master for Liu Xing's ability to transform defenses, a skill reserved for true superstars. Liu Xing showcased remarkable talent. Within the ESPN live broadcast, American commentator Yang Yi was taken aback, having observed McMillan's strategic lineup. After a prolonged silence, He murmured that it was the first time he had seen a team focus on double-teaming Kobe, a tactic reminiscent of the era of the OK duo. He never imagined that one day he would witness such a scene in the Lakers game. What left him speechless was the fact that it was a rookie, merely 20 years old. Yang expressed his astonishment, asserting that it must be a dream, though it was indeed reality. He continued, unable to believe it, his face reflecting sheer incredulity. In the XL Live broadcast, host Kofan leaned in, still incredulous, his expression filled with wonder and disbelief. Double team? 1, 2, 3, 4. Is McMillan out of his mind? Has he gone mad? It is rare for a commentator, after years of experience, to witness such an extreme defensive strategy against a rookie who has only played 20 games. This was a treatment typically reserved for superstars, an unprecedented occurrence in many years. At the game venue, although Dream displayed his signature move, the Dream Shake, Liu Xing faced the challenge of countering the box-and-one defense with considerable difficulty. Engaging in one-on-one battles against multiple defenders proved exhausting, as he struggled to prevail in each encounter. Liu Xing is a fool. The Eagle is surrounded. Liu Xing began to shift his role from a primary offensive player to a pivotal presence. Kobe started the game with an impressive touch, as one would expect from a player of his caliber, yet relying on a consistent performance throughout the night is a different reality. Furthermore, Kobe felt slighted after several possessions when unchallenged, igniting his competitive spirit. With a fierce resolve, he scored 12 consecutive points, propelling his team to a commanding 30-point lead at halftime. Mike McMillan trembled at the sight. One Liu Xing was already enough to instill panic. And now the resurgence of Kobe added to his woes. McMillan lamented, "How are we supposed to play now?" Despite the daunting deficit, the Hawks sought to fight back. McMillan persisted with his strategy from the second quarter, fully aware of Kobe's prowess. Yet he boldly opted to double-team Liu Xing and also Kobe. It was a gamble that, by chance, failed spectacularly. In the third quarter, the Lakers surged ahead by as much as 49 points, prompting McMillan to concede defeat and call off the battle. During the intermission of the fourth quarter, a reporter inquired, given Kobe's exceptional performance tonight, why the decision to double-team him. Kobe had amassed 36 points by the end of the second quarter, marking a pivotal turning point in the game. McMillan, with a look of disbelief, responded to the ABC reporter, "After 30 years in basketball, does it really need explaining? We had no choice." The combination of Liu Xing and Kobe resembled the legendary duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, presenting a toxic dilemma of whom to contain. The reporter pressed on, asking if McMillan intended to throw in the towel for the fourth quarter. Frustrated, McMillan retorted, "What else should we do?" The reporter fell silent, then posed one last question. "Are they really that formidable?" McMillan affirmed, "Indeed, they are strong. I foresee another dynasty for the Lakers on the horizon. This season's rocky start is no coincidence." The game held no suspense as the Lakers triumphed over the Hawks with a resounding 31-point victory, the final score being 131-100. This match showcased the Lakers' absolute dominance, both offensively and defensively. Averaging 118 points per game this season, they surpassed that with 131 points in this contest. Meanwhile, they restricted their opponents to just 100 points. A notable achievement given the Hawks' previous efficiency of 58 points in the paint this season, which plummeted to a mere 49 in this game. Post-game, Hawks star player Joe Johnson was queried about the team's loss. Reflecting on the defeat, he noted, "We faltered inside, scoring only 39 points in the paint in such a matchup. A loss is indeed peculiar." Al Horford, when questioned, echoed similar sentiments, admitting that their interior defense had been overwhelmed. Smith, the tenacious player, expressed his frustration, stating that they simply weren't fortunate tonight. The reporter's skepticism was palpable. He retorted, "If you were so confident, why did you believe you could dominate just once, only to seek a second victory?" Smith's complexion, already dark, deepened to an even darker shade upon hearing this. Was the reporter being polite? Was he asking the right questions? Did he even have the right to question? The Hawks' defensive lapses were underscored as the fundamental reason for their defeat against the Lakers. American commentator Yang, who has often been critical of Liu Xing, expressed his newfound admiration during the post-game analysis, admitting, "I was wrong. The technical prowess displayed was undeniable tonight." While Kobe's presence was certainly significant, the key to the Lakers' triumph lay in Liu Xing's contributions. With Shaquille's departure 3 years prior, Kobe finally found a reliable ally. The anticipation for the Lakers' future games is palpable. Renowned basketball analyst Yang remarked that Liu Xing's performance hinted at the emergence of a new Lakers dynasty. This evening against the Hawks, he almost single-handedly dismantled their interior defense, showcasing an extraordinary display of dominance. Yang succinctly summarized the game. After the match, when Kobe was asked by reporters about the victory, he candidly stated, "We won thanks to Liu." As he glanced at the game statistics on the table, he continued, "I haven't felt this relaxed playing in a long time. It was truly a delightful evening." When questioned about the Hawks' decision not to double-team him, Kobe wore a mischievous expression, replying, "No, I quite enjoyed that feeling. I don't like being double-teamed unless absolutely necessary. Besides, basketball doesn't need to be that difficult." The reporter pressed on, "Kobe, what do you mean by that?" To which Kobe simply replied, "Exactly." Even the Zen master expressed his admiration for Liu Xing, stating, "I really like him." Unlike his usual apprehension towards newcomers, this summer, he found Liu Xing to be a remarkable asset. New talent typically signifies youth, potential mistakes, and the need for growth. However, the Zen master returned to the Lakers with championship aspirations, rather than focusing solely on nurturing new talent. This summer, the Lakers did not fulfill their promises of assembling a strong roster. They merely acquired Liu Xing and welcomed Fisher back, leaving the Zen master somewhat disillusioned. Was it a deception? Although the media has not reported on his grievances, behind the scenes, he has frequently complained to his girlfriend, Jeannie Buss, the Lakers owner, about the situation. Since the season commenced, the Zen master's complaints have gradually diminished, nearly vanishing altogether, all thanks to Liu Xing. He had known from the outset that Liu Xing was exceptional, and he believed that given the opportunity, Liu Xing would undoubtedly rise to the occasion. What surprised him was Liu Xing's rapid development, progressing at an almost lightning-fast pace. In just his 10th game, he accomplished feats that some players might never achieve in a lifetime. The audacity of Liu Xing's growth journey seemed almost dreamlike. A tale that was too extraordinary to narrate. The Zen master found himself questioning reality, feeling as though he were in a dream. Phil? The reporter interrupted the Zen master's contemplation. The master responded with a soft acknowledgement, gradually returning from his reverie. The reporter continued, "This evening, Liu Xing showcased a plethora of skills, but what impressed me the most was his remarkably refined technique, akin to that of a defender. It is indeed rare. Can we liken this to a dream, or is there a more profound interpretation?" In response, the Zen master pondered for a moment before softly murmuring, "Beyond mere dreams." It is more aptly described as a synthesis of Chamberlain's aspirations, perhaps even more precise. It embodies an astute intellect. As for who, that remains for time to reveal. The master was genuinely lavish in his praise for Liu Xing, exuding an overwhelming admiration. The reporter then relayed the master's commendations to Liu Xing in an even more exaggerated tone, inquiring, "What are your thoughts on the master's words? Who do you believe is the archetype of such a player?" Liu Xing felt ensnared, suspecting the peril of being elevated to a position of undue praise. Upon reflection, it seemed that the Zen master had indeed articulated a profound truth. He possessed the ultimate weapon of dreams, yet his physical prowess, when compared to the realm of dreams, was merely a fade of illusion, a mere representation of reality. Furthermore, does the peril of undue elevation truly exist? The system dictates a cycle of rises and falls. Liu Xing proclaimed, "I am not the next someone. I am merely the first version of myself." He reiterated, "I am not merely one among many. I am the singularity of my own existence." With keen insight, Liu Xing pondered, "Is this a mere dream?" The reporter inquired. Liu Xing is acutely aware of the challenges posed by the media. Some journalists are cunningly shrewd, calculating their words with precision, and indeed, they possess formidable insights. They question the merit of newcomers, dismissing their skills as mere antics, as if merely possessing physical prowess equates to achieving greatness. They argue that one should attain at least half of the glory at home before making grand proclamations. The confidence exhibited is juxtaposed against one's own origins. In truth, Liu Xing had intended to make such comparisons himself. Given his recent performance, it is likely that the journalist would remark on his self-awareness, having witnessed the lofty dreams he harbors. As for the four forwards, he stands at the forefront. Thus, the inquiry posed is a perilous one, no matter how he responds. It seems destined to lead to unfavorable outcomes. Ultimately, Liu Xing expressed his profound respect for his dreams and acknowledged his idols, yet he firmly maintains that, above all, he prioritizes his own aspirations. Liu Xing cleverly resolved the situation. In the Miami Heat's general manager's office, the light still shone brightly. Pat Riley, the silver-haired sage renowned for his strategic acumen, remained at work well past the usual hours. Known simply as the Sage, few truly grasped the extent of his dedication. Throughout the 365 days of the year, he often toiled until 10 o'clock at night, a routine he had maintained for 2 decades. As he labored, Riley's reputation naturally blossomed. The Heat found themselves at a crossroads, and Riley had invested countless hours into the team's future. Yet, he faced challenges with a sense of resignation. The team was fracturing. The anticipated decline of Shaquille O'Neal was a reality he had long foreseen, though it ultimately led to a championship victory for the Heat. They were willing to accept some losses in exchange for the best possible outcomes. For instance, this season, after the core player Dwayne Wade suffered an injury, the aging Shark had to rally the team, officially signaling a rebuilding phase for the Heat. The clarion call for reconstruction had sounded after their championship win, and Riley had already begun strategizing for the next 5 years. While he felt a twinge of regret, he also recognized the futility of lamentation. Perhaps, the universe offered him a chance at redemption this summer, transforming the Heat into a championship contender. Regretfully, he had not seized the opportunity. Imagine an elite interior presence comparable to a dream, a player who could excel in both offense and defense. Paired with a peak performance Wade, an updated Shaquille and Wade duo, such youthful synergy could have ushered in a dynasty for the Heat. A dream that had once been tantalizingly close, but was now lost. Especially after witnessing the Lakers face off against the Hawks tonight, Riley felt a pang of heartbreak. He suppressed his emotions, lighting a cigarette, berating himself for his oversight. "What a fool I am," he muttered, slapping his thigh in frustration. Yet, he knew self-pity was worthless. There was no remedy for regret. Resolutely, he picked up his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and found the number of Lakers general manager, Jerry West, dialing it without hesitation. After 5 rings, West finally answered, slightly annoyed at the interruption but maintaining a cordial tone. "Riley, what is up? Is this urgent? If not, I might have to block your number," he quipped. Riley, genuinely wary of losing the connection, spoke rapidly. "I want to discuss a potential trade." Intrigued, West inquired, "Who are we talking about?" Riley replied, "I'm willing to consider any player on the Heat aside from Wade." West's interest peaked. "Is the Lakers' current roster satisfactory? Are you sure it's enough?" Riley assured him, "Absolutely, it is. The depth of a team's roster is akin to wealth. Naturally, the more abundant, the better. As no one would ever complain about having too much." West, ever astute, surely pondered whether the cunning Riley would extend a gesture of goodwill. Recognizing him as a sly fox who awakens early only for his own gain. With palpable eagerness, he inquired, "Go on, whom do you wish to trade?" Upon discovering the Zen Master's interest, Riley continued, expressing his long-standing desire to rid himself of the troublesome asset that was Kwame Brown. If Miami were willing to absorb the burden, it might pique interest. Indeed, the Lakers, despite their misfortunes, had little left to offer. Kwame had scarcely played, yet occupied valuable salary space, a persistent thorn in West's side, who had long sought to eliminate this encumbrance but had struggled to find the opportunity. West, however, remained vigilant, contemplating whom to trade. At that moment, Riley blurted something out. On the other end of the line, West abruptly hung up, leaving only the sound of a dial tone. Frustrated, he wondered why the call had been terminated. He soon realized that after several attempts, he had been blocked by West. Incensed, Riley lamented the rudeness of being so casually dismissed. Was it truly so simple to sever ties? He thought it unprofessional for West, claiming to be the Lakers' patriarch, to exhibit such a lack of decorum. After venting his frustrations, Riley remained undeterred and sent a text. "Everything is negotiable, don't be hasty. Let us communicate civilly." To secure a deal for the coveted player, he was even willing to part with O'Neal. Meanwhile, in a remote corner of Los Angeles, a silver-haired elder ended the call in exasperation, adding Riley to his blacklist and muttering about his perceived arrogance. Did Riley truly think himself clever? As if the world were filled with fools? Did he genuinely believe he could trade for O'Neal, even if O'Neal were in his prime? Such a proposition seemed absurd. After airing his grievances, he tuned into the Lakers game that evening, witnessing their 10th consecutive victory, which filled West with immense satisfaction. Upon returning to the Lakers, he felt a renewed sense of fulfillment with the current roster, envisioning the possibility of a dynasty. Yet, the thought of the contract for the star player weighed heavily on West's mind. Though owner Jerry Buss had assured him that money was no object as long as they aimed for the championship, he couldn't help but wonder about the implications. West was fully aware of the remarkable performance of Durant and the competition for the Rookie of the Month title, intrigued to see who would ultimately claim the honor. Liu Xing gazed at the adorable deity's score of 3 points and 510, his mouth agape with joy, revealing a glimpse of his exuberance. He was utterly exhilarated. Following tradition, he opened the most popular fan hub, MOP, eager to immerse himself in the exhilarating atmosphere. Liu Xing's performance in the American basketball scene has ignited a fervent discussion on platforms such as Catpoo and Twitter, particularly highlighting the unfortunate reality of bias based on skin color. Following the Lakers' challenging game against the Hawks, Catpoo erupted with excitement. The platform was flooded with news regarding Liu Xing, with a prominent headline proclaiming the fearsome nature of his prowess. The coverage was devoid of superfluous commentary, focusing solely on Liu Xing's remarkable achievements in the game against the Hawks, including scoring, rebounding, blocking, and assists. The news reached unprecedented heights, garnering over 10,000 views, setting a new record for Catpoo. The reposts surged to an astonishing rate of 1 every 10 seconds, marking the most significant increase in years. The platform even experienced several crashes due to the overwhelming traffic. Reports suggest that programmers threatened Catpoo's executives for increased compensation, as managing the influx became untenable. The management, lacking any recourse, had no choice but to comply and issue payments. Liu Xing's explosive popularity is undeniable. Catpoo is filled with posts extolling Liu Xing's talents, with phrases like "who else could possibly compare?" and "the most formidable star in history" echoing throughout. He is hailed as a basketball deity, with claims that he is destined for greatness. His record-breaking feats include achieving the youngest milestones for blocks, rebounds, and points in a single game. The Lakers' 10-game winning streak has further solidified Liu Xing's status as their savior. He is recognized as the youngest record-breaking machine, overshadowing legends like Kobe and Jordan. Even Jordan himself would be left in awe. Comparisons to Durant's Rookie of the Year accolades are dismissed as ludicrous. Liu Xing's talent is in a league of its own. Liu Xing found himself perplexed. Catpoo had become the most comprehensive, rapid, and authoritative source for basketball information across the internet. However, upon examining certain headlines, he felt as though he were surfing through UC or Weibo. Observing Liu Xing, his forehead was lined with frowns, and a headache began to set in, leading him to question the fervor with which fellow fans spoke of the sport. Catpoo appeared to be elevating its profile, with Li Ning preparing to sign a contract. Naturally, Li Ning was investing in advertising to propel Liu Xing into the trending searches. Liu Xing, once clearly defined, now found himself entangled in confusion. Was it truly possible that the trending searches were purchased in such abundance? Liu Xing found himself questioning his own fame, pondering whether he truly deserved such a claim. As he perused the comments, he was met with unanimous praise. Even the occasional provocateur attempting to gain attention by disparaging him found their words swiftly drowned in a sea of admiration, failing to stir even the slightest ripple of dissent. The wisdom of the ages suggests that Liu Xing is among the greatest interior players in history, one of the most flawless athletes, and undoubtedly one of the most gifted. In summary, everything about him is simply exquisite. There is no doubt that even the likes of Jordan and Shaquille O'Neal pale in comparison. As he glanced through the comments, Liu Xing restrained himself from making sarcastic remarks, sensing an undertone of excessive flattery. The technical prowess he displayed was unparalleled, a masterclass in finesse that was astonishingly rare. He found himself enamored by it. Allow me to share a secret. During a midday respite, he discreetly practiced his skills. And though he was caught and punished with 10 laps around the playground, it was well worth it. What can one say? Liu Xing reflected on the irony of his newfound fame. Everything about him has become a source of imitation, which he found quite vexing. He wondered about the implications of excelling in basketball while inadvertently misleading students to disregard their studies. It left him in a state of concern. He was determined to embrace the title of the most formidable footwork in the game. He dismissed any mention of dreams or Hakeem Olajuwon, asserting that he is a product of the present era, and he is resolute in accepting any rebuttal. My friend, this predicament requires a remedy. Liu Xing's forehead is adorned with dark lines. Trained under the tutelage of Olajuwon, it is said that his physical prowess is unparalleled, an extraordinary talent that stands apart. Compared to the pioneering techniques of Dream, Liu Xing dares to claim that he has surpassed him, though perhaps he is only nearing that level, built upon decades of accumulation. Furthermore, he has begun offering lessons at an exorbitant fee of 100,000 per session, with a rather dismissive attitude towards those who might question his methods. Despite his lanky physique, Liu Xing possesses explosive power, complemented by his height and wingspan, paired with unparalleled skill, rendering him virtually unstoppable. Those who thought that Yao Ming was the pinnacle of basketball talent were sadly mistaken. Liu Xing is only beginning to carve his path. Perhaps he has overestimated his own abilities, feeling a twinge of guilt for overshadowing others and leading them to mistakenly regard Yao as merely average. Little do they know, Yao is anything but ordinary. He is a once-in-a-century talent, a true deity of the sport. As he gazes at the accolades earned through his remarkable performance, Liu Xing feels a pang of embarrassment, as if he is merely a salesman peddling his own hype. He playfully critiques himself under a pseudonym, suggesting that his skills, though impressive, are merely for show. With such height, reach, and leaping ability, one might think he could simply overpower his opponents, but that would be an oversimplification. In truth, Liu Xing's physical attributes allow him to dominate the game, and when facing players like Horford and Smith, he could easily rely on brute force. Yet, he often employs flashy moves, striving to showcase his challenging style. As for the ferocious Durant, the question remains who truly deserves the title of Rookie of the Month. Liu Xing humorously notes that his fakes are merely that, fakes, designed to deceive defenders, lacking the depth of true skill. Comparisons to Dream are futile. What can one measure against greatness? Liu Xing fervently critiques himself, hoping to awaken a few fans to reality and instill a modicum of rationality. However, he underestimates the tenacity of diehard fans. In the spirit of the bond between Guan and Bao, he exclaims, "Damn it, the enemy is present, and the brothers rally to attack. Listen to the slogans. Organize our formation and encircle those who sell Bao." Bao agreed. Liu Xing's fervent admirer agreed 2. Lake Dynasty agreed 3. Final details agreed 100. After Liu Xing posted 3 comments, he suddenly felt a slight urge to relieve himself. He made a brief visit to the restroom, which lasted just a little over a minute, perhaps 2 at most. Upon his return, he discovered that each of his 3 posts had received over 100 replies, and the numbers were escalating rapidly, astonishing him. What on earth was happening? Even as a reincarnated individual, Liu Xing had witnessed the flourishing era of media and the peak of traffic during the fierce battles between Curry and LeBron. In those days, as the reigning king of traffic, during a Warriors versus Cavaliers match, the programmers at Maopu trembled in fear, worried that their servers might crash. It was a time of explosive traffic, even in the 5G era, contrasting sharply with the present. Back then, it was the finals. Now, it was merely the regular season. Playoffs, and yet the fervor was unmatched. How could Maopu generate such excitement? Liu Xing gasped in astonishment, which is quite understandable. The era is indeed lacking in formidable superheroes. Thus, Liu Xiang's emergence was explosive, and so was Yao's. Liu Xing, in contrast to the rule-bound Yao, embodies the quintessential image of a superhero that the fans of the Lakers hold dear. His extraordinary physical prowess and unparalleled skills render him a formidable presence in the realm of competitive sports. Since Liu Xing's formal joining of the Lakers, the team has remarkably remained undefeated. Presently, the Lakers exude a sense of solitary pursuit of victory. Although the Lakers, a renowned franchise, have experienced several prosperous years, their performance has faltered since securing a three-peat championship in 2003, plunging them into a period of decline. Following the departure of Shaquille O'Neal to Miami, the team embraced a strategy centered around Kobe Bryant, ushering in a rebuilding phase. This era proved challenging as Kobe faced significant turmoil stemming from a scandal. Yet the team managed to reach the playoffs intermittently. In 2 consecutive seasons, the Lakers suffered first-round playoff exits at the hands of the Suns, once infamously squandering a 3-1 series lead. The subsequent year brought further humiliation, as they were eliminated 4-1 by the same team, leading to a near collapse of the franchise. At one point, Kobe even requested a trade amidst the turmoil. This summer, as media outlets speculated about the upcoming season, many believed the Lakers would struggle to make the playoffs. Some even suggested trading Kobe or acquiring fresh talent to salvage their prospects. The media derided the Lakers, questioning their status as a prestigious franchise and predicting their descent into farce. However, Liu Xing has put an end to such mockery. This season, the Lakers roster has seen minimal changes, primarily the addition of Liu Xing and the return of veteran player Fish. Despite skepticism, ESPN analyst Young boldly claimed that with the infusion of Liu Xing, the Lakers could achieve 30 victories, though he faced ridicule for such a statement. Remarkably, Liu Xing has led the team to an impressive 10-0 start, drastically improving their standings from 20th to 10th place, all thanks to his extraordinary contributions. Moreover, Liu Xing's remarkable performance has evoked comparisons to the pinnacle of athleticism, earning him the moniker of superhero from fans and analysts alike. This acclaim is the fundamental reason for Liu Xing's meteoric rise to fame. For those fans who revel in irrationality, there is little that can be done. In a parallel narrative, the Seattle Supersonics, already on a 3-game losing streak, face turmoil as rumors suggest the owner may sell the team, plunging them into uncertainty. With no prospective buyers in sight and the future of the franchise hanging in the balance, the question remains, where will the team relocate under new ownership? Is there a guarantee for the salary? Without having taken over, the situation remains uncertain, even when the boss speaks kindly. Skills and conditions have begun to be considered for future contingencies. It is not only the seasoned veterans who have navigated the league for years that are contemplating their futures. Even the novice Green is beginning to make plans for himself. Agents are securing positions for themselves to ensure their livelihoods. Durant, on the other hand, appears to be singularly focused on his craft, with few interests outside of basketball, indulging in idle chatter only sparingly. During such conversations, there is little time to waste. When at home, he practices diligently, even amidst teammates who are disinterested in the game. He immerses himself in training, striving to elevate his performance, much like a madman. Green, curious, inquires about Durant's motivations, questioning the utility of his efforts, especially as the Supersonics seem to be fading. Durant, however, brushes off the concern, emphasizing his commitment to practice. Green speculates whether Durant still harbors ambitions for the Rookie of the Year title. Durant questions the relevance of such an accolade. Green points out that weak teams often remain disconnected from such honors. Durant insists that external opinions do not concern him. Green likens Liu Xing to a rookie in a different dimension. Durant counters that he too exists in that same realm. With that, he turns away, diving back into his training. That night, as the Supersonics faced off against the Magic, Durant delivered a godly performance, transcending to yet another level. The debate looms over who truly deserves the title of Rookie of the Month, Durant or Liu Xing. Liu Xing once believed that Durant had indeed entered a realm of extraordinary prowess, yet such madness was unexpected. The Boston Celtics, currently the premier defensive team in the NBA and the frontrunner for the championship, boast an impressive record of 11 wins and 1 loss, leading the league in defensive efficiency and ranking second in offensive efficiency. Some media outlets have even proclaimed that the championship trophy should be awarded to Boston directly, leaving others to vie for second place. Meanwhile, the Seattle Supersonics, once a struggling franchise, have sold their team, and the players find themselves in a state of anxiety. What should have been a straightforward victory for the Celtics turned out to be anything but predictable. The Celtics underestimated the Supersonics to a considerable extent. When Coach Rivers was questioned about resting his starters against the Supersonics, he confirmed that he would. However, the Celtics fielded their full roster. Yet Rivers still made an astonishing 12 substitutions, whereas he typically rotates only 7 players against stronger teams, revealing a degree of complacency that provided the Supersonics with an opportunity. In fact, the Celtics' surprising struggle was foreshadowed, and Rivers had been warned. Durant scored 18 points in the first quarter, sending a clear signal to the Celtics as the Supersonics led 31-24 at the end of the first quarter. Still, Rivers remained steadfast in his lengthy rotation. In the second quarter, Durant added another 12 points, finishing the half with 30 points, along with 2 steals, 2 blocks, and 4 rebounds. By halftime, the Supersonics held an 11-point lead at 61-50. ESPN commentator Mike Wilbon exclaimed that Durant had made it simple, suggesting the Celtics had indeed capsized in the depths of their own strategy. Despite the anticipated defensive adjustments, Tony Allen was tasked with guarding Durant one-on-one. While Allen's defensive skills are commendable, known as the Kobe stopper, he found himself overwhelmed by Durant's height, wingspan, and exceptional athleticism, coupled with his refined technique, leaving little room for Allen to succeed. The insights provided by the esteemed American analyst Yang Yi shed light on the ongoing dynamics of the game. Among the notable players, Kevin Durant stands out, accompanied by the rising star Liu Xing. The Celtics, in their struggle, found themselves in a precarious position. With no effective double-teaming, Durant scored an additional 10 points in the third quarter, propelling the Supersonics to a rare lead of 14 points over the Celtics, concluding the third quarter at 84-70. Durant's impressive tally of 40 points by the end of the third seemed to foreshadow a significant outcome for the evening. The home crowd of the Supersonics remained on their feet, chanting the name Kevin Durant in unison, a testament to his undeniable presence during pivotal moments. Clearly, Durant embodies the essence of a clutch performer. The Celtics faced the Supersonics, with one team at the pinnacle of the league and the other languishing at the bottom. Yet the Celtics initially held a psychological advantage, even as the fourth quarter commenced with the Celtics trailing by 14 points. Coach Rivers candidly acknowledged during a halftime interview that the Supersonics were operating at an extraordinary level, pushing the limits to an unforeseen extent. He expressed concern that once the momentum shifted, it would be challenging to regain control. Moreover, in the NBA, there are no truly weak teams. Any lapse in seriousness could lead to dire consequences. Regrettably for the Celtics, they found themselves confronted by the formidable Durant. Although he outwardly proclaimed confidence in victory, internally, he grappled with doubts regarding his capability, especially in light of the disparity in team strength. However, the mere thought of Liu Xing ignited within Durant a fierce resolve to rise to the occasion. Thus, as the fourth quarter unfolded, Durant showcased a transcendental performance, having already amassed 40 points by the third quarter, while many anticipated that he would take a step back in the fourth. Considering the Celtics' implementation of a double-team defensive strategy, the Celtics' usual reliance on man-to-man defense, bolstered by sufficient defensive resources, had proven effective against various NBA teams. Nonetheless, the decision to employ a double team against Durant was a significant shift in strategy, often reserved for superstars of the caliber of Kobe or LeBron. ESPN's commentator Yang noted this tactical adjustment, stating that the Celtics had effectively conceded the game. It is worth mentioning that even a player of LeBron's caliber would struggle against such a defensive scheme. The Celtics' defense indeed instills a sense of trepidation. However, Durant delivered a performance of divine caliber in the fourth quarter, scoring 15 points with a staggering shooting percentage. Notably, he achieved this feat within the last 5 minutes and 30 seconds of the game, during which the contest reached its climax. Of these 15 points, 8 were garnered in the final 2 minutes and 30 seconds, including a pivotal 4-point play that effectively extinguished the Celtics' hopes for a comeback. Ultimately, the Supersonics triumphed with a score of 98-94, handing the Celtics their second defeat of the season, following a prior loss to the Lakers. The unexpected defeat at the hands of an underdog team, along with Durant's extraordinary 55-point outing, became the headline news. Media outlets even resorted to hyperbolic expressions, questioning who could possibly impede Kevin Durant, the unstoppable assassin. It appeared that facing the Celtics had unlocked Durant's full potential. Against the Jazz, he recorded 36 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks. Although the Supersonics did not secure a victory, Durant's performance garnered unanimous acclaim. In a match against the Bulls, he notched 32 points, 9 rebounds, and 9 assists, contributing significantly to the Supersonics' narrow victory. Notably, Durant also achieved his first career game winner with just 1 seconds remaining against the Bulls. Beyond that decisive moment, he scored 32 points, with 16 coming in the final 5 minutes and 36 seconds. Terms like clutch, key player, assassin, and killer aptly describe Durant's prowess on the court. This leads us to ponder, who will be the Rookie of the Week? One of the hottest debates in the NBA. Rivaling discussions about LeBron and Kobe centers on who stands as the foremost player in the league. As we approach the moment when the rookie stars meet, it is crucial to note that, apart from these two, the narrative is quite the opposite. The Supersonic screen has evolved, recently averaging 15 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists over the last 3 games, a performance that certainly positions him as a strong candidate for the all-rookie first team. Meanwhile, the Hawks' Horford has been on a tear, especially following his game against the Lakers, displaying an intensity that makes facing him seem less daunting than contending with the rising star. In the recent 3 games, he recorded a remarkable stat line of 16 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, showcasing a comprehensive skill set. In the context of his draft year, Horford is vying for the coveted title of Rookie of the Year. Furthermore, players like Lian from the Bucks, due to the presence of Liu Xing, have made this draft class exceptionally fierce. The 2007 draft class, despite the extraordinary talents of Durant and Oden, has been characterized by a significant gap in player development. Apart from Durant and Oden, the media generally regarded this draft year as one with a high success rate. However, with Liu Xing's emergence, the 2007 class has ascended to an entirely new dimension, prompting the media to reassess the rookie class. While the 1983 Platinum Generation, the 2003 Platinum Generation, and the 1996 Golden Generation are all considered milestone draft years, the impact of Liu Xing has shifted the dynamics. The new talents from 2007, inspired by Liu Xing, have illuminated the path forward, dispelling the darkness that once clouded their potential. The pressing question remains, between the two standout players, Liu Xing and Durant, who is superior? At the onset of the draft, the loudest voices were in favor of Odin and Durant. Following Odin's injury, Durant, despite being on a struggling team, became an incomparable force due to his extraordinary physical attributes. Durant was widely anticipated to be the 2007 Rookie of the Year, with betting odds suggesting a staggering 89% probability of him claiming the title. However, Liu Xing's sudden rise has injected new suspense into the competition for the award. Liu Xing, once a nameless rookie, has risen to prominence with remarkable tenacity. His ascent began with the extraordinary achievement of being named the Western Conference Rookie of the Week, surpassing Kevin Durant, which reignited the suspense surrounding the awards. Furthermore, he maintained this dominance for 3 consecutive weeks, consistently suppressing Durant's performance. This remarkable streak elevated the call for Liu Xing to be recognized as Rookie of the Week to a crescendo, significantly enhancing his reputation. His odds of clinching the Rookie of the Year award surged dramatically, with betting companies adjusting their predictions from 0.8 to 18, then to 48, and finally to 68. As Liu Xing repeatedly defied their expectations. With the season just shy of a month underway and an ample data sample available, the betting companies remain watchful regarding the sustainability of Liu Xing's extraordinary form. Liu Xing's probability of winning the Rookie of the Year award has been set at 69 by the betting companies, marking the highest for the 2007 draft class. Kevin Durant closely follows with a probability of 59, reflecting a decline from his peak performance. Subsequently, there has been a notable scarcity of contenders. The competition has diminished significantly, with only 10 remaining. Aside from the 2 aforementioned prodigies, the remaining talent has been relegated to mediocrity. After 3 weeks into the season, Liu Xing has consecutively been named the Rookie of the Week for 3 weeks, and it seems that his selection as Rookie of the Month is all but assured. However, the Lakers faced an exceptionally easy schedule during the first month, allowing Liu Xing to secure victories with minimal effort, which left him feeling somewhat frustrated. For instance, during a game against the Bobcats, witnessing Durant's relentless pursuit of excellence, Liu Xing was determined to perform at his best, yet the Bobcats proved to be a formidable obstacle. In the opening stages, Liu Xing showcased merely 2 remarkable plays, prompting the Bobcats to seemingly concede defeat. The sight of Jordan, the Bobcats owner, watching from the sidelines, visibly agitated as he repeatedly adjusted his tie, conveyed his eagerness to intervene. In this match, Liu Xing played for only 1 quarter, or more precisely, a mere half of it, during which he remained unchallenged. In that brief period, he amassed impressive statistics: 12 points, 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, filling the statistical columns to the brim. However, the data, while seemingly impressive, belied a deeper truth. Its true significance manifested in the Lakers' relentless dominance, exerting both offensive and defensive pressure that left the Bobcats utterly unable to counter. By the end of the first quarter, they had effectively surrendered, conceding the game entirely. Liu Xing's efforts were in vain. Driven by monetary gain, Liu initially intended to elevate his score. However, upon receiving the ball, the Bobcats players surrendered their resistance, leaving Liu disinterested. The match unfolded in a lackluster manner, prompting him to take a direct break. Subsequently, the same scenario transpired in the game against the Raptors. In Liu Xing's inaugural foray into international competition, he had hoped to showcase his skills and garner a following. However, the Raptors faced the Lakers and opted to forfeit a game, with 3 key players resting. Consequently, there was little opportunity for Liu Xing to shine. Ultimately, he played for a mere 14 minutes, without breaking a sweat, accumulating 14 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 2 blocks. The Lakers concluded their half in a commanding manner. During the intermission, Liu Xing even found himself dozing on the sidelines, a testament to the overwhelming nature of the contest. He was certainly aware of his own strength as well as the intensity of his opponents. The Spurs, renowned for their prowess, truly exemplified this dynamic. One must commend Coach Popovich for his remarkable strategic acumen. The atmosphere was palpable, with the Lakers taking on the Spurs in a highly anticipated clash. A battle of life and death. Liu Xing sharpened his blades, ready to confront the Spurs. Coach Popovich remarked that the Spurs currently ranked 4th in the Western Conference, trailing the 3rd-placed Hornets by a mere half game. This match was a necessity for victory. However, one must be wary of the deceptive words that might escape Popovich's lips. When it comes to regular season play, Popovich has truly mastered the art. How does he execute this? by skillfully collaborating with the media to amplify the atmosphere and elevate the emotions of the fans. Yet, when the game truly commences, it leaves one perplexed. Duncan suffered a hip injury but played on. Parker endured a strain in the back of his leg yet continued to participate. However, Ginobili officially announced his absence from the game. With the three core players, the Spurs seemed to concede this match. The statements made by the Spurs were entirely consistent. It appeared that the Spurs were in a dismal state, yet upon closer inspection, their subsequent players maintained a winning percentage exceeding 40, which would be sufficient to dominate. The Lakers, in their fervor, failed to overwhelm the Spurs, leaving one to ponder how the Spurs would fare in the upcoming matches. Popovich, in his cunning manner, might very well relinquish the fight, allowing the strong to flourish while the gentle breeze smooths the path. The inevitable encounter between Liu Xing and the young maestro was approaching. Popovich, though mistaken, held back his sarcasm. Duncan, Parker, and Ginobili, the trio of the Spurs, donned their attire and occupied the bench, engaging in light-hearted banter. The stoic Duncan, often referred to as the Stone Buddha, stifled a laugh, prompting the referee's ire, who promptly issued a technical foul. One must acknowledge that even with the GDP trio resting, the Spurs remained a well-trained squad. Despite lacking their primary players, their tactical execution was remarkably high, allowing them to sustain a certain level of competitiveness over the years. The Lakers commenced the game with formidable intensity, intent on swiftly overpowering the Spurs. However, they fell short, and by the end of the first quarter, the Spurs led 31-29. This ignited a spark in Liu Xing's eyes, hinting at something promising. In the second quarter, taking advantage of the Lakers' rotation phase, the Spurs managed to extend their lead to 10 points, marking the largest margin of the game. Liu Xing thought to himself, "This is my moment." Just as he was poised to unleash his prowess, Kobe, in a fierce one-on-one showdown, scored 10 consecutive points, erasing the deficit. Liu Xing anticipated and pondered the situation. Alas, Kobe, when indulging in meat, could he not leave a morsel of broth for others? Liu Xing refrained from voicing his criticism. It was also the fault of Kobe, particularly due to the leopard print defense, which truly discerned the nuances of the game. In the first quarter, the leopard print defense against Kobe proved ineffective, as he attempted 5 shots yet scored not a single point, additionally incurring 2 fouls. Kobe's performance in the first quarter was nothing short of abysmal. The leopard print defense dared to provoke Kobe, who, with a stern expression, remained silent. In the second quarter, however, he unleashed a barrage of offense, utterly dismantling the leopard print defense, which became a source of ridicule. Liu Xing's frustration shifted towards the leopard print defense, contemplating a thorough reprimand, reminiscent of the struggles faced by the Spurs. By halftime, the Spurs trailed by a mere 9 points, effectively signaling their resignation. They had even resorted to a 12-man rotation, and even those typically relegated to the sidelines found themselves in the fray. Ultimately, they conceded the match. Liu Xing felt utterly frustrated, possessing the prowess to slay dragons, yet finding no dragons to vanquish. The sweat on his brow was in vain. In this match, Liu Xing recorded an impressive 12 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block, filling the statistical columns to the brim and showcasing his elite performance, even surpassing the expectations set for a rookie. However, Liu Xing remained unsatisfied. These statistics were intricately tied to his salary. In simpler terms, everything revolved around monetary gain. Discussing finances felt rather pedestrian, yet he aspired to be the best rookie. In the 4th week of his inaugural month, he was honored as the Rookie of the Week, alongside the illustrious Kevin Durant of the Supersonics. Durant's performance that week was nothing short of exemplary, reaching stellar heights. In a match against the Hawks, Durant played for 40 minutes, scoring 28 points, securing 5 rebounds, and contributing 1 assist, 1 steal, and 1 block, dazzling everyone with his statistics. His display earned him accolades from ESPN, which described him as the most technically gifted player in the NBA's 60-year history, pushing the limits of talent. Despite the Supersonics suffering a 21-point defeat to the Hawks, Durant's astonishing performance continued. In a subsequent game against the Clippers, he played for 42 minutes, amassing 32 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists, breaking the 30-point threshold once more. This performance elevated him to the top 10 on the scoring leaderboard. His prowess elicited admiration from the typically critical Charles Barkley, who dubbed him a Hall of Fame caliber scorer. Nevertheless, the Supersonics faced an 18-point defeat to the Clippers. As they confronted the Spurs, the latter suffocated the Supersonics. Focusing solely on Durant, Coach Popovich adopted a strategy that allowed Durant to operate independently, ultimately leading to a crushing defeat. After witnessing the game, Liu Xing suppressed his urge to criticize, pondering why he was not afforded the same treatment. The narrative surrounding the Supersonics match against the Spurs was essentially a commentary on Durant's individual battle against them. Following his previous high-scoring games of 28 and 32 points, Durant achieved a career high against the Spurs, scoring an astonishing 51 points, along with 1 rebound, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 1 block, filling the statistical columns once again. His performance prompted Duncan to exclaim that he was unstoppable. Yet, the Supersonics endured a staggering 24-point defeat to the Spurs, leaving them utterly demoralized. In their contest against the Jazz, the approach taken by the Jazz mirrored that of the Spurs, effectively neutralizing Durant's impact. Ultimately, Durant's response was one of resignation. There was no way to triumph. The Supersonics fell short by 16 points. In the aftermath, Durant, who had scored 29 points, faced humiliation from the Jazz players, as they nearly triumphed over him. In the past week, the team led by Durant, the Supersonics, faced a dismal record of 4 defeats without a single victory, despite boasting impressive statistics with an average of 40 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 1 block per game. In contrast, Liu Xing's Lakers achieved a remarkable feat of 4 victories, sustaining an unblemished record and extending their winning streak to 14 games, which continues to grow ever more formidable. Liu Xing's statistics are noteworthy as well, averaging 15 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists, 5 steals, and 8 blocks. His performance is characterized by remarkable balance and versatility. Moreover, Liu Xing's advanced statistics reveal him to be the highest performer on the Lakers, with a plus-minus rating of 21, significantly surpassing Kobe, who stands at 9, with Liu Xing outperforming him by a notable margin of 12. Additionally, when Liu Xing is on the court, the Lakers win by an average of 31 points, whereas the team's victories without him average a mere 10 points, highlighting a stark difference. As for Kobe's statistics, they indicate that when he is on the court, the Lakers win by 8 points, while they win by only 3 points without him. Furthermore, Liu Xing's defensive efficiency stands at an impressive 89, in stark contrast to the 103 efficiency when he is absent. Beyond these surface statistics, Durant cannot genuinely be compared to Liu Xing. He is merely a shadow in the latter's presence. Durant's superficially appealing statistics mask a troubling reality. In 4 games, his shooting percentage hovers around 50. Despite this, the latest Rookie of the Week honors were bestowed upon Kevin Durant. In response, the Zen Master publicly defended Liu Xing, stating that those casting votes must have been misguided, suggesting they had not truly observed the game and were merely vocalizing their opinions without basis. Any observer of the sport would recognize Liu Xing's exceptional talent. The Zen Master, with a plethora of accolades to his name, expressed his rare discontent regarding the voting process. He genuinely empathized with Liu Xing's situation. Liu Xing remarked, "You don't think you're on my level, do you?" And further questioned, "Do you believe we are on the same tier?" Both the Zen Master and Kobe acknowledged Durant's excellence but unequivocally asserted that Liu Xing surpasses him. The essence of the Lakers' unprecedented 14-game winning streak can hardly be quantified by mere statistics. Apart from Kobe, TNT analyst Charles Barkley openly criticized the voting irregularities. And Liu Xing's teammate, Kenny Smith, echoed similar sentiments, advocating for a revote, asserting Liu Xing's undeniable superiority. Yet, there are dissenting opinions, with ESPN representing a more critical perspective. The commentator, Yang, provocatively questioned how one could even begin to compare Liu Xing to Kevin Durant, suggesting the absurdity of such a comparison. To substantiate his argument, he enumerated Liu Xing's weekly averages in points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks, highlighting the stark contrast in their respective performances. The narrative revolves around the rivalry between 2 remarkable talents in the realm of basketball, specifically focusing on the debate of who reigns supreme, Kevin Durant or the emerging star, Liu Xing. This discussion coincides with the critical moment of reviewing the standout performances of the 2007 to 2008 season's rookie month. As fate would have it, the Los Angeles Lakers, in pursuit of their 15th consecutive victory, were set to face the Seattle Supersonics, who were striving to break their disheartening 4-game losing streak. The Lakers, sitting atop the league, were poised to clash with the struggling Supersonics, currently languishing at the bottom of the standings. The relationship between Liu Xing and Kevin Durant has been likened to that of the legendary rivals Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, who engaged in a fierce competition over the years, constantly compared against one another. This analogy resonated with Durant, who expressed his delight at such comparisons, affirming that they perfectly encapsulated their dynamic. He confidently proclaimed that he could secure the title of Rookie of the Year, having received the accolade only once during his initial month. The media, recognizing the narrative of their rivalry, fervently sought to amplify this dramatic storyline, highlighting the evolution of both players from humble beginnings to extraordinary heights. Both athletes, hailing from different cities yet sharing similar attributes and talents, represent a compelling narrative that captivates the audience. Durant appeared eager to embrace his role as Liu Xing's adversary, and the journalists, embellishing his words, sought to delve deeper into this burgeoning rivalry. When asked about Durant's standing, Liu Xing's response was laden with an air of disdain, subtly implying that while Durant is undoubtedly formidable, he is merely a contender, whereas Liu Xing is destined for legendary status. As for Durant, he remains a significant figure in this unfolding saga, yet the path to becoming a true rival is still ahead of him. Liu Xing's words were harsh, primarily because Durant had snatched away a Rookie of the Week title, resulting in a loss of $50,000. Durant effectively shattered Liu Xing's livelihood. The destruction of one's means of sustenance bears no distinction from avenging a father or seizing a beloved. Even if Durant is innocent and merely a pawn, he remains the architect of this misfortune. Liu Xing might believe that he operates on the same level, but the provocative undertone is unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Durant erupted with fury. His fists clenched tightly, his fingernails digging into his flesh, drawing blood, yet he felt no pain. With every word pronounced slowly and deliberately, Durant made his intentions clear. The highly anticipated match between the Lakers and the Supersonics was set to commence as scheduled. What was initially a game with little intrigue transformed into the focal point of attention due to the rivalry between Liu Xing and Durant. The arena was packed with fans, and although the game was slated to start at 8 p.m., by 7 p.m., the seating was already 90 occupied, and by 7:30 p.m., it was at full capacity. A match that would typically lack excitement had its broadcast adjusted for nationwide coverage, with ABC, TNT, and ESPN all airing the event. The atmosphere was electric. Interestingly, just 30 minutes before the game began, Durant made his way to the Lakers' locker room in search of Liu Xing, only to find him in the restroom. With a menacing demeanor, Durant warned the Lakers players to inform Liu Xing that he was expected to score 50 points that night. With that, he left behind a striking image as he sauntered away, leaving the Lakers players in stunned silence. Kobe, perplexed, remarked that Liu Xing must have been caught off guard. Suddenly, laughter erupted within the Lakers' locker room as the players found humor in the situation. Durant, having overheard their laughter, felt insulted and vowed to confront Liu Xing. When Liu Xing returned, Kobe relayed the incident to him. After listening, Liu Xing merely chuckled, pondering whether Durant truly believed he was on the same level. He mused that perhaps it was time to teach Durant a lesson, using this opportunity to demonstrate his true caliber. The stage was set for an imminent clash as the Lakers prepared to face the Supersonics. The Lakers' starting lineup featured Odom, Kobe, Fisher, and Liu Xing, while the Supersonics fielded their main players, Swift, Wilcox, Durant, and Szczerbiak. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, both teams took their positions on the court. As Liu Xing stepped onto the hardwood, the familiar sound of the reward notification echoed in his mind. Upon checking his treasure chest, he found himself frustrated by another trivial task that had interrupted his focus. It was clear that Durant's earlier provocation would not go unanswered. Liu Xing was ready to show him the true meaning of competition. Liu Xing chuckled, remarking on Durant's audacity to engage in a verbal duel with critics, akin to his own tenacity. Handsome indeed. Continue on your path. Once the game concludes, doubts will inevitably arise. Liu Xing chuckled as he contemplated the ESPN live broadcast. A fierce debate unfolded in the Fox studio regarding who reigned supreme between Liu Xing and Durant. The American host, Yang Yi, unequivocally declared Kevin Durant as the superior player. Fox's Steven interjected, questioning the validity of such a claim, suggesting that anyone who has witnessed Liu's games would disagree. Yang Yi dismissed this as nonsense. Fox pressed for justification. Yang Yi asserted that Durant is officially listed at a height of 2.07 meters, though he stands at 2.11 meters with a wingspan of 2.24 meters. This remarkable stature enables him to maneuver like a guard, dribble with agility, and shoot from beyond the three-point line, making him a formidable force on the court from virtually any angle during half-court offense. Such versatility is a fundamental criterion for assessing a player's prowess. Fox countered that despite Liu Xing's career thus far lacking three-point attempts, it cannot be denied that his talent is a once-in-a-century phenomenon. Standing at 2.17 meters, his mobility, while impressive, does not match that of a guard. Additionally, Liu lacks the two-way capabilities that Durant possesses. Yang Yi remarked that Liu often relies on his teammates for scoring opportunities, whereas Durant's prolific scoring is largely derived from his unmatched one-on-one prowess. Liu's deficiencies in ball handling impede his potential to emerge as a leading figure in any team, relegating him to a secondary role. In the TNT studio, a similar debate ignited between Charles Barkley and the Jet, Kenny Smith, regarding who is the stronger rookie, Liu Xing or Durant. Barkley firmly stated that Liu Xing is undoubtedly superior, with statistics speaking volumes. The Jet shot Barkley a piercing glance, as if to say that Barkley had already met his demise 100 times over, for the sake of entertainment and to spark lively discussions among fans. The production team decided to take both sides of the argument. Barkley and Smith, both esteemed basketball players, found the answer to the question of superiority evident. So far, Liu Xing's displayed abilities were nothing short of astonishing. It was a topic that required no further debate. To suggest that Durant has immense potential is one thing, but potential that remains untapped is worthless. While Durant possesses significant talent, the excess of it does not always translate into tangible rewards. Consequently, the TNT production team opted for a lottery system, allowing Barkley and Smith to select their respective sides. Unfortunately for the Jet, he drew Durant, a situation he lamented, particularly in light of his mounting credit card bills. The data may tell a different story, but responsibly speaking, Liu Xing is more than capable of carrying Durant's shoes. The Jet reluctantly acknowledged this undeniable truth. Barkley, in a moment of amusement, seemed to relish the absurdity of the situation, while the Jet pondered the harsh realities of financial burdens in light of the facts. In the XL Live broadcast room, the conversation began without unnecessary embellishments. After an extensive introduction by the renowned basketball commentator Yang Yi and host Ke Fan, the discussion turned to the debate of who was superior, Liu Xing or Kevin Durant. Yang Yi asserted that Durant possesses greater potential, while Liu Xing has already showcased his abilities. He stated unequivocally that Liu Xing is indeed the stronger player. However, he also acknowledged Durant's side, which seemed perplexing. It is truly hard to fathom a forward, towering in height, effortlessly sinking three-pointers from the perimeter, and also dribbling like a guard. Yang Yi continued, what if Liu Xing truly excels? Ke Fan responded with laughter, questioning how one could ascertain Liu Xing's capabilities. Is this a serious inquiry? Ke Fan mused, pondering whether Liu Xing would ever get the chance to prove himself. Yang Yi responded, what if he does? To which Ke Fan replied, there are no what-ifs. However, the reality quickly unfolded before them, catching Yang Yi completely off guard. The lengthy match commenced with the sound of the starting whistle, and the Lakers faced off against the Supersonics. The Supersonics seized the initial possession. Durant, holding the ball at half-court, was closely guarded by the Lakers' Odom, who matched him in height and strength but lacked the necessary speed. Odom found himself at a disadvantage. As Durant faced Odom, he executed a deceptive shoulder fake so convincingly that Odom fell for it, leaning back as Durant soared into the air. A master of the three-point shot, Durant launched the ball with precision. Despite Odom's desperate attempt to block, he had strayed from his primary focus. Had he devoted more effort to mastering basketball, he might have achieved greater success. Nevertheless, his wingspan was sufficient to obstruct Durant's line of sight. Yet, the basketball glided off Durant's fingertips, slicing through the air and crashing into the net with a resounding swish. Upon scoring, Durant raised his arms in celebration, displaying immense excitement while casting a challenging glance at Liu Xing and giving him a thumbs up, a clear provocation. Liu Xing inwardly cursed, what a nuisance. In the ESPN broadcast room, Yang Yi remarked, did you see that? This exemplifies Durant's capabilities. Fox was rendered speechless by the play. In the TNT broadcast room, the commentator noted that Durant's status as the best rookie was evident. However, he seemed less confident in his assertions. Barkley interjected, suggesting that Durant had made a foolish decision, provoking Liu. The commentator fell silent, seemingly in agreement with Barkley, reflecting, why stir up trouble during a match? Is it worth it? Back in the XL Live broadcast room, Yang Yi proclaimed that Durant exhibited absolute dominance from the perimeter, leaving Liu Xing with no opportunity to shine. Host Ke Fan countered, nothing is absolute. Perhaps there is still hope, Mr. Yang. To which Yang Yi replied, are you jesting? Liu Xing watched the smug Durant with a seething hatred, wishing to break his fingers and feed them to the dogs. At that moment, he unleashed his instantaneous skill. Buddha's light shining everywhere, scoring an astonishing 37 points in a single quarter. The sheer brilliance of this performance swept through the arena like a tidal wave. Tremble, Coach Do. The fans of the Supersonics, though aware of the storm brewing, remained entranced by the wonders Durant was conjuring on the court. Durant flamboyantly sank the first shot of the game, raising his arms in celebration as the arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers. With one name echoing through the crowd, Kevin Durant. Although he had only played 15 games, Durant's prowess captivated the Supersonics fans, solidifying his status as the undisputed king of the city and a beacon of hope for the team. This time, Durant's commanding presence unleashed wave after wave of euphoria, drowning out the entire venue. Observing Durant's vigorous performance, the Supersonics coach on the sidelines gave a thumbs up in approval. The DJ deliberately elongated the pronunciation of Durant's name, Kevin Durant, as his three-pointer ignited the entire arena. Meanwhile, at the lakeside, Kobe attempted a long-range shot at the start, but the Supersonics secured the rebound and initiated a fast break, passing to Durant. In his favored position, he leapt effortlessly for a sudden stop-and-pop jumper. With a 5-0 lead, Durant was riding high, his excitement palpable and impossible to conceal. His explosive display offered a glimmer of hope to the beleaguered Seattle Supersonics, momentarily casting him as the team's savior. However, in the next play, Liu Xing faced a crushing setback. The ball was with the Lakers, and knowing Liu Xing's proficiency from the free throw line, the Supersonics had strategically placed a defender of Durant's height and wingspan against him. It was clear the Supersonics aimed to exploit Liu Xing's free throw line prowess, forcing him to shoot or drive, but the basket remained elusive. Their strategy bore fruit as Liu Xing found himself pushed beyond the three-point arc, holding the ball. In the ESPN broadcast room, American commentator Yang Yi remarked on the beautiful defense, stating that Liu Xing, renowned for his shooting range, lost tactical value when pushed outside the three-point line. Meanwhile, in the TNT studio, the commentators noted that the Supersonics had clearly done their homework on Liu Xing, rendering his impact null. Before the Jets' comment could conclude, Barkley exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Is that right?" Liu Xing is positioned. Just as he began to articulate his thoughts, he was left speechless. In the XL broadcast room, Yang Yi exclaimed that the Supersonics had meticulously planned their defense against Liu Xing, pushing him to the three-point line, thereby diminishing his effectiveness. Yet, in a fleeting moment, Yang Yi jubilantly declared, "What a brilliant shot." The Supersonics bench observed with great satisfaction as their coach witnessed Liu Xing being pushed to the three-point line. The strategy was clear: catch and shoot from beyond the arc. However, Liu Xing unleashed a barrage of shots from three-point range, causing a stir of concern. Despite meticulous planning, they had underestimated Liu Xing's capabilities. "What?" the Supersonics coach exclaimed, barely suppressing his astonishment after Liu Xing sank the three-pointer. On the Lakers bench, Zen Master noticed Liu Xing holding the ball at the three-point line and feigning a shot. His expression instantly brightened. It was evidently a commendable offensive choice, showcasing an ideal shooting position. Yet, in an unexpected turn, he suddenly shouted, "Incredible." The scene on the court revealed Liu Xing standing confidently at the three-point line, ball in hand, exuding an air of threat, while Durant lingered at the free throw line, his hands yet to be raised, dismissing Liu Xing with an air of disdain. Liu Xing feigned a throw, while Durant, ever composed, pivoted gracefully and exclaimed, "Rebound." Yet, the ball rolled past Liu Xing's outstretched fingertip, tracing an elegant arc through the air before crashing into the hoop with a satisfying swish. The shot was good. Unbelievable luck. Indeed, no one could rival it. Durant unleashed a torrent of trash talk, lamenting the extraordinary fortune. He pursued Liu Xing on defense, continuing to hurl barbs in an unrelenting manner. Liu Xing smiled faintly. This was merely the beginning. His words radiated confidence, yet lacked substantial knowledge. In that instant, the brilliance of his skills illuminated the surroundings. Perhaps it would be better to eliminate Durant. In the ESPN broadcasting studio, the American commentator Yang Yi marveled, "What an excellent play." It was merely a stroke of luck. Fox believed it was straightforward, perhaps. Observing the shooting form and posture, he recognized the absence of practice, which is fundamental. Yang Yi, however, was overthinking it. Inside the paint, in the TNT broadcasting studio, the Jets noted that it was a play heavily reliant on fortune tonight. Liu's luck seemed to falter. Barkley remained silent for a considerable time before stating, "Perhaps it is just luck." In the XL broadcasting studio, Yang Yi remarked, "One must say, Liu Xing's luck is indeed lacking tonight." The host Kofan pondered, could it be merely that simple? Just as Kofan finished speaking, on the court, Durant sought to provide an answer, while Odom exerted all his strength, perfectly positioning himself. He directly thwarted Durant's subsequent shot, resulting in a resounding block. Liu Xing secured the rebound, and the Lakers swiftly advanced, while the Supersonics faltered in their defensive transition. The Lakers executed a fast break with precision. Kobe, in possession of the ball, passed it back to the trailing Liu Xing. Liu Xing held the ball beyond the three-point line, facing Durant, who was guarding him, yet seemingly indifferent. Durant, with an air of disdain, thought Liu Xing could only shoot. Before Durant could finish his thought, Liu Xing immediately released the ball. In the ESPN live broadcast, American commentator Yang Yi's mouth formed an O shape, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He exclaimed in disbelief, truly thinking he was a sharpshooter while forgetting his prowess in the paint. Just as Yang Yi finished speaking, Fox chimed in, questioning who claimed players in the paint couldn't shoot. And it went in. In the TNT broadcast, the reactions were explosive. Barkley cheered, "What a shot!" In the XL live broadcast, Yang Yi asked in astonishment, "What is happening?" Ko Fan exclaimed, "What a shot!" Liu Xing sinks another three-pointer. From the same spot. Still facing Durant, Liu Xing aimed and executed with precision. Swish. The ball went through the net. Durant, momentarily stunned, had not anticipated that Liu Xing could make consecutive shots from the same position. It caught him off guard. Durant muttered incredulously, "This can't be real. Wake up. It's just the beginning." Liu Xing promptly countered, eliciting a gritting of teeth from Durant. Liu Xing smiled faintly. The head coach of the Supersonics was left in a state of bewilderment. On the court, Kobe ran like a child who had just received her cherished toy, leaping onto Liu Xing like a koala clinging to a tree. With an impressive display, he scored 37 points in a single quarter, effortlessly leading the game. Zen master. With a serene expression, nodded and applauded, clearly pleased with the range Liu Xing demonstrated. Despite his calm demeanor, he was anything but indifferent. Standing at 2.17 meters tall, with a wingspan of 2.32 meters, his ability to shoot from the perimeter conveyed a profound message. With a sense of conviction, the Zen master made a hypothesis. As the game progressed, he even dared to dream. However, he quickly shook his head and let out a wry smile, pondering. What am I thinking? How could that be? The earlier mocking expression of the Supersonics head coach vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. Although Durant's defensive pressure on Liu Xing was considerable, hitting consecutive three-pointers was still a straightforward task. To some extent, it signified that the player had indeed honed his skills. The level of proficiency demonstrated by Liu Xing is hardly deserving of a mere 3 points. Soon, however, he realized he was overthinking. In this era, the three-point shot has become exceedingly prevalent. It is no longer a rarity for forwards to attempt three-point shots. Even guards seldom engage in such endeavors unless they are specialized sharpshooters. Nevertheless, Liu Xing illustrates that anything is possible. The once boisterous arena fell into a profound silence with a single play. Liu Xing is akin to a silent killer on the road. ESPN broadcasting studio. Liu Xing consecutively sank three-point shots, leaving the American commentator Yang Yi astonished for a considerable time. He remarked that despite scoring 23 points, it was indeed impressive. Yet it could only go so far. There remained much to do, particularly in penetrating the paint. The American Yang Yi followed up with criticism. In a rare moment, his adversary Fox did not retort, which was unusual as he typically countered Yang Yi's statements. This time, he seemingly acquiesced to Yang Yi's opinion. In earlier years, the three-point shot was considered an unconventional tactic. No team would rely on it as a primary weapon. In the TNT studio, Barkley pondered the efficacy of three-point shooting in the paint, stating it was dazzling yet perplexing. The Jets were incensed by Barkley's overt admiration for Liu Xing, feeling frustrated by his apparent bias. Why must they always find themselves at odds? Wake up, Sir Charles. While it is true that a good shot has been made, one must not forget the importance of dominating the interior. Shooting three-pointers from the perimeter, what logic is there? Can it truly decide the outcome of a game? The Jets remained unconvinced. Barkley was left speechless, acknowledging the truth in the Jets' assertion. In this era of three-point shooting, it is merely an accompaniment, not the main course that determines a game as fate. In the XL studio, Yang Yi dismissed the notion that Liu Xing was merely fortunate tonight, asserting that a player in the paint should attack the interior to create opportunities. Shooting from the outside, while capable of ending a game, cannot always be precise. He seemed to have forgotten the lessons of the past, resorting once again to harsh rhetoric. Yet, Liu Xing managed to prove him wrong once more. Subsequently, 11 minutes into the game, Liu Xing shone brightly, With 9 minutes and 36 seconds remaining, the Supersonics took a shot, and Zhu secured the rebound. Liu Xing swiftly advanced alongside Kobe, who held the ball in his possession. Kobe passed the ball to Liu Xing, positioned beyond the three-point line, where he found himself closely guarded by Durant. Durant, while dismissively uttering that Liu Xing's three-point shot was inconsequential, instinctively shifted his weight, fully aware of the imminent threat. As Liu Xing feigned a shot, Durant's center of gravity shifted dramatically. Liu Xing advanced with a swift step, securing his position as he approached the free-throw line, seamlessly gathering the ball and launching towards the basket. With a fiery spirit, he executed a powerful one-handed dunk. The score stood at 8-5, as Liu Xing exhibited an exceptional sense of rhythm and touch. Meanwhile, Durant attempted to provoke, while the Lakers, led by Kobe, rallied in support of Liu Xing. At the 9-minute and 13-second mark, Durant received a pass from a teammate, only to miss his shot. The Lakers regained possession. Fisher brought the ball up court, and upon encountering a double team in the paint, he adeptly passed it to Liu Xing on the perimeter, who had just outmaneuvered Durant. Having previously faced a setback, Durant, maintaining his balance, resolved to challenge Liu Xing once more, prepared to either shoot or drive. Liu Xing seized the opportunity and rose directly for the shot. Durant, seemingly unperturbed, muttered something about positioning himself for the rebound. However, as the ball sliced through the air, a crisp swish echoed. It was a perfect basket. The score stood at 11-5. And Durant appeared somewhat disheartened, his face reflecting disappointment and despondency. Upon turning around, he caught sight of Liu Xing, who was grinning broadly. Liu Xing's taunting question, "Who's guarding?" ignited Durant's frustration. He responded by attempting a jump shot over Odom, but it fell short. With 8 minutes and 46 seconds remaining, Liu Xing secured the rebound. Fisher received the ball at half court, while Kobe, positioned at a 45-degree angle, took a step but chose not to shoot. Instead, he passed the ball to Liu Xing at the arc's apex. Liu Xing faced off against Durant, and his three-point shot, a remarkable feat, caught Durant off guard. As Liu Xing received the ball, he took a swift step forward, enabling him to shoot. Durant was a moment too late. Liu Xing caught the ball and rose for the shot with incredible speed. It was futile for Durant to react, and like a famished wolf pouncing on its prey, he lunged forward to disrupt Liu Xing's shot. However, it was too late. The basketball rolled off Liu Xing's fingertips and gracefully arced through the air. Ignoring the fierce attempt by Durant to intercept, Liu Xing turned and raised his arms in celebration, exuding confidence. Durant, feeling frustrated, muttered under his breath, "Show off," then turned away. Momentarily stunned, pondering how this could be, he watched in disbelief as the ball swished through the net with a satisfying sound. Durant's expression darkened, filled with disappointment, wondering if luck was on Liu Xing's side. The score stood at 14-5. Liu Xing dominated the opening of the game, scoring 14 points, which left a significant impact. This forced the Supersonics to call a timeout for adjustments. Durant returned to the bench, visibly frustrated. Noticing Durant's dejection, the Supersonics coach placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, acknowledging the struggles they faced. Upon hearing this, Durant looked perplexed, questioning whether the situation was truly as dire as it seemed. A peculiar sensation lingered within him, a feeling that was both elusive and palpable. Durant murmured to himself, contemplating whether he was truly at a dead end. As the lengthy timeout concluded, the referee's whistle signaled the continuation of the game. The Supersonics regained possession. Their strategy was straightforward: let Durant take charge. In essence, the others merely played supporting roles. With an impressive performance, Durant accumulated 37 points in a single quarter, leading a swift surge that left the opposition reeling. He faced off against Odom, making a decisive move. Although he had not yet established his rhythm, the referee called a foul on Odom, who had indeed committed a minor infraction while Durant was already transitioning back on defense. The referee's decision seemed inexplicable, especially with Nike negotiating a sponsorship deal with Durant. At the free throw line, Durant took a moment to gather his confidence. Knowing that the game had only just begun, "Do not become complacent," he thought to himself. He shot a glare at Liu Xing, unleashing his frustration. "What is with this arrogance? Have you always been so full of yourself?" The Lakers retained possession, continuing to execute their strategy centered around Liu Xing. Liu Xing received the ball at the arc and paused momentarily. It was evident that the Supersonic coach had specifically instructed Durant to closely guard Liu Xing. In that instant, Liu Xing was tightly marked, leaving him with no room to maneuver. Durant thought it was all over, but it was merely the beginning. Liu Xing made his way along the baseline, executing a flawlessly synchronized double screen at the free throw line. The combination of Kobe and Odom formed an elevator door, creating an opportunity that Kobe generously provided by setting a screen for Liu Xing. In the right corner, within a radius of 5 meters, there was an absence of defenders. Little did anyone anticipate that a player could traverse 20 meters to secure a moment of open space. Liu Xing deliberately adjusted his stance, allowing the basketball to roll gracefully off the tip of his index finger. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air before crashing decisively into the hoop, producing a sharp, resonant sound. The previously building momentum of the Supersonics' home crowd was abruptly quashed. With a score of 17-7, the Supersonics coach wore a grave expression, pondering the intensity of the game. One forward, resembling a shooter, executed a semicircular maneuver to receive the pass and take the shot. Though he possessed a certain advantage in shooting, the game had transformed into something far more competitive, leaving little room for leniency. The coach began to harbor doubts about the unfolding situation. Zen Master Phil Jackson nearly leapt from his seat in astonishment. What a series of fortunate events was unfolding. To elaborate, Aunt Jenny had just consented to his romantic pursuit, and Old Base was contemplating an upgrade to the current lineup. Presently, they held the top position in the league. Although this title did not guarantee anything, one must possess genuine strength to claim the lead. Moreover, Liu Xing's unwavering hope continued to surge forth in waves, each more exhilarating than the last. The Zen Master felt as though he were living in a dream. The Lakers were in dire need of a sharpshooter, and Liu Xing's presence filled that crucial gap. Who else could fulfill such a role? In the ESPN broadcast room, American commentator Yang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, his luck seemingly unmatched. Liu Xing's three-pointer accounted for all the points scored by the Lakers at the outset, leading to speculation about his fortune. Fox suggested that perhaps it was indeed luck. In the TNT studio, Barkley exclaimed that it was the first time he had witnessed an interior player perform in such a manner. Meanwhile, the Jets expressed their frustration, dismissing it as mere luck while simultaneously critiquing the situation, wishing to disrupt the flow. Liu Xing's abilities and insights are truly remarkable. It is now believed that whatever Liu Xing undertakes will yield unexpected results, akin to the fortune of Barkley. In the XL Live broadcast room, Yang Yi remarked that Liu Xing's luck had taken a turn. The hosts, Kofan and Yang Yi, who share a close camaraderie, engaged in a lively discussion, during which Yang Yi made several statements that left Kofan astounded. He mentioned luck not once, but 4 consecutive times, suggesting that it was no mere coincidence. Yang Yi chuckled, teasing the idea of a wager. With every shot made, he seemed unperturbed, confident in his skills, especially given that Liu Xing had scored an astonishing 44 points in a single quarter, surpassing all prior expectations. It was as if he had defied the odds. Naturally, Kofan was also a believer, allowing the conversation to flow freely. However, just as Kofan's words hung in the air, Liu Xing, once again, Liu Xing, supersonic speed. At 7 minutes and 45 seconds, Liu Xing receives a pass from Kobe. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity, and Kobe did not disappoint Liu Xing, who claims that Kobe is selfish. Such assertions are unfounded. Kobe, with the ball, faced off against his opponent. In a swift motion, he executed a flawless shot. There was no one to intercept it. He simply made his move. Yet, Kobe opted to pass, and his decision was well judged. Liu Xing caught the ball and, with a decisive flick of his wrist, unleashed a shot. It was as if he had equipped himself with an 8-fold magnification. The precision was remarkable, and the basketball struck the target with pinpoint accuracy. Swish. The score is now 20-7. In the initial moments of the game, Liu Xing unleashed an extraordinary performance, amassing 20 points in a mere half-quarter, leaving the Supersonics in disarray. The Supersonics coach, attempting to regain control, gestured for a double team. Yet any notion of successfully intercepting Liu Xing was nothing short of folly. It was utterly unattainable. Under the leadership of Durant, the Supersonics launched a fervent assault on Liu Xing's perimeter shooting. However, Liu Xing adeptly began to receive passes, relentlessly inflicting damage upon the Supersonics' interior defense. The situation for the Supersonics became increasingly dire. With Liu Xing's shooting prowess posing a constant threat, even the slightest hesitation rendered the defense ineffective. This afforded Liu Xing a clear path to the basket. In such an expansive environment, he elegantly executed his signature dreamlike footwork, penetrating directly towards the hoop. Planting his feet at the free throw line, he surged towards the rim with an explosive ferocity, delivering a thunderous dunk that left the rim contorted and distorted. The basket, subjected to Liu Xing's relentless assault, groaned in protest, trembling precariously as if on the verge of collapse. The score stood at 19-7, and the Supersonics coach was visibly shaken. The sheer destructive capability of a single player capable of attacking from beyond the arc was a rare and precious commodity. The implications of this were staggering, as Liu Xing dominated both the perimeter and the paint, showcasing his exceptional talent as a rookie. His mouth agape in astonishment and eyes wide as saucers. It seemed he had reached the very limits of his capabilities. The Zen master, usually composed and indifferent, could not help but express admiration for Liu Xing's performance. Meanwhile, Kobe, ever the consummate competitor, remained unfazed, understanding the gravity of the situation. Durant, on the other hand, fell into a contemplative silence, realizing the error in choosing this particular opponent. Engulfed in a sea of self-doubt. Yet, the shockwaves Liu Xing sent through the arena were merely the beginning. This was just the prologue. Kobe stood as a mere backdrop to Liu Xing's brilliance, willingly playing a supporting role. As the primary core of the Lakers and a titan within the league, he accepted this dynamic graciously. With the unwavering support of his teammates, Liu Xing navigated the court with effortless grace, as if traversing an uncharted realm. The Supersonics were unequivocally overwhelmed. In a display of divine prowess, Liu Xing's record seemed almost insurmountable, a feat that few could hope to replicate. Durant's frustration was palpable as he struggled to contain Liu Xing's relentless onslaught. Liu Xing dribbles the ball, trembling with trepidation. Liu Xing feigned a shot, causing Durant to react like a startled bird, inadvertently losing his defensive focus. Unexpectedly, Liu Xing took the shot, executing a mere fake. And realizing he had managed to evade Durant's defense, the latter, driven by frustration, pulled Liu Xing back. The actions within the realm of basketball sent the home crowd of the Supersonics into an uproar. In the ESPN studio, American commentator Yang Yi remarked on Kevin Durant's foul, expressing urgency. Fox echoed, "It's a basketball maneuver." In the TNT studio, Barkley commented that the move was rather dirty, yet still within the game. The Jets could face a technical foul for such antics. In the XL studio, the host Kofan critiqued Durant's threatening action, which belonged to the sport. Yang Yi noted the urgency in Durant's performance in light of Liu Xing's explosive scoring ability. On the Supersonics bench, the coach furrowed his brow. It was rare to see such impatience from Durant, undoubtedly a gifted player. In pure matchups, he usually outshone